Title: The Yandere Empress insists on marrying me, inciting my master's dark transformation. Synopsis: multiple female leads rebellious disciple Yandere Empress no system. Gu traverses to the Great Li Dynasty, becoming the son of a noble, but is afflicted with a congenital illness that prevents him from cultivating in his quest for strength. He secretly trains in demonic arts under a powerful succubus, while maintaining a facade of compliance. However, one fateful night, he is summoned to the palace by the Empress, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the eastern wasteland, and after a forceful encounter, his once peaceful life begins to unravel. I am Gu Muxue, playing two roles, the ruler of Li and the Empress. Due to a scheme, I am compelled to make Gu the target of my emotional tribulations. Unexpectedly, I find myself developing feelings for him over time. Under the influence of a special technique, my possessiveness grows increasingly obsessive. Upon asserting my dominance as the supreme ruler of Li, I declare to the world that I will forcibly marry Gu and confine him to the palace. What I, Gu Muxue, desire, I shall possess. Gu, you belong solely to me. I am Heroines, perceived by Gu as the icy master. Under the relentless advances of my rebellious disciple, my boundaries are gradually eroded, and my heart has shattered 3 times because of him. The first, upon discovering his entanglement with my sister. The second, when he voluntarily became the emperor's consort, severing ties with me. The third, when my fiercest rival turned out to be his beloved. I am weary. I shall embrace the darkness and hide my disciple where no one can find him. I am Shui Wunyao, the great succubus in Gu's eyes, and also his mentor. I initially thought nurturing a disciple would be entertaining, yet I never anticipated my own downfall. Chapter 1. The Great Succubus. Would you like to touch my long legs? In the Kanglan realm, eastern wasteland in the dungeons of the Great Li Dynasty. What is this? I'm locked up in a dark room. Could that insatiable, deranged empress have some peculiar proclivity? Upon regaining consciousness in the dim world, Gu is horrified to discover his limbs secured by thick chains to an iron frame. With a clang, a jailer clad in black enters through the rusted iron door, wielding a polished dagger, his gaze landing lecherously between Gu's legs. You have lasciviously assaulted maidens and committed debauchery daily. Today, by the Empress's decree, I shall administer castration upon you. At this proclamation, Gu's complexion pales, a chill envelopes him, followed by a surge of unbridled rage. This madwoman had forcefully pinned him to the phoenix bed the previous night, leaving him in disarray. After thoroughly using him, she not only denied accountability, but also laid the blame upon him. Gu is a traveler, having spent 18 years in this world since a truck driver transported him here, in this life. His father is a prince of the Great Li Dynasty, the king of the north. Unfortunately, his parents perished on the battlefield on the day of his birth, rendering him an orphan once more, as in his previous life. His mother's sworn sister, Lu Xingyun, who is also his aunt, adopted him, and they have relied on each other, living in the Yawang Valley. A few years ago, Aunt Lu brought him to the imperial capital, seeking refuge with her influential sister, and through connections, facilitated his entry into the prestigious Zhulu Academy of Li. Now, having reached adulthood, it is time for him to inherit his late father's noble title. Last night, the Empress's personal maid summoned him to the palace, claiming urgent matters to discuss. He had assumed that was the reason for the summons. Little did he know, the Empress, famed as the most beautiful woman in the eastern wasteland, would disregard his resistance and forcefully engage with him. Thus, he lost his innocence in a most bewildering manner. The jailer, rolling up his sleeves, eagerly prepared to perform the castration. Do not fear, it will be over quickly. It's merely a swift operation. Wait, I have something to say. Gu, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, urgently exclaimed, Do you know who I am? The jailer paused, scrutinizing Gu, who, despite his disheveled appearance, could not hide his handsome visage, and then let out a chilling laugh. Gu, son of the king of the north, the most handsome man in Li, betrothed to the esteemed Princess Yonla, one of the 3 beauties of the capital. As he spoke, his grin grew increasingly sinister. Those in the dungeons of the demonic sect relish delicate youths like you. You may be in for a world of trouble. Gu, as the jailer indicated, Gu indeed possessed striking looks, which might explain why the lonely empress, confined within the palace, could not resist the temptation to pounce upon him. As the jailer's hand neared the waistband of his pants, Gu inhaled deeply, speaking in a grave tone. It seems you are not sufficiently informed. My master, the head of Zhulu Academy, the national teacher, Heroines. The jailer's expression shifted dramatically. Are you threatening me? I have never heard of the national teacher having a disciple. Gu replied nonchalantly, My aunt, who raised me, is the national teacher's younger sister. With that connection, Gaining her as a mentor is hardly a challenge. He truly did not wish to invoke his master's name unless absolutely necessary. The stern and austere Yihanyan had explicitly warned him against revealing his status as her disciple to anyone. Now, for the sake of his future happiness, he had no choice but to defy her command. The jailer's expression fluctuated. The ruler of Dali seldom appears, and nearly all matters of the court are managed by the Empress, whose power is nearly unparalleled. With the Empress's decree, he theoretically had no fear of offending anyone, except for the national teacher. The royal family holds its status because only their lineage has an ancestor who reached the 7th realm, and rumors suggest the national teacher has also attained that realm. Perhaps even delving deeper, Gu Yuan's face hardened as he rattled the chains binding him. Do I need to remind you how to proceed? After a moment of hesitation, the jailer relented, forcing a smile as he unbound Guan. I am merely following orders. I hope you will forgive my transgressions. Whether Guan is truly the national teacher's disciple is a matter for the Empress to discern. It is unwise to offend further. With his restraints removed, Guan, still rattled, adjusted his trousers. Please inform my Aunt Lu that I am safe. You know what to say and what not to say. You should be aware that Aunt Lu dotes on me. If she learns of my suffering here, you will not escape unscathed. Aunt Lu is exceedingly indulgent towards him, and upon discovering his plight, she would surely weep, and given her propensity for tears, she would likely cry for a considerable time. With the jailer scared off, Guan sighed in relief. He had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Now, he merely had to await the Empress's summons to discuss matters further. He wished to keep this incident from reaching his master, believing the Empress would also prefer their disgraceful affair to remain undisclosed. Gu and reminisced about last night's romantic encounters. An unusual expression crossed his face. The Empress, having resided in the palace for several decades, remained untouched and pure, her innocence still intact. It was rumored that the sovereign of Dali was infatuated with the unparalleled beauty of the Empress, showering her with exclusive affection and neglecting to take any concubines. It was indeed surprising that he had yet to lay a hand on her. One could only ponder whether it was the sovereign's impotence or if there lay some hidden circumstances. Suddenly, a languorous and alluring voice whispered in Guan's ear, Shaonan, after a period of absence, how is it that you have found yourself imprisoned? Do you require your master to rescue you? A flicker of joy illuminated Guan's countenance. Master, you have awakened? Aside from the previously mentioned Dali national master, he had another mentor, a mysterious and enchanting succubus residing within him. The succubus mentor, named Xue Wu Rao, possessed a temperament that starkly contrasted with that of the icy master, often employing a seductive tone to tease her little disciple. Having played with him since childhood, her demeanor was far from proper. Why such excitement? Do you long for your master? A striking figure, tall and voluptuous, materialized within the confines of the cell. Xue Wu Rao, true to her name, embodied both charm and allure. With snow-white hair and a black gown, her beauty was unparalleled, her eyes brimming with a myriad of emotions that could ensnare any man with a mere glance. What captivated attention most was her towering height of 2 meters, complemented by a pair of stunningly long legs that defied nature itself. Before this magnificent succubus, Guan, standing at 1 meter 80, appeared somewhat diminutive. Xue Wu Rao stretched her arms, yawning languidly, her attire clinging to her form, showcasing her curvaceous figure to perfection. How long have I been in slumber? She inquired. Half a month. Guan found himself captivated by his master's enchanting form, stealing glances. Do you find me beautiful? Xue Wu Rao arched her back, her bosom rising, her alluring eyes narrowing as she smiled. Feeling bashful, Guan instinctively lowered his gaze, only to be drawn back to her breathtakingly long legs. My dear disciple, you seem quite disobedient after being discovered, she teased, her long legs emerging from beneath her black gown, smooth and flawless, resembling 2 elegant white serpents. Alas, who could resist being a doting master? Shaonan, would you like to touch my long legs? Chapter 2. The rite of passage for rebellious disciples. You may question my appearance as the most handsome man of Dali, but you must never doubt my character of respecting teachers and valuing the way. As a role model for my students, I implore you to maintain your dignity. Guan, embodying the essence of a righteous gentleman, sternly admonished. In the face of the seductive teasing from his alluring master, he had, in his younger years, succumbed to lust on several occasions, uncontrollably launching himself towards her, wishing to become a blasphemous disciple. However, as expected, he found himself thwarted. His enchanting master, with a ghostly figure, visible yet intangible, after being toyed with for so many years. He had learned to be wiser and would no longer fall for the tricks of a spirit. Shui Wu Rao elegantly floated, sitting in midair, her delicately proportioned calves swaying before Guan as she sighed. Little One has become quite dull as an adult. You were much more entertaining as a child. Remembering some amusing incident, she burst into a fit of giggles. Do you recall our first meeting? You thought I was a man-eating ghost, scaring you into a frantic escape. Your little legs scrambling for dear life while you cried for help. It was utterly delightful. Little did you know, the louder you screamed, the more excited your master became. A wave of dark recollection washed over Guan. The memories were unwelcome. His ghostly master had certainly enjoyed that period, but it remained a shadow of his childhood. She was but a remnant of a soul, unaware of how she had perished in life, and over the years, she had hidden within his mother's relic. The soul nourishing jade, nurturing her spirit. When they first encountered each other, he was merely 3 years old, and his master had pretended to be a ghost to frighten him. Imagine a towering figure, its features indistinct, gliding through the air like a specter, relentlessly pursuing you while clamoring to devour you. Would you not be terrified? Yet surprisingly, Aunt Lu and the stoic master, Bing Shan, remained oblivious to the presence of this ghostly figure, dismissing Gu and's claims as mere nightmares conjured by a child's imagination. However, had they known how breathtakingly beautiful his ghostly master was, perhaps his fear would have dissipated. In truth, the notion of meeting at the age of 3 is an inaccuracy. Having the soul, nourishing jade within him meant they had been together since his birth. However, at that time, his master's spirit was too frail to communicate, merely observing him in silence. Consequently, his identity as a transmigrator had inadvertently surfaced during his daily lamentations. For instance, he would complain about how long it had been since he had crossed over and wondered when the system would arrive, questioning the promised benefits of being a transmigrator. Moreover, after being fed by a wet nurse, he would discreetly spit a few times when no one was around, lamenting the embarrassment of still drinking milk at his age. As Guan reminisced, suddenly his ghostly master reached out, gently grasping his chin, her smile radiant. In the past, even if I wished to grant you advantages, I lacked the strength. Now that my spiritual power has recovered and my essence is as solid as that of a living being, do you truly not wish to test it again? Guan's gaze flickered. He felt the icy touch of her fingers on his chin. Could it be that her words held truth? Unsure, he decided to observe further. Nevertheless, it was ultimately unwise to trust her, given the many times she had deceived him. Noticing his indecisiveness, Shui Wu Rao's expression turned melancholy as she slowly withdrew her delicate hand. Rather than retracting it abruptly, her fingertips glided from his chin to his throat and then to his chest. This time, the sensation of her ethereal form was even more pronounced. Seizing the opportunity, Guan suddenly lunged towards her. To his astonishment, he once again missed his target, cursed for being toyed with yet again. Shui Wu Rao stepped back, covering her lips with her hand, laughter spilling forth like blossoms swaying in the wind. I knew you were not sincere. I've watched you grow, and your little schemes cannot escape my notice. You pretend to be a paragon of virtue before me. Feeling somewhat embarrassed and indignant, Guan retorted, Master, are you jesting with me? Shui Wu Rao floated gracefully, reclining in a languid position, her palm resting on her cheek as she gazed at Gu and with an air of casual amusement. Isn't raising a disciple meant for enjoyment? Why else would I take you as my pupil? A disciple like you, whom I have watched grow since childhood, is the most entertaining of all. Guan maintained a stoic expression, choosing silence as his response. Oh, have you begun to feign sulkiness again? Yet, I suspect you find it quite enjoyable. Shui Wu Rao teased, a smile dancing on her lips. After all, I am far easier to deal with than your ice-cold master who always wears a stern face as if someone owed her a debt. Unable to contain himself, Guan remarked, Master, are you not afraid of leading me astray, of me harboring rebellious thoughts towards you in the future? Currently, his actions towards her stemmed from wavering resolve and temptation, yet his filial piety remained intact. If this continued, it would be difficult to predict the future. With a nonchalant expression, Shui Wu Rao replied, If that day truly comes, and you can overpower me, what harm would it be for me to be your woman? At her words, Guan nearly choked on his own breath. His intention was to caution his ghostly master to be vigilant, to maintain a certain decorum, lest he truly become a rebellious disciple. Little did he expect her to shock him with her audacious declaration that being his woman would be acceptable. a steadfast believer in respecting teachers and valuing the way. Gu was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "Master, are you jesting? Our relationship is that of teacher and disciple. How can we possibly become partners in the way?" Shuewu Rao cast him a sidelong glance. "Only your kind, the human race, places such significance on these matters. Among our demon kin, there are no such constraints. If one desires another, it matters not their status." Guan retorted, "Are you certain it is the demon race that lacks rules, and not merely you?" Shuewu Rao replied, "I alone can represent the entire demon race." Guan rolled his eyes. "With your scattered memories, you can't even recall who you are. How can you claim to represent an entire race? Do you consider yourself the lord of the demon race?" "Ah, how you speak," Shuewu Rao remarked, a dangerous smile lurking beneath her words. Guan quickly changed his tone. "The lord of the demon race would not be worthy of you. If you were to take a position, it would be as the supreme ruler of the 9 heavens. Well said, my disciple, you possess discernment. I shall reward you with a loving embrace." Guan scoffed, dismissing the notion. Yet in the next moment, he found himself stunned. His ghostly master enveloped him in her arms, and he felt as though his entire being was enveloped in warmth. The sensation was strikingly real, and he could even catch a whiff of her fragrance. "Little one, happy birthday. This is your coming-of-age gift from your master. Are you satisfied?" Although it is a bit belated, Guan was momentarily taken aback. Then a warm smile spread across his face. This ghostly figure who had frightened him in childhood and teased him in adulthood may not be a conventional master, but she was undeniably one of the most significant individuals in his life. In the past, she had accompanied him through his growth, always by his side, and he believed that in the future, no matter how much time had passed, this bond would remain unchanged. After a considerable pause, Guan finally murmured, "Master, I do not wish for an embrace. I want to touch your leg." Shuewu Rao replied, "I am your master. Such a request is utterly rebellious. Who instructed you to be so frivolous, always finding ways to tempt your disciple? Only now do you recognize the boundaries between teacher and student? It is too late. You have already been led astray by me. All of this is your master's fault. As for the birthday gift, this is what I desire. Such eagerness will surely tarnish your charm. You should first win my heart, and only then shall I be entirely yours, allowing you to freely indulge your wicked thoughts. Apologies, but I have grown weary of the same old routine. If you do not wish to grant it, simply say so. After all these years, I have become accustomed to being toyed with. The birthday of the disciple has been missed by the master. Whether a gift is given or not truly matters little. Even if the disciple dreams of it, they would never want to burden the master." The mischievous boy, attempting to play the emotional card, has indeed gained favor this time. In the depths of the dungeon, Guan stared blankly at the hand that had just brushed against the master's jade-like leg, his heart racing fervently. To his astonishment, this time, the ghostly master truly granted him a wish. After so many years, he finally fulfilled a long-held desire. "Xiao Hunan, look at your lack of ambition. Are you satisfied with just this once?" The enchanting Shui Wu Ruo teased, her captivating eyes sparkling with mischief. "Aside from those long legs, don't you have the slightest desire to kiss your master's alluring red lips?" The temptation was overwhelming, and Gu En's gaze fixed upon her sensual lips, igniting wicked thoughts within him, leading him to entertain the notion that perhaps being a rebellious disciple was not so bad after all. Gradually, he regained his composure and blurted out, "Master, you are so bold." Shuewu Rua's smile vanished abruptly. Crossing her arms, she turned away, casting a disapproving look at Guan. "You dare to be disrespectful to me. Would you have the courage to do the same with your other master?" Recalling Yi Han Yan's icy demeanor, Guan felt as though he had been struck by frost. "Are you trying to send me to my doom?" He understood that adapting to the situation was a fundamental principle of survival. Before the unorthodox, ghostly master, he could act without restraint, even daring to take advantage. Yet, before Yi Han Yan, he could not afford to show any disrespect. A jest about touching legs might cost him dearly. Shui Wu Ruo huffed. "Now you understand which master is better, right?" "Of course it's you," Guan replied, aware of the need to speak appropriately in different contexts. "Is that so? Wasn't it someone who thought poorly of me and sulked before?" Shuewu Ruo reminded him of past grievances. Guan awkwardly chuckled, noting that the circumstances were indeed not the same. It was once her teasing him, and now it was the other way around. Shuewu Ruo refrained from continuing the playful banter and inquired about serious matters. Tell me, what is the current situation? Guan recounted the events with the queen, filled with grievances. That old woman, who in my world would have long been past menopause, is truly insatiable. She tormented me all night. He felt weak in his legs, and his loins ached as though he had been utterly drained. This sensation, akin to one who indulges excessively, was all too familiar. Shuewu Ruo stroked her chin in contemplation. Guan thought she was devising a strategy, but she remarked, "You can't last through a single night? Is your constitution rather weak?" Her tone was surprisingly serious. "Once you are free, make sure to replenish your strength. What if one day I truly take a liking to you, my rebellious disciple? How would you satisfy me then?" Men despise being deemed inadequate by women. And Guan's face flushed with embarrassment. "It's not the same. What is my cultivation compared to hers? The disparity in realms is crucial, you know? In the same realm, neither queen is a match for me." Shuewu Ruo questioned, "What about the two masters?" Guan glanced at the ghostly master, towering at 2 meters tall, and lost confidence in his own stature. He retorted, "Master, where are you going with this? Is that the point? The crux is that the queen, that old hag, crossed the bridge after using me, leaving me trapped in this foul dungeon without a second thought, to protect her little disciple's dignity." Shuewu Ruo decided to change the subject. Observing their surroundings, she expressed surprise. "Haven't you noticed? This place is, in fact, a sacred ground for cultivation for you." Guan was taken aback. In his earlier fury, he had not considered such a possibility. With the master's reminder, it suddenly made sense. The technique imparted to him by the ghostly master was named Tun Tian Mo Gong, which, when fully mastered, allowed one to devour both divine powers and the laws of nature. Currently, he was practicing the blood slaughter chapter, focusing on nourishing his body with blood, solidifying his foundation, and strengthening his physique to lay the groundwork for invincibility in the same realm. Being in this dungeon, which had contained countless powerful demons and was saturated with blood energy, was indeed a treasure trove for someone like him who thrived on blood as sustenance. Guan felt no desire to leave and immediately began to cultivate, the rich blood energy entering his body like a famished ghost encountering a beautiful maiden, an ecstasy beyond words. "Shaonin, be cautious. Do not make too much noise. There are eyes watching you," Shuewu Ruo warned. "If someone discovers you practicing demonic arts, you might never escape." Practitioners of demonic arts were often marginalized and scorned. Initially, Guan had vehemently resisted becoming a demonic cultivator, for Yihan Yin was a paragon of righteousness. As her disciple, how could he engage in such practices? His icy master had strict principles. If word got out about his cultivation of demonic arts, it would undoubtedly lead to the destruction of his abilities, forcing him back to the righteous path. However, Guan, born on the battlefield, had suffered from a weakened constitution since birth, unable to retain spiritual energy. Upon crossing into the fantastical world, his inability to cultivate was a significant blow. It was not until 3 years ago, under the ghostly master's encouragement, that he succumbed to temptation and began practicing demonic arts. Afterward, he deeply regretted his decision, lamenting why he had once clung to a false sense of justice instead of embracing power earlier. In the imperial palace by the lotus pond, the breathtakingly beautiful Gu Muxue stood in her crimson attire, gazing into the distance with piercing phoenix eyes, exuding an aura of unassailable authority. Beside her sat a blue-clad woman with closed eyes, equally stunning, elegantly seated in a wheelchair, delicately holding a small white flower. "Your Majesty, Guan is the sole bloodline of the Northern King. Do you truly intend to punish him with castration, severing his lineage?" Gu Muxue scoffed. "This boy has sullied my body. Not executing him on the spot is already a leniency granted due to the Northern King's service on the frontiers." She practiced a technique called Qi Qing Tiangong, which magnified the 7 desires in succession, with lust being amplified last night. When her desires reached their peak, this boy dared to trespass into her chambers, disregarding palace decrees. Her composure was extraordinary, even during such a sensitive time. She could maintain her desires in check before an ordinary man. Yet this boy possessed the ultimate yang body and had cultivated the pure yang technique, exuding an overwhelming masculine energy that ignited her repressed desires, leading to the folly of last night. Recalling this, Gu Muxue snapped. "Aren't you supposed to be adept at calculations? How did you fail to notice as someone intruding this time, causing me to lose my virtue? The blue-clad woman, aware of her own frailty, replied, You know my condition. Knowing too many secrets of heaven, I was struck by heavenly backlash last night and fainted. I sincerely apologize. Had the blue-clad woman's eyes been open, Gu Muxue would have easily detected her evasive gaze born from guilt. Nevertheless, the incident had occurred. Gu Muxue shook her head and added, Additionally, when in male attire, call me your majesty. In female attire, address me as your highness. It is always good to cultivate a habit. For various reasons, the previous ruler of Great Li had no heirs, save for a clandestine daughter. When the lord of Great Li passed away, everyone believed that the successor would be his brother, the king of Linhai. However, unexpectedly, a prodigious son emerged. This son, of course, was played by Gu Muxue, who, despite her extraordinary talent at that time, was still quite young and lacked the cultivation. If she were to present herself as a daughter, few would support her. Suddenly, Gu Muxue furrowed her brow. Seeming to receive some information, the secret guards relayed that the boy claimed to be a disciple of a national master. The woman in the azure dress placed a white flower beneath her nose and gently inhaled. Your Highness need not worry about offending the national master. I have already sent someone to watch over Guin. After scaring him a bit, someone will naturally intervene, ensuring he won't truly become a eunuch. Gu Muxue's eyes revealed displeasure. You defied my orders in secret? The woman in azure replied indifferently. Everything I do is for your highness. Since you have already lost your virtue to him, why not simply use him as a tool for cultivation? Once your 7 emotions and 6 desires technique reaches perfection and you break through, you can then decide his fate. Gu Muxue fell silent. Her unique cultivation method required the experience of the 7 desires. While she had her ways to handle the 6 desires, the emotion of love necessitated a man. Yet, her proud nature and commitment to purity made her reluctant to accept this reality, resulting in years of stagnation in her cultivation. However, last night's fleeting romance had subtly loosened her bottleneck. Since the deed had already transpired, retaining little Gu and was indeed the most advantageous solution. Daring to disrespect imperial authority, even if he truly was Yi Hanyan's disciple, I will not let him off easily. He shall see my true colors. The years of steadfastness shattered in an instant. And now I must allow the culprit to continue tarnishing my pristine body. Gu Muxue felt a surge of anger. Let's go meet him. Chapter 4. Little one, I am your aunt. It should have taken months to break through, but thanks to that old woman, the Empress's Yuanine power, it was a blessing in disguise. Not only did I break through, but my cultivation also stabilized. Upon finishing my training, Gu An's aura was no longer erratic, solidifying the 3rd realm. A fleeting red glow flashing in his eyes. Shui Wurao rolled her eyes dramatically. The most beautiful woman in Dongwang gave you her first night, and you still feel wronged? Truly, you are reaping the benefits while pretending to be virtuous. Guin rubbed his temples, feeling quite the headache. This fortune of beauty is a burden I neither wish to bear nor can bear. If the Lord of Great Li discovers that the woman he cherishes has been taken by another, would he not go mad and come after me with a vengeance? After venting his complaints, Guin did not forget to flatter his ghostly master. With such a stunning beauty as you by my side, how could I possibly regard the Empress? This so-called first beauty of Dongwang does not compare to even a fraction of my master. Impudent disciple, it seems you have set your sights on me. Shui Wurao crossed her arms, feigning an innocent expression. If you do not spare the ghost, I fear that if I had a physical form, you have already seduced me to your bed. Guin, after a farcical performance, she began to tease her little disciple, extending a delicate finger. Little one, as you said, my fingers are more alluring than the first beauty of Dongwang. Would you care to lick them? Guin retorted, Master, can you not be serious for just a moment? Shui Wurao asked, Do you not wish to touch my leg? Guin corrected himself from the heart. Master, it is best when you are not serious. I adore your playful side. Just then, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the cell. A voice preceding the figure. Your Highness, it is bad. Your aunt is coming. The jailer who previously intended to castrate Guin rushed in, panting. Guin frowned and questioned. Did I not warn you to only report safety, without mentioning unnecessary details? The jailer, trembling with fear, replied, You do not know how fierce your aunt is. If I do not inform her of your whereabouts, I will never escape the palace. Guin considered this. Having lived with Aunt Lu for so many years, this was his first night out, and she must be worried sick. Aunt Lu, usually dignified and graceful, would instantly become fiercely protective when it concerned his safety. Little. Anxious female voices called from outside the cell. Aunt Lu, I am here. Given the circumstances, Guan had no choice but to face her. A woman dressed in a moon-white gauze dress, exuding grace, hurriedly rushed to the door. Upon seeing Gu An's disheveled clothing and weary expression, she froze. The next moment, tears streamed down her face as she lunged toward Guan, enveloping him in a protective embrace, terrified of any further harm befalling him, sobbing, "Little in you, I am fine, do not worry." The sweet scent of Aunt Lu enveloped Guan, a light fragrance filling his nostrils. Aunt Lu inhaled deeply, her eyes reddened. How could you be fine? Having enjoyed a life of luxury and delicacies since childhood, being frail and unable to cultivate, how can you endure such harsh conditions? The more she spoke, the more heartbroken she became. Aunt Lu remembers how you were always afraid of ghosts. Such a sinister place must have terrified you. Glancing at the amused and grinning, ghostly master beside him, Guan shot her a glare, thinking, still laughing, this is all you're doing. With his current cultivation level, he could not transmit sound across distances, but he could use the soul-nurturing jade as a medium to communicate with his ghostly master through thought. Little, what happened to your hand? Suddenly, Aunt Lu noticed the marks on Guan's wrist, caused by the chains. Before Guan could respond, she quickly checked his other wrist, and upon seeing the torturous apparatus beside them, she instantly understood, her murderous aura directed at the trembling jailer. Are you tired of living? He is the future king of Jinbei, yet you dare to torture him? The jailer, who had not yet used any torture methods, turned pale, stammering. Whether Gu In is a disciple of the national master is debatable, but this lady is undoubtedly the genuine sister of the national master. Gu In exchanged a knowing glance with the jailer. Should he utter a few negative words, Aunt Lu would undoubtedly tear him apart on the spot. Do not be deceived by Aunt Lu's tears. This is merely a facade in front of him. To outsiders, Aunt Lu is not only a formidable practitioner transcending 5 realms, but also a 6th-tier talisman master and a 6th-grade alchemist. Aunt Lu, I am fine. It is not his fault. He is merely following orders. Ultimately, Guan spared the somewhat deranged jailer. The black-clad jailer previously referred to himself as an official, indicating that he held some authority in this prison. Guan allowed him to live, contemplating future opportunities to leverage connections to this sacred place of cultivation. The jailer looked up, a grateful glance directed at Guan, who shot him a fierce glare, coldly commanding, "Why are you not leaving yet?" Aunt Lu, having no time to concern herself with the stumbling jailer, looked at Guan, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. "Let me see where you are hurt." "I am truly fine." Guan knew that she would not be at ease without a thorough examination, so he complied and raised his hands. Aunt Lu's expression turned anxious as her delicate hands slipped beneath Gu In's clothing. She checked his abdomen, chest, and back, her skin brushing against him, and upon realizing he had not been tortured, she let out a long sigh of relief. Aunt Lu's tense demeanor relaxed, and she leaned against Guan, resting her forehead against his chest, murmuring, "It is good that you are fine." Shui Warao, with a playful smile, teased, "Look at how anxious your aunt is. If she knew you were subjected to palace punishment, would she disregard propriety and conduct a thorough examination?" As she lowered her gaze, she beheld Lu Xingyun's alluring figure, her curves as round as a full moon, prompting an impulsive reaction to reach out and touch. Unaware of her status as a ghostly master, Lu Xingyun was instantly consumed by embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly pushed Guan away, exclaiming in disbelief, "Shaolin, I am your aunt. How could you?" Her voice trailed off, growing softer as her face deepened in hue. The sudden turn of events left Gu and somewhat flustered, questioning in his mind, "Master, what on earth are you doing?" Shuemruo feigned innocence, remarking, "Your aunt has quite the ample behind. It's only natural for me, as your master, to verify the quality." Guan retorted, "You seem to be enjoying this at my expense. I'll take the blame." Faced with such an eccentric master, Guan felt exasperated, pleading, "Could you please tone it down a bit? Teasing me is one thing, but don't bully my aunt." Shuemruo, with a teasing glint in her eye, replied, "Are you feeling jealous?" Guan raised his voice, "Master, that's enough. Fine from now on. I will only tease you," she conceded. Shuemruo pouted, "You impudent disciple. How dare you raise your voice at your master for the sake of your aunt? Lu Xingyun's bright eyes glistened with tears, her snow-white cheeks tinged with a lovely blush that extended to her neck, blooming with an enticing crimson hue. Aunt Lu knows you have come of age and are beginning to develop desires for women, which is natural. However, you must not take advantage of me, or it shall not be tolerated. Gazing at the enchanting Aunt Lu, Gu momentarily stood transfixed. Lu Xingyun gently bit her lip, shyly glancing up before hastily averting her gaze, exuding an unexpected charm that revealed a hidden allure beneath her usual graceful demeanor. The longer Gu stared, the more flustered Lu Xingyun became, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. What if Xiao and had developed feelings for her? This cannot be, surely. If her sister knew, she would never approve and would severely reprimand Xiao. I promised Sister Lin I would take care of her son, and now I've led him astray. What am I to do? Chapter 5. A woman's heart is smaller than a needle's eye, Aunt Lu. Let me explain. That was entirely an accident. Gu feigned. I was merely trying to fend off the blood flies and accidentally brushed against you. Ah, if that clears up the misunderstanding. Lu Xingyun said, lightly biting her red lip, uncertain if she believed Gu's clumsy excuse or if she was merely seeking a way to ease the tension. Shui, observing Lu Xingyun's entire being blushing a soft pink, pondered if I were to take advantage of this situation and continue to tease Xiao, and would he still be able to defend himself? After some contemplation, she decided against this perilous thought. Creating further chaos might genuinely anger her little disciple. Meanwhile, outside the prison, a striking woman clad in a red gown approached, radiating a subtle yet imposing aura. The guards within the prison, akin to those bowing before a queen, paid their respects upon seeing her. Gu Muxue nodded indifferently as she strode forward, her vibrant crimson gown strikingly bright against the dim corridor. As she neared the cell where Gu was held, she deliberately slowed her pace and commanded silence from her entourage. This little rascal had been trapped in the darkness of the prison and nearly faced a gruesome fate. Surely, he must be feeling quite anxious and frightened now. Gu Muxue smiled slightly at the thought, but her expression quickly darkened upon overhearing the exchange between the aunt and nephew. Xiaolin, what do you mean by acting on imperial orders? Lu Xingyun asked, her cheeks flushing slightly as she sought to divert the conversation. Gu sighed, a hint of resentment in his tone. I may have inadvertently offended the queen yesterday, and ended up here. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyun's face drained of color, her anxiety palpable. You offended the queen? No, this matter must be reported to my sister. She must intervene. Gu shook his head, speaking softly. It was merely a minor offense, a small punishment. It hardly warrants bothering master during her retreat. Seeing Lu Xingyun still troubled, he reassured her, do not worry. I promise I will return to the royal residence before sunset. At this, Gu Muxue could no longer contain her fury. One of the 7 deadly sins within her was ignited, disturbing her composure. Regardless of the reasons, intruding into the queen's quarters was a capital offense, tarnishing her reputation. A punishment of death would not be excessive. To call this a trivial matter? This wretch even dared to refer to her as an old woman. How very presumptuous. With no remorse or fear. He even believed he could return before sunset? I shall ensure you meet your end before the sun sets. Gu Muxue had arrived quietly, but departed with a murderous intent. Do you truly believe that as a national masteress disciple, you can act with impunity? Thinking I would not dare to take action against you? A frail woman in a green dress, unable to withstand the bloodthirsty aura emanating from within, awaited outside. Upon witnessing Gu Muxue's wrathful expression, she immediately sensed the impending danger. Gu Muxue's frosty gaze was devoid of mercy. Send word to drag the son of the northern general to the execution grounds for a public beheading as a warning. Please, calm down. Gu cannot be harmed. The woman in green interjected solemnly. There is nothing I am incapable of doing, nor anyone I cannot kill. Gu Muxue remained unmoved. The woman in green, sensing the ominous shift, furrowed her brows. Your Highness, you are blinded by anger and have lost your rationality. Gu Muxue was resolute, refusing to heed any counsel. My mind is made up. No further discussion. Execute the order. On the other side, Gu expressed his doubts, Master. I sensed a menacing aura earlier, did you not? Shui nodded, affirming his intuition. Indeed, the queen paid a silent visit just now. She was quite angered upon hearing you call her an old woman. What? The queen was here? Why didn't you warn me? Guan exclaimed, bewildered. Shuemrua's eyes glimmered with reproach, full of grievance. Is it not because of your shortcomings, my little disciple? After all these years, have you truly devoted yourself to rigorous training? Have you earnestly sought treasures to restore my spiritual power? She huffed lightly. In any case, this is not my fault. The queen could not detect my presence, but in her current state, she can conceal her aura and approach without my noticing. You must be capable of procuring some sacred herbs for me. Do not speak of the mere Li. Even in this realm, I could lead you to victory. Guan was left speechless by her retorts, yet he felt equally helpless. Herbs capable of healing the soul were predominantly of the 8th tier, exceedingly rare throughout the eastern wilderness. Sacred herbs, an elusive concept, were even more difficult to come by. The entire Kanglan realm might not possess any. While Guan communicated with his master, he also bid a reluctant farewell to Lu Xingyun. Aunt Lu, you should leave in peace. I will soon return to the royal residence. No sooner had he spoken than a group of members from the demon-slaying department, emblazoned with the insignia of exorcism, surged into the chamber, led by a cold-faced man brandishing a long sword. By the queen's command, Guan, it is time for your journey to commence. A display of such magnitude? It seemed the queen intended to give me a harsh warning. Contemplating this, he maintained a calm facade, offering a slight smile to Lu Xingyun. It's nothing. The queen merely summons me to the palace. The lead man, expressionless, retorted coldly, Your Highness has misunderstood. This is not the path to the palace, but the road to the underworld. With that, he gestured to his subordinates. Seize him and escort him to the execution grounds for beheading. Guan was left utterly stunned. Previously, it was merely castration, but now, it had escalated to execution. How could this be? Surely, it could not be due to that earlier remark about old women? You forced yourself upon me last night, and I merely complained. What is the big deal? You have the heart of a needle. How dare you? Lu Xingyun raised his hand to shield Guan, glaring fiercely at the crowd, his imposing aura radiating outward, revealing his formidable 6-fold cultivation level, surrounded by several thunder talismans. Young Master Lu, this is the Empress's decree. The expressionless man addressed him. Lu Xingyun replied coldly. Not even the Emperor can intervene. If you wish to harm him, you must first contend with me. Let us see if the National Master will spare you. The young master will be executed under the blazing sun. Do you truly wish to waste time fighting us here? The emotionless face had not intended to engage further, but recalled the words of the sect master, the woman in the blue robe, prompting a reminder. Lu Xingyun furrowed his brow. The GMO division was directly under the Empress's command. With the Empress having spoken, even the title of sister may not suffice to deter them. She must personally intervene. Furthermore, she was acutely aware that the GMO division was filled with experts. Once reinforcements arrived, she alone would be powerless to rescue Guan. Thus, she turned to comfort Guan, her eyes soft as flowing water. Little one, do not fear. Once sister emerges, all will be well. Aunt Lu will be here soon to fetch you. On the way to the execution ground, Guan remained unconvinced, believing the Empress was merely attempting to intimidate him, albeit in a rather convincing manner. As the only daughter of the ruling power, how could she be so blind to the gravity of her actions? To condemn the disciple of the national master over a mere slander? Reasonable individuals would never behave in such a manner. It was utterly irrational. His master was the guardian deity of Li. Surely, they would consider the monk's merits before passing judgment. It was only when Guan arrived at the execution ground, with the executioner's blade poised at his neck, and overheard the whispers of onlookers, that his fleeting hope was irrevocably shattered. The Empress of Li, this woman was not only aged, but also deranged. She had summoned him to the palace the night before, and today she decreed his death sentence. Was she not mentally disturbed? Such a lack of reason. Chapter 6. The Calamity of a Nation. The Enchantress of the Empress. In accordance with the Empress's edict, Guan, son of the King of the North, led a life of debauchery and crime, and was thus sentenced to death to demonstrate imperial authority. The GMO division announced Guan's crimes, igniting a storm of controversy. I thought he was rather low-key. Unlike those spoiled aristocrats, could he be a victim of slander? A misunderstanding? He's so handsome. How could he be so depraved? A woman remarked. My mother always said, beautiful men cannot be wicked. Another chimed in. So what if Guan lives a lavish lifestyle? Even if he were to act frivolously, I would be the one benefiting. How can that be a crime? A courtesan spoke up. Honestly, I'm willing to pay just to share a bed with him. On the execution platform, Guin stood tall, facing the wind, clad in white. He exuded the aura of a graceful youth, akin to a celestial being descending to earth, utterly disconnected from any notions of guilt. During his years in the capital, he had covertly upheld justice through lethal means, utilizing demonic methods to vanquish evil, while maintaining a facade of modesty and restraint. The Empress's attempt to tarnish his reputation. Would anyone believe her? A man of virtue fears not the shadows. At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man, adorned in luxurious garments, forcefully pushed through the crowd. Injustice. This is undoubtedly a miscarriage of justice. I stake my life on it. Guin cannot possibly be such a person. Shui Wuyao's eyes brightened with surprise. Littlin, your friend, though often disheveled, possesses remarkable loyalty in critical moments. Guin's lips curled slightly. The newcomer was Chun Jiannan, one of his few friends in the capital. His family was illustrious, with dual marquises, making them one of the most powerful factions in Li. Aside from the royal family, young master, cease this folly and return with me. An elderly steward implored, attempting to pull Chun Jiannan back. Chun Jiannan struggled, his face reddening. As Guin's classmate and close brother, I can assure you, he is not impotent. He has no interest in carnal pleasures. How could he be indulgent in vice? Guin's smile froze. Was this lad deliberately trying to aggravate him? Although aware of Chun Jiannan's good intentions, he still felt the urge to deliver a few blows to this irritating fellow. Chun Jiannan was about to say more, but was silenced and dragged away by the steward, who clamped a hand over his mouth, leaving him to kick and wail in protest. The Great Li Dynasty comprised 3 factions, aside from the neutral sects like Yaowang Valley. There were the faction loyal to the new emperor and the faction loyal to the king of the sea. The Chun family belonged to the new emperor's faction, and Chun Jiannan, as a scion of the Chun family, stepping forth to oppose the empress would certainly arouse suspicion. After a brief silence, the crowd began to murmur once more. I see. Guin, as a prince, cannot cultivate and is also impotent. Who could bear such a fate? This must have twisted his mind into that of a pervert, with his surface charm merely a facade. Some maliciously speculated, though he may be impotent, there are countless ways to torment women. The more they suffer, the more he can satisfy his distorted male ego. Alas, as a prince and a martyr's son, to be beheaded by the empress, he must have heinously harmed countless innocent maidens, even married women, to fill his hollow heart. Guin felt the darkness cloud his mind. How had public opinion flipped so rapidly? Who was stirring up this turmoil? Not far away, atop a towering pavilion, 2 figures appeared, one in red, the other in blue. The woman in the blue robe, seated in a wheelchair, bore a serene expression. Your Majesty, must you not remain composed? Gu Muxue, donning a flowing gown, her phoenix eyes radiating a majestic authority, declared, if he truly is the national master's disciple, the national master will undoubtedly intervene. Otherwise, a mere prince can be executed without a second thought. The blue-robed woman's voice was melodious, yet her words were far from pleasant. Is your Majesty considering seeking another consort? Gu Muxue scoffed disdainfully. I am virtuous and chaste. How could I be so? Unfazed by the absence of men, she retorted. I can still cultivate the 7 emotions heavenly technique and break through barriers. Though Guin's remark had irked her, it was not the primary source of her anger. The acknowledged beauty of Dongwang. She would not be flustered by a mere baseless accusation. What truly incited her wrath was Guin's audacity to intrude upon her chambers and tarnish her reputation, treating it as a trivial matter. In such a scenario, if she were to continue relations with Gu and for the sake of her cultivation, would he not become even more brazen, viewing her as an easy conquest? This man must be eliminated to quell her resentment. The woman in blue smiled, with desire quelled. The wise empress speaks with such resolve. Gu Muxue's gaze turned icy, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features, yet she remained silent. Though they were ostensibly sovereign and subject, their relationship was reciprocal, benefiting both parties. Gu Muxue gazed down below, her eyes softening slightly as she pondered. This young man, perceived by outsiders as frail and incapable of cultivation, was, in reality, no less formidable than heirs of the top factions. I do not believe such a cunning individual would simply await his demise. The blue-robed woman raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing. Shouldn't he, your majesty, be aware of more than just his concealed strength? Is he a small fry or a significant threat? You ought to have clarity on that. Momentarily taken aback, Gu Muxue finally grasped the deeper meaning behind the blue-robed woman's words and responded coldly, UGA. Has no one told you that your sharp tongue and cunning nature are quite unappealing? The blue-robed woman offered a light smile. Indeed, I have heard. Her eyes were closed as she raised her hand to point at Gu Muxue. Didn't he, the Empress, just say that? Gu Muxue took a deep breath. You are indeed quite annoying. A gentle breeze stirred the dark tresses of the woman in the azure robe, revealing her exquisite countenance. Perhaps, but I do not need anyone as affection. As noon approached, Guan had yet to catch sight of Aunt Lu and his master. To be honest, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Could something have gone awry? Standing nearby, Shui Wuro yawned out of boredom. Why haven't they executed you yet? Noting the calm demeanor of her demon master, Guan asked, Master, do you have confidence in escaping? Shui Wuro glanced at him. No. Guan was at a loss for words. Then why are you so composed? Shui Wuro replied, Is it my fault? It's you. Guan interjected. It's my lack of effort, my lack of ambition. That's good to know. Shui Wuro lifted her graceful head, her beauty impeccable, justifiably captivating. With the situation at hand, there was no choice but to fight. Guan spoke solemnly, Master, if I... Shui Wuro raised her wrist. The fragrant breeze from her palm effectively silencing Guan. All right, don't make the atmosphere so tragic. It's not like you're really going to die. Guan was perplexed. Shui Wuro's lips, red as blood, parted slightly as she explained. Your icy master had already locked onto your aura before you even reached the execution grounds. She wouldn't truly let anything happen to you. What? Guan nearly exclaimed. Why are you only telling me such an important matter now? Shui Wuro shrugged, tilting her head. You didn't ask, did you? Guan mused. Ihan Yin has been absent for a reason. Perhaps she wants you to experience the peril of life and death, to impart an unforgettable lesson. Shui Wuro smiled. If I were to inform you in advance, wouldn't that undermine her good intentions? After saying this, she glanced at the palm that had just silenced him, her delicate brows furrowing in feigned distaste. It seems there's some saliva. Did you stick out your tongue? Guan's mouth twitched, pretending he hadn't heard. He was not a pervert, after all. How could he do such a thing, knowing that another master had arrived, and that his life was no longer in peril? Guan straightened his back. He discreetly made a gesture to withdraw, and among the crowd, a few dozen individuals quietly slipped away, those who could assist him with covert tasks. Then, he sighed with a bitter smile and addressed the onlookers. Let us get my last words out. I fear if I don't say them now, there won't be another chance. For all these years, I have had a master, yet she has never publicly acknowledged my status as her disciple nor permitted me to mention it to others. Perhaps it is due to my lack of talent, failing to earn her recognition, or perhaps for other reasons. Regardless, she is the master I have chosen. I can die unjustly, but I must not tarnish my master's reputation. Thus, I hereby clarify that all the charges listed by the Empress are utterly unfounded. What need is there for a pretext when one wishes to accuse? This woman, narrow-minded and unworthy of her position, wields great power over the court. She is a calamity for the nation, and the realm of Dali will inevitably be ruined under her hand. When facing someone who is determined to kill him, and yet he felt no fear, was there any need to concern himself with how deeply he had offended her? In any case, Guan felt indifferent. Faced with the unreasonable and aggressive Empress, he could no longer endure and spoke boldly. Come on, you old hag. You can chop off my head, but you cannot break my spirit. Bah, a vile creature. Only the Emperor would fail to see your true nature, treating you as a treasure. An eerie silence fell, with no one daring to utter a word. Everyone was astonished. Had this person truly lost his mind? To insult the most beautiful woman in Dongwang so brazenly. Did he wish for his entire clan to be exterminated? On the tower, Gu Muxue, his chest heaved with fury, her teeth clenched as she spat. Execute him. Immediately. Feed his remains to the dogs, break his bones. The woman in the azure robe felt her heart race. It seemed she had underestimated the situation and mishandled it. The executioner, receiving the command, gripped his large blade tightly, poised to strike Guan's neck. Guan stood proudly amidst the chaos, unyielding and fearless, embodying a sense of tragic heroism akin to a warrior embarking on a perilous journey. Stop! A chilling voice descended from the heavens. Chapter 7. The Rebellious Disciple, Kneel. In the clouds, a woman clad in a plain white sword robe, her face veiled by gossamer fabric, and a long sword strapped to her back, descended gracefully, her sleeves flowing in the wind, her dark locks dancing like a celestial goddess gracing the mortal realm. At that moment, all gazes converged upon her, unable to shift away. Although her visage was obscured, the ethereal glow radiating from her brows hinted at the extraordinary beauty concealed beneath the veil. I have seen the National Master. Those unfamiliar with Han Yin remained transfixed, while those aware of her identity bowed their heads, not daring to gaze further. Han Yin lightly touched the execution platform with her toes, gently descending, her flowing garments creating ripples akin to blooming white lotuses, their subtle fragrance filling the air. The executioner, awkwardly holding the blade, was drenched in sweat. He felt trapped. Whether to strike or refrain was a dilemma. Why should a mere pawn complicate the contest between two eminent figures? The stoic man overseeing the execution steeled himself and stepped forward, mustering his courage. National Master, what is your intention? Executing Gu is the Empress's command. Gu is my only disciple. I shall manage his affairs myself. There is no need for others to concern themselves. If the Empress has any objections, let her come to my residence personally. The regret Gu felt when he previously expressed his last words struck Han Yin deeply. She had not anticipated that the concealment of their master-disciple relationship, for certain special reasons, would matter so profoundly to him. Now, Gu's emotions were a complex tapestry of excitement and joy. This was the first time his master had publicly acknowledged their bond. Come, let us return home. Han Yin's voice was ethereal, like a gentle, celestial melody, calming the restless crowd. In an instant, a refreshing breeze enveloped Gu, lifting him into the air. The sensation of being embraced by his master was an overwhelming source of security. Unlike a certain female specter who boasted of her invincibility, yet faltered in times of crisis. Casting blame and claiming he was not diligent enough, Han Yin moved with graceful steps, ascending into the skies before suddenly pausing and looking back. Her cold gaze emanated a chilling light. Gu's conduct, as the Empress has stated, I shall take it upon myself to rectify. However, if it is not, as she spoke, the sky darkened abruptly, ominous clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. Han Yin's formidable power altered the very atmosphere, instilling fear in all hearts. If it is not, the royal family must provide an explanation. She directly named the royal family rather than solely the Empress, making it clear that she did not regard the entire Dali Empire with any trepidation. On the tower, Gu Muxue clutched the railing tightly, her veins visibly straining as her chest swelled with rage. The National Master's disciple belittled her, and the National Master herself scorned her. They truly made a fine pair of teacher and student. Yu slightly parted her lips, attempting to soothe her. Your Majesty, do not act impulsively. You are no match for the National Master at present. It was only when Han Yin and Gu's figures vanished from sight that Gu Muxue finally managed to squeeze out a response through gritted teeth. The National Master is impressive, and her disciple possesses remarkable courage. She took a deep breath, closed her phoenix-like eyes, and when she opened them again, she had regained her composure. Jie, your earlier suggestion has my approval. Yu Jie, with her exquisite beauty and gentle voice, inquired, Your Majesty, what do you mean? Gu Muxue's demeanor turned frosty, her tone authoritative and unyielding. Make arrangements for that young man to meet me immediately. The esteemed lady intends to utilize him to break through to a higher realm. Should he be fortunate enough not to perish in his bed, Gu Muxue's enchanting visage reveals a cold smirk. He shall despair as he witnesses how I, the esteemed lady, subdue Han Yin and, before her very eyes, flay him alive. Han Yin, do you not wish for an explanation? This shall serve as your explanation. In the study of the Jinbei Wangfu, upon entering, Han Yin felt an immediate drop in temperature. Turning to Gu, she declared, Rebellious disciple, you are to kneel. Before she could utter the final word, Gu had already knelt, his posture impeccably aligned. It appeared he had not been a stranger to kneeling in recent years. On the journey back, he had sensed the biting coldness directed at him by his master, though he was momentarily unclear about the source of her displeasure. Past experiences taught him that kneeling first was invariably the safest course of action. Han Yin observed his readiness with a hint of surprise. momentarily a loss for words to reprimand him. After a brief pause, she composed herself and rebuked, "Have you taken my instructions as mere whispers in the wind? Realizing your faults now is too late. What wrong have I committed?" Guan retorted, his back straight, even while kneeling. Han Yin, incensed, brandished a willow branch. Ready to strike at Guan. "You insolent disciple. After merely 3 years of seclusion, you dare to defy me. If I do not teach you a lesson, will you not grow more arrogant and commit acts of treason against your master and ancestors?" Upon witnessing this, Gu's pupils constricted instinctively, and he trembled. His allegiance to Han Yin began in his youth, when, at his maternal aunt's insistence, she had taken him as her disciple. The icy demeanor of his master rarely changed. Her face often set in stone, devoid of any visible emotion. In moments of mischief, he would engage in playful antics that irritated her, relishing in her annoyance. Thus, he was often punished by kneeling, yet he understood this was merely a symbolic gesture to maintain her authority as a teacher. However, the extraction of the willow branch signified true anger, a transition into the terrifying mode of retribution, an experience he had encountered once before. This incident occurred when he was around 10 years old, as he drew the envy of other boys due to his good looks. Despite his noble birth, childhood dynamics held no regard for status, and under the leadership of Lu Bufan, he found himself ostracized. While initially indifferent to the situation, Lu Bufan's relentless mockery, calling him a frail child, ignited a sense of indignation. He resolved to turn the tables and orchestrated a retaliation, leading to a severe beating of Lu Bufan by his peers, nearly resulting in dire consequences. The matter escalated, and Han Yin reprimanded him harshly. Yet ever since, Lu Bufan would scurry away at the mere sight of him. Reflecting on that revenge, he recognized it had been excessive. The jealousy of children often leads to unkind words, but the punishment he exacted had been disproportionate. At that moment, he had felt entirely justified in his actions. "Remember this pain." Han Yin lifted her arm, poised to strike when Lu Xingyun burst into the room. Like a protective hen, she spread her arms to shield Guan, deflecting what would have been a mere nuisance for her, and sternly questioned, "Sister, what do you intend to do? I will not allow you to strike him. Step aside, or you shall face my wrath as well." Han Yin glared fiercely. To the world, she was regarded as a goddess of cold beauty, yet before her 2 infuriating relatives, her composure crumbled, transforming her from a serene figure into a fierce matriarch. "I refuse. His constitution is so frail. What if you injure him? Sister Lin has but this one son, and he must carry on the Gu family legacy." Lu Xingyun disregarded her authority, forcibly helping Guan to his feet. "A man should not kneel. Guan is already grown. Why must you insist on this? Kneel." Han Yin's countenance was as frigid as ice. "Fear not, for your aunt will protect you." Lu Xingyun reassured him. Han Yin's lips curled into a stern line, articulating her command. "My meaning is that you both shall kneel together." Lu Xingyun, in a moment of resignation, knelt alongside Guan, both of them maintaining identical postures. Guan found it difficult to bear, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Lu Ai's playful nature, and was not surprised by the outcome. Chapter 8. The Iceberg Master is infuriated. Han Yin smirked coldly at Lu Xingyun. "Is it that age absolves you from kneeling? How old are you this year?" Lu Xingyun's face flushed red, stammering and unable to respond. "Do you truly believe you have gained independence? That you can oppose your sister? When will you realize that age signifies nothing without capability?" Han Yin raised her voice. "Even 1,000 years from now, I shall still be your sister. Do you think I cannot discipline you?" With his head bowed in shame, Lu Xingyun longed to bury his face in his chest. How embarrassing. Guan is watching. He felt his sister's words were excessive, and she ought to have shown him some semblance of dignity. Though Han Yin was not Lu Xingyun's biological sister, she had raised her after tragedy struck the Yaowang Valley, losing her parents. As a surrogate elder sister, Han Yin had taken on the role of strict guardian, believing in discipline as the path to filial piety, thus instilling a profound respect for her authority in Lu Xingyun. Today, however, due to Gu's involvement, Lu Xingyun found a flicker of courage. Under normal circumstances, Han Yin's commands were absolute. She dictated their movements without opposition. With Lu Xingyun quelled, Han Yin let out a cold huff. "After my seclusion, you, the little crybaby, have not improved in skill, but have grown bolder." Under the relentless criticism of her elder sister, Lu Xingyun felt humiliated, tears welling up in her eyes. Though she was not one to lack willpower or resort to tears at every setback, she possessed a propensity to weep uncontrollably when faced with emotional turmoil. At that moment, she wished she could assert, "Do not bully Lu Ai. If there are grievances, direct them at me." Guan's mind echoed with the mocking words of Xue Wuqiao. He chose to ignore them. The matters at hand were distinctly different from mere jest. Yihanyan's gaze returned to Guan, her expression frosty. "Before my seclusion, what did I instruct you? I forbade you from indulging in reckless behavior, yet you chose to disregard my words. With such a lack of self-control regarding matters of the heart, what path do you intend to cultivate? In this lifetime, let us simply remain as ordinary mortals. I can no longer be bothered to manage you." Her anger surged, and the more she spoke, the more infuriated she became. "You, my rebellious disciple, are so disobedient that I once contemplated turning a blind eye and allowing the Empress to behead you." Over the years, she had invested countless efforts to mend the damaged foundation of her wayward disciple, specifically seeking out the pure Yang divine art, perfectly aligned with the Ji Yang divine body. Clearly, her disciple only needed to preserve the primordial Yang and draw in the purple Qi each morning, within a maximum of 30 years. He could restore his Yang essence and embark on the path of cultivation. Yet now, with the primordial Yang vanished, the road to cultivation had become exceedingly arduous. Guan momentarily lost himself in thought, finally comprehending the reason behind his master's prior indifference and current fury. After practicing demonic arts, he had indeed restored his essence and could not breach this vital boundary, thus rendering him no longer existent. However, his master had been in seclusion for too long and was unaware of the truth. Lu Xingyun, in disbelief, murmured, "Guan has lost his innocence?" She shook her beautiful head emphatically, asserting, "Impossible. Guan is virtuous. I have been with him daily and have never seen him act intimately with another woman." Yihanyan let out a cold laugh. "My foolish sister, you are truly absurd, helping to count the money after being sold. Before entering seclusion, I worried he might be swayed by beauty and act impulsively. Thus, I secretly placed a seal within his body to prevent him from losing his innocence." At this juncture, Yihanyan's murderous intent surged anew. "Who would have thought that upon my return from seclusion, I would discover that the seal I had set had vanished? The few who could break such a seal in Li are rare. This wayward disciple has truly gone to great lengths for mere matters of love." Guan blinked in confusion. What on earth? His master had actually locked him away. He silently inquired of the enchanting master, "Are you aware of this matter?" Xue Wuliao replied cheerfully, "Of course. Haven't you noticed that in recent years, my seduction of you has grown bolder? I intended to incite a burning desire within you, compelling you to seek release in the pleasure houses, only to discover in horror that you were unable to perform." Xue Wuliao sighed. "I did not expect your self-control to be so remarkable. The scenario I envisioned is yet to unfold. Alas, what a pity. I have missed your splendid reaction." Guan's lips twitched. Indeed, this was the kind of outrageous behavior one would expect from an unorthodox master. Yihanyan lifted a willow branch, preparing to strike again. "Xingyun, tell me, should this wayward disciple be punished? Should he be beaten? Is it not merely the loss of innocence? Guan is a man. He has grown up and developed desires. That is entirely natural." Lu Xingyun once again shielded Guan, wrapping his arm around his neck and glaring at Yihanyan. "There are other methods to restore his essence. Do you truly need to be so fierce with him?" If this were any other elder defending a child, Guan would undoubtedly be speechless. Yet, being the one protected, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. This feeling of being cared for and loved wholeheartedly was warmth he had never experienced in his past life. The last time he almost struck Lu Bufan, his master had been furious and intended to use the willow branch on him, just as Aunt Lu had fiercely protected him. Aunt Lu's petite form felt like an indomitable barrier against the world. Time passed, and through the baptism of years, he had matured, yet within Aunt Lu's embrace, he still found the same comfort, the same sense of longing. "I have come to understand. He has become what he is today entirely due to your indulgence." Yihanyan laughed in exasperation. "I've only been in seclusion for 3 years. Look at what you have turned the child into. If I do not pamper him, who will?" Lu Xingyun, her eyes reddened, stubbornly stared at Yihanyan. "Guan has been without parents since he was young. How can I not be kind to him?" Upon reaching a sorrowful point, she cried out, Must I be as strict and harsh as you were with me, controlling every aspect and allowing no mistakes? Have you ever considered my feelings? Tears streamed down Lu Xingyun's face, her nose flushed, lips trembling. In the past, when I accidentally got into trouble, you never helped me. You only scolded me. Who enjoys hearing your lectures on morality? The love I desire is that unconditional favoritism. Not your version. What I yearned for as a child, I will not allow Gu to lack. What harm is there in indulgence? Even if the entire world claims he is in the wrong, I will stand by his side. She wept, clutching Gu tightly. You continue to cling to your principles. If Gu truly committed a misdeed, would you still intend to sever ties? If you wish to cut ties, then do it, woe betide me. If my parents were still alive, they would never treat me this way. You might as well kill me, and when I reach the afterlife, I shall report you. Yihanyan's vision darkened, and she fainted, her delicate body crashing to the ground. Sister, master, Gu and Lu Xingyan panicked, rising simultaneously. When Yihanyan opened her eyes, she found herself lying in bed, her complexion pale, her lips devoid of color, appearing extraordinarily weak. The wayward disciple and his good sister knelt before the bed, both wearing expressions of guilt and unease. Have I truly erred? Yihanyan murmured internally. Regardless of her sister or disciple, over the years, she had managed them with strictness and harshness, believing this would enable them to become better individuals. In truth, at times, she secretly envied the harmonious and carefree dynamic shared by her disciple and sister. Each time she intended to lower her guard and interact with her disciple, she would feel that if the boundaries between master and disciple were lost, it would become difficult to manage them in the future. Thus, her intended expressions of concern transformed into stern reprimands or mere neutral praise. She recalled that her little disciple had been most attached to her around the age of 3. During that time, he had a nightmare, constantly crying out that ghosts wanted to eat him, terrified each night to crawl into her bed. From that moment on, his attachment to her had never surpassed that of his sister. Chapter 9. The Empress summons again. Sister, I am sorry, I was wrong. Lu Xingyun raised her gaze, stealing a glance at her sister, filled with anxiety. You are injured. Please do not let my reckless words upset you, or else our parents will surely help you punish me. Hearing this, Yihanyan felt both exasperated and amused. Even after all this time, her sister remained as worrisome as ever, and she wondered which unfortunate soul would marry her in the future, continuing the cycle of concern. Noticing her sister's silence, Lu Xingyun felt even guiltier, nervously fiddling with her clothing. In the heat of the moment, her words had indeed been harsh. Each person's temperament is different, and their ways of expressing emotions vary. She understood that her sister's strictness stemmed from love, and her sister was not as uncaring as she had portrayed. She merely spoke the truth without shielding her. Just like today at the execution ground, regardless of right or wrong, she would remain resolute in public, only to return home for thorough reprimanding. Master, all mistakes are the disciple's fault. It is the disciple's disobedience that has caused you distress. Gu felt immense guilt. He had previously struggled with whether to speak of the Empress, and in this brief moment, his master had been so angered that her old wounds had resurfaced. The past should remain in the past. Yihanyan slightly shook her head, letting out a soft sigh, the veil fluttering. I shall consider other methods for your cultivation. To be honest, disciple, you are now capable of cultivation. Gu exuded a vibrant aura. The third realm. Yihanyan straightened up, gasping in astonishment. Before her seclusion, she had examined Gu An's condition and could confirm that he had not begun cultivating at that time. This meant that within 3 years, or perhaps even a shorter period, Gu had broken through 3 realms, achieving a level of cultivation comparable to the prodigies of the imperial capital. Such extraordinary talents, if cultivated from a young age, would undoubtedly be unparalleled. In the realm of the Middle Earth, teeming with prodigies, they would surely rank among the elite. Xiaoan, you have begun your cultivation? When did this happen? I was entirely unaware. Lu Xingyun stared in astonishment, followed by a surge of indignation. She had assumed she knew everything about Gu, only to discover that so much had been concealed from her. It infuriated her, and she resolved to show Gu a cold shoulder today, refusing to utter a single word to him. Elder sister, you two continue your conversation. I shall prepare lunch for you. Lu Xingyun, feeling despondent, sought an excuse to slip away. If she stayed any longer, her tears, which she had struggled to hold back, would inevitably betray her. She had no desire to solidify the image of a weepy sister as described by her elder sibling in front of Xiaoan. So she retreated to her chamber to weep discreetly, ensuring no one would know. Rise, there is no need to kneel. Yihan covered her mouth and coughed heavily before descending from the bed. As for why you can cultivate, that is your fortune or perhaps a secret. If you choose not to share, I shan't inquire further. She approached Guin, her eyes filled with warmth. Do you know why I have not publicly announced your status as my disciple? Guin stood, bewildered, shaking his head. This matter had long troubled him, a thorn in his heart. Although initially, his master had reluctantly accepted him as a disciple due to Lu I's incessant pleas. He could evidently sense that his master genuinely regarded him as a true disciple. Thus, he could not comprehend why his identity could not be disclosed. Yihan, lost in reminiscence, appeared somewhat wistful. In the past, I encountered your master in an ancient land within Middle-earth. Guin could not help but interject, Master. You also had a master? Is it so strange that I have a master? Yihan shot him a glance, imbued with an intriguing charm. On the path of cultivation, without guidance, must I rely solely on my own enlightenment? Guin chuckled awkwardly. The disciple has merely never encountered the master, hence the question. Regarding the matter of her master, Yihan opted not to elaborate, simply stating, alongside my encounter with your master, there was also an exceedingly arrogant and detestable woman. Your master accepted me as a disciple, but did not take her in, which she has held against me ever since. She constantly compares herself to me, and I, unable to endure her provocations, engaged in a fierce battle with her. As she spoke of her nemesis, the normally composed master displayed a hint of obstinacy. This woman, in her quest to surpass me, even resorted to self-sabotage, practicing an extreme form of cultivation. I lost that battle, and the poison of fire and coal that has plagued me for decades was the consequence of that encounter. Even after, she remained unsatisfied, insisting that each of us take on a disciple, to be compared at a later date. Yihan turned to Guin and continued, This wretched woman is exceedingly petty, given to meticulous calculations. Upon learning of my disciple, she will undoubtedly come to Great Li to humiliate me and, by extension, you. I refrained from mentioning this earlier to spare you the burden, but now that you possess the ability to cultivate, and with such extraordinary talent, you shall undoubtedly aid me in reclaiming my honor. Guin pondered for a moment. In a battle of equals, the disciple is unafraid, but Yihan's sharp, discerning gaze brimmed with confidence. Fear not. That arrogant woman will certainly seek to pressure your cultivation, ensuring a fair contest. The very fact that the aloof master referred to this woman with such disdain revealed the depth of her resentment. This grievance appeared to have festered within Yihan for many years. Now that an opportunity for revenge was at hand, her usual stoic demeanor was notably softened by an exuberant smile. Years ago, your master imparted to me a thunderous technique, which I now pass on to you. Should you grasp its essence, you shall undoubtedly triumph over her disciple. With a gentle tap on Guin's forehead, a faint azure light shimmered, and she began to transmit the technique. 10 minutes later, she inquired, How do you feel? Guin emerged from his meditative state. The thunder technique is profound and intricate. I, as an unworthy disciple, have barely taken a step into its threshold. Are you certain? Do not exaggerate merely to please me. Yihan was taken aback. With her own talent, it had taken her a full day to enter the threshold. Master, look. Guin flipped his palm, revealing flickering sparks of electricity. Yihan was overjoyed, affectionately ruffling Guin's hair. Xiaoan, you truly possess extraordinary talent. Guin's smile radiated brightly. After so many years, the usually aloof master had once again rewarded him with a pat on the head. Yet, he soon felt a twinge of self-reproach. Having received such affection from the ghostly master, why was he so thrilled merely to be acknowledged by the icy master? At that moment, an elderly man with white hair respectfully pushed open the door, bowing as he entered. Greetings, National Master. Greetings, His Highness. Wang Bo, is there something amiss? The newcomer was the steward of the Wang residence. Wang Bo bows deeply. Not long ago, a messenger from the palace arrived, stating that there might be a misunderstanding regarding matters concerning His Highness. Her Majesty the Empress has requested His Highness to visit the palace to clarify in person. As a gesture of apology. Chapter 10. Master, could you please remove your clothing? Tell the messenger to return and inform the Empress that I am currently instructing my disciple and am not available. Yi Hanyin furrowed her brows, preemptively cutting off Gu and S chance to respond, showing no trace of politeness. After all, she was merely the national master of Dali, and even if the matriarch of the Dugu family were present, she would not yield. Although nominally, she held the title of national master. Her relationship with the royal family was not one of hierarchy. She remained here solely to repay a debt of gratitude to the late emperor. Years ago, during her travels in Middle-earth, while she was away from Donghuang, the Yao Wang Valley was besieged. It was the late emperor who intervened to protect it, preventing the Liu clan from facing annihilation. For this, she pledged to safeguard the Li for a century. Wang Bo glanced at Guan, and upon seeing his nod of acquiescence, he withdrew. Yi Hanyan's spirits lifted as her voice softened. Shaoan, focus on your cultivation without concern for worldly affairs. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your practice, feel free to consult your master. You may skip lunch, now that you have attained the third realm of cultivation. Missing a meal is of little consequence. The most pressing matter is to comprehend the intricacies of the thunder technique. Guan understood this to mean that from this moment onward, all other matters were trivial, and avenging his master and restoring her honor was of paramount importance. He truly wished to witness the identity of the detestable woman his master spoke of, someone capable of inciting such deep-seated resentment in his usually composed master. Without hesitation, Guan sought clarification on the thunder technique. The more Yi Hanyan taught, the more astonished she became. Her disciple was truly a prodigy, with an innate understanding that allowed him to grasp concepts with remarkable speed. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she queried with curiosity, Shaoan, given your remarkable intelligence, why was it that during my previous teachings, you were often oblivious to fundamental cultivation knowledge, and what you could memorize in a day took you a week? Guan offered an embarrassed smile. Master, you have long presided over the imperial capital, visiting Yao Wang Valley only periodically. I feigned ignorance, hoping to spend more time in your company. Upon hearing this, Yi Hanyan fell silent, surprised by the revelation. In comparison to her sister, she had indeed spent far too little time with her disciple, failing to fulfill her responsibilities as a master. A softness entered Yi Hanyan's cold gaze as she gently spoke. I have been in seclusion for 3 years and missed your coming-of-age ceremony. If there is any gift you desire, do not hesitate to let your master know. Guan replied with a smile. Master, the best gift you could bestow upon your disciple would be to expel the fire and cold poison from your body, ensuring your health and safety. As he spoke, he teased lightly. After all, your strength is the foundation of my confidence in traversing Dali, and his crimson lips curved upwards. Evidently amused, she lightly shook her head, stating, You may forego the gift, but as your master, I cannot refrain from giving it. Since you have yet to express a desire, I shall keep it for you. Whenever you have made up your mind, inform me, and I shall fulfill your wish, as long as it is within my power. Gu En's eyes sparkled. According to his master's words, this was tantamount to a wish-granting opportunity. However, a sudden coughing fit overtook Yen, her delicate frame swaying precariously. This scene shattered the joy that had just begun to bloom in Guan's heart. He hurriedly supported Yi Hanyan, exclaiming, Master, are you all right? Your condition is merely an old ailment, she replied weakly, wiping the sweat from her brow. At that moment, the enchanting voice of Shui Wunyao echoed. Earlier, she was so enraged by you and your rather large-haired aunt that she fainted from anger. The fire-cold poison has since spread to her internal organs, and she has now fallen to the 7th realm. The potency of the fire-cold poison is formidable, and her 6th realm prowess is insufficient to suppress it. If this continues, her life may be in grave danger. Gu En's body stiffened, his expression darkening. In her prime, Yikan was a peak existence at the 7th realm. Few could threaten her, not even in the vast expanse of Donghua. It was inconceivable that she had been so tormented by the fire-cold poison. He and Aunt Lu had been completely misled by Yikan's previous calm demeanor, believing that while the poison was difficult to eradicate, it would not endanger her life. Shui Wunyao calmly stated, You need not blame yourself excessively. Even if today had not transpired, she would have fallen within a month. Guan's heart weighed heavily. Master, with your immense abilities, is there no way to cure her? The fire-cold poison is trivial. There are many remedies. However, at present, there is only one solution for you, Shui Wunyao replied. The insights you glean from the Yu Wang Valley's inheritance stone may stabilize her condition and prevent further deterioration. Upon hearing this, Guan assisted Yan to the bed, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Master, I may have a way to suppress your ailment." "What did you say?" Yan thought she had misheard. The fire-cold poison had her at its mercy, and the thought of bowing to that insufferable woman was unbearable. Guan produced a stone, explaining, "Disciple has comprehended a set of secret medical techniques from it, known as the reverse fate 13 needles. When all 13 needles are employed, they possess the power to defy fate. My primal energy has been restored thanks to this, but with my current cultivation, I can only execute 4 needles at most, and I cannot be certain of their efficacy in alleviating your condition. The inheritance stone could only be held by the master or successor of the Yu Wang Valley." Given his sister's indulgence toward Gu, and was not surprised that the stone had come into his possession. What astonished her was that such a young man had fathomed the inheritance that generations of the Yu Wang Valley had failed to unravel. Let's try, she decided, treating this as a last resort, though she did not believe that a mere third-realm cultivator could resolve the fire-cold poison that had bested her. Guan scratched his neck, his expression shy. "Master, could you please remove your clothing?" "Yi Hanyan." Guan's gaze wandered, unable to meet Yi's eyes. "With my current abilities, I cannot accurately perform the needlework through clothing." Yian instinctively thought to refuse, but considering that such a refusal might hurt her disciple's feelings, she hesitated. Moreover, what if it truly proved useful? Eventually, she feigned composure and removed her outer garment, stating, "This undergarment should suffice, yes?" Chapter 11. Get off the bed and speak on your knees. "No, that's not necessary." Guan's face flushed, his innocence reminiscent of a naive youth. Observing this, Yian let out a sigh of relief. This was her final boundary. If she were to remove even her undergarment, what face would she have left to confront her disciple? Thump, thump, thump. Guan's heart raced uncontrollably. The figure of his master was in stark contrast to her cool exterior, being voluptuous and alluring. Yian was well aware of this, and typically donned loose robes to obscure her curvaceous form from prying eyes. "Disciple is about to begin the needlework. Please bear with me, as the initial insertion may cause some discomfort." As he gazed at his master's smooth back, Guan's hand trembled with the silver needle, his gaze inadvertently drifting lower, lingering on her delicate waist. "I do not fear pain. Proceed with the needlework." His voice trembled, and her clenched fists betrayed her anxiety. This situation was undeniably embarrassing. Guan was no longer the innocent child he had once been. Though Guan's heart raced with trepidation, he dared not delay for too long. Fearing that his master might become enraged and discipline him, he pinpointed the acupuncture points and precisely inserted the silver needle. After 2 needles, he was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat. The reverse fate 13 needles were not merely about the act of piercing. They required complete concentration, channeling internal spiritual energy to resonate with the forces of nature. Each insertion was mentally taxing. Having already reached his limit with 3 needles, he was uncertain of his capability to perform a 4th. "Master, I need a moment to recover my energy." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed something amiss with Yi Hanyan. Her pristine form trembled, emanating a chilling aura. Guan understood that the reverse fate 13 needles were beginning to take effect, releasing the accumulated cold poison within her. Yi Hanyan, in a state of blurred consciousness, instinctively sought warmth. She suddenly embraced Guan, her hands tightly encircling his waist. Her cheek pressed against his chest, breathing heavily with dazed eyes. "Cold, so cold. Master, you cannot entertain any inappropriate thoughts." Guan quickly succumbed to the cold, his cultivation insufficient to withstand the released chill, which froze the sweat on his body into icy crystals, rendering his blood sluggish. Fortunately, the cold dissipated swiftly, and Yi Hanyan regained her clarity. She released Guan, her face behind the veil flushed, and she shyly asked, "Guan, are you all right?" "I did not mean to." Guan rubbed his arms, trembling. "It's fine, let's continue." Anna's voice was barely audible as she nodded gently. Guan hesitated momentarily. The final needle must be inserted from the front. "All right." Yi Hanyan turned to face her disciple, her eyelashes fluttering. Her flushed face resembled the rosy dawn against the snow, captivatingly beautiful, though the veiling fabric obscured much of her allure. Yet, the deep crimson hue at her ears and the flirtatious glimmer in her eyes left Guan spellbound. Typically, his master wore a stern expression, But this bashful and timid demeanor was unprecedented. He was grateful that she was flustered, averting her gaze. Otherwise, she might have noticed the way he was staring. Guin took several deep breaths, continually reminding himself that such a reaction was unwarranted. In his past life, he had seen countless images of beautiful women in bikinis. He had nothing to be ashamed of. Moreover, he had seen his master in an unadorned state before, during a rare occasion when, at the insistence of Aunt Lu, they all bathed together in a hot spring. Who could have imagined that within his youthful form resided the soul of an adult man? That day, he had feasted his eyes upon his master. Yet, upon introspection, he knew that he could not wholly blame himself for this situation. It was entirely due to the underdevelopment of my vocal cords at that time that I was unable to speak. Otherwise, I would have firmly and justly refused. Noticing the heavy panting of my disobedient disciple, Yihan raised her head, forcing her expression into a stern one, and coldly inquired, "Have you rested well?" Guin, caught red-handed, felt his heart leap into his throat, realizing he was surely doomed this time. To his surprise, the usually aloof master unexpectedly displayed a remarkable understanding. "This is a normal reaction for a man. I do not blame you. However, if you continue to dawdle." The unspoken words lingered in the air, accompanied by a disdainful snort that brimmed with threats. Yihan was acutely aware of her allure to men. Guin, merely a young man not long into adulthood, was indeed peculiar for maintaining composure in the face of her near-naked form. The master's frosty, authoritative gaze served as the finest remedy, swiftly curing Gu and of his lascivious thoughts, allowing him to focus all his energy on delivering the final needle. The fourth needle was to be placed beneath the exquisitely delicate collarbone of his master. As the silver needle pierced her flawless body, it astonishingly dissolved and evaporated in an instant. Subsequently, the searing heat of the poison incinerated her garments, revealing Yihan's immaculate form that had never been seen by a man before, fully laid bare before Guin. The once icy Yihan now turned pale with fright, her legs instinctively closing together, hands desperately shielding her chest. Faced with this sudden embarrassment, she, like any ordinary woman, lost her composure, instinctively covering up and scolding, "Impudent disciple, close your eyes at once. Do you wish to die?" Guin, filled with trepidation, feared that Yihan might become enraged and lecture him on propriety. "Master, please allow me a chance to explain." Yihan glared at him, raised her delicate foot, and kicked him away. "Scoundrel, get off the bed and kneel while you speak." Chapter 12. Who is the seductive vixen leading you astray? Calming herself, Yihan conjured a magnificent gown with her spiritual energy, restoring her icy demeanor. With her cold, piercing gaze, she looked down upon Gu and demanding speak. Was it intentional or unintentional? "Master, I am unjustly accused. This is my first time treating you for the fire-cold poison. How could I have foreseen such an incident?" Gu lamented, kneeling on the ground, for he could not predict the future. "You insolent wretch, do you wish for another chance?" At this declaration, Yihan felt an inkling of guilt, her eyes flickering uncertainly. The 13 needles of reversal indeed could suppress the fire-cold poison, and if all went well, she would need to seek his treatment again. Contemplating this, Yihan's embarrassment transformed into rage as she sternly questioned, "Wretched disciple, what did you see just now?" "I saw nothing." Guin vehemently shook his head. Suppressing her fury, Yihan coldly articulated, "Forget the scene you just witnessed. Do you understand?" Guin nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, Master, I promise to forget everything." Upon hearing this, Yihan's fury escalated, the temperature around them plummeting. "If you saw nothing, what is there to forget?" Guin was momentarily stunned, astonished that someone like his master would employ such tactics. He had indeed glimpsed her revealed form. No matter how swiftly she concealed herself, she could not outpace a man's instinct. Yihan trembled with anger, her chest rising and falling, pointing a finger at Guin. "You disobedient disciple." While Yihan wielded her cunning, he would not remain passive. He stared blankly at her face. "Mistress, you have misunderstood. I was referring to your visage." The ethereal beauty concealed beneath her veil captivated all of his attention, leaving no room for anything else. He flatteringly remarked, "If it weren't for you always shrouding your face in light veils, how could the most beautiful woman of Dongwang possibly be overshadowed by that old hag of a queen?" The veil that had previously adorned her had been consumed by the flames, unveiling an extraordinarily beautiful face. With willow-like brows reminiscent of spring waters and cold eyes akin to the stars, her exquisite bones exuding a captivating aura. He was instantly entranced by her celestial appearance. And it was entirely reasonable. Yan fell silent for a moment, her gaze deep. I am older than the queen. Gu's heart sank. He had inadvertently flattered her inappropriately. Yan, flustered, pretended to be weary as she rubbed her temples and waved her hand. Begone. I wish to find some peace of mind and do not wish to see you, disobedient disciple. Master, please take care of yourself. If you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. Gu eagerly wished to make his escape. The room fell into a chilling silence, and Yan furrowed her brow in distress. How absurd. The first man to see my body is actually my own disciple. How will I face others as a mentor after such an ambiguous incident? As Gu walked along the path of the Wangfu, he sighed repeatedly. Previously, when his master learned of his extraordinary talent and the potential for redemption, she had affectionately called him Shaoan, her smile never fading. After witnessing his nakedness, her demeanor transformed entirely. She now referred to him as disobedient disciple and wretched disciple, frequently scolding him. How had the scene of benevolent mentorship devolved into this in less than half an hour? He felt he would never be able to escape the label of disobedient disciple. The exertion of performing the 4 needles had left Gu quite famished, and his stomach protested loudly. He chuckled to himself. Aunt Lu must have prepared the meal by now. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyun lay on the bed, her face buried in the pillow, her fragrant shoulders trembling slightly. Indeed, she had not prepared any food, having been crying the whole time. Though she had been entirely open with Gu, he had concealed so much from her. The thought of this made her feel wronged and on the verge of tears. She cherished Gu, favoring him in every matter. Yet this heartless little ingrate had repaid her in such a manner. Aunt Lu, are you in there? Gu called out, searching until he finally found her. Lu Xingyun hurriedly wiped her tears and opened the door. I encountered a bit of trouble, which delayed me. I will cook now. Upon seeing Lu Xingyun's red and swollen eyes, Gu assumed that his master had been harsh with her, leaving her feeling aggrieved. Thus, he remarked, Master likely will not come for lunch. Lu Xingyun replied with a disinterested brushing past him. This cold demeanor from Aunt Lu was unprecedented for Gu. He felt quite unaccustomed to it, but thought little of it, believing she was merely feeling low and did not wish to talk. Half an hour later, a feast of delectable dishes was served at the table. Lu Xingyun remained silent, consuming drink after drink. The atmosphere grew somewhat desolate. Gu took a large bite of meat and cheerfully declared, Aunt Lu, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. If I could eat only your cooking for a lifetime, I would never tire of it. Lu Xingyun's lips curled into a slight smile, yet it quickly faded, and she huffed in annoyance, turning her head away from Gu and to continue drinking alone. She had silently vowed not to speak a single word to this ungrateful little wretch today, or show him any kindness. Could it be that Aunt Lu was angry with me? Gu realized too late. Lu Xingyun, who had a low tolerance for alcohol, was now slightly tipsy. Her exquisite face flushed, and her beautiful eyes shimmering with a captivating glimmer. Gu moved his chair closer to hers, grasping her wrist. Aunt Lu, do not drink anymore. I was in the wrong. I apologize for concealing my cultivation from you. He remained resolute, and, as he softened his tone, Lu Xingyun, filled with grievances, erupted. You may not have mentioned your cultivation, but how could you keep matters concerning women from me? Gu blinked in bewilderment. After his master learned of his ability to cultivate, she had not brought up the matter of his lost essence. Why was Aunt Lu so concerned? Is it not a case of misplaced priorities? Lu Xingyun, sniffing, lowered her head and sobbed. You are betrothed. How can you engage with other women? At that moment, Gu found himself a loss for words, for her aggrieved expression might have led one to believe that Lu Yi was indeed his fiancée. To be honest, Louis's words were beyond his comprehension. As the future king of the North, was it not entirely normal to have multiple wives? After all, how else could he ensure the continuation of the Gu family's lineage? While he considered himself not to be a man of frivolous affections, he could not guarantee that he would love but one person throughout his life in such a world. Moreover, the fiancé Louis spoke of was someone he had yet to even meet, lacking any emotional foundation. Lu Xingyun trembled. her delicate frame quaking as she choked back tears. Your mother, though gentle by nature, cannot abide any infidelity in matters of the heart. She once declared that should your father even dare to touch another woman, she would vanish without a trace. A woman so devoted would surely not find peace in the afterlife upon discovering that I had nurtured her son into a fickle libertine. Having laid the groundwork for her anger, she boldly pressed on with her accusations. Little on, tell Lu, did that seductive vixen entice you away and whisper sweet nothings to keep you from your aunt? Gu on, bemused, replied, what nonsense are you imagining? That is simply not the case. It certainly must be. Lu Xingyun's tears brimmed in her eyes, her charming nose scrunching up like a forsaken bride. You must have someone you fancy, which is why you deem your aunt insignificant. You are hiding so much. At that moment, Xue Werao's sultry voice chimed in. Your little aunt has spun an elaborate tale. Perhaps her last statement reveals the true source of her sorrow. She fears that another woman holds a greater place in your heart than she does. Chapter 13. You are a charming yet untrustworthy man. Is the implication that Lu Yi is concerned I might neglect her should I develop feelings for another girl? The onlooker sees clearly, while the participant is often blinded. Guan suddenly understood, thanks to the insight of his ghostly mentor. Indeed, this girl possesses a strong sense of possessiveness and is quite meddlesome. Those aware would think she were your little wife. Xue Rao, with her languorous timbre, teased, to my eyes, you might as well marry her. Your ample aunt is clearly of good breeding and would perfectly serve to continue the Gu lineage. Once married, she would no longer need to worry about your affections waning. You would surely embrace her daily, making it a win-win situation. Guan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Master, you jest once more. Lu Yi is recognized as my mother's sister, and there is a generational gap. Huh, hypocritical, Xue Wurao retorted. And I am not of a different generation? How dare you touch my leg? Guan, Xue Wurao continued to tempt. Just a recognized sister, not a blood relative. She paused, then added, besides. I recall that when your mother learned she was expecting a boy, she entertained the thought of marrying her sister to her son. Really? Guan exclaimed, the words slipping out before he could suppress them. He then hastily concealed the hidden turmoil within his heart. Master, cease your wild imaginings. How could you know my mother's thoughts? I am in a deep slumber, not dead. Xue Wurao muttered in dissatisfaction. Explaining, when the soul-nurturing jade was with your mother, I occasionally awoke and overheard her musing that Ling Yun's gentle nature and beauty made her the perfect match for you. You must have been confused and misheard. Guan dismissed her ghostly claims with skepticism. The ghostly mentor boasted of her unmatched prowess, yet when she spun tales, she did so with unwavering conviction, as if they were entirely true. Had he not witnessed her reduced to mere remnants of her former self, he might have been inclined to believe her. Could one truly be invincible, yet still be vanquished? Was it akin to the novels of his past life, where celestial beings descended? Feeling uneasy, he realized his aunt had struck a nerve. Observing Gu's silence, Lu Xingyun assumed she had uncovered the truth. Tears, as large as beans, cascaded down her cheeks, and through her sobs, she lamented, You ungrateful child, you have been in the capital for merely 3 years. And for a woman you scarcely know, you abandoned the one who has cared for you for over a decade. Louis, please do not cry. It is not as you think. Guan flustered, perceiving the fragile beauty of Lu Yi weeping like a rain-soaked flower, felt as if he had indeed wronged her. Then what is it you say? Lu Xingyun wiped her tears, her speech halting. Understanding her concerns, Guan answered directly, Lu Yi, you have nurtured and raised me, providing the best of everything for over a decade, always protecting and accommodating me. To me, you are more important than life itself. No matter the circumstances, I will always place you first. No one else can compare to you. Now, that is more like it. Lu Xingyun's tears transformed into a smile. She knew that little On would never distance himself from her for another woman. She was the most important person in his heart. No other temptress could rival her. With this thought, Lu Xingyun produced a recording stone. Repeat those previous words for me, so I may record them. What? Guan's mouth gaped in astonishment. Should your future wife enter the Gu household and dare to oppose your aunt, I will produce this recording to remind her who holds the authority in this home. Lu Xingyun, with a hint of pride, declared, whether a wealthy heiress or a royal princess, they must bow and pay their respects to me. My bond with Little On is not something any newcomer can rival. Guan, resigned, repeated his earlier, somewhat sentimental words. The most important? It seems I cannot compare to her, Xue Rao interjected with a hint of jealousy. You are equally essential, sharing the top spot. Guan smiled in an effort to appease. I am merely trying to cheer Lui. To claim she is the singular most important person would be quite inappropriate. Xue Rao sighed. I see, you are but a smooth-talking scoundrel, speaking sweetly to each person and ghost alike. Guan twitched his lips, disregarding the teasing remarks of his ghostly mentor. He turned to Lu Xingyun, who had a few strands of hair clinging to her forehead. Her nose was reddened, her eyelids swollen, and her delicate lips trembled slightly, her face still marked by tears. Guan instinctively raised his hand to wipe away her tears and smooth her hair, but halted, realizing such an action might be inappropriate. Instead, he scratched his nose and chuckled. Lu Yi, if you do not dry your tears soon, you will look like a little flower cat. It is no wonder they say women are made of water. Your tears flow as if an endless stream resides within you. Truly, it resonates with that saying, flowing like clouds and water. Lu Xingyun blushed to her ears and hastily wiped away her tears, playfully shoving Guan. Who are you calling a little flower cat? How rude. Guan grinned brightly. Lu Yi, once you tidy up, you will look far better than before. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyun glared with her unthreatening eyes and said sternly, Are you implying that I look ugly when I cry? Guan, possessing a slight talent for flattery, immediately praised. Lu Yi, you look lovely when you cry, even more so when you smile. In my eyes, no matter how you present yourself, you far surpass any other woman. Lu Xingyun confidently gazed at the beautiful woman before her and scoffed. Of course, if I weren't beautiful. How could you have been so captivated by me from the moment you were born? You even forgot to cry. Guan, upon entering this world, did not first behold his mother, but rather the exquisite woman before him, whose tears evoked profound sympathy and heartache. At that instant, he was awestruck, pondering how such beauty could exist in the world. Her natural visage could easily outshine all the internet celebrities and stars who relied on beauty filters. However, tragedy struck when this stunning woman, seeing that he did not cry, feared he might suffocate and began to pat his little bottom incessantly. Reluctantly, he had to feign loud cries. In Chapter 14, Guan felt an emotional stir as he kissed Lu Yi. Xiaoan, your master said that I am a crybaby. You mustn't take it to heart. I am not that kind of person. She is maligning me. Having set her mind at ease, Lu Xingyun cleared her throat and began to uphold her image as an elder. Yet, even she felt a twinge of embarrassment at her own words. After all, she had wept once in front of Guan in the prison, then again during a quarrel with her sister, and later, she had secretly cried in her boudoir, which Guan had discovered. Just moments ago, she had wept once more. In less than a day, she had cried 4 times, making her claim of not being a crybaby somewhat unconvincing. Feeling somewhat guilty, she worried Guan might not believe her and quickly added, I just cried a few times today. You have never seen me shed a single tear before, have you? In her youth, she had indeed been a little crybaby, as her sister had said, but ever since adopting Guan, she felt she had matured, rarely shedding tears, and in recent years, she hadn't cried at all. Guan, lying effortlessly, nodded, I believe you, Lu Yi. Xiaoan, let me tell you, I only made some concessions because she is my sister. When I was young, I was not at all intimidated by your master. Lu Yi still felt a twinge of unease and recounted past events, hoping to redeem her image. In the past, I was much braver than you. Once, after being angered by your master, I ventured out for several years to prove myself. As she reminisced, a smile graced Lu Yi's face, her voice softening. It was during this time that I met your mother. After enduring hardships together, we became sworn sisters. Later, when your mother faced tragedy on the battlefield, she entrusted you to me. Upon reaching this point, Lu Xingyun began to boast, I brought you back to the valley, claiming you were my illegitimate son. Your aunt nearly lost her mind when she saw me with a plump little boy. Guan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, his toes curling in discomfort. Lu Yi, how can you recount such an embarrassing tale so flamboyantly? Does your master know? He added sarcastically. Just because you have a story to tell doesn't mean I have no childhood memories. The truth he understood was entirely different from Lu Yi's version. It seemed that his master had been furious and had cast Lu Yi out of the home in a fit of anger. Lu Yi, weak and helpless, had set out with her belongings, glancing back every few steps, tears streaming as she hoped her sister would soften her heart and allow her to return home. On her first venture into the world, she was naive and unaware of its perils, and within days, she was swindled out of her money. When she tried to confront the wrongdoers, she mistakenly targeted the wrong person. In her rage, she fought back but was easily overpowered and chased away. Ultimately, it was his mother who came to her rescue and sorted out the troubles. The claim of being an unwed mother was indeed true. It was merely that Lu harbored grievances and blurted out in a moment of bravado. Subsequently, she paid a heavy price, receiving a severe beating from her master and being forced to kneel before her parents' spirit tablets, reciting a letter of repentance while weeping for over 10 days. It was during this time that Guan realized Lu had a condition for losing control of her tears. She could indeed cry. Even the legendary Meng Jiangnu would have to concede defeat. While most people would dry their tears after a day or two, or even after a few hours, for her, half a month was not the limit. It was merely the end of her punishment. Guan refrained from exposing the beautiful tale Lu had spun for herself, gazing gently at her. Louis, I was wrong to keep some things from you. Today, I will reveal all my secrets. Xue Wao interjected in surprise. Are you planning to disclose the matter of cultivating demonic techniques? Someone whom the entire world believes to be wrong, yet stands by my side. I think there is nothing I need to hide from her, Guan replied. Moreover, unlike my master, with her assistance, my clandestine endeavors can proceed far more smoothly. Inside the Yang Suanyu, Xue Wurao's red lips curled into a playful smile. It seems you have been touched by her words. Then, adopting a more serious tone, she added, if there ever comes a day when the entire world turns against you, I will not stand by your side, for I shall eliminate them on your behalf. Guan initially intended to dismiss her as boasting, but what came out instead was, I too will do the same. After speaking, he felt quite foolish and overly dramatic, questioning why they should both choose to oppose the world. Xue Wurao stroked her chin. If I do not say so, in terms of momentum, compared to your little aunt, wouldn't it appear that I am at a disadvantage? Very well. My master remains as whimsical as ever, despite the brief moment of sentiment. Secrets? Lu Yi's eyes brightened with curiosity. Is this something even my sister does not know? Your master is unaware. Guan smiled. Lu Yi, follow me. I will take you to a place. All right. Lu Yi sprang to her feet, but under the influence of alcohol, she stumbled and fell. Guan, quick to react, caught her around the waist, pulling her voluptuous form into his embrace. In a state of weightlessness, one instinctively seeks support. Lu Yi's arms wrapped around Guan's neck. Their eyes met, sparking an atmosphere laden with unspoken tension. Their heartbeats quickening in unison. Soaked in alcohol, Lu Yi's dewy cherry lips, mingling with the scent of liquor and her subtle fragrance, tantalized Guan's fragile nerves. He felt an overwhelming urge to lean down and kiss her. In 2 lifetimes, Lu Yi was but a few years his senior, and, if not for the constraints of this existence, she would be his ideal partner for life. At that moment, he fervently wished he had also indulged in some wine earlier, for then, if he were to kiss her, he would have an excuse afterward. Sensing Guan's heavy breathing, Lu Yi's heart raced, her instincts telling her that Xiaoan harbored feelings for her and wished to kiss her. Previously, in the dungeon, Xiaoan had taken advantage of her. In truth, Lu Yi was aware that Guan was fabricating tales about the dungeon. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of blood, attracting blood flies. However, as a formidable cultivator of the 6th realm, low-tier demonic beasts would dare not approach her, let alone land upon her. What should I do if Xiaoan truly kisses me? How should I refuse? Should I slap him directly? Or, in Chapter 15, Lu Yi thought, it is all the fault of the wine and this little rogue. Guan's mind was a blank slate, unsure of what he was doing. He merely followed the primal desires of man, yearning to kiss the woman's luscious lips. As their lips drew nearer, he could already sense Lu Yi's fragrant breath brushing against his face. Just then, Xue Wurao's voice urged, do not overthink it. If you wish to kiss her, do so. I know you have long admired her. I haven't. I am not. You're talking nonsense. Guan jolted, vehemently denying the accusation. In an instant, his nose brushed against Lu Xingyun's, exhaling warm breath upon the delicate ear of the woman nestled in his arms. Annie, what troubles you? Have you perhaps indulged too much in wine and feel a bit dizzy? Guan's deep, soothing voice resonated. Lu Xingyun hastily pushed him away, her cheeks flushed. Her gaze lowered as her fingertips pressed against her temples. Annie may be slightly intoxicated. I felt a bit dazed just now and nearly stumbled. If Auntie is unwell, I shall inform you of the matters tomorrow, if that pleases you. Gu felt a pang of guilt. It was as if a solitary man and woman were caught in a clandestine affair, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a third party, causing his fervent heart to chill instantly, leaving him in a state of unease. Oh dear, it seems I have inadvertently complicated matters, Shui Mu Rao mused, her slender fingers twirling around her white hair. Her initial intention was to give her apprentice a gentle push, hoping to hasten their kiss, but instead, her good intentions had led to a misadventure. Auntie is fine. You may go now. Lu Xingyan lightly pressed her ruby lips together, despite feeling utterly embarrassed. She yearned to uncover Gu and secrets. Very well. Gu turned to lead the way. Along the path, his mind was restless, still savoring the enchanting allure of Aunt Lu. Lu Xingyan shared in this sentiment, taking small steps, her emotions tumultuous. She covered her ample bosom, heart racing. Thankfully, nothing untoward transpired. Otherwise, how would they coexist in the future? Lu Xingyan patted her flushed cheeks and glanced at the tall figure ahead. Feeling a surge of anxiety, had she inadvertently given Gu the wrong impression by not rejecting him immediately? It was all the wine's fault. It had dulled her reflexes. Upon reaching the chamber's secluded hall, Gu rotated a vase, revealing the entrance to the basement, which he opened with a click. Upon entering, the scene that unfolded stunned Lu Xingyan, banishing all chaotic thoughts from her mind. Before her lay a pool of glaring, crimson liquid, blood. Gu had constructed a vast blood pool here. Above the pool dangled a man and woman, their hands bound, suspended in midair. They were gagged, their bodies marred by grotesque injuries, clearly having suffered inhumane treatment. Xiao, what on earth is happening? Lu Xingyan instinctively covered her mouth, gasping in horror. This pair are the offspring of Wu Ho. A few days ago, they lured me to the outskirts with murderous intent, but I countered and captured them. Gu recounted matter-of-factly. Lu Xingyan, still in shock, murmured, "And the blood?" A strange red glimmer flickered in Gu's eyes as he slowly raised his hand, causing streams of blood to flow into his body. The demonic technique I practice requires blood as sustenance. This is how I have restored my foundation and swiftly ascended to the third realm. Xiao, you have joined the blood-killing hall? This cannot be. Lu Xingyan's complexion paled as she spoke anxiously. The blood-refining technique is extremely perilous. A single misstep could lead to madness and death. Hearing this, Gu felt warmth in his heart. Aunt Lu, upon learning of his practice of demonic arts, expressed concern for his safety rather than questioning him. He turned to the anxious Lu Xingyan, softly reassuring her, "Rest assured, the technique I cultivate is not comparable to those of the blood-killing hall. It bears minimal side effects. You must demonstrate your demonic powers to me." Lu Xingyan, as the heir of Yaowang Valley, was well-versed in medicine and wished to examine the potential hazards of Gu's demonic practice. Gu's expression became slightly uneasy. This method does not harm a body, but it amplifies some darker thoughts. I fear I might act disrespectfully towards you. Auntie, perhaps we should postpone? The blood-killing technique nourishes the body with blood, while the accumulated blood evil within can influence one's mind. When one achieves a profound understanding of the swallowing heaven demonic art, even the blood evil can be completely devoured, thus nullifying the side effects. Postponing is acceptable. Lu Xingyan's gaze darted away, understanding the implications of Gu's words. This young man, even in his normal state, harbored mischievous intentions towards her. If those thoughts were exacerbated, might he not wish to engage in more intimate acts? The atmosphere grew awkward, prompting Gu to stiffly shift the topic. Let us interrogate these two about their intent to kill me. He used his powers to remove the fabric from their mouths. And before he could inquire, the woman broke down in tears. "You have captured us here, silenced us, and let others whip us for 2 days and nights without uttering a word. We have not refused to disclose the mastermind behind this. Why don't you ask us?" Gu was taken aback, asking who instigated you. In truth, he had only intended to torment them for a day, but last night, he had been pinned down by the Empress, and the subordinates had not received orders to cease, thus continuing their whipping. Wu Yu's beautiful features were now soiled, trembling as she spoke. "If we divulge, will you release us?" She, being the noble daughter of Wu Ho, was accustomed to being revered and obeyed. She was still young, with countless beautiful days ahead, and she did not wish to die quietly in this filthy place. Guan maintained a calm demeanor, replying coolly, "That depends on whether you possess sufficient value to live." Wu Yu's brother, Wu Zhe, barked threateningly, "We know your secret regarding the demonic arts. Why should we believe you want to kill us to silence us? Trusting me is your only path to survival." Guan, with his handsome visage and flowing white attire, resembled a gentleman of the world. How could such a person be untrustworthy? Wu Yu reassured herself, taking a deep breath. "Very well, I will tell you. The one who instigated us is..." Chapter 16. The Empress. "You are quite difficult to summon." Gu Tianxing. The siblings spoke in unison, revealing the answer. Upon hearing this name, Lu Xingyun furrowed her brow. This individual was the son of Gu An's uncle, who had managed the fief of the North King during Gu An's absence. She glanced at Guan, noting his calm expression, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. Wu Yu explained, "Gu Tianxing believes that by eliminating you, the position of North King will belong to his father, making him the heir." This answer was anticipated. In the capital, aside from him, Guan could scarcely think of anyone else who would harbor hostility towards him. Guan chuckled lightly. "This alone does not suffice to grant you mercy." Wu Yu gritted her teeth. "If you release me, I can prove my worth." Guan raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and commanded, "Release her." "Yes." An elderly figure appeared in the basement. "Wangbo, why are you here?" Lu Xingyun exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing the housekeeper of the Wang residence. Guan placed his hand on Lu Xingyun's shoulder, whispering, "I will explain later." Upon being released, Wu Yu quickly wiped the dirt from her face, striving to present herself more attractively. Then, adopting the demeanor of a servant, she crawled to Gu An's feet, raising her arms toward his waistband, attempting to undress him. "Young master, I am willing to do anything for you." "Shameless woman, what do you intend to do?" Lu Xingyun reacted instinctively, seemingly aware of Wu Yu's intentions, and angrily kicked her aside. Wu Yu crashed heavily against the wall, sliding down to the floor, spitting blood. Already weakened, she now tilted her head, rolling her eyes as if nearing death. Guan was astonished by Lu Xingyun's fierce reaction. "Annie, why are you so agitated?" I. Lu Xingyun's face turned crimson, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. To voice her true feelings would only confirm her lewd reputation. The noble ladies in the capital had always been on good terms with her, and some were known for their lasciviousness, speaking indiscreetly, under the influence of her surroundings. Despite her pure and untainted form, her heart had long been sullied, filled with understanding beyond her years. At this moment, Wu Yu took a deep breath, her pallid lips parting to emit a trembling voice. "Your Highness, I harbor no ill intentions." Seemingly struggling to express herself, she rephrased, "I am Gu Tianxing's woman. Henceforth, you may toy with me at will, unleashing your desire for vengeance upon him through me." Under the fierce gaze of Aunt Lu, Guan shook his head in refusal. "I apologize. I have no interest in such a method of revenge, nor do I have any interest in you." Lu Xingyun, hands on her hips and brimming with arrogance, declared, "My dear aunt's fiancé is none other than the Princess Yongle, one of the three beauties of the imperial capital. A lowly creature like you could never catch his eye." At that moment, in a desperate bid for survival, Wu Zhe revealed a shocking piece of information. "Your Highness, the one Gu Tianxing truly loves is me. He is my man. Spare my life, and I shall act as your informant, assisting you in dealing with him." Guan, caught off guard, nearly choked on his words. The implications of her declaration were heavy. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Wu Yu exclaimed, her face pale with shock. Wu Zhe scoffed derisively. "Do you genuinely believe he has feelings for you? His proximity to you serves only to facilitate his dealings with the Wu family and to be with me." Hearing this, Wu Yu's complexion turned ashen, her delicate frame trembling with fury. It was no wonder Gu Tianxing rarely touched her. Even their intimate encounters were hasty affairs. She had presumed him to be a man of fleeting desires, only to realize that she was merely a facade for his concealed inclinations, a tool for his clandestine liaisons with her brother. How foolish she had been to degrade herself for such a man. On the brink of death, Wu Yu's rage consumed her. Before Guan could act, she rolled her eyes back and succumbed to the shock inflicted by her own man and brother. Witnessing this, Guan, standing in moral superiority, remarked to Wu Zhe, "To ensure your sister departs with her eyes closed, it is best you join her." Wu Zhe stared wide-eyed, shouting in indignation, "You liar! From the very beginning, you never intended for us to leave alive." Guan waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor calm. Uncle Wang, kindly take care of their remains and frame it as the work of Shui Shadian. With that, he turned his back and departed with Aunt Lu. His cousin was inherently suspicious. Their sudden appearance after a prolonged absence would only raise his doubts. The optimal course of action was to lead Gu Tianxing to believe they had perished before the assassination attempt, thus avoiding any alarm and allowing him the opportunity to eliminate Gu Tianxing. Outside, dust began to settle. Guan and Lu Xingyun stood side by side, gazing at the emerging moon, softly reminiscing about the past. Years ago, my father and mother fell victim to my uncle's treachery. Their entire family was lost, and, theoretically, the position of a Northtown king should have been passed to my uncle Gu Tianxing. In his quest for the throne, Gu Tianxing leaked military secrets, leading to my father's defeat and grievous injuries. Seizing the opportunity, he assassinated my father. Initially, Gu Tianxing intended to eliminate both my mother and me while she was pregnant. To protect me, my mother penned a letter of farewell. Its contents remain unknown to me, but it surely contained directives for me to relinquish the position of Northtown king to my uncle. With the Northtown king deceased, the royal family had the potential to reclaim titles and territories, not guaranteeing transfer to another lineage. To secure his plans, Gu Tianxing compromised, sparing my life, yet destroying my foundation for cultivation, rendering me unfit to lead a fiefdom to ensure minimal deviation from his scheme. Over the years, my uncle treated me with great kindness. Had I been unable to cultivate, I might have remained oblivious to his true nature and could have indeed complied with my mother's wishes to relinquish the throne. Regrettably, Gu Tianxing's meticulously crafted plan still bore flaws. From birth, I possessed an innate awareness. Consequently, in recent years, I have remained exceedingly discreet in my cultivation. Firstly, to avoid provoking my uncle into taking drastic measures, for after all, a direct attack is easily evaded, yet a concealed strike is perilous. Secondly, my clandestine practice of dark arts and gathering of resources require discretion. As for Gu Tianxing, his actions were undoubtedly unilateral. My uncle held my mother's succession letter, and prior to his refusal, there was no reason for him to contemplate murder. It can only be said that this cunning old fox is astutely calculating, even concealing the truth from his own son. Had Gu Tianxing been aware that his father had long coveted the throne, he would never have orchestrated an assassination attempt. Guan recounted the events in broad strokes. Naturally, the one who uncovered the truth was my mother's confidant, Uncle Wang. My innate awareness is something I do not intend to share with Aunt Lu. Otherwise, recalling our childhood interactions would be exceedingly awkward. Everything was handled as the young master commanded regarding the siblings. Uncle Wang emerged from the basement, affirming Gu An's assertions. The revelation of his true nature left Lu Xingyun in turmoil. Observing the scene, Uncle Wang expressed understanding. Upon learning the truth himself, he had felt similarly. Later, the young master revealed a conversation only he and the Wang Fei knew, which solidified his belief in the young master's reincarnation as a formidable being. I shall inform my sister of this matter, allowing her to avenge Lin Jie. Lu Xingyun seethed, her teeth clenched. She had always wondered why Lin Jie was monitored so closely during her impending labor. It was to prevent her from disclosing the truth to others. No, this cannot reach Master's ears. Guan replied solemnly, this vengeance, I must exact myself. He absorbed my father's bloodline to ascend to a greater realm. I shall repay him in kind, with blood for blood. Should Master intervene, she would undoubtedly deny me the opportunity to act through these dark means. There was another reason he withheld, not wishing to cause Aunt Lu distress. Given Master's current state, as long as Gu Tianxing remained within the Northtown King's territory, she would find it challenging to resolve matters. Lu Xingyun, seething with indignation, coldly remarked, this old scoundrel is allowed to live a few more years. This day shall not be long in coming. Guan replied, his gaze steely and voice low. Observing that they had clarified matters, Uncle Wang bowed, respectfully stating, Your Highness, a messenger from the palace has come once more, inviting you to enter the palace to discuss resolving misunderstandings. Having been rebuffed at noon, their return in the evening indicated the effectiveness of Master's threat, exerting considerable pressure on the Empress. Guan calmly assessed the situation, chuckling, Very well. I shall meet with that bullying old woman and see how she intends to make amends. With a tall and graceful posture, he departed with a flourish. Aunt Lu, there is no need to prepare dinner. I shall dine in the palace. He had heard that a small coastal nation recently presented an abundant offering of seafood, among which he anticipated his favorite abalone. At the gates of the palace, Gu paused. Last night, around this same hour, the Empress had summoned him, subsequently forcing him onto the phoenix bed, subjecting him to humiliation. Tonight, he would enter once more, this time as the victor. With a spring in his step and hands clasped behind his back, Gu strolled forth unimpeded. Yet, upon entering the Empress's quarters, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as several formidable men, emerging from obscurity, brandished knives at his throat. Gu Muxue, radiating a chilling intent, emerged clad in a vibrant red gown that swept the ground, sneering, "You've finally arrived. You're quite the elusive one." Chapter 17, Empress, I have been betrayed. Boy, you must have enjoyed your insults on the execution grounds, did you not? A disaster for the nation? An old hag? A worthless wretch? Gulme, continue your tirade in front of me. Gu Muxue felt a wave of exhilaration as the pent-up frustrations within her finally found an outlet, akin to capturing a keyboard warrior notorious for their vitriolic remarks online. However, before bringing Gu into his demise, it was essential to allow him a night of indulgence, further tarnishing his once unblemished form. Contemplating this, Gu Muxue felt a tinge of annoyance within her heart. Why the silence? Did you not possess the courage? Gu, feeling the weight of her gaze, was utterly bewildered. This scenario deviated from the anticipated script. Where was the promised apology? He swallowed hard, feigning composure. Your Majesty, is this your way of expressing sincerity in your apology? Apology? Gu Muxue's crimson lips curled into a sardonic smile as she glanced aside at the demure figure clad in azure. Yi, is this how you instructed him? Jie, with eyes clear as spring water, exhibited a subtle hint of amusement. Your Majesty, without such words, I fear we could not entice this esteemed young Master Gu. Gu was beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. This was evidently a trap laid for him, a banquet of doom. The Empress had no intention of offering an apology. Yet, he could not fathom why they dared act so brazenly, knowing he was a disciple of the national master. Was she truly mad? Panic surged within Gu, yet his handsome visage remained resolute, his expression frigid. What do you intend? Are you not afraid of my master's retribution? Do you truly believe that I would lower myself and admit fault to you? Gu Muxue scoffed, commanding several burly men. You lot, continue with what you left unfinished at noon. Behead him and feed his bones to the dogs. I wish to see how resilient they are. When I arrived, my master was already aware of the consequences should I fail to leave the palace. You should know what that entails. Gu blustered, raising his voice. Is your Majesty truly intent on leading us to mutual destruction? Gu Muxue's crimson gown swirled in the night breeze, resembling a flower from another realm, her unparalleled beauty radiating a haughty aura. Yihanyan, soon she will no longer be my rival. Without her protection, do you believe you still have a chance to escape the palace? A tremor coursed through Gu. The Empress seemed unshakable in her confidence. Could it be that she was already aware of his master's precarious condition? This was inconceivable. Aunt Lu was oblivious to the true situation. So how could the Empress have learned of it? Gu Muxue waved her delicate hand dismissively, her voice cool. You all may withdraw. I shall personally end this man's life to quench my hatred. With that, she drew a large blade, pressing the edge against Gu's neck. Boy, provide me with a reason to spare your life. From the moment Gu set foot in the palace, he had died countless times in her mind. With no hope of survival, she merely relished the sight of him struggling in his final moments. Had he not previously claimed this was a trivial matter? Now, she would witness the price he would pay for that supposed triviality. Seeing Gu in silence, Gu Muxue, eager to witness his disgrace, declared, Kneel before me and bow your head several times. If your attitude pleases me, perhaps I shall grant you a reprieve. Gu's brow furrowed slightly. Kneeling before his master was a matter of duty, but to do so before others would infringe upon his dignity. Moreover, he understood that the Empress merely wished to see him grovel for his life. He would not kneel, yet, in a bid to preserve his life, he softened his stance, grasping at a glimmer of hope, and began to reason. Your Majesty, having dwelled in the depths of the palace for many years, without the Emperor's company, You must feel a profound loneliness. Upon encountering a handsome man, such as myself, it is only natural to act against your better judgment. I understand your eagerness to erase my existence, to conceal this indiscretion. Enough. Gu Muxue interjected, her brows knitting in irritation, cutting him off. You believe I found you appealing? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. In her scolding, she inadvertently cast a few more glances at Guin, acknowledging that perhaps he was indeed quite handsome, not merely self-absorbed. His fair skin, perfectly proportioned lips, and striking nose, along with his captivating peach blossom eyes, could indeed enchant countless maidens. He was a strikingly elegant youth. As Gu Muxue scrutinized Guin, he too observed her. In his gaze, she possessed exquisitely defined features, a bewitching beauty, and a graceful figure, the fabric of her attire clinging closely to her noble and mature form. Golden phoenixes adorned her chest, one on either side, perfectly aligned, with their heads resting upon her voluptuous bosom, forming a pair of opulent birds. Setting aside her unreasonable and obstinate nature, the Empress was undoubtedly deserving of the title of the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness. Out of politeness, Guin discreetly admired her, his thoughts wandering to the notion that even bearing quintuplets would pose no burden to her. Guin's gaze was discreet. Gu Muxue remained oblivious to his scrutiny. Had she noticed, she might have been tempted to gouge out his eyes. Guin's expression remained cold and unyielding. Why must your majesty deceive herself? Was it not you who forcefully subdued me and violated my integrity? Gu Muxue huffed icily through her elegantly shaped nose. This was merely an error in my cultivation. Had you not breached the prohibitions and intruded upon my chamber, this incident would never have transpired. You deserve death 1,000 times over. An intrusion? Guin was nearly driven to madness by her unreasonable accusations. It was you who summoned me to the palace. How can you claim I intruded? When have I ever summoned you? Gu Muxue's cold gaze flickered with confusion. Guin turned to the azure-clad figure seated in a wheelchair, her eyes tightly shut. At that moment, Gu Muxue appeared to grasp something, abruptly turning her head, her teeth clenched. Yandere, was this all your scheme? Yandere shrugged her delicate shoulders, her hands raised in a gesture of feigned innocence. Oh dear, you've discovered my little plan. She chuckled lightly. However, I never intended to keep it hidden indefinitely. Previously, Gu Muxue had believed that Gu's transgression had sullied her purity, and in the aftermath, he showed no remorse, considering the matter trivial. Even emboldened by his status as the national master's disciple, he had shamelessly humiliated her before the capital's populace, leading her to desire his utter destruction. Guin felt that the Empress had wronged him, and now, after evading accountability, she sought to behead him. This was a situation that could not be resolved without bloodshed. Both parties harbored resentments, yet from their respective perspectives, neither was truly at fault. They should direct their ire elsewhere. Chapter 18. Empress, tonight, you shall remain. Guin, you may withdraw for now and await outside the hall. I have matters to discuss with her. Betrayed by someone she trusted, Gu Muxue suppressed her anger, opting not to act in front of outsiders. I obey, Guin replied, his mind in a daze, sensing that the Empress seemed unaware of the decree being issued. After all this, it was merely a misunderstanding. He had misdirected his ire. No wonder she despised him so intensely. As soon as Guin departed, Gu Muxue seized Yandere by the throat, fury blazing in her eyes. You had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation, otherwise. Next year on this day will mark your demise. Yandere's face flushed, struggling for breath, yet her demeanor remained annoyingly composed. Your Majesty intends to perish alongside me? At her words, Gu Muxue released her grip, her hand burned and blistered by the divine wrath that had struck her. Yandere possesses a unique constitution, endowed with the innate ability to foresee the future. However, her extraordinary gifts have incited the heavens' disdain, rendering her unable to cultivate her powers. The divine retribution that surrounds her makes her untouchable. Yet, simultaneously, she is under celestial protection. Those who harbor ill intentions towards her will invariably find themselves beset by misfortune, and harboring murderous thoughts against her could lead to dire consequences. This young woman is indeed peculiar, with various enigmatic traits that blur the line between being a favored daughter of the heavens and one who is envied by them. Yandere covered her mouth, gently coughing a few times. Due to my long-standing companionship with your highness, do you still remember? Speak plainly and spare the theatrics. Gu Muxue did not grant her a pleasant expression. I have always detested being schemed against, especially by those close to me. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, even if it means defying the will of heaven, I shall ensure you do not fare well. Yandere asserted that her immense fortune could obscure the heavenly machinations when she remained by Gu Muxue's side, alleviating the backlash from her foresight. As a form of compensation for sharing this fortune, Yandere vowed to use her prophetic abilities to assist Gu Muxue in averting calamity and achieving dominion over the realms during her lifetime. With a slight movement of her crimson lips, she spoke softly. If I wished, I could directly perceive the entirety of an ordinary person's life, even discerning the time and circumstances of their demise. For those of extraordinary fate, however, the insights I can glean diminish greatly. In your Highness's presence, my foresight is nearly rendered ineffective. Guan is the second person to evoke this sensation within me. Yandere proclaimed, Guan, like your Highness, is born to face trials, a rare and exquisite prodigy. Should he not fall from grace, he is destined to ascend to the heavens and survey all realms. Gu Muxue's gaze narrowed slightly, but she remained silent. Yandere continued, regarding matters of passion, should your Highness require assistance, I believe he is the only one worthy of you. 3 years prior, when Guan first arrived in the imperial capital, I sensed his extraordinary nature. Yet at that time, he was still quite young. Your Highness, it would be unwise to pursue someone so tender. Gu Muxue's temples throbbed with indignation. Yandere's sharp tongue was truly relentless. Even in such a moment, she could not resist a jab at her. What did she mean by an old cow eating tender grass? Yes, compared to Guan, she was indeed older, but among her peers of the same realm, she remained the youngest. The path of cultivation knows no age, compared to those ancient beings of a millennium or more. She had barely begun her journey at less than 60 years of age. Yandere seemed oblivious to Gu Muxue's growing ire, continuing unabated. I have afforded Guan 3 years to mature, while granting your Highness 3 years to comprehend your cultivation method. It is your Highness's lack of progress that has compelled me to resort to such measures. She extended her delicate hand, her tone tinged with a sense of helplessness. Lately, my health has deteriorated significantly. I have lost 4 of my 5 senses, leaving only my hearing. My actions are intended to expedite your Highness's breakthrough, as well as my own salvation. I understand that, given your Highness's proud nature, you would never agree to this arrangement, hence my clandestine actions. I anticipated that after losing your virtue, you would blame Guan. Once your anger has subsided, I would then endeavor to persuade you. As for Guan, he is a nobleman's son. In terms of status, you are the sovereign, and he is your subject. In terms of appearance, you are the most beautiful in the eastern wilderness, and he would not suffer in becoming the consort of the Empress. However, I did not foresee that he would be a disciple of the national master, possessing the courage to defy authority and speak disrespectfully to your Highness. Bringing matters to their current state, Gu Muxue demanded, why did you not reveal the truth when I issued the order for execution? You merely watched as events unfolded? Yandere feigned innocence. At that moment, your Highness was already consumed by rage. I feared that learning the truth would lead you to lose control and take us both to our doom. And afterwards, when Guan entered the palace, why did you not promptly disclose the reality? Well, since the matter has escalated, whether I speak of it early or late makes little difference. I wish to observe whether any intriguing developments would arise between you two. Gu Muxue was rendered speechless, clearly understanding that Yandere was merely here for amusement. Yandere maintained her composure, her graceful arm resting on the armrest as she spoke candidly. Both of you are exceptional talents, born to face trials. He possesses a pure yang constitution, which draws passion, and yet, despite his fervor, your Highness is unable to restrain her desires in his presence. Do you not see that he is your destined partner, a match made by the heavens? Gu Muxue raised an eyebrow, disdainfully retorting, nonsense about heaven and fate. My destiny is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. He may serve as my temporary vessel, but no man in this world is worthy of being my consort. When Guan entered the chamber once more, the blue-clad woman had vanished, leaving only the Empress, clad in red, facing him. The cultivation method I practice is peculiar. At times, the flames of desire can become overwhelming. When suppressed for too long, it can lead to pain, which is why my personal maid acted without permission, resulting in last night's debacle. I am not unreasonable. Thus, I apologize for the turmoil caused by the order of execution. Tomorrow, I shall provide an explanation. Gu breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the matter is clarified, I should not linger further. Aunt Lu is waiting at home for me to dine. As he turned to leave, he felt the oppressive atmosphere of this den of danger. Wait, a cold voice interrupted, and Gu felt a chill run down his spine. Your Highness, is there anything else you wish to command? Gu Muxue, her back turned to him, was unreadable. You shall stay tonight. What do you mean by staying, Your Highness? Gu swallowed hard, harboring a daring suspicion that she intended for him to remain as her consort. Gu Muxue remained turned away, her breath now more erratic. Gu, you are an intelligent man. There are some things I need not express too plainly. As she spoke, she raised her delicate hand, and the great doors of the chamber slammed shut, encasing Gu like a prisoner within a cage. As the door shut, Gu's heart sank. Your Highness, this matter should be addressed with His Majesty. Our relationship is inappropriate. He truly could not comprehend the mindset of the Eastern Wilderness's most beautiful woman. Her husband merely secluded himself for long periods. He was not dead. Why not summon him to satisfy her desires without the need to degrade herself? Why must she involve him? If she desired a consort, she should not seek him. He had no interest in married women. Sensing Gu's reluctance, the proud Gu Muxue became infuriated. She had lowered her dignity to approach him, and instead of expressing gratitude, he was rejecting her. Gu Muxue whirled around, exuding an intimidating aura, her red skirt swirling as her phoenix-like eyes shimmered with captivating authority. For tonight, we shall put everything behind us. I shall not pursue the matter of you tainting my purity. What does that mean? You still wish to pursue it? Last night was my first time as well. Did you not suffer? Your purity is your purity, well mine. Under the eaves, Gu dared only to voice his thoughts internally, while outwardly maintaining a polite refusal. Your Highness, as the mother of the nation, your esteemed status renders you beyond my reach. If His Majesty were to find out, Gu Muxue's red lips quirked into a smile. If I could seek him out, I would not have remained intact until yesterday. After all, she was the ruler of the Dali kingdom. Could she truly engage in relations with herself? Gu chuckled awkwardly. Even if Your Majesty is unwell, Your Highness could still find some means of self-satisfaction. Gu's eyelids twitched, and she felt an overwhelming urge to kick Gu. Matters of desire are not so simple. They require a harmonious balance of yin and yang, rather than mere self-comfort. Gu's persistent evasion left Gu Muxue utterly humiliated and bereft of patience. She conjured ropes with her spiritual power and bound Gu, guiding him further inside. I have kept you here out of respect. Do not be ungrateful. Gu, unwilling to comply, protested vehemently. For he was not a traitor like Cao and could not engage with a married woman, as it violated his moral code. He immediately resisted, attempting to break free from the bindings. Your Highness, I am not a frivolous person. I cannot. Silence. Before he could finish, Gu Muxue tossed him onto the bed, asserting with a domineering tone, you would do well to behave. Do not compel me to strike you, as I did last night. Last night, faced with the overwhelming passion of the queen, he had lost his reason and, despite his reluctance, found himself resorting to exposing his abilities in resistance. Consequently, the queen had slapped him twice across his handsome face, leaving him dizzy and starstruck, instantly subdued. Such a minor slap inflicted tremendous harm, making him realize that his power was incomparable to that of the queen, rendering him incapable of resistance. In resignation, he swallowed his grievances, subjected to the queen's harsh humiliation as he watched her, clad in her resplendent attire, approach him with an imposing presence. Gu dared not voice his anger, secretly resenting. This woman is too fierce. The ruler of Li must have been terrified of domestic abuse to avoid her. If only he had complied and allowed the queen to favor him sooner, things might have been simpler. Gu Muxue nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a flick of her fingertip, she unleashed a beam of spiritual light, sealing off Gu's senses of hearing, sight, and even smell. Under the serene moonlight outside, Gu dreamt a vivid dream. In it, he employed the Mi Mingshi to heal his master. First, he expelled the fiery toxins that had burned his master's garments, revealing her flawless, snow-white form. Without waiting for her ire, he swiftly applied the needles to dispel the cold poison. The intense chill clouded his master's consciousness, Yet driven by instinct to absorb warmth, she drew closer and embraced him. As he looked down, her face suddenly transformed into that of the queen. Startled awake, he was overcome with fear. It was now midday, the sun blazing high in the sky. "Shao on, did you have a nightmare?" The haunting voice of his female ghost master echoed in his mind. Guan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, harboring deep resentment. "It's all your fault. You've nearly distorted my filial piety." Indeed, the dream from last night was closely tied to the series of ambiguous events that had unfolded during the day. However, had it not been for the inappropriate teachings of his female ghost master, as a model youth, he would never have entertained such blasphemous dreams. He had audaciously imagined his aloof master, unclad, willingly leaping into his embrace. Oh, it seems Shen did not have a nightmare, but rather a spring dream. Shang's enchanting eyes curved into a smile. "I surmise that it must have appeared in your dream. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so flustered." Noticing this evasive gaze and his evident guilt, her laughter grew even more joyous. "Haha, I delight in witnessing a celestial maiden fall from grace, becoming ensnared in the mortal realm. I wholeheartedly support you in winning over the icy master." How intriguing it would be to see the typically stern and aloof master conquered and embraced by him. Involuntarily, a thought arose in his mind. He quickly shook his head, dispelling such inappropriate notions and improbable scenarios. "Master, cease your nonsensical talk. I would never betray my teacher." Chapter 20. Henceforth, you shall be my male. Ping's character was such that it was evident she would not disregard her principles to engage in an illicit relationship with a disciple. Shurak had merely jested, never truly believing her little disciple, with ambitions but no courage, could achieve such a feat. Shifting her tone to one of flirtation, she inquired, "Was he Hanyan present in your dream, or was it me?" "Neither," Guan declared, standing tall and resolute, for indeed, he had not dreamt of her. Hidden within her nurturing ear, Shuk's expression remained unseen, but her voice betrayed a tone of feigned grievance. "After enjoying the benefits of my tutelage, you heartless wretch no longer cherish me? Woe is me! For even in dreams, you failed to caress my long legs." Guan remained unmoved. His female ghost master was a dramatist, and believing her words would leave him devoid of his belongings. Her voice trembled, seemingly on the verge of tears. "Indeed, that which is unattainable is the most desirable. It appears I must adopt a more aloof demeanor and ignore you henceforth." Guan thought, "Is it too late to say I dreamt of her?" Just then, the door creaked open, sunlight flooding the room, and he raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding brilliance. Du's enchanting figure, silhouetted against the light, appeared as though adorned with a golden aura, sacred and untouchable. "Awake?" Gu's gaze unintentionally lingered on her, and he replied nonchalantly, "Just woke up." The most beautiful woman in Dong was indeed a sight to behold, her figure captivatingly alluring, but none of that concerned him. He was merely a tool, blind and deaf to her charms. Fortunately, the two of them had settled matters, and he would no longer have to endure such humiliation. Gu Muxue regarded him coolly and declared, "From now on, you shall be my male pet, always at my beck and call." Guan stared in bewilderment, believing he had misheard. "Your Majesty, do we not agree on just one night together, after which we would part ways peacefully?" Flustered, Gu Muxue turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. "I had thought that breaking through would resolve the issues with my techniques. Only after truly achieving it did I realize the flaws still persisted. One night is far from sufficient." Guan felt a sharp pain in his waist, shivering involuntarily. The disparity in their powers was immense during their union. The excess of yin energy and lack of yang energy required him to be continuously drained of his vital essence to maintain balance, which severely depleted his reserves. Were it not for his innate yang senti, even with the queen's restraint, he would have met his demise. With a flicker of her finger, a basket of golden Zhiyang fruit appeared before him, exuding a rich yang energy. "These are third-tier superior sun fruits, perfectly suited to your current cultivation level. Take them home and replenish your strength." Glenn inhaled deeply, his expression solemn. "Your Majesty, if you have needs, you may seek others. I only agreed to accompany you for one night. Why must you cling to me?" "Glenn, how dare you speak so insolently? Do you think I am that sort of indiscriminate person?" Dugu's face contorted with anger. "Do you truly believe I would willingly submit to you? To be able to share my bed is the greatest honor of your life." Thus, it was settled. Henceforth, he would be her male pet, and once she resolved her cultivation issues, she would not need to utter a word. She would simply cast him aside. Acknowledging her own shortcomings, Gu Muxue chose to abandon reason. After all, in the realm of Li, she was the ultimate authority. Your Majesty, you have gone too far. Will you take me, Guan, for? Gu's expression darkened. I am the son of the king of the north, a direct disciple of the national master, not one of those vessels used by the Heroines sect for their pleasure. Gu Muxue scoffed coldly. Fear not. I shall not treat you unjustly. From now on in Dali, I shall be your greatest support. Whatever you do, I can ensure your safety. Not interested. Gu sneered. If anything were to happen, my master would naturally protect me. Gu Muxue's expression darkened. Young man, it seems you are determined to refuse goodwill and instead invite punishment. I believe it would be better for you to submit to her. The languid voice of Shui Wunyao came forth. This woman is no simple character. Even my master cannot fully discern her. In this small Dali, such a prodigy exists. Before long, she will surely rule the world. When that time comes, do not say that Dongwang or even the Kanglan realm does not have your back. Now is the perfect time to cling to her. Gu's pupils trembled. It is known that the ghostly master has lofty standards, and even my master is not within her sights. The fact that the Empress can hold such an opinion is astounding, yet he still stubbornly chose to refuse. As a man, how can I seek protection by selling my body? Oh, is that so? Shui Wunyao replied softly. She has already entered the seventh realm. With her monstrous talent and unparalleled combat strength, coupled with the fortune of Dali, even your master in his prime would not be her match. Meanwhile, Gu Muxue threatened once more. Here is your final opportunity. Either become mine or stand against me. An overwhelming force, akin to a divine mountain, pressed down upon Gu and shoulders, leaving him breathless. He understood that the Empress was demonstrating her might. I can agree to your terms, but you must not seal my sight, hearing, and sense of smell as you did last night. Guan spoke with great difficulty. Shui Wunyao, reveling in the drama, remarked, Little one, where has your bravado gone? Guan awkwardly defended himself. A true man must know when to bend and when to stand firm. On the path to growth, one must sacrifice something. Moreover, the Empress's beauty is unparalleled, her strength formidable, and I am her first man. Upon reflection, I am not at a loss. Rather, I have gained. Gu Muxue's imposing aura faded, her gaze indifferent, merely a tool for pleasure, unworthy of negotiating with me. Were it not for my concern over your senses being lost, I would have sealed you entirely. At these words, Gu's face fell. In truth, had the Empress approached him in a normal manner, allowing him some agency in their intimate affairs, he would not have resisted so fiercely. Yet, she regarded him as less than human, akin to a male silicone toy, shattering his dignity as a man. Guan relinquished his resistance and resignedly asked, How long will this torment last? 100 times should suffice, Gu Muxue replied. Very well, 100 times. Guan gritted his teeth and acquiesced. He dressed and descended from the bed, carrying a basket of supplements as he headed outside. Suddenly, Gu Muxue spoke. Your fiancé, an extraordinary talent, was taken years ago by a powerful figure from the Central Plains as a disciple. I suspect your marriage is unlikely to materialize. Would you like me to intervene and annul this engagement for you? Gu did not look back. My personal matters do not require your Majesty's concern. Observing his departing figure, Gu Muxue furrowed her brow slightly. After Guan became her male pet, she seemed to acquire a sense of possessiveness. Even lacking feelings, she did not wish for him to have ties with other women. Gu Muxue self-mockingly smiled. This could be considered part of my cultivation. The 7 emotions heavenly skill requires the experience of 7 desires, which differ from normal desires. The desires she amplifies are anger, lust, love, sorrow, possessiveness, thought, and jealousy. Chapter 21. Scandal. The Empress's betrothal gifts in the King of the North's mansion. As Guan entered, a group of maids scrutinized him with peculiar expressions, then quickly lowered their heads and hurried away. Once they were at a distance, they began whispering among themselves, seemingly gossiping. This scene left him feeling inexplicably guilty. Could it be that the matter of the Empress taking him as her male pet has been exposed? Upon returning to his residence, Lu Xingyun, dressed in a flowing white gown, elegantly sipped fragrant tea with her legs crossed, as if she had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Guan, she immediately unleashed a sour remark that shattered her refined image. Oh, It appears the gourmet feast at the palace was truly delightful, leaving one enchanted. You lost your senses and only returned home at noon the next day. Gu felt too embarrassed to mention the scandal with the Empress and attempted to deflect with humor. I had a bit to drink and overslept, causing you worry. Aunt Lu, oversleeping is one matter, but I fear you may have indulged too much in the pleasures of a woman, ending up in a woman's bed. As the heir of Yawang Valley, Lu Xingyun immediately discerned Gu En's weakened state, significantly drained due to the charms of beauty. Gu En blinked in confusion. Aunt Lu, what are you talking about? Lu Xingyun huffed in annoyance. Still pretending? Your affair with Yu Jie is already common knowledge in the capital. Gu En was even more bewildered. Yu Jie? ISNT, she, that blind girl in a wheelchair? What connection could I possibly have with her? Seeing Gu En still feigning ignorance, Lu Xingyun pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. You still wish to hide her? The Empress has already made a city-wide announcement. She continued with a deep sense of grievance. The Empress said that the other day, when she went to see Yu Jie, she happened upon your scandal. You were disheveled and about to engage in lewd acts with Yu Jie, and she fainted from shock upon the Empress's intrusion, only regaining consciousness today. Previously, she mistakenly believed you had used despicable means to drug her close maid, leading to her publicly executing you in fury. Gun exclaimed. The Empress mentioned she would give an explanation. Is this what she meant? Lu Xingyun picked up a rectangular, exquisite gift box from the stone table and tossed it into Gu En's hands, adding with a sour tone. This is a betrothal gift prepared by the Empress, a 6th-grade supreme sword. Her envoy said that as long as you agree, they can prepare your wedding tomorrow, and Yu Jie can be delivered to your bed the day after. Gu En opened the gift box, his eyes shining with excitement. The spirit sword emanated a sharp aura, brimming with innate Taoist essence. The Empress truly has great ambition. Such a spirit weapon is considered royal heritage, and there is scarcely any of this caliber throughout Dali. Artificers are rare, even more so than alchemists. As the sister of the national master, Lu Xingyun possesses only a 6th-grade, mid-tier spirit weapon. It is not that she cannot afford it, but such items are simply not available. A fine sword indeed, Gu En could not bear to part with it. Is this what it feels like to be kept by a wealthy woman? I suppose I am indeed living off soft rice now. Gu En understood that the Empress's words were merely a means to conclude this farce, yet Lu Xingyun was unaware. Seeing Gu En so readily accept it, her anger flared. That little rascal wanted to kiss her yesterday, and now he runs off to seek another woman, even spending the night away. If he is already like this before marriage, what will happen after? Would there still be a place for her in his heart? Sensing her murderous intent, Gu En quickly sheathed the sword, attempting to appease her. Aunt Lu, rest assured, I have said before that you will always be the most important person in my heart. The ones you dislike, I will never bring home. Yu Jie is merely a shield the Empress has put forth to quell the rumors, a mere pawn in the matter of the execution. Since Lu Yi mistakenly believed that Yu Jie was the woman involved with him, he decided to go along with it, to avoid Lu Yi continuing to investigate the identity of that person. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's expression brightened considerably. Adopting the demeanor of a magnanimous matron, I am not unreasonable. As long as you have affection for her, I will not oppose her entering the family. However, she once again brought up Gu En's mother. Sister Lin entrusted you to me, and I must honor her trust. She detested fickle men throughout her life. Thus you may only cherish 2 at most. 2 is already the upper limit that Sister Lin can accept, so I only acknowledge Yu Jie, and your fiancé may not be included. Lu Xingyun initially wanted to argue that he could like 3. However, upon reflection, although Gu En had stated that she would always be the most important, importance comes with weight. If Gu En liked one more person, part of his heart would have to be divided. Even if she retained the majority of his affections, it would not be as it was at the beginning, and she would not accept that. Lu Xingyun mused. The Empress has prepared a betrothal gift for Yu Jie. Our Gu family cannot lose face either. In the coming days, I will visit Yawang Valley to request a 6th-grade superlative elixir as a bride price. Wait, I feel this is unnecessary. Gu En shivered slightly, realizing that a man giving a betrothal gift and a woman offering a dowry truly signifies an engagement. Why? Lu Xingyun questioned in confusion. Isn't reciprocity a basic courtesy? Gu En coughed awkwardly. Did the Empress not say that the premise of marriage is my willingness? I am still young, and it is too early to settle down. Let us discuss this later. At this stage, we should focus on nurturing our feelings. The woman had already surrendered herself and even provided a betrothal gift. If the man were to drag it out, would that not be a behavior akin to a scoundrel? Lu Xingyun genuinely wished to cultivate Gu and into the ideal child in Sister Lin's eyes and should have sternly reprimanded her. But instead, she averted her gaze and stammered. If that is the case, let us discuss it again in a few years. Once Yu Jie moved into the Wangfu and assumed the role of mistress, the household would no longer be a realm governed solely by her. The later the two daughters-in-law of Gu entered the family, the better. Most importantly, the child was still young, and, as an elder, she must safeguard the situation and take some time to observe the character of the prospective bride, lest shall and be deceived. Indeed, that woman hastily offering a betrothal gift and eager to marry into the Gu family must have ulterior motives. Lu Xingyun successfully convinced herself, suppressing her moral unease. Meanwhile, within the palace, tensions were palpable. Learning of the news, Yu Jie, no longer composed as before, furiously confronted Gu Muxue. Discarding any pretense of civility, Gu Muxue, what do you mean by this? Could you clarify? I do not quite understand, Gu Muxue said, her red lips curling slightly, delicately twirling a strand of hair, appearing utterly unfazed. Yu Jie suppressed her anger, her fingers turning pale as they gripped the armrest of her wheelchair. Stop pretending. The outside world is in an uproar, claiming that I am involved with Guan. Caught in bed by you. Gu Muxue mimicked Yu Jie's previous tone, teasingly responding, "Oh, is that what you're referring to?" Then she mockingly added, "You permit yourself to scheme against me, but do not allow me to retaliate? The beheading incident arose because of you. Do you have an issue with me using that against you? You are plagued by divine retribution and unable to cultivate, while Guan is perceived as frail and sickly, equally incapable of cultivation. Two kindred spirits find solace in one another. Does that not seem reasonable? How convincing is that to the public? Moreover, did you not say that no one needs to like you? Is it necessary to care about this reputation? Fine, I will take responsibility for this matter." Yu Jie swallowed her grievances and proceeded to question, "But what is the deal with the betrothal gift you gave to the Gu family?" Gu Muxue chuckled lightly and, maintaining her composure, wheeled Yu Jie along, admiring the scenery. "Do not be angry. You might faint. I genuinely wish to help you find a good match. You say his destiny is no less than mine. I believe if you marry him and engage closely, you will surely gain more fortune than you would by remaining beside me." Yu Jie's beautiful face turned a shade of iron, indignantly retorting, "How to obtain fortune is my affair. There is no need for your concern." Gu Muxue's smile was superficial as she leaned closer, her lips brushing Yu Jie's ear. "Everything I do is for your own good, just as you secretly wish well for me, is it not? Now, applying your own words and actions to yourself, you cannot bear it? It seems you are aware of how unpleasant your words can be." Realizing that Gu Muxue was retaliating against her, Yu Jie calmed herself and chuckled softly. "I hope you will not regret your actions today." "Why should I regret?" Gu Muxue replied with disdain, curling her lip. Yu Jie smiled brightly, her voice light. "Do you not find that the 7 emotions and desires magnified by the 7 emotions' heavenly skill seem tailor-made for experiencing a romantic tribulation?" Gu Muxue raised an eyebrow, her expression brimming with confidence. "And so what? If it is a tribulation, it can be broken." Yu Jie stated calmly, "I observe that Guan possesses a flourishing romantic fortune. If you delve too deeply into this tribulation, you may find many rivals in love ahead. I cannot guarantee that I will not be ensnared by his romantic fortune as well. If there comes a day when we mutually fall for each other, I hope you will not feel jealous, for it was you who personally intertwined our fates." Gu Muxue, with her hands clasped behind her back, her skirt fluttering, replied nonchalantly, "Regret? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. If you and he are meant to be, I shall officiate your wedding myself, even serving as a bridesmaid. Ah, please remember what you said today, so when you hear me and Guan in the wedding chamber, the bed creaking, you do not sulk outside," Yu Jie remarked. Regarding matters of love, she had never contemplated, nor could she ever harbor feelings for anyone. Her words were merely a reflection of her nature. A way to poke fun at Gu Muxue. In the Wangfu, Guan, accompanied by Lu Xingyun, went to visit Yihanyan. The secluded place remained tightly shut. Guan knocked on the door. "Master, are you there?" "What is it?" The door opened, revealing a figure of icy elegance, her face partially concealed by a light veil. Sister, the misunderstanding between Xiao Un and the Empress has been clarified. Lu Xingyan babbled on, concluding with a sigh. I never expected the person involved with Xiao and to be Yandere. I have treated her before. She was exceptionally frail, easily blown away by the slightest breeze. I wonder if she possesses the ability to bear children for Xiao, and suddenly, Lu Xingyun's pupils dilated. She recalled the inexplicable power surrounding Yandere, causing harm to anyone who touched her skin. How could Xiao have been involved with her? Coupled with Gu and severely exhausted appearance upon returning home, Lu Xingyun's concern heightened, her gaze instinctively shifting downward. She feared that Guan, driven by a burning desire, might have risked damaging the foundation of his legacy. Lu Xingyun hesitated to speak, aware that such private matters were not suitable for discussion in front of her sister. Yan, lacking the ability to read minds, was oblivious to her sister's theoretical musings and was currently preoccupied with less savory thoughts. She, clad in flowing white, nodded. It is good if it is a misunderstanding. Regarding the matters between the wayward disciple and Yandere, she did not place much significance on them. Her duty is to instruct her disciples in their cultivation and to shape their perspectives on life. As long as her rebellious disciple does not deliberately manipulate women's emotions, she refrains from interfering in personal matters. After all, she is a master, not a partner. Matters of the heart do not fall within her purview. Yan walked past Guan, leaving a trail of fragrance in her wake. Come with me to the training grounds and let's assess your progress in cultivation. Lu Xingyun also wished to accompany them, but Yan turned around and glared at her. Do not meddle. Return to your training at once. 3 years ago, you were at the initial stage of the 6th realm, and you still are now, making no progress at all. You only laze about. Lu Xingyun shrank back, timidly replying, I'll go right away. Watching the two depart, Yan's delicate face fell. With her sister emerging from seclusion, the leisurely days of the past were likely over. At the training ground, Yan maintained a calm demeanor, extending her hand. Attack me with all your strength. I shall test your power. Guan held his breath, concentrating all his spiritual energy into his fist, and then, like a bolt of lightning, he charged forward, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Yan effortlessly countered, then flicked her wrist, sending the force back at him. Not bad, but insufficient. With such limited power, the chances of you losing in a duel against that person's disciple are quite high. Though she spoke thus, she was inwardly astonished. Her rebellious disciple was merely at the initial stage of the 3rd realm, yet that strike's power was comparable to someone at the late stage of the 3rd realm. However, as a competent master, she could not overly criticize her least capable student lest he become complacent. Guan felt somewhat disgruntled. This was not his full strength. If he unleashed his demonic techniques, his power could multiply several times over. Unfortunately, in front of his master, he was destined not to reveal his complete potential. Thus, he remarked, strength is merely one aspect of combat. Secret techniques and battle skills are the keys to victory. He created afterimages and swiftly launched 4 silver needles. Rebellious 13 needles, capable of both healing and combat. Be cautious, master, for I can now execute 4 needles in one breath. No longer requiring rest as I did yesterday, when detoxifying you. Upon saying this, he felt a sudden drop in temperature and realized he had misspoken. Hastily, he added, Master, rest assured, I have completely forgotten about the incident yesterday. Yan gritted her teeth, her chest heaving. This rebellious disciple truly had a knack for touching on sensitive subjects, seemingly intent on provoking her. Her previously aloof demeanor crumbled, and the training session turned into a survival exercise. Rebellious disciple, it seems you are asking for trouble. Stop right there. I assure you I want to go easy on you. Chapter 23. When love fades, everything becomes wrong. Guan was soundly beaten. The punishment was harsh, and his cries of distress lasted 3 minutes. His once handsome visage was now bruised and battered. Aunt Lu would hardly recognize him. A green willow branch bound Gu's hands and body, forcing him to kneel obediently with his knees on the ground, resembling a prisoner in a pitiful state. Seeing this, Yan, now calmer, felt her heart soften. Although she had not spent as much time with her little disciple as she had with her sister, she had observed him growing up. She should have only struck his body and avoided harming his face. After all, a once handsome young man now bore the appearance of a pig's head, a significant eyesore. I'll warn you once more, forget about yesterday's incident. It must remain buried. Yan's cold voice escaped through clenched teeth. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as just a beating. If you can get out of bed within half a month, I will take your surname. Gu, kneeling on the ground, nodded pitifully. He seemed to want to say something, but as he moved his mouth, he inadvertently tore at his wounds and gasped in pain. Oomph. You ungrateful disciple deserve to kneel and suffer. Though she said this, Yihanyan's actions betrayed her. She retrieved a healing elixir and, somewhat roughly, forced it into Guin's mouth. After swallowing the elixir, Guin sighed in relief. If he did not take medicine soon, his superficial wounds would heal on their own, and he could no longer feign pity. His master possessed an unparalleled mastery of strength and technique, landing blows that struck flesh but spared vital organs, leaving only external injuries. To someone with his robust physique, these wounds were inconsequential. His earlier display of suffering was merely a ruse to garner his master's sympathy, regardless of the pain. He knew to scream loudly during the beating. With a swift motion, the willow branch binding Guin returned to Yihanyan's hand like a living snake. She put away the disciplinary tool and resumed her dignified demeanor. Now, let me assess your lightning technique. Guin complied, demonstrating remarkable progress. The palm lightning he had yesterday now enveloped his entire body. Observing the flickering electric aura surrounding him, Yihanyan frowned and admonished. You have only made such minimal progress in a day. Have you been slacking off? Guin thought, what a drastic shift in attitude. Just yesterday, she praised my innate talent, and today she begins to nitpick. Indeed, when love fades, everything becomes wrong. Yihanyan continued to challenge him. The chaotic arcs of electricity indicate your lack of precise control over spiritual energy. I must train you rigorously. As she spoke, a stream of water from a nearby pond flew toward her. Using her spiritual energy, she formed it into a sphere that floated above her palm. With an indifferent expression, Yihanyan moved the water sphere above Guin's head. Squat down to a 90-degree angle, keeping your arms straight. When you can split this large water sphere into 10 evenly sized smaller spheres and maintain their suspension in the air for an hour without them falling or dispersing, this special training will conclude. Guin's handsome face was nearly transformed into a bitter melon. Master, this is something only someone at the fourth realm can achieve. This is 2 mm. Yihanyan squinted her eyes. Do you have any objections? None. Guin quickly recognized the gravity of the situation, restoring her authoritative presence. Yihanyan smiled with satisfaction. As my disciple, you must naturally exceed the ordinary. If you cannot meet such a simple requirement, how will you win that duel? She turned to leave. Practice hard. I will return later to check on your progress. Facing away from Guin, the coldness on Yihanyan's face dissipated, replaced by an unnatural blush. Her anxious heart finally settled. Her rebellious disciple was indeed focused on her body, not her face. Fortunately, she had no intentions of seeking a partner, or else she would surely owe her future husband an apology. Observing his master's tall and aloof figure retreating, Guin hesitated, wanting to inquire why the training of spiritual energy control required a horse stance. However, he decided against it. It would likely lead to even more unreasonable demands. Guin felt distressed. He had selflessly treated his master's ailments, but had only earned the lifelong title of a rebellious disciple. Women truly are creatures of irrationality. As night fell, the silver moon hung high in the sky. Guin lay exhausted, drenched in sweat, with not a drop of spiritual energy remaining within him. He lay still on the ground, unbothered by the possibility of his master seeing him. If needed, he could endure another beating. After all, his master would not be able to bring herself to truly harm him. The requirements set by his master were far beyond what he could achieve at this stage. It was clear that he could have simply acted, but she insisted on finding a reason, making it difficult for her. The path of cultivation begins with the first realm, known as the spirit-gathering realm, where one absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish oneself. Following this are the spirit control realm, where spiritual energy is projected to release simple techniques, the aperture opening realm, where one opens spiritual apertures to store more spiritual energy, in the unification realm, where spiritual apertures merge into a spiritual field, allowing for greater storage and mastery over spiritual energy. Hualingjing, where spiritual energy transforms into liquid form, significantly enhances attack power. Concurrently, the spiritual fields flourish, allowing for brief levitation. The sixth realm is known as Ru Dao, a stage where individuals are referred to as great cultivators. Upon entering this realm, One begins to grasp the forces of heaven and earth, soaring with the winds and traversing the cosmos. The seventh realm, Sheng Si Jing, is characterized by astonishing vitality, enabling rebirth from flesh and blood, rendering one nearly impossible to eradicate. The eighth realm, Tong Tianjing, marks the emergence of the primordial spirit, allowing survival even upon the destruction of the physical body. The master of the female ghost is at least of this level. Meanwhile, at the place of cultivation, Lu Xingyun rested her chin on her hand, lost in thoughts of Guan, her heart uninclined towards training. How bothersome. I wonder how little On is faring and what he is doing now. At that moment, the entrance of the cave was suddenly pushed open, and a white figure stepped inside. Lu Xingyun was startled and quickly gathered a pile of talisman papers before her. Sister, I assure you I have not been slacking. I am diligently drawing talismans. Yihanyan caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye and noticed the talisman papers were blank, devoid of any signs of use. She took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to chastise, and feigned nonchalance. I have to step out for a moment. Please check on the training assignments I assigned to Little On. If he has not completed them, he is not allowed to eat. I will supervise him strictly and ensure he executes it with utmost seriousness. Lu Xingyun nodded vigorously, her eyes resolute as if pledging allegiance. The scene shifted, revealing Lu Xingyun carrying a table laden with fragrant dishes to the martial arts arena. Upon seeing Guan utterly exhausted, her heart ached. Sister, don't you realize that cultivation requires a balance of work and rest? In my opinion, Little On, you should never have informed Sister about your ability to cultivate. Otherwise, you wouldn't be enduring this hardship. She bent down, her curves accentuated, and gently pulled Guan up. Come, forget about the tasks. Aunt has prepared your favorite dishes. The world is vast, but a full stomach is paramount. Rest assured, Sister 1T find out, you can indulge yourself. Unbeknownst to them, Yihanyan observed this scene from the shadows. She was acutely aware of her sister's character. She would undoubtedly present one face to her sister and another behind her back. This was her deliberate intention. The task she assigned was bound to be unfulfilled, and as a strict teacher, she could not easily let it slide. Otherwise, the rebellious disciple would think defying her orders posed no consequences, leading to further indulgence and becoming increasingly difficult to manage. It was fitting for her sister to intervene. With a rumbling stomach, Guan devoured the food ravenously. I thought I would starve. Under the moonlight, Lu Xingyun rested her beautiful face, her willow-like brows arched, smiling as she watched him, her heart unconsciously reflecting. My Little On is truly handsome. I must keep a close watch on him for Lin Jia's sake, lest he be deceived by wicked women. After satisfying his hunger, Guan curiously asked, Aunt Lu, have you ever met the Grandmaster? Chapter 24. Now that I am here, Lu Xingyun returned to her senses and cleared her throat. I met her when I was young. Why do you ask? Guan's lips curled into a slight smile, his expression bright. I'm just a bit curious about what kind of person the Grandmaster is. Recalling that distant, ethereal figure, Lu Xingyun's eyes shone with admiration as she reminisced. Your Grandmaster is the most beautiful woman in the world, truly a celestial being. She possesses an elegant demeanor, otherworldly grace, and a calm, light voice, rarely displaying emotional fluctuations, giving one a sense of divinity that is both distant and untouchable. As she spoke, Lu Xingyun chuckled. Sister never used to wear a veil. She emulated your Grandmaster, but alas, she only mastered the appearance, while her aura was distinctly lacking. The true celestial being exudes an air of distance. Standing there, one feels as though they are gazing upon an immortal, instilling a sense of inferiority, fearing that even a step closer would taint the celestial essence. Unlike Sister, who always wears a cold expression, resembling a block of ice, exuding a chill that discourages anyone from approaching her. Lu Xingyun contemplated further and added, I once asked the Celestial Grandmaster why she wore a veil. She said it was a sacred artifact used to conceal heavenly secrets. Your master wears a veil purely for show, yet fails to embody that essence. It is truly laughable. Hearing her sister's disparagement, Yihanyan's fists clenched. Yet, the truth in her sister's words rendered her speechless. She donned the veil out of admiration for her master, mimicking her attire. Now, learning that her master wore the veil for profound reasons, not merely for an air of mystery, Yihanyan felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. In frustration, she tore off the veil and threw it to the ground. From this day forth, she would no longer wear it. Lu Xingyun shivered, sensing a sudden chill directed at her, reminiscent of when her sister had once gazed at her with a deadly stare. She glanced toward aloft, sensing no presence, and thought, "It must be a figment of my imagination, right?" Han Yin departed, fearing that if she continued listening, she would be unable to resist rushing out and confronting her sister. Lu Xingyun trembled with unease, aware that while her sister appeared aloof, she harbored a remarkable grudge. Once her sister had set her sights on someone, even stepping through the door with the left foot could be deemed a mistake, and there would be ample justification for reprimanding the person. The fear of past dominance resurfaced, causing Lu Xingyun to hesitate to continue the previous topic. "Little on. May I ask you something?" "Go ahead," Guan replied, pushing his food aside. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Xingyun blushed and murmured, "Forget it. It's not important." Inquiring about how a junior engages with a lover was indeed a difficult subject to broach. Just then, Wang Bo appeared, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, the Empress has summoned you to the palace for a discussion." Upon hearing this, Guan was taken aback, feeling a sudden weakness and pain in his lower back. "No way, not again. Is there no time for recovery?" Lu Xingyun sighed softly. "Will you return tonight?" Guan was at a loss for words. Lu Xingyun huffed, a hint of jealousy in her tone. "All right, Aunt understands." Once you have a woman, you forget about your aunt. One ungrateful little thing." Guan stared at her in astonishment. In his eyes, Aunt Lu was a crybaby, fearful of her sister, lacking in skill yet playful, lavish with money, easily deceived, and often gossiping about the rumors of the noble women in the imperial capital, particularly fond of juicy tidbits. Today, he uncovered another aspect. The dignified Aunt Lu possessed quite an assertive nature, which he had not noticed before, as she had little interaction with female friends. "Aunt Lu, you should rest early. I must be off," Guan said. After he left, Lu Xingyun finally exhaled, but an impending worry soon followed. Based on her deductions, the Empress was undoubtedly a shield, calling Little On to the palace, likely for a clandestine meeting with Yu Jie. Having established a relationship, she boldly summoned Little On for the night. Prior to this, they must have had many covert meetings together, explaining why Little On appeared so drained. Lu Xingyun furrowed her brow. Yu Jie was protected by mysterious forces. For Guan to engage with her, he would certainly have to pay a considerable price. Coupled with her brother Qin Jian non-impotence claims, she seemed to have unraveled the truth. Guan had frequently suffered backlash from that force, severely depleting his physical condition, leading to temporary impotence, which would result in endless troubles if it persisted. Contemplating this, Lu Xingyun grew anxious. If Guan returned tomorrow, still appearing weak and depleted, she would not hesitate to disregard gender boundaries and find an opportunity to drug him, thoroughly examining his health. Inside the palace, upon encountering Gu Muxue, Guan launched into a tirade. "Empress, I agreed to assist you, but you cannot summon me every day. My frail body cannot endure such torment." Yu Jie, seated in a wheelchair, chimed in. Indeed, Your Majesty, you are quite the glutton. Though Gu Gongzi is delightful, you cannot exhaust him so." Gu Muxue wore a cold expression. "Silence. I have summoned you for a matter of great importance. I have just received news that the offspring of Wu Ho has been brutally murdered by individuals from the Shui Shadian. Gu, I hereby command you to assist the GMOC in uncovering the true culprit." Upon hearing this, Gu In and Yu Dai exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting different thoughts. Yu Dai suspected that the woman harbored ill intentions, attempting to bind Gu In and herself together through this incident, aiming to solidify public opinion and utterly tarnish her reputation. Gu In pondered how this could involve him, as he believed he was the one responsible for their deaths. Suppressing the tumult within, he feigned indifference, stating, "I shall fully cooperate with the head of the UC. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." Gu Muxue cleared her throat softly, revealing a hint of discomfort, then looked up at the moon, saying, "I had no such intention, yet since we are here." Gu In's complexion turned ashen, nearly fainting. Having served the Empress for 2 consecutive days, followed by a rigorous training session with his master, he was utterly exhausted. If he were to stay another night, he truly doubted he would awaken to see the sun rise again. The scheming Yu Dai, reveling in the chaos, remarked, "Young Master Gu, how could the Empress, having kept her chamber solitary for many years, so easily allow you to depart? Since you have arrived, you must leave behind something." With her eyes narrowed and lips slightly curled, she added. Or do you mean to say that even if the Empress humbly requests your presence, you intend to refuse her? Do you look down upon the Empress, or do you disdain her status as a wife? Gu Muxue frowned and cast a glance at Yandere, but chose not to respond. Despite her sharp tongue, they shared a common goal, and she found it difficult to confront such matters herself. Guin winced at the pain in his lower back and replied, "It is not that I am unwilling. It is merely that my body is unwell." Yandere feigned realization, covering her small cherry lips. "Young Master Gu, you are still young and vigorous. How could this be? Is it possible that you are suffering from a deficiency? I am quite healthy." Guin retorted, bewildered by her words. Yandere turned to Gu Muxue and chuckled. "If young Master Gu is indeed well, then it must be that the Empress has an insatiable appetite." With a sigh, she lamented, "Alas, the Empress has been abstinent for too long and lacks restraint. If she were to damage young Master Gu, what would she do? Finding another would be unthinkable." Gu Muxue, uninterested in her friend's jests, addressed Guin, "Tonight, it will be just once." At her words, Guin's eyes brightened. Previously, he had assumed that the 100 times referred to 100 nights, but hearing the Empress say this alleviated half his burden. He inquired, "Does the 100 times count from yesterday or from now? Is it counted for you or for me? I recall last night." Gu Muxue's mouth twitched as she bashfully interrupted, "Be silent, or I shall increase it tenfold, to 1,000 times." Guin shivered, afraid to speak further. Observing this, Gu Muxue clenched her fists, feeling the urge to strike him for his reluctance. How could he be so ungrateful when she, with her beauty and strength, was making advances? It was infuriating. As Gu Muxue's anger grew, she noticed Yandere watching the scene with amusement, which only heightened her displeasure. "Guin, the conditions I previously set for you regarding the Wang Fu remain in effect. As long as you wish, my personal maid shall be yours, and you may summon her to your bed whenever you desire." Yandere chuckled sarcastically. When the Empress can no longer argue, she resorts to underhanded tactics. How disgraceful. Guin, utterly befuddled, was left in a state of confusion. The rumors outside suggested a sisterly bond between the Empress and her maid. Yet the current tension seemed to contradict that notion. Yandere, pushing her wheelchair, remarked, "The night is deep. I shall not interrupt the pleasure between the Empress and young Master Gu." Before departing, she added with a sly smile, "Oh, young Master Gu, I reside near the Empress's quarters, so be discreet. Do not disturb my rest." Blessed by the heavens, Yandere had the upper hand, leaving Guin to bear the brunt of the situation. "What are you still standing there for? Go lie down." Without giving Guin a chance to protest, a powerful force bound him, as the Empress walked ahead, and he found himself floating behind her. His eyes were covered, 4 of his senses sealed, turning him into a mere puppet, unable to move, see, or hear. With Gu Muxue's striking figure and exquisite beauty, most men would willingly perish beneath her blooming petals. However, the condition was that they could enjoy it normally, while he was left to suffer the torment of being drained of his vitality. Guin's heart was filled with despair, silently noting, "Just once." The next day, in the courtyard, Gu Muxue and Yandere sat across from each other. Yandere spoke softly, "Your Majesty has solidified her cultivation at the 7th level. No one in Li is your match. When do you plan to ascend the throne as Empress?" As the gentle breeze caressed her, Gu Muxue's red gown fluttered, her hair dancing in the wind. "Li is too small. I have never regarded it seriously. I must await the right opportunity." Standing resolutely in the chill of the wind, she declared, "I seek the chance to annex several nations. I shall claim 99 territories of Dong Huang." Yandere, adjusting her hair, chuckled lightly. "Is a single Dong Huang sufficient for your Majesty?" Gu Muxue, brimming with confidence, replied nonchalantly, "There is no rush. I will take my time. Dong Huang, Xiling, Beimo, Nanjiang, and Zhongtu. One day, I shall reign over the Canglan realm." After her grand proclamation, she suddenly inquired, "How fares that cunning fox in Chongning Palace?" Yandere replied calmly, "The Empress remains unchanged, indulging in food and sleep, seemingly having abandoned any plans to escape." Gu Muxue appeared wary of her mother. "Do not let your guard down. Send someone to keep a close watch on her. This cunning fox is quite sly. The more tranquil she seems, the more I fear she may have grand schemes." At that moment, within the palace, Guin emerged dressed and presentable. Gu Muxue complimented, He looks quite dashing in his pristine white attire. Yandere, her eyes closed for long, stated, "The Empress has decreed that we must capture the true culprit within half a month. I will do my utmost to assist the head of the UC." Gu replied absently, knowing that sending the guilty to catch the guilty was a futile endeavor. Yandere smiled. "The Empress has declared that if we do not capture the culprit within half a month, you shall remain in the palace for that duration, and it shall not count towards the 100 times." Gu was taken aback. Is that truly how it works? Gu Muxue frowned slightly, acknowledging that this was a decision made solely by Yandere, but she chose not to object, tacitly agreeing. The sooner they resolved this matter, the sooner she could rid herself of this ungrateful boy. Seeing this, Gu's head hung low, feeling utterly helpless. He had envisioned countless scenarios with his first partner, ranging from tender and gentle to willful and proud, yet he never imagined it would be with such a domineering wife, leaving him as the one to be bullied. Thus, the matter was settled. Yandere and Gu must hasten to uncover the clues regarding the Shueshadian, providing Wu Ho with an explanation for the tragic demise of his children at the hands of demonic cultivators. After delivering her orders, Gu Muxue stood to leave, but suddenly recalled something and turned to Gu, asking, "Did you bring the spirit sword I bestowed upon you yesterday?" Gu instinctively recoiled his left hand, adorned with a spatial ring, shaking his head. "I did not bring it." Seeing the avaricious demeanor of one who is afraid to reclaim their possessions, Gu Muxue rolled her enchanting eyes and opened her palm. "Hand it over." Gu, unwilling and hesitant, delayed for a moment before finally presenting the long sword. A flicker of spiritual energy converged at her fingertips as Gu Muxue brushed against the blade. "Your cultivation is too weak. This sword can drain your power in an instant. I will now place an enchantment upon it to match your capabilities. As your cultivation improves, the seal's strength will gradually diminish." Gu was taken aback, not expecting this domineering and fierce woman to possess such a considerate side. Gu Muxue returned the sword to him. "Since you have come of age, you should rightfully inherit the title of Prince of Jinbei. However, considering you are still studying at Dilu Academy, I have decided to grant you the title only upon your graduation. Gu, do you have any objections?" "Your will is my command," Gu replied, smirking. It was all too clear that she merely wished for him to remain in the imperial capital longer to fulfill his duties as a male consort. Nevertheless, the Empress's actions inadvertently aligned with his intentions. He had no desire to confront his uncle directly at this moment. Staying in the capital to amass strength was the true path. The day he returned to his fief would be the day he sought revenge. Gu pushed Yandere's wheelchair out of the palace. "You sure, master." Yandere interrupted, waving her hand. "Call me sister." Gu, acknowledging her age, reluctantly complied. "Sister you, what leads do we currently possess?" Yandere smiled with satisfaction, her voice as melodious as silver bells. "The culprit is brutal, draining the entire vitality of the Wu siblings. The method undoubtedly points to the blood refinement techniques of the Bloodshed Hall. Since the establishment of the Demon Inspection Department by the Empress, the demonic cultivators of Dali have fled or perished, rarely daring to openly wreak havoc. Yet, for some unknown reason, 3 years ago, demonic cultivators resurfaced in the imperial capital." Hearing this, Gu's heart sank. It seemed the capabilities of the Demon Inspection Department were quite formidable, pinpointing the timeline to the very moment he began cultivating demonic arts. Unbeknownst to Yandere, the mastermind was right beside her, as she continued. "I had long sensed the existence of this group of demonic cultivators. But since their victims were all deserving, I turned a blind eye and refrained from extensive hunts. I never expected them to become increasingly audacious, daring to strike against the son of a marquis. Should I ignore this any longer, it would tarnish the reputation of the Demon Inspection Department." Suddenly, Gu slipped, nearly falling, causing Yandere's wheelchair to wobble slightly. "Gu Gongzi, what happened?" "Nothing, just accidentally stepped on a stone," Gu replied. Just then, a bird dropped its droppings from the sky, nearly hitting him on the nose. Yandere fell silent for a moment before softly saying, "Do you harbor animosity towards me?" "What do you mean by that?" Gu was startled. He had indeed instinctively regarded Yandere as an adversary. Yandere's red lips moved slightly as she explained at a leisurely pace. "I am blessed by the heavens. Anyone who bears hostility towards me will surely encounter misfortune." Gu, struck by inspiration, retorted with a cold smile. "I have no particular fondness for you. If it weren't for your schemes, I would not have become the Empress's male consort. And before that, I nearly ended up a eunuch. As for the palace punishment, I have already dispatched someone to supervise. I would never allow you to come harm. Yandere replied. As for the matter of being a male consort, I believe you are not at a loss. That is merely your perspective. You never inquired whether I was willing. Gu was filled with grievances. He was not feigning. He truly felt displeased with Yandere, believing that anyone reduced to a pawn would find it difficult to be happy. Yandere remained unperturbed, calmly stating, Your feelings of displeasure are your own concern, not mine. As your elder sister, let me offer you a piece of advice. Suppress your hostility, or else it will be you who faces misfortune. Gu was unconvinced, and then a large tree came crashing down, rolling towards him. He swung his sword, cleaving it in two, feeling a surge of trepidation. Such misfortune was manageable in ordinary circumstances, but in battle, it posed a grave danger. I told you, the one who faces misfortune is you. For the sake of your beauty, you should swallow your displeasure and be honest about it, Yandere said, spreading her hands, her exquisite face bearing an expression of innocence. While her words were provocatively challenging, at this moment, Gu found himself somewhat admiring Gu Muxue. How did she manage to refrain from striking this insufferable person? Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Gu said, The Empress has instructed me to assist the Demon Inspection Department in their investigations. She never said I had to remain with you. We can separate our actions, can't we? Yandere, puzzled by Gu's sudden suggestion, nonetheless nodded. Of course. Separating would be best. If my subordinates were to misunderstand and think I had taken a liking to you, it would be quite troublesome. Gu was astonished. You can see? Yandere, with her enchanting countenance and fragrant presence, countered. Gu Gongzi, your comprehension skills are truly lacking. What I meant is, if my eyes were not blind, they would never suspect I would take an interest in you. A celestial being would not be swayed by mortal affections. Gu was utterly speechless. What sort of celestial being is this? He released the wheelchair and strode away. As long as we can act separately, farewell. Until next time. Yandere sensed the roughness of the path ahead, filled with ditches and stones, rendering her frail form unable to navigate the wheelchair safely away. She looked around, finding no one and missing Gu's presence, and called out, Gu, come back. No one responded. Realizing that Gu had truly abandoned her here alone, Yandere was both furious and anxious, cursing, Gu, you are not a man. You scoundrel, you rogue. I will surely curse you fiercely. Gu, having returned, happened to overhear her words. I had intended to leave, but then I thought, as a gentleman, it is truly unbecoming to abandon a frail woman. Thus I returned. He then shifted his tone. Yet, I suddenly feel that this gentlemanly conduct is not worth maintaining, considering, in someone's eyes, I am not a man. At this, he pretended to walk away, prompting Yandere to hastily call out, Wait, don't be angry. I was wrong. I apologize. Seizing the initiative, Gu turned with a smile. Call me brother. Yandere gritted her teeth. Don't push your luck. Very well, I shall take my leave. Gu turned again. Brother. Yandere's face flushed, her eyelashes trembling. She swallowed her humiliation. Who knew this scoundrel could be so shameless, resorting to such underhanded tactics? She resolved never to let him push her wheelchair again. Gu shook his head, dissatisfied. There's no sincerity in that. It makes it seem as though I am coercing you. Yandere covered her face with her hands, and when she lowered them, a sweet smile graced her features. Her voice soft and tender. Gu brother, I was wrong. I will never speak ill of you again. Please forgive me just this once, all right? Gu approached Yandere from behind, gently pushing her wheelchair. Mei, where are you headed? Allow your brother to accompany you for a while. With just the two of us, we are sorely lacking in manpower. I must go to GMOC to seek some assistance. Yandere maintained a delicate tone, her demeanor submissive. As Gu walked, he inquired, The assistance you seek, it wouldn't be intended for me, would it? How did you think so? Your suspicions wound your sister's heart. Yandere lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, feigning tears. Gu was aware of her pretense, just as she knew he was aware. Yet, appearances mattered. Now was not the time to reveal their true feelings. Once they reached her territory, if she did not have him thoroughly dealt with, she would no longer be deserving of the name Yandere. Before long, they arrived at the street where a fork in the road lay ahead. Gu halted, saying, I just remembered the Chiosher Auction House, renowned as the premier auction house in Li, is hosting an auction today. I plan to partake in the festivities. It is not far from GMOC, and the road is relatively smooth. If you are eager to return and seek assistance, you may depart unaccompanied. Yu Jie's expression remained unchanged as she replied with a light laugh. Then let us go together. I, too, wish to see if any treasures may appear. Though she yearned to return to GMOC to find someone to deal with Guan, she was uncertain whether this audacious man might push the wheelchair back to its previous location. Patience would be her virtue. She did not believe Guan could keep her by his side for a day, let alone a lifetime. On the way to Xiao Auction House, Guan encountered numerous dignitaries, all of whom greeted him amicably, and he responded with a smile. Despite his frail health and inability to cultivate, it did not mean others could look down upon him. After all, in this world, one relied on power and connections. In Zhu Lu Academy, those common talents were merely subordinates in the presence of the son of the Zhenbei Wang. In novels, it is often depicted that the protagonists, born of prominent families, are ridiculed as worthless. Such depictions are far from reality. Individuals of his stature, even if some harbor disdain, would not voice it openly. Get out of the way, you worthless Gu. A haughty voice called from behind. Guan turned to see a golden-haired young lady, dressed in an exquisite gown, adorned with silver hairpins and jade bangles, exuding an air of opulence. The golden-haired girl stood atop a spacious carriage, her petite figure, skin as smooth as jade, and delicate features reminiscent of a princess from a fairy tale. She placed her hands on her slender waist, arrogantly tilting her chin, casting a disdainful glance at Guan. Guan silently pushed Yu Jie aside, choosing not to engage with this spoiled little sister-in-law. The golden-haired girl was named in Gu, one of the three beauties of the imperial capital and the younger sister of his fiancé. Though she was a headstrong and willful young lady, her nature was not malevolent, and Gu had long viewed him with disdain, believing he was unworthy of her sister. However, it was the first time she had publicly insulted him as worthless before so many people. One could surmise that the recent rumors had tarnished his already diminished reputation. Young Master Gu, you truly received disparate treatment, Yu Jie remarked softly, her tone laced with melancholy. She insults you openly, and you simply endure it? Guan cast a sidelong glance at Yu Jie, dismissing her provocation. Embo Bo was a sworn brother of his father, treating him as a son. Thus he could not hold too much against this younger sister-in-law, who was merely a few months his junior. And Gu lifted a large white dog, resembling a Samoyed, from the carriage and leaped down. As she passed Guan, she paused, raising the white dog and shooting a glare at Guan and Yu Jie before striding into the auction house. What a pair of dogs! Following this, the two entered the auction house, their noble status granting them a private box on the second floor. Meanwhile, within the Wangfu, Lu Xingyun was preparing to venture to Qiushi auction house for some shopping when he was interrupted by his elder sister's voice. Where are you going? You walk so silently like a ghost. It nearly frightens me. Lu Xingyun's heart raced. Turning around, she was surprised to see Yihan Yin without her veil. Sister, what happened? Is the sun setting in the west today? Yihan Yin responded with a forced smile. I simply no longer wish to pretend. Can I not? It would save me from laughing myself to death. Lu Xingyun's heart nearly stopped. She stepped back in panic. You were spying on me? Naturally. Yihan Yin would not admit to it, replying coolly, before I left yesterday, something was forgotten. Upon returning, I overheard my dear sister speaking ill of me. The previous chill was no illusion. It was indeed the deadly gaze of her sister. Lu Xingyun, with a mournful expression, protested. Sister, let me explain. I was merely concerned that Xiao might be too harshly reprimanded by you, harboring resentment, and so I spoke a few words to ease his emotions. I was not truly disparaging you. Yihan Yin replied calmly. Yet I cannot help but feel that it was due to your embarrassment when I referred to you as a crybaby in front of Shaoan, that you bore a grudge and sought to tarnish my image behind my back. That is not true. You must believe me. Lu Xingyun's eyes flickered, her guilt evident. Do not worry. I'm not as petty as you. I sought you out today to see if you have progressed over the years. Yihan Yin beckoned. Come. Let us go to the training ground and spar a few rounds. Lu Xingyun shook her head vigorously. Another time. Today is the auction at Qiushi Auction House. Held once a month. I have already reserved a private room. Then cancel it, Yihan Yin stated. It is just as well to save you some money, lest you squander it recklessly again. Her sister was known for her extravagant spending, prioritizing aesthetics over value. There was a time when the younger sister once overpaid tenfold for a pair of exquisite ice silk stockings, only to later find them too revealing and shameful to wear, leaving them hidden in her wardrobe untouched. Minutes later, the sounds of Lu Xingyun's pleas for mercy echoed in the training ground. "Sister, take it easy. I promise I won't do it again. Wait, don't slap my face. How can I face Xiao unlike this?" Chapter 28. The Enchanting Empress. I am the most beautiful woman in the 9 heavens. In the private box of Qiu Shi auction house, Yu Jie gazed through the window at the excited crowd below. Though she was visually impaired, she seemed to perceive everything, as if she were not blind at all. It is no wonder these individuals are so exhilarated. Rumor has it that today, auction will be presided over by Lady Qiu herself. Guan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, is this Lady Qiu particularly beautiful?" "She possesses a captivating charm, akin to that of a seductive vixen," Yu Jie replied, her expression revealing a mixture of intrigue and disdain. "You are unaware of her? Aren't men typically fond of such women?" Guan shrugged. "This young master has no interest in married women. I merely came to explore due to the renown of Qiu Shi auction house." Yu Jie suddenly smiled. "Are you truly uninterested? From what I understand, Lady Qiu is quite possibly like the Empress, having remained untouched even after marriage. Is there truth to this?" Gu's eyes brightened, followed by an awkward cough. "Do not misunderstand. I am merely curious." Yu Jie smiled knowingly, explaining. "It is said that on the night of her wedding to the Qiu family, her husband perished, leaving her a widow. The autumn widow, possessing remarkable prowess, transformed the Qiujia from an inconsequential force into a first-rate power within less than 30 years, amassing wealth rivaling that of the most elite factions. She herself was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating and alluring, with countless admirers in the imperial capital longing to embrace her and bask in the riches of the Qiujia. This piqued Gu's interest. While establishing a first-rate power in 30 years seemed plausible, achieving it as an ordinary mortal was indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, within the palace, Gu Muxue arrived at Changning Palace, a structure enveloped by a formidable 7-tiered array that isolated it from the outside world, resembling a cage. Before the vanity, a mature and voluptuous woman clad in purple, with cascading violet hair, posed seductively before the mirror, exclaiming, "Such a figure, such a visage, I am truly the most beautiful woman in the heavens." Alas, confined in this place, my unparalleled beauty remains unappreciated, a great loss to the world. The purple-clad woman sensed a presence, straightened her slender waist, and began to groom her flowing hair, instantly adopting an air of dignity. "Oh, a rare guest. Is that not Her Majesty the Empress, or perhaps the Sovereign?" Gu Muxue entered, her red gown trailing behind her, calmly fixing her gaze upon her. "It seems the Empress Dowager has been in good spirits lately." The woman in purple turned, her long legs gracefully crossed, her voice sultry. "Since that bothersome man, your father, has passed, my mind has found peace, and my spirits have never been better." In Gu Muxue's eyes, the woman's exquisite features reflected back at her, her luscious red lips, alluring and tempting, her high, sensual nose, and the bewitching fox-like eyes adorned with a black beauty mark, only added to her charm and mystery. She was an enchanting vixen, flawless in beauty, capable of mesmerizing even women. No wonder the late emperor adored her alone, unwilling to relinquish what he could not possess. The Empress Dowager smiled playfully, her jade hand resting on her chin, every frown and smile dripping with allure. "Little Muxue, though I share no bond with your father, merely a one-sided affection on his part, to outsiders, I am still considered your mother. Come, call me mother a few times." Her name was Yu Zi, hailing from the 9-tailed fox clan, who had once suffered injuries while exploring ancient lands, trapped for a millennium in slumber. Upon the ancient lands resurfacing in the Kanglan realm's eastern wilderness, she was awakened by the ancestors of the Dugu clan and aided in escaping the ancient barriers. Grateful, she never anticipated that human hearts could be so treacherous. She was deceived by the Dugu clan and suppressed by the array for nearly 3 centuries. Even now, the formation above her head relentlessly siphoned her demonic energy day and night, transforming it into spiritual energy to nourish the Dali spirit veins for the royal family's cultivation. Severely injured and unable to heal, the array maintained a precarious balance, preventing her from recovering or deteriorating, leaving her in a perpetual state of weakness, barely sustaining her 7th-tier cultivation. Later, upon learning that Gu Muxue's father, Gu, had fallen for her at first sight and pursued her. Her response was one of indifference and clear rejection. Yet, undeterred by her disdain, he shamelessly constructed Changning Palace for her, proclaiming to the world that it housed his wife. Thus, in the eyes of the public, she became the late emperor's empress and the current empress dowager. Gu Muxue, gazing at her bewitching face, uttered 3 words, lecherous vixen. Yu Zi remained unfazed, instead exuding charm. Little Muxue, your resentment towards me remains as strong as ever. Your father abandoned you and your mother. It was not my desire, but his own folly in believing he could possess only me. She caressed her ample bosom, smiling sweetly. If being irresistibly alluring is a fault, then I have no words. As long as I am here, there is no chance for your escape, you lecherous vixen, so continue to admire your reflection in the mirror. Gu Muxue chose not to engage further and turned to leave, seemingly having come solely to insult the Empress Dowager. Yu Zi provocatively called after her, "Do not leave. Little Muxue, if you call me mother just once, I might begrudgingly play the part of your mother for a day, granting you a taste of maternal affection." This taunt seemed to pierce Gu Muxue, causing her to stumble in her breath as she forcefully slammed the door shut. Yu Zi continued, "Hey, I am the woman your father could not have. By being your mother for a day, I effectively become his empress for a day. Your refusal may very well drive your father to his grave once more. Truly, you are an unfilial daughter." Outside the hall, Gu Muxue took a moment to regain her composure. Her mother had been a maid, conceived after the late emperor's drunken indiscretion, yet he remained enamored with the lecherous vixen. Upon learning of her existence, he reacted with anger rather than joy, even casting her pregnant mother out of Dali's borders. Her mother, being materialistic, lamented the birth of a daughter, constantly bemoaning why she was not a son, believing that had she borne a prince, the emperor would surely have come for her, making her the empress of Dali. After years of unfruitful waiting, her mother eventually succumbed to despair. Despite her mother's unkindness, Gu Muxue still cherished the rare, warm memories of their past, feeling sorrow for her mother's fate. She resented her father's cruelty towards her mother, envied Yu Zi's existence, and fantasized that without her, their family of 3 could have found happiness. These sentiments were all carefully cultivated and amplified as she practiced her 7 emotions heaven technique. In truth, she bore no hatred for Yu Zi, nor did she care for her parents. Why should she concern herself with those who did not love her? Were it not for the influence of her technique, her mother's visage would have long faded from her memory. Yu Zi pursed her moist lips. "Is that how you leave? How dull." She turned to the mirror, revealing a wicked smile. "Very well. I shall soon preside over the auction. No interruptions are welcome." At the auction house, a once dull, purple-clad woman seated before her vanity suddenly radiated vitality. She picked up a piece of rouge paper, pressing her lips against it to paint them a vivid red. Then took a pen to dot her eye with a beauty mark. "Now I possess a fraction of allure." She covered her lips, letting out an enticing giggle. "Do you truly think you could trap me? You still have much to learn. Once I am free, I will certainly extinguish the Dugu clan." Just then, the door swung open, and a maid respectfully announced, "Madam, the auction is about to commence." Chapter 29. The Allure of Madame Chiu. I apologize for my tardiness. A sultry, enchanting voice reverberated through the restless gathering, instantly silencing the crowd. Soon after, an even greater commotion erupted, with countless admirers exclaiming, "We would wait an eternity for Madame Chiu to preside over the auction. What is a moment compared to a lifetime? I would gladly wait for you forever." The spotlight illuminated a woman in purple as she gracefully strode onto the stage, holding a fan to shield her voluptuous bosom. Her alluring gaze and graceful movements captivated all, drawing attention with every step. Her skin was as pale as sheep's fat white jade, rivaling the tenderness of youth. Yet what made her irresistibly desirable was the mature elegance that time had bestowed upon her. At that moment, every man's heart ignited with fervor as they beheld her swaying waist and curvaceous form. Madame Chiu was indeed a transcendent beauty, capable of captivating hearts to the point of folly. Merely gazing upon her was enough to ensnare one's soul. Just moments ago, Gu Gongzi had claimed disinterest in married women. Now, upon her entrance, his eyes were alight with desire, revealing him to be a man of contradictory words and intentions. Perhaps it is inherent among women to engage in a rivalry of sorts. Yu Jie, a prisoner of circumstance, found her audacity rekindled and scoffed. With an unparalleled beauty like her by your side, why fixate on a faded matron? Truly, it baffles the mind. Guan cast a sidelong glance at her and inquired, Sister Jie, can you cultivate? No, Yu Jie replied, puzzled by Gu and sudden shift in topic. Guan replied subtly, at your age, if you were in the realm of mortals, you would be considered no spring chicken. His gaze pierced through the curtains, continuing to admire the enchanting Madame Chiu. When I call you sister, do you truly believe you are still an untouched flower? You're nearing menopause. Yu Jie's lips twitched in irritation. It seemed she had found an equal adversary. Her hatred for Guan grew, cursing him in her mind for his sharp tongue, spotting her clenched jaw. Guan smirked with satisfaction. After spending his days with the mischievousista Mo as a mentor, he had become far from naive. Yihan Yin could reprimand him due to her respect for his teacher, and he would acquiesce to Aunt Lu out of familial affection, willingly accepting her guidance. As for others seeking to challenge him, he was unfazed. The emo queen was an exception. Her formidable prowess and penchant for direct confrontation rendered her unique. However, although he feigned submission beneath the queen's pomegranate skirt, it was merely a facade of endurance. Guan continued to observe Madame Chiu, while Yu Jie scrutinized him. In their verbal sparring, she may have faltered, but that did not equate to defeat. She merely found herself momentarily hindered by Guan's prowess. In due course, she would ensure he comprehended that her verbal skills were far from lacking. Let us dispense with pleasantries, rather than the incessant prattle of this humble servant. I believe everyone is eager to witness the treasures of this auction. Madame Chiu swayed gracefully towards the crystal display. The audience erupted in a fervor, declaring, to me, Madame Chiu is the finest treasure here. The auction matters little. I am here solely to behold her charm. Madame Chiu, with a radiant smile, triggered a mechanism, revealing a beautifully crafted box on the previously empty pedestal. Thank you all for your support. Today's auction features 300 items. The first is a 5th grade incomplete cultivation technique called Fengxing Shu, starting at a price of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Go inside. As expected of the premier auction house of Li, all high-end goods. Only 5th grade items are deemed worthy of auction. To attract Madame Chiu's attention, someone immediately bid. I offer 200,000 to bring good fortune to Madame Chiu. 200,000 is nothing. I bid 250,000. As the bids increased, the atmosphere grew electrifying. Most attendees were indifferent to the technique itself, purely seeking to elicit a smile from the beauty. Guan observed this spectacle, privately lamenting Madame Chiu's cunning. She had ensnared a crowd of admirers with her charm. Though she was the master of first-rate power, she referred to herself humbly, catering to the men's sense of superiority and vanity. Guan scrutinized the attention-grabbing Madame Chiu, whose first impression on him was that of a beguiling vixen, possessing an innate allure and a captivating figure. Yet, her attire was not overtly revealing. Rather, it exuded elegance and grandeur. This exquisite blend of nobility and seduction powerfully ignited the men's desire for conquest, stirring their hearts. In some respects, she bore resemblance to his enchanting female mentor. Even without deliberate seduction, her innate charm could drive men wild, invoking thoughts of possessing and overpowering her. As time passed and the auctioned items dwindled, amidst the display of male bravado, not a single item went unsold. The next item was the 6th grade, mid-tier wanling grass, a versatile herb capable of producing numerous 6th grade elixirs. Starting at a price of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, Madame Chiu opened the box, and a rich fragrance of herbs instantly filled the air, refreshing all who inhaled it. I bid 1,005. Guan finally spoke up. High-grade herbs were rare, and bringing one back for Aunt Lu would surely delight her. The second-floor private box provided considerable seclusion, intended to conceal the bidder's identity to prevent their treasures from being targeted. However, Guan boldly lifted the curtain, revealing his face. What a handsome young gentleman. Have we met somewhere before? Madame Chiu paused, sensing a familiarity in Guan. He smiled. I am the son of the North Guardian King. By revealing his identity, he aimed for the simplest of goals, to acquire the herb at the lowest price. Though such behavior lacked decorum, it was economical. Given Gu An's lineage, potential bidders began to hesitate. Noticing this, Guan added, if no one bids higher, I shall purchase the wanling grass for Aunt Lu. Upon hearing this, no one dared to contest him. The status of a young master was indeed esteemed. Yet those wishing to buy sixth-grade herbs often belonged to formidable factions themselves. They might not be inclined to show deference, but if it was needed by the sister of the national master, the significance was altogether different. Ah, so he's the most handsome man of Li. It seems the house has seen a portrait of young Master Gu. Madame Chiu mused, recalling the familiar visage. The wanling grass, anticipated to fetch 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, was thus acquired at a bargain by Gu, and Madame Chiu bore no ill will, promptly declaring, the wanling grass belongs to. Wait, a haughty voice interrupted. I bid 2,000. The crowd turned to locate the source of such audacity. And Cuckoo, mimicking Gu's earlier gesture, lifted the curtain, revealing her exquisite features with an air of arrogance. Ah, it is the second daughter of the Anping king. No wonder, Guan thought, feeling a headache coming on. His little sister-in-law had a knack for causing him trouble. 4,000. Realizing the opportunity to snag a deal was slipping away, Guan immediately doubled his bid, hoping to intimidate his sister-in-law into retreating. 5,000. And Cuckoo countered, clearly intent on provoking him. Gu's temper flared. Was she deliberately seeking a confrontation? As a third-grade alchemist, do you truly need sixth-grade herbs? He longed to teach Cuckoo a lesson, but ultimately held back, reminding himself, she is still a child and does not understand. I, a grown man, should not stoop to quarrel with a little girl. Thus, Guan responded with grace. A gentleman does not covet what another loves. If Missin desires it, I shall yield it to you. I wish you success in becoming a sixth-grade alchemist soon. And Cuckoo scoffed, ungrateful and dismissive. Such sweet words from a pauper who cannot afford it. She strutted like a victorious peacock, her chin held high, her modest bosom proudly displayed, relishing in the discomfort she inflicted on Guan, determined that he should not claim any treasure of his fancy. Guan thought, the truth is always the most painful, and continued to raise his bid, though he was not entirely certain he could afford it. 5,000 high-grade spirit stones equated to 50 million low-grade spirit stones, a significant expenditure even for a sixth-grade cultivator. His father was wealthy, but the inheritance was tightly controlled by his uncle. His master had wealth, yet was not his own. As for Aunt Lu, she was lavish in her spending, often oblivious to the weight of her expenditures. Her little treasure trove had long been managed by his master. Any significant expenses were scrutinized, and the modest savings he had discreetly accumulated were hardly substantial. The highest bidder wins. The wanling grass belongs to Missin. Madame Chiu cast a sympathetic glance toward Guan. Although it was merely a customary gesture, the natural allure in her expression sent a shiver through Guan's heart. The enchanting fox spirit may not possess the exquisite beauty of a grand succubus, yet her allure is undeniably compelling. He mused that even if the husband of Lady Chiu were to survive the wedding night, he would inevitably be drained in the days to come. With such a sultry temptress as his wife, who could possibly leave the bed, like any ordinary man? Guan found himself captivated by the elegant and mature form of Lady Chiu. By noon, the first half of the auction had concluded, yet he had not encountered any treasures of interest. After a brief intermission of half an hour, the afternoon auction commenced. During this time, some individuals who had secured items or lacked sufficient funds had exited, while the majority chose to remain, even if merely to indulge their eyes. At the onset of the second half, Guan's attention was immediately captured by an intriguing item, the larvae of the bloodthirsty mosquito. Lady Chiu began her introduction. The bloodthirsty mosquito is an exceedingly rare exotic beast. With ample sustenance, it can evolve to the pinnacle of the sixth realm. Given the low vitality of these three larvae, successful hatching was not guaranteed. Thus, the starting bid was set at a mere 6,000 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 6,005, Guan stated, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, for this was all his wealth. The rapid evolution of the bloodthirsty mosquito promised to become a formidable asset, capable of storing and purifying inferior blood, thereby accelerating his cultivation. I bid 7,000, exclaimed Missin, who refused to concede. Guan, half serious, half joking, replied, countless soldiers have perished on the battlefield, their lingering bloodthirst ravaging the land. I require this to cleanse the battlefield. I also have use for it. Missin shot back, her expression icy. Little Nin, you must secure this item. I am confident in my ability to hatch all three, Shui Wuro explained. You have cultivated the blood slaughter technique, and your blood is unique. By nurturing the mother larva with your essence, you may very well surpass the limitations of the bloodthirsty mosquito and evolve to the seventh or even eighth realm. Master, your awakening is quite timely. Otherwise, I might have truly given up, he lamented. The ghostly master remained silent throughout the day, clearly having entered a deep slumber. This was a common method for restoring soul energy, with sleep durations ranging from a day to half a month. However, his soul's level was far beneath that of his master. While she slumbered, he could not communicate with her, nor could he seek her aid in perilous situations. The prospect of acquiring the larvae was complicated by the interference of this young lady. Gu initially contemplated seizing it later, but an idea flickered in his mind as he turned his gaze toward the mischievous Yujie, who was observing him with suspicion. What are you staring at? She questioned, her heart tightening. Guin replied earnestly, I desire this item, not for myself, but for us. What? Yujie looked utterly bewildered. Guin elaborated, according to your words, the blood slaughter hall seems to have intentions of upholding justice, targeting either the debauched or the vile tyrants. Although the Empress has cleared my name, I believe many still view me as irredeemably wicked, believing I was merely a pawn pushed forward by the national master to serve as a scapegoat. In such circumstances, if I possess the bloodthirsty mosquito, do you think they might not take the risk and seek me out under the guise of justice? Yujie grasped his intention. You wish to borrow money from me? Not borrow, but for the GMO division to cover the costs. Guin spread his hands, feigning indifference. I want this item. Its purpose of purifying the battlefield is merely a facade. My true aim is to fulfill the Empress's task. Yujie, not one to be easily deceived, responded cautiously. Purchasing in your name is acceptable, but the larvae must be handed over to the GMO division afterward. In the dungeons, the blood energy is immense, perfect for nurturing them. Guin nodded affirmatively. That is only natural. Do I appear to be the sort who would engage in deceit? You unscrupulous villain, it's clear you are. Yujie mentally scoffed, though her face bore a warm smile. Very well, today I shall indulge you in front of others. Leaning forward, she declared, 100,000. This treasure shall be purchased on behalf of Guin, with the prospect of acquiring the bloodthirsty mosquito. Guin felt elated and tacitly accepted Yujie's return to her role as sister. I bid 150,000. Misen exclaimed, furious at the audacity of the couple to flaunt their affections so openly. Guin had not yet married her sister, yet he acted so boldly. Once married, he would surely dominate her sister. She resolved to protect her sister and thwart this union. 160,000, Yujie calmly countered, indicating that this sum was inconsequential to her. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Those who had previously doubted the rumors now wavered, as Yujie's stance was clearly one of defending her beloved. 200,000, Misen protested vehemently. 201,000, Yujie pressed on. You two are bullying me. Misen, feeling slighted, retreated into the private booth. Though a wealthy young lady, she was not foolish enough to bleed her finances dry for something trivial. Moreover, Yujie, the brazen woman tempting another's fiancé, had the backing of the GMO division. Losing to her was no shame. Misen consoled herself, striving to regain her dignity. Yet she felt a burning anger at being humiliated by a third party in front of everyone. You scoundrels, just wait. I shall not let this matter rest. She fumed, her cheeks puffed up in indignation, her delicate face nearly contorting with rage, making one want to pinch her cheeks. Congratulations, young Master Gu, on acquiring the larvae. Lady Chiu smiled at Gu, and noticing this, Yujie furrowed her brow slightly. Lady Chiu's attire and makeup bore a striking resemblance to that of the Empress of Chongning Palace. She did not dwell on this too long, attributing it to the fact that mature and alluring women likely shared a similar demeanor. Yujie turned to Gu, and her exquisite face adorned with a gentle smile. Sister has avenged you. Do you not wish to express your gratitude? Thank you, Yujie. Guin replied sincerely, his gratitude genuine. For Yujie had indeed spent a considerable sum on him. Yet, Yujie sensed something amiss. This rogue was not retorting as expected. Was he attempting to curry favor to avoid retribution later? As this thought crossed her mind, a cold smirk flickered across her features. After having bullied her earlier, was he now feigning submission? Too late for that. In an instant, she devised hundreds of ways to take revenge. 200 high-grade spirit stones was no small amount. She needed to ensure the GMO division delivered them. To prevent Guin from objecting, she added, you may very well be a target of the blood slaughter hall. For your safety, I must mobilize personnel to discreetly protect you, making it easier to catch them off guard. Yujie, I shall lure the snake from its hole. My life and wealth depend on your protection. To Yu Jie's surprise, Guan did not oppose her. This was exceedingly strange. What was he up to? Was he not afraid of the GMO division's retribution? Come in, Yu Jie called softly, and a maid stationed outside promptly entered. What may I assist you with? Esteemed guest? Today, I participated in the auction but did not bring enough spirit stones. Please send someone to inform the GMO division, she instructed. Pausing, she gauged Gu's reaction. There will be a demon extermination operation tonight. Please ensure they send more personnel. Understood, the maid replied, and as soon as she departed, Guan remarked, Yu Jie, I will step out for a moment. I shall return shortly. Gu Gongzi, are you perhaps afraid of the practitioners of the demonic path? Intending to return home early to hide? Yu Jie wore a smile that was neither here nor there, thinking to herself that this young man would not simply wait for death. Indeed, he planned to make an early escape. Guan smiled faintly. Sister Yu, you are mistaken. One has urgent needs, and when I feel nervous, I naturally wish to relieve myself. If you doubt my words, you are welcome to accompany me. What a scoundrel. Yu Jie's delicate face flushed with indignation. 3 minutes later, Guan returned to the private room, his hands damp, seemingly having just visited the restroom. Yu Jie expressed her surprise. Sister thought you might take the opportunity to flee. Guan replied with utmost seriousness. To draw the snake out of its hole, one must use bait. Those from the blood-killing hall would not take the bait without it. Even if I am afraid of death, I will not shy away from righteousness in the face of great principles. Yu Jie's red lips curled slightly. Aren't you afraid that the people from the GMOC will come and retaliate against you? Guan earnestly stated, with Sister Yu's generosity, our minor grievances will surely not weigh heavily on your heart. Thus, I have faith in you. Ha! What my younger brother says is true. I am indeed very magnanimous and will not hold it against you. Yu Jie pretended to be gracious, but inwardly, she was sneering. This little brat had bullied her earlier, and now he thought a few flattering words could erase the past. Dream on. As the auction concluded, darkness enveloped the sky, and the waning moon appeared. Guan guided Yu Jie along a deserted alley, a convenient place for action. The road was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint moonlight barely illuminating their path. After walking for about 10 minutes, he spoke up. It seems they will not strike tonight. Yu Jie nodded, smiling. If there were truly danger, I would sense it in advance. As of now, I feel no ominous premonition. Guan sighed, his tone regretful. What a pity. Not a pity, Yu Jie signaled, and over 20 members of the GMOC sprang forth from the shadows, appearing behind her like phantoms. Take him down. After enduring humiliation for an entire day, Yu Jie finally felt a surge of satisfaction, her voice laced with triumph. Guan, feigning ignorance, incredulously asked, Sister Yu, what do you mean by this? Yu Jie huffed. When I said I felt no danger tonight, I meant for myself, not that you would remain unscathed. Did you not say we would wipe the slate clean regarding the daytime incident? Guan feigned a look of betrayal. You are untrustworthy. I sincerely chose to believe in you, he declared loudly. I've been focused on eradicating evil, risking my own safety. And yet you, as a master of the GMOC, harbor such petty schemes. Yu Jie shook her head. You must be disappointed then. I am merely a small woman, not a paragon of virtue. She closed her eyes, yet was acutely aware of the situation. Facing Guan, who was restrained by her subordinates, she sighed. In the end, you're just a young man who has recently come of age, still rather naive and too trusting. I had hoped for a worthy opponent to bring some excitement to my dull days, but alas, I am greatly disappointed. Guan was filled with righteous indignation. I have truly misjudged you. Do as you will. If I furrow my brow, I am no man. Yu Jie beckoned, drawing him closer, her slender fingers lifting his chin. You do have some spirit, but I am not swayed by such antics. A teasing glint sparkled in her beautiful eyes. If I were to call you brother while you label me an old woman past my prime, how should I punish my mischievous younger brother? Guan snorted coldly, remaining silent. Yu Jie, with a knowing glance, threatened. What is the most important part of a man? How about we become sisters from now on? Not possible. She shook her head. The matron would not be pleased. Just as Yu Jie was eagerly contemplating how to play with Gu and without ruining him, the leader of the GMO suddenly changed countenance. Be alert. Formidable foes are approaching. No sooner had he spoken than several black-clad figures with ghostly masks appeared on the rooftops. They were surrounded by a terrifying aura of bloodshed. Undoubtedly members of the blood-killing hall. The Chi leader's expression darkened as he communicated with Yujie, one at the mid-6th realm, two at the early 6th realm, and the rest at the peak of the 5th realm. Master, what should we do? Yujie furrowed her brow. This configuration represented the full strength of a second-rate power from the imperial capital. Such a force, if placed elsewhere into Li, could easily dominate. While the Chi was indeed a top-tier organization, they managed the entirety of the Li, and the elite were all dispatched, leaving few capable fighters stationed in the imperial capital. Furthermore, she had not sensed any impending danger tonight. Her intention was merely to teach Gu a lesson, and she had only dispatched one early 6th realm cultivator. She had not anticipated that beneath the Emperor's feet lay such formidable demonic cultivators. The number of skilled practitioners emerging was alarming, and how many more lay hidden beneath the surface? Master, be careful, the Chi leader shouted. But it was too late. He was subdued by several 6th realm demonic practitioners working together, rendered immobile. He could only watch helplessly as a 5th realm practitioner struck towards Yujie with a finger like a sword, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. Gu reacted swiftly, pushing off the ground, seizing Yujie's shoulder and leaping into the air. The demonic practitioner's strike missed, shattering a wheelchair and sending iron shards flying. However, the follow-up attack from the blood-killing hall came immediately. In mid-air, Gu could not evade in time. In a moment of desperation, he wrapped his arms around Yujie, turning his back to shield her from harm. He took the full brunt of the demonic practitioner's blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood and spinning in the air to lessen the impact. When he landed, he barely regained his balance, his hair disheveled. The leading figure in black spoke with an aged voice. Master Yu, we have kept to ourselves and only eliminated those deserving of death. If you continue your pursuit, it will not merely be a warning as it is tonight. He then turned to Gu. For the sake of the National Master, I will only impose a minor punishment today. I shall spare your life, but you must hand over the eggs of the bloodthirsty mosquito, and I will grant you a path to survival. Gu felt a tickle in his throat and coughed heavily, blood trickling onto his pristine white robe. He struggled to raise his hand, opening his palm to reveal 3 insect eggs. Here they are. The old man in black extended his hand, drawing them in from a distance, and along with his subordinates, swiftly vanished into the darkness. Take care of yourselves. Yujie seemed either stunned by the sudden turn of events or caught off guard. After the departure of the blood-killing hall members, she remained draped around Gu's neck, her gaze fluctuating, unwilling to let go. As Gu embraced her and leapt into the air, the moment their skins touched, the 4 senses that had been stripped from her by the heavens miraculously returned. She saw Gu's face clearly, inhaled his scent, and felt the refreshing night breeze against her skin. For the first time amidst her purgatory, she felt truly alive. Her once colorless world was now vibrant, no longer monotonous. Chapter 32. The little sister-in-law crying from teasing, "What are you staring at me for? I know I am quite handsome, but you cannot see. Don't open your eyes and frighten me." Gu, feeling a bit guilty, turned his head away, fearing that Yujie had noticed something. Yujie lightly rested her wrist on Gu's other shoulder, a playful smile gracing her lips, her voice airy with teasing. Handsome is a feeling. Your selfless act of heroically saving the damsel in distress seems to have stirred something in me. Her tone was light and playful, as if she were joking, yet only she knew the turmoil in her heart at that moment. Time had disrupted the flow of years, and fate had tangled her heartstrings. Gu feigned indifference. Do not be overly sentimental. A man must naturally protect a woman in danger. I would save anyone in such a situation. He then coldly added, "You see, Zhu, how long do you intend to linger around me?" At that moment, a female subordinate hurried forward, taking Yu Dai's garment with an air of caution, as if fearing to touch her skin. "You should show some respect to Si Zhu." The tips of Yu Dai's fingers reluctantly brushed against Gu's neck as they parted, her world plunging into darkness once more, her regained senses fading away. This left a hollow ache in Yu Dai's heart. A suffocating fear compelled her to yearn for Gu's presence. Nevertheless, she suppressed this impulse. Deep down, she was not one to concede defeat. If Gu were to discover how significant his existence was to her, would she not be subjected to endless torment? "Thank you for earlier, but let us keep our debts separate," she said, tilting her head slightly, a genuine yet mischievous smile gracing her lips. We have plenty of time ahead. You cannot simply shake off your elder sister. Gu, oblivious to her deeper intentions, mistook her words as a desire for revenge and retorted with irritation. Ungrateful wretch. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered with you and suffered for it. Bring him the best healing medicine from Gu Muxue. You die, he commanded. No need. My aunt has plenty, Gu replied dismissively, striding away. Gu, we shall meet again tomorrow. As he departed, it felt as if a piece of Yu Dai's heart was lost as well. Confusion enveloped her. Why did her encounters with Gu allow her to evade the judgment of heaven and regain her senses? Could it be that, as Gu Muxue had maliciously suggested, Gu was indeed her destined fate? Take me back to the palace. Yu Dai's heart was in disarray, her pulse racing. Once one glimpses the light, returning to darkness is no longer an option. Yet, could she truly entangle Gu for a lifetime? The thought of a lifetime quickened her heart. For what else could a romantic partnership between a man and a woman be, if not a union of fates? Even as Yu Dai, despite her remarkable intellect, found herself flustered by such thoughts. Your Highness, the insect egg is returned to you. On the way, Wang Bo appeared, returning the item to its rightful owner. The previous group of demonic cultivators had been Gu's people. They were the same ones who had attempted to ambush the execution site. In the private room, Gu had feigned leaving merely to relay information. They had all practiced a simplified version of the blood slaughter technique, which had far fewer side effects than the blood refinement method. Yet the results were nearly indistinguishable from that of the blood slaughter hall. Thus, over the years, all their killings had been pinned on the blood slaughter hall, making an ideal scapegoat. Gu spoke earnestly. Yu Dai is not someone who would succumb to threats. Inform everyone to remain concealed, without my command. Do not act. Understood, Wang Bo replied, then inquired with concern, Your Highness, how is your injury? I'm fine. I just need a rest for a while. Gu reassured him. He had intended to heroically save the damsel, thereby resolving their grievances, but had not anticipated that she would be so petty. Vowing to keep an eye on him. By the way, I discovered something strange, Wang Bo said, still shaken. The one who feigned attacking Yu Siju suddenly suffered a backlash upon leaving, nearly falling into madness. I wonder what method was used. Gu's surprise flickered across his face. If a mere feigned attack had such consequences, what would have happened had there been true hostility? Was that cunning woman genuinely favored by the heavens? I cannot afford to provoke her. I must avoid her in the future. Your Highness, here are some new clothes. Wang Bo retrieved a set of white garments from his spatial ring. Miss Lu will worry if she sees bloodstains again. Gu accepted them, nodding, You may return first. I will tend to my injury to avoid raising any suspicions with Aunt Lu. After Wang Bo left, Gu swallowed a healing pill and slowed his pace, focusing on regulating his body. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and called out, Missin, why are you sneaking around? What are you up to? At his words, a blonde girl with a large white dog jumped out from behind a stone pillar. I'm not sneaking around. I am quite openly blocking your path on the way back to the Wang mansion. Gu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do you need something from me? And Kuka placed her hands on her hips, her small face puffed up in indignation. Today, you bullied people along with that little third party. Do you think I will let you off the hook? Gu was left speechless. How did her mischief become him bullying her? Taking a deep breath, he replied, Did you not say that I am unworthy of your sister? Why are you so worked up now that I am involved with someone else? And Kuku, unreasonable as ever, replied with conviction. Until my sister formally annuls her engagement with you upon returning to the imperial capital, you are not allowed to associate with other women, or it will tarnish her reputation. Isn't that a bit too much to meddle in? Gun rolled his eyes, and Kuku released the leash of her dog, shouting, Dare you defy me? Dabai, go bite him hard, so he knows that our family is not to be trifled with. Dabai, like a wild stallion, bounded toward Guin, then began licking his face affectionately. Dabai, stop that, it tickles. Guin had a good rapport with the large dog, always bringing chicken legs to feed it during his visits to the Inping Wang mansion. Seeing this, and Kuku clenched her small hands in frustration, stamping her feet. Dabai, you are driving me mad. You are such a flirt. Useless Guin, you think bribing Dabai will help? Watch how I teach you a lesson for my sister. As her spiritual energy surged, she conjured a small fireball and hurled it with glee. I will scorch your face. Let's see how you flirt around. Under the cover of night, Guin swiftly unleashed 3 silver needles, which precisely struck in Kuku, neutralizing her spiritual energy. And Kuku gasped in horror. What trick did you use on me? Guin decided to impart a memorable lesson to this troublesome sister-in-law, lest she continue to stir up trouble. Approaching with a mischievous grin, he said, "Nothing much, just rendering you temporarily devoid of your spiritual powers. Stay away." And Kuka panicked, retreating to a shadowy corner. Cornered and anxious, she questioned, "What do you intend to do to me? In the dead of night? A lone man and a woman. What do you think?" Guin threatened, feeling quite like a wicked uncle. And Kuku's voice trembled with fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had never encountered such a situation before. "If you dare to insult me, my father will not spare you." Chapter 33. No one will come to your rescue tonight. No matter how loudly you shout. Whether Uncle Lin will spare me is a matter for later. What you should worry about now is whether I will spare you tonight. Guin's gaze was lecherous as he appraised Kuku's delicate figure, as if admiring a piece of art. Though her temper was not the best, her beauty was undeniably exceptional, worthy of being one of the 3 beauties of the imperial capital. Her features were exquisitely petite, like a finely carved jade, with a delicate nose and rosy cheeks, her skin fair as snow, smooth and refined, and her cherry lips temptingly ripe, evoking the desire to take a bite and savor her sweetness. "Rogue, if you dare come any closer, I will scream that you are assaulting me." And Kuku resembled a timid little creature, on the brink of being devoured, her large eyes shimmering with tears, resembling a delicate flower on the verge of wilting. To be honest, Guin felt a pang of compassion. Bullying a young girl seemed rather excessive. Yet, in pursuit of a permanent solution, to instill genuine fear and deter her from future troubles, he had no choice but to continue his intimidation. He recalled the villainous dialogues from the television dramas of his previous life that typically accompanied such scenes. Thus, he approached her with his hands poised like claws, a wicked grin adorning his face. "Scream all you want. Even if you shatter your throat, no one will come to your rescue tonight. The louder you cry, the more exhilarated I become. You worthless Guin, do not think for a moment that I am afraid of you." At an opportune distance, and Kuku suddenly lifted her slender foot, aiming directly at Guin's most vulnerable spot. "I shall rid the world of this harm. And if I shatter this vile thing, let us see how you continue your misdeeds. By heavens, you are truly malicious. I merely coveted your body, and you wish for the Gu family to be cut off from future generations." Guin reacted swiftly, stepping down on her instep. "Ah!" And Kuku cried out in pain, losing her balance and falling into Guin's embrace. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she raised her hand to slap Guin. "Who permitted you to touch me?" Guin seized her delicate wrist, pressing her back against the wall. "What of it? You dare to call me worthless, yet cannot even contend with such a supposed waste. Is it not you who resorted to despicable means, causing me to lose my spiritual power? Otherwise, I would have bested you with one hand." And Kuku retorted indignantly. Guin lowered his gaze, admiring her exquisite features, mocking, "In the same state of powerlessness, did I not also allow you one hand? You despicable villain. Bullying a woman is hardly an accomplishment. Release me at once." And Kuku's face flushed with embarrassment, pinned against the wall, her hands held aloft. This humiliating position rendered her utterly mortified. "You have already called me a villain. Should I not indulge in some mischief to honor your bestowed title?" Guin feigned a lecherous expression, his gaze fixated on Kuku's well-developed figure. And Kuku struggled valiantly, yet her strength was insufficient, and tears began to flow. "I misjudged you. I never anticipated you were indeed the vile creature the Empress spoke of. I foolishly believed you to be a good person." Guin, taken aback, replied, "If I am a good person, then why do you constantly seek to trouble me?" And Kuku sniffled, quietly asserting, "A good person is still a good person, but you are unworthy of my sister. Now that you are so wicked, you are even less deserving." Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she continued, "If you release me now and mend your ways, I shall still regard you as a good person. What use is being a good person if I am still subject to your harassment? Perhaps I ought to forego being one altogether." Guin found amusement in her simplicity. And Kuku was, without a doubt, a naive young lady, her words betraying her youthful innocence. He persisted with his threats. "You have sought trouble throughout the day and dared to block my path at night. This little beauty has willingly delivered herself to me. I shall not be courteous in my enjoyment." As he spoke, he reached for the fastening of her garment. "All of this is of your own making. Do not blame me." Tears streaming down her face, and Kuku choked out, "Please, do not bully me like this." I apologize. I am truly sorry. I promise I shall never dare again. Gu maintained his stoic demeanor, coldly replying, Why should I believe you? My grip on your wrist is quite painful. Would you kindly loosen your hold? And Gu pouted, her expression one of pitiful distress. Seeing his objective fulfilled, Gu finally released her, taking a step back. However, and Gu, eager to retaliate, hesitated, recalling her previous failures, and let out a sigh of resignation. Reluctantly, she retrieved the wanling grass she had acquired that day from her pink storage pouch, presenting it to him with a sorrowful expression. This is for you. Please do not bully me any further. You believe this trifling offering will suffice for me to let you go? Gu remained unmoved, adopting an aloof demeanor. And Gu, begrudgingly, produced another item, a danyao of the 6th tier, brewed by her sister. This is a coming-of-age gift prepared for you by my sister. A 6th tier, superior Ling Yuan Dan. Gu was taken aback by the value of the pill. It far surpassed that of comparable spiritual herbs. Crafting a 6th tier pill required the use of several, if not dozens, of 6th tier spiritual herbs. A 6th tier superior pill was rare even in the Yao Wang Valley. He immediately accepted it, questioning, My birthday has long passed. Why present this gift only now? He wondered why his fiancée had not sent him a birthday gift this year. It turned out it had been withheld by her younger sister. In previous years, he had always received gifts from his fiancée, which were typically nourishing spiritual elixirs, as she was aware of his frail health and inability to cultivate. Thus, even without having met, he sensed that his fiancée was a considerate and gentle woman. Feeling guilty, and Gu's face flushed as she stammered. The distance from the central land to the imperial capital is quite far. Is it not normal for things to take time? Being forthright and disliking falsehoods, she felt a surge of embarrassment and indignation, her temper flaring. Did I not just give you the elixir? What more do you desire? She expressed her discontent. My sister is too soft-hearted, thinking to provide you with some compensation. When she returns to the imperial capital to annul the engagement, it will be easier on her. I say you should not treat him kindly, bar him from the in-family doors, and extinguish his foolish hopes of pursuing my sister, lest you, a toad, develop aspirations of courting a swan. Noticing Gu An's unwavering gaze upon her, and Gu, oblivious to her own predicament, glared back. What are you staring at? Have I said anything wrong? The family owes the Gu family nothing, and my sister certainly owes you nothing. Speaking of her sister filled and Gu with pride. My sister is beautiful, gentle, and possesses extraordinary talent that shines in the gifted Central Land. She is already poised to become a saintess of a significant power there, far beyond what a worthless person like you could ever deserve. I advise you to possess some self-awareness. When my sister returns from the Central Land to visit, you better take the initiative to annul the engagement. Gu, wearing a smile that belied his true feelings, regarded the spirited and Gu. Have you finished speaking? If so, please willingly disrobe, lest I be forced to act more roughly, for it would be regrettable to mar your delicate skin. And Gu's taunts did not faze him. Their engagement was merely a matter of parental arrangement. For someone who valued romantic freedom, as long as the other party was unwilling, he was indifferent to when they would cancel the engagement. He would not intentionally create difficulties. He continued to intimidate and Gu as he realized this girl had not learned her lesson. The previous scare had not been sufficient. Before she could escape his clutches, she dared to look down upon him. If he released her now, she would undoubtedly seek trouble again. He needed to instill a lasting fear in her, ensuring that she would avoid him in the future. Gu's words brought Gu back to reality. She trembled in fear, clutching her chest. You are untrustworthy. I've already apologized, and yet you still bully me. Chapter 34. Choose her or choose the master. Gu, with an air of superiority, looked down at Gu. He had initially softened upon witnessing her pitiable tears and contemplated sparing her, but her subsequent arrogance was truly irksome. Hearing his words, Gu pouted, her eyes misty, and lifted her delicate face to gaze at Gu and with a look of utter helplessness. I understand my mistake. Gu, you are a good person. Please let me go. You were given a chance, yet you failed to cherish it, Gu replied, his tone as frigid as a cold lake. Did you not look down upon me? Then today, I shall claim you. You dare. And Gu's expression shifted dramatically as she glared at him. Gu seized her chin, chuckling lightly. Tell me, after I have taken you, do you think Uncle would agree to our union? I would never marry such a villain. And Cuckoo shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off Gu An's grasp. Do not move. I wish to observe how my future bride appears, he said, his fingers pressing into her soft cheek, nearly enveloping half of her delicate face, devoid of any tenderness. Not bad. You might indeed pique my interest in the bedroom. He tilted her face left and right, admiring her as he spoke. Whether you marry or not is not for you to decide. You nearly became my fiancée years ago. Now I choose you. And I believe Uncle An would gladly allow you to replace your elder sister in marrying into the Gu family. The Prince of Anping and Gu An's father shared a close bond. Having made a pact in their youth that offspring of the same surname would be considered brothers or sisters, while those of different surnames would become spouses. Upon discovering Gu An was a boy, both families promptly announced their engagement, but shortly after, the wife of the Prince of Anping gave birth to Cuckoo. Months later, when the fetus was formed and revealed to be a girl, the engagement had already spread widely, making it impossible to retract. Thus, fate intervened, causing the two to miss their destined union. Had the Princess of Anping conceived Cuckoo a few days earlier, they might have been a couple. For Cuckoo's sister was considerably older than Gu An and not suitable. With her face tightly squeezed, Cuckoo pouted, her words coming out haltingly. Even if I had to marry a dog, I would never marry you. A forced marriage is never sweet. It merely quenches thirst, Gu An replied with a devilish smile. Once you enter the Gu family, I shall torment you daily and confine you to a little dark room, forbidding you from going anywhere. His words terrified Cuckoo, and she no longer dared to be defiant, pleading, my coming-of-age ceremony is approaching. Can you wait a few more months? Gu An raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that after you come of age, I should pursue you? Yes. And Cuckoo nodded vigorously. Gu An pointed at his forehead. Do I appear foolish to you? With that, he pretended to strip her of her splendid attire, intending to touch her exquisite figure. Seeing Gu An was serious, and Cuckoo became utterly frightened, forgetting to resist. Like a wrong little girl, she began to wail, Daddy, Mommy, sister, where are you? Come save Kiki. Mommy, I miss you so much. Ever since you left, sister was taken to the Central Land, and Daddy is busy with official duties, hardly spending time with me. Now I'm being bullied, and no one is here to help me. And Cuckoo cried inconsolably, as if she had suffered immeasurable injustice. Observing her tear-streaked, delicate visage and her pitiful words, Gu An awkwardly withdrew his hand, rubbing his nose. Missin, please do not cry. I was merely trying to frighten you. I did not intend to truly harm you. And Cuckoo sniffled, her tears falling like pearls. I'm going to cry, she protested, wiping her tears and choking back sobs. Throughout my life, no one has dared to speak to me in such a manner. How can you bully me so? Gu An felt a sense of emptiness. Indeed, he was a grown man, quarreling with a spoiled little princess. Yet, having come this far, he had no choice but to maintain his course. This time, it was merely a scare. Next time, it may not be so. You would do well to keep your distance from this beast of a man, lest you be bullied again. Gu An, I despise you. You are the worst villain in the world. And Cuckoo bared her little tiger teeth and bit down on Gu An's arm. Gu An frowned but did not resist, finding that it alleviated some of his guilt about bullying a young girl. After a while, Cuckoo finally released him, wiping her tears. I don't want to deal with you anymore. Best if we do not see each other again. Do not trouble me, and I shall not bully you. Gu An sighed in relief. Goodbye, let us return home. And Cuckoo picked up the large dog beside her, her shoulders slightly hunched as she walked away, sobbing softly, her back appearing particularly forlorn. Perhaps out of guilt, Gu An remained rooted in place, watching her leave. After walking about 30 meters, Cuckoo suddenly turned back, making a face and sticking out her little tongue. Gu An, you big fool. Do you really think I have succumbed to your tyranny? My earlier tears were merely a tactic. Just wait, I shall reclaim this. Having uttered her threats, she dashed away without looking back, calling out, Fool, fool. Ha. Gu An, you are just a big fool. I am not afraid of you. Gu An found her fleeing figure, clutching a dog half her height, both panting heavily and scurrying away, to be a comical sight. With a wry smile, Gu An shook his head, intending to leave when a sudden scream echoed down the alley. Ah, there's a ghost. Big fool, come save me. Turning to look, he saw the girl and her large dog racing toward him, terrified and frantic to reach him first. In no time, both were breathless, hiding behind Gu An, gasping. Big bad guy, you scared the ghost away. From now on, you shall be my brother-in-law. Gu An was left speechless. What terrifying presence could frighten this proud young lady into acknowledging him as her brother-in-law? Dabai, why are you poking my shoulder? And Ku turned back in dissatisfaction, only to be met with a ghastly face. Before her stood a 2-meter-tall female giant, floating in the air, barefoot, with flowing white hair and in the night wind, revealing a face devoid of features. Little girl, you smell delightful. I would love to devour you. And Kuka rolled her eyes and fainted. Dabai, witnessing this, immediately lay down, feigning unconsciousness. Master, why do you keep coming out to scare people? Guan chuckled, bemused. Shuewu Rao regained her stunning features. Her flowing black dress revealing impossibly long, pale legs that seemed to defy nature. I'm not joking. I truly wish to consume her. Guan blinked, puzzled. Though she is somewhat spoiled and willful, surely her transgressions do not warrant death? Shuewu Rao extended her crimson tongue, licking her plump lower lip. I have always found her scent pleasant. Now, it is increasingly enticing. I heard that on the day of her birth, celestial phenomena occurred, and all alchemists in the imperial capital produced superior elixirs. I suspect she is a reincarnated celestial pill. If I could consume her, I believe I could restore much of my spiritual power. As she spoke, she reached toward Nkuku, prompting Gu to step in front of her. Master, what do you intend to do? Naturally, to kill her and refine her flesh and blood into a great elixir, Shuewu Rao replied earnestly. In her eyes, human and demon were different species. Apart from Guin, whom she had watched grow up, everyone else was no different from animals. Guin furrowed his brows and addressed his master. Shurzuin, are you truly prepared to oppose me for the sake of someone who has constantly targeted you? Shuewuro, in her first display of anger, retorted sharply, are you willing to go against me for someone who has sought to undermine you? Choose wisely, her or your master. Chapter 35. The long legs of my master, yours to touch naturally. I choose my master. Guin's response was unequivocal. Then step aside. Despite the sweet words from her rebellious disciple, Guin stood firm, blocking her path. Shuewuro's irritation surged. With his chest held high, Guin proclaimed earnestly, though my heart lies with you, it does not mean I would choose her death. Enough of this jesting, Shuewuro said coldly. This elixir is essential for me. Do you intend to thwart my recovery? When the seemingly frivolous female ghost master became genuinely angry, her imposing aura rivaled that of an ice-cold master. The twilight behind her thickened like ink, her long black dress draping like a curtain of night, consuming all beneath it. In a night breeze, her waist-length silver hair danced, strands brushing against her exquisite visage, the moonlight illuminating her skin to a frosty whiteness, her deep-set eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Shuewuro, tall and statuesque, lowered her lashes as she gazed down at her small disciple. Repeat that. Step aside. Unmoved, Guin replied with solemnity. Uncle regards me as his own. To me, Nku is but a mischievous younger sister yet to understand the world. While you may intimidate her, killing her is a command I cannot obey. Shuewuro stepped forward, bending slightly as her white hair cascaded down to rest on Guin's shoulder, tickling his face. Her crimson lips brushed against Guin's ear, exhaling a fragrant whisper. Her voice sultry and captivating. My dear disciple, if you allow me to consume her, you may thereafter have the privilege of touching my long legs. In a moment of instinct, Guin glanced at his master's smooth, voluptuous legs, a heat rising within him. Shuewuro stoked the flames further, her nose grazing Guin's cheek, sending a tingling sensation through him. Finally, her fiery red lips hovered tantalizingly close to his, the sweet scent enveloping him as she spoke. If you comply, you may engage in even more audacious actions with me, such as snatching my first kiss. Master, please maintain your dignity. I am not one to betray my friends for mere beauty. Guin exclaimed, flustered, pushing her away, his heart racing wildly. How could anyone resist such temptation from a great demon? One more second in proximity, and he feared he would be overwhelmed by desire, committing acts of rebellion. Seeing that her seductive tactics bore no fruit, Shuewuro, vexed, declared, You wretched boy, how ungrateful you are. Guin, panting, replied, The reason I pursued demonic arts was due to your assertion that even demons possess a path. Righteous methods may perpetrate evil, while demonic paths can also save lives. Whether good or bad lies in human agency. Impatient, Shuewuro waved her hand, interrupting, Enough. I was merely saying that to coax you into practicing. Did you take it to heart? This is a world governed by the strong, preying upon the weak. I am weak, thus I consume her. If I were weak, it would be justifiable for others to kill me. Shui Wuro cast a sidelong glance at Guan, huffing in dissatisfaction. Not long ago, you proclaimed you could defy the world for me. Yet now, when it comes to killing someone, you not only refuse to assist, but also create trouble. Oomph. You little deceiver. All talk and no action, merely sweet nothings. Guan scratched his face sheepishly, chuckling awkwardly. But the premise is to be an enemy, is it not? She has not harmed you. If someone were to threaten you, I will be the first to leap into the fire. Shui Wuro covered her ears, shouting. I refuse to listen. More flowery lies. After a pause, she continued. If you were a soul, I would unconditionally eliminate everyone for your recovery, regardless of their innocence. Yet you cannot do the same for me. What does this indicate? Pouting her fragrant cheeks in mock indignation, she appeared somewhat adorable. It indicates that your kindness towards me pales in comparison to my affection for you. Guan found himself at a loss for words, a sense of indebtedness washing over him. After a moment, he regained his composure. Master, do not call me master. I have no unfilial disciple like you. Shui Wuro transformed into a beam of spiritual light, vanishing into Guan's body. Guan exhaled deeply. Thank you, master. The female ghost master was resolute in her intent to consume Nku, and she could easily do so without a trace, even if she did so openly. He could not prevent it. Shui Wuro did not respond. Languidly reclining in the ethereal space of the soul-nurturing jade, her silver hair spread out like snow. Her eyes closed as if in slumber. Having been weak for so long, she resembled a famished individual suddenly encountering food. If Nku were an irrelevant person, she might have concealed her intentions from Gu and to spare him the emotional burden and eliminated her in secret. However, their connection made such deceit feel like a betrayal of trust, something she was unwilling to do. Thus, she brought the matter to light, granting Guan the choice. Yet, she had already anticipated the outcome, knowing Guan's character would lead him to refuse. Her initial seductive strategy was merely a desperate gamble. She was not fond of those who aided in wrongdoing, but if Guan were willing to harm the innocent, even in a moment of impulsivity, it would bring her joy. She admitted to a certain double standard within herself. Now, liberated from the intense internal conflict, she resolved to forego the act, feeling a sense of relief and lightness. Guan continued, as long as it does not violate my principles, should I encounter anything that could restore your soul, no matter the danger, I will exert my utmost effort to procure it for you. Fearing her disapproval, he added, rest assured, for your sake, my principles can be flexible. I am willing to steal or rob. Shui Wuro could not help but laugh, retorting, do not flatter yourself. What do you mean for me? You manipulated Yujie into purchasing items, and then afterward had them stolen. There are no good people like you. Upon hearing this, Guan awkwardly chuckled, realizing he indeed had few boundaries. Yet, while his limits were low, he still had a bottom line. He could be a thief, but would never resort to killing others. Clearing his throat, Guan defended himself. I was once a model youth, all thanks to your teachings. Shui Wuro scoffed, do not shift the blame. This is called tailored education. It is your inherent nature that is wicked. Guan did not argue further, but inquired, Master, are you no longer angry with me? Shui Wuro let out a light snort. While your stance is not incorrect, your refusal to assist me is quite displeasing. A sly smile crept upon her lips upon reflection. This little girl may be the reincarnation of an elixir, yet she is not yet fully formed. Consuming her now will yield little benefit. I shall wait until she is ripe for the taking. At that moment, the unconscious Nku began to stir, dazedly asking, where am I? Miss and congratulations. You have once again fallen into my clutches. Guan squatted down, playfully gazing at the golden-haired girl lying on the ground. Tell me this time, can I let you go? Chapter 36. Overwhelmed by Aunt Lu's potion ghost, where is the ghost? Recalling the events of the night, Nku looked around in panic. Hunching her shoulders, her face ashen, where is that faceless female ghost? Her trembling voice revealed a palpable fear, and it was evident that she was far more terrified of Shui Wuro than of Guan's gaze suddenly darkened, his mouth opening to reveal a row of chilling teeth, a raspy voice escaping his throat. The owner of this little girl's body has quite a delectable scent. Once I consume his innards, it will be your turn. And Cuckoo, still in shock, seemed to see a gaping maw lunging towards her, causing her to roll her eyes back and faint. Guin, puzzled, remarked, "She truly cannot handle fear. Her courage is minuscule." It appeared that he had forgotten his own disheveled experiences at the age of 3 when a female ghost had frightened him into nightly nightmares. Guin administered a few needles to Nkuku, and she fluttered her eyelashes, slowly opening her eyes. Upon recognizing the figure before her, her legs turned to jelly, and with trembling hands, she pushed herself backward while stammering, "Are you human or a ghost?" In an effort to spare Nkuku from psychological trauma, Guin chuckled. "What ghost? The female apparition you just encountered was merely one of my associates in disguise." Upon hearing this, Nkuku's tense shoulders visibly relaxed, only to be followed by a furrowing of her brows, resembling a ruffled kitten as she sprang up in indignation, exclaiming, "Guin, you have gone too far." "Gone too far?" Guin's expression turned wicked as he tore open his garment, revealing his chiseled abs. "The truly outrageous events are only just beginning. Why, you shameless!" Nkuku gasped, her face flushing crimson as she quickly covered her eyes. However, having never seen a man bare-chested before, her curiosity compelled her to sneak peeks through her fingers. To her astonishment, the physique of this villain was quite commendable, causing her heart to race. As Guin approached with ill intentions, she regained her senses, realizing the impending danger, and pleaded for mercy. "Brother-in-law, I was wrong." With an icy demeanor, Guin responded, "Calling me brother-in-law now would be foolish. I have witnessed your rapid shifts in demeanor." Nkuku lowered her head, her golden locks cascading down to conceal her flushed cheeks, murmuring an apology. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you a big fool." She fidgeted with her fingers, her voice barely audible. "I truly wasn't pretending when I cried from fear earlier. I felt utterly embarrassed and said those things to save face. I have surrendered under your oppressive presence." Guin found her submissive demeanor amusing, and after addressing, he extended his hand. "Given your honesty, I shall not bully you this time. Hand over 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, and I will let you go." Nkuku, known as a wealthy young lady in the imperial city with abundant treasures, felt no guilt in relinquishing such a small amount. "You must keep your word," she stated, relieved as she transferred the spirit stones and cautiously inquired, "Can I leave now?" Guin affirmed, and just as she walked 10 paces away, he suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." The young lady trembled, fearing he would renege, and fled in a panic, her golden hair flowing behind her as she abandoned her dog. "I truly realize my mistakes. I promise not to trouble you again. Please let me go. I'm not well endowed. My legs are short, and I lack any feminine charm. I cannot satisfy you." Guin observed her fearful retreat, noting her reluctance to speak harshly against him. Watching her disappearing figure, he lamented, "What a pity. Such a splendid opportunity today, and I forgot to tousle her luscious golden locks, which surely would have felt delightful." Upon returning to the Wangfu, the moon hung low in the western sky. Lu Xingyun, donned in a moon-white gown, stood in the corridor, her veil fluttering gently in the night breeze. Upon seeing Guin return, she remarked with a hint of acidity, "I thought you had gone to the palace to indulge in debauchery and wouldn't return home tonight." Just as Guin was about to explain, he noticed Lu Xingyun's unusual attire and asked curiously, "Aunt Lu, what is the purpose of that?" "Oh, this?" Lu Xingyun awkwardly touched the edge of her veil, feeling embarrassed. Last night, after her sister's slander was uncovered, she had been soundly reprimanded by her sister under the pretense of sparring, leaving her with a bruised face and no desire to be seen. The truth behind her wearing the veil was not something she wished to disclose, as she did not want to tarnish Guin's image of his beautiful aunt. After a moment of contemplation, she fabricated an excuse. "I merely wish to experience what it feels like to wear a veil like my sister usually does." As she spun around, her gown billowed, and her hair danced, she added, "How does it look? Doesn't it impart an ethereal quality?" Indeed, her attire was charming, exuding a certain dreamy beauty. Guin complimented her, but then inquired, "But didn't you say that master wears a veil merely for show? Why are you now trying to emulate her?" "The depth of my sister's intentions is beyond my comprehension. My previous comment was merely a casual remark. Please do not take it to heart." Lu Xingyun replied earnestly, "Regardless of whether one wears a veil or not, I am convinced my sister has her reasons." Having developed a psychological shadow from her sister, she felt as though she was being watched at all times, making her wary of speaking ill of her. Guin, still somewhat skeptical, sensed that Aunt Lu was acting strangely. Lu Xingyun pulled Guan inside and seated him at a stone table, lightly tapping her fingers, causing the exquisite dishes to emit a waft of steam. "You eat first. I will fetch some wine. You are now of age and should learn a drink." As she departed, the flutter of her veil brushed against Gu's cheek, leaving a faint fragrance that stirred tantalizing thoughts within him. His ears flushed slightly, and his heart raced as memories of their previous flirtation surfaced. If they both drank this time, then meanwhile, Lu Xingyun stealthily entered the kitchen, surreptitiously retrieving a packet of medicine from her sleeve. Carefully, she poured the powder into the wine jar, muttering to herself, "Little one indeed appears to be in a state of deficiency. His health is deteriorating. Today I must check to prevent him from overexerting himself and developing lasting ailments." At the table, Guan was lost in thought when Lu Xingyun's gentle voice interrupted. "Little one, it's time for your medicine." "Medicine? What do you mean?" Guan raised his head in confusion, looking at Lu Xingyun. Feeling nervous about her first devious act, Lu Xingyun inadvertently spoke the truth. Fortunately, her veil concealed her face, preventing Guan from seeing her guilty expression. Steadying herself, Lu Xingyun removed the jar's lid and bent down to fill a cup for Guan. "This is a medicinal wine personally brewed by me. It can invigorate your health." Upon hearing this, both felt a bit awkward. Lu Xingyun hurriedly poured herself a cup as well. Her cheeks flushed. "Come, let us have a toast. We shall not rest until we are drunk tonight. I'm certain my tolerance surpasses yours," Guan asserted confidently. He clinked his cup with hers and downed it in one gulp, smacking his lips. "The taste is rather peculiar." Nervous, Lu Xingyun quickly explained, "It's normal for your first time drinking to feel uncomfortable." Guan commented, "Isn't it inconvenient to drink while wearing a veil? Aunt Lu, why not take it off?" As soon as he spoke, a wave of dizziness washed over him. What is happening? Suddenly feeling so drowsy, Lu Xingyun set down the cup that was nearly at her lips, her face lighting up with joy. "This wine is particularly strong. It's no surprise that you, being a novice, would become intoxicated so quickly." She moved closer, soothingly saying, "Rest easy. Aunt is right here with you. I want to leave." Guan, unguarded, relaxed, gradually closing his eyelids and resting his head on the table. Lu Xingyun assisted Guan into his room, laying him down on the bed. Taking a deep breath, she resolved, "Stay calm. I am a doctor, and my focus is solely on the patient. For the future of the Gu family, I will take this risk." Chapter 37. The Ant Who Could Not Maintain Her Boundaries. The slightly ajar window creaked in the night breeze, producing a series of soft sounds. As Lu Xingyun engaged in nefarious deeds, she resembled a startled bird, her delicate features paling with fright. Hastily retracting her slender hand, her heart raced like a drum. Observing that Guan remained in slumber, she let out a sigh of relief, raising her sleeve to wipe the fine beads of sweat from her brow. "Sister Lin, this indecorous act was not of my own volition. If you see this from the heavens, do not hold it against me. I merely sought to ensure the continuation of the Gu family's lineage, leaving no room for error." After this self-reassurance, Lu Xingyun felt considerably more at ease. She removed her veil and began to diagnose Guan's condition. On the bed, as the effects of the drug gradually waned, Guan's consciousness began to return. Aware that excessive use of the sedative could be detrimental to his health, Lu Xingyun had taken care not to administer a harmful dosage, ensuring that it would merely allow the third-level cultivator to sleep soundly through the night. However, she had not anticipated that Guan's cultivation of the devouring sky demon art would allow him to absorb all manner of substances. Though his understanding of this ability was still nascent, he could effortlessly consume a small quantity of low-grade sedative. In a hazy state, Guan slowly opened his eyes. Sitting beside the bed, Aunt Lu, her hair cascading down, blushed and lowered her head, absorbed in some unknown task. A sense of confusion washed over him as he wondered why Aunt Lu bore an injury on her face. Before he could ponder further, the realization of his own nakedness struck him like a thunderbolt, rendering him utterly speechless. The female ghost mentor laughed heartily, clutching her thigh. "Back in the dungeon, I asked you if your aunt would inspect you thoroughly if she knew you had been subjected to a castration. I never imagined she would truly do it. Such a caring woman. You should seize the opportunity to marry her." Guan's body stiffened, paralyzed by embarrassment, his thoughts in disarray. "This is not the time for jest. Master, you must think of a solution." Shui Wuro, indifferent to the plight at hand, chimed in with a teasing remark. Why not open your eyes and give her a fright? Guwen's lips twitched in exasperation. What was this situation? To open his eyes now would complicate their future interactions beyond measure. Thus, he resolved to feign unconsciousness, holding his breath with utmost caution. After examining his condition, Lu Xingyun sighed in relief, the weight upon her heart finally lifting. She then glanced at Guwen, noticing his face flushed with heat, and her expression softened, her tone affectionate. This child truly cannot handle his liquor. As dawn broke, a faint light gracing the eastern horizon, Lu Xingyun dressed herself and approached the portrait of Gu An's mother, Lin Xiu, closing her eyes and pressing her hands together. Forgive me, Sister Lin. For last night, I dreamt of crossing boundaries and eloping with Youngin. But fret not, for this dream shall never materialize. I have always regarded him as a junior, and such absurdities will never occur. It was merely the result of last night's treatment. Last night, Guwen had been lost in thought for an extended period and had only fallen into a deep slumber at the break of dawn. Youngin, it's time to rise. Leaning over the bed, Lu Xingyun gently called out to him. As Guwen opened his eyes, his vision gradually cleared, memories resurfacing, and he felt a flush creep across his cheeks. Sister's special training was arduous, so I prepared a feast to help you regain your strength. Upon meeting his gaze, Lu Xingyun instinctively averted her eyes and hurriedly turned toward a nearby table. Guwen tidied himself and sat down across from her, his eyes scanning her familiar yet alluring visage, noting that the injuries from the previous night had faded, connecting the dots regarding Aunt Lu's changing demeanor towards his mentor. He inferred the identity of the one responsible. Yandere Li, who would dare to harm the sister of the National Master, other than the National Master himself? Not wishing to stare too long, he lowered his gaze to the dishes before him, each possessing health-enhancing properties. Lamb stew with radish, goji berry, and lean meat porridge, clear stewed oysters, and tiger whip. He forced a smile, feeling a bit awkward. Aunt Lu, I assure you, my health is quite robust, and I have no need for such fare. Lu Xingyun frowned, casting an indignant look at Guwen. As a disciple of the Medicine King Valley, do you think you can hide your condition from me? If you do not replenish your strength, be wary of your brother Chun Jiannan's claims of impotence. Guwen's face turned crimson, and he inwardly lamented that he now understood why Aunt Lu had sedated him for a physical examination. Have you forgotten? I can now cultivate, possessing the supreme Yang divine body, and have practiced the pure Yang divine art. Your concerns are entirely unfounded. Not wishing to dismiss Aunt Lu's worries outright, he feared that her overprotectiveness might lead to further absurdities. Indeed, Lu Xingyun mused, her head tilted slightly, her expression adorably naive. Guwen's frail and incapable image had been ingrained in her mind, causing her to overlook his unique constitution. For one possessing the supreme Yang divine body, any issues arising would be utterly ludicrous. Realizing this, Lu Xingyun pondered if her examination from the previous night had been in vain. Biting her lip lightly, a rosy hue spread across her beautiful face, filled with embarrassment and disappointment. Thankfully, Guwen was oblivious to the truth, allowing her to act as though nothing had occurred. At that moment, a maid's cheerful announcement rang out from outside. Young master, the master of rain has come to visit you. Upon hearing of Guwen's little lover's visit to the Wang residence, Lu Xingyun's alarm bells rang. Instantly cast aside were her other thoughts as she shifted into battle mode, a cold glint flashing in her eyes as she remarked sarcastically, "Ah, this Miss you seems quite clingy. She cannot endure a single day without you. Rushing over early in the morning. As a lady, what a disgrace it was. How utterly shameless." Guwen opened his mouth, yet no words came forth. Being misconstrued as having a clandestine affair with Yu Jie was preferable to Aunt Lu discovering that he had become a male pet to a married woman. Lu Xingyun slammed her palm on the table, rising with her skirt billowing like clouds, and commanded coldly, "Youngin, guests are here. You shall greet her and bring her to me." Guwen blinked in surprise, sensing that Lu Xingyun's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to the sharp-tongued mothers-in-law often depicted in dramas. In the front courtyard of the Wang residence, Yu Jie sat in a gilded wheelchair, clad in a simple blue robe, her overly pale face lit with anticipation. The sensation of restored senses was utterly sublime, akin to the stark contrast between heaven and hell, rendering her sleepless through the night. Thus, she had risen early, eager to find an opportunity to connect with Guwen. "Master of Rain, What brings you to our humble abode? Guin approached, clad in a white brocade robe, his steps heavy with reluctance. Does young Master Gu seem displeased with my presence? The beauty in the wheelchair tilted her head back, her raven-like lashes fluttering delicately. You possess a keen awareness. Guin felt an instinctive desire to retreat from this woman, whose abilities were inscrutable and enigmatic. Yu Jie was stunning, akin to a lotus emerging from the water, her willow-like brows knitting slightly as she displayed a heart-wrenching sense of grievance. If I have upset the young master, it must surely be due to my sister's misstep. Guin remained composed, standing with his hands clasped behind him, speaking bluntly. Enough with the pleasantries. I have a heart of stone and do not indulge in sentiments. Such cold words from young Master Gu. How chilling they are, she replied, her tone laden with sorrow. Yu Jie extended a slender jade finger to her eyelid and said, I have been thinking about your injuries, tossing and turning, unable to sleep all night. Look, my dark circles have turned blue. Guin scoffed. If you truly cared, we would settle our grievances in one stroke. Spare me your incessant nagging. Debts of gratitude must be repaid, and grievances must be avenged. The distress I endured at your hands yesterday shall not be forgotten until I leave. Yu Jie lightly tapped the armrest of the wheelchair, and a black-clad maid presented a gilded lacquer box. This is a healing elixir prepared by the master for young Master Gu, adhering to the principle of not refusing a gift. Guin casually accepted it into his spatial ring. Yu Jie narrowed her beautiful eyes like a cat that has successfully caught its prey. Will you not invite me in for a cup of tea? Follow me, Guin replied coldly, leading the way to Ani Lu's courtyard. You stay here. I shall go alone, Yu Jie instructed the maid. Guin walked briskly ahead, while Yu Jie pushed her wheelchair. Initially, she managed to keep up, but soon her frail body succumbed to fatigue. Glancing back, Guin noticed a thin sheen of sweat on Yu Jie's forehead and her delicate lips gently parting in breathless gasps. He chuckled softly. Do you need assistance? May His Highness the young master take pity on me. Yu Jie's voice was weak, her flushed cheeks glistening with perspiration, evoking sympathy. Your compliance today makes me feel like the villain. Guin pushed the wheelchair from behind. Sister has come today to repay her kindness. I shall not trouble you. Yu Jie smiled slightly. Of course, if you seek some discomfort, I can also oblige. Close your mouth. I have no interest in provoking you, Guin retorted, then voiced his curiosity. If you are blind, how can you move as if you were like anyone else? Want to know? Yu Jie's lips curled upward. Then call me sister. Yu Jie, Guin complied readily. Ah, my little brother is quite obedient. The beauty's smile resembled a blossoming flower, her voice like that of a golden oriole. Guin remarked, just when I said you were compliant, you turn around and prick me. Yu Jie clasped her hands on her lap, stating, Sister can glimpse the secrets of heaven and foresee the future. For instance, you are wearing white, and, for example. She glanced at a passing maid. Within 3 breaths, she will fall. A soft cry confirmed Yu Jie's ability. Guin's pupils contracted, a chill running down his spine. If this ability could unveil the secrets of the blood pool, perhaps even his identity as a demon cultivator. In his contemplation, Yu Jie suddenly coughed violently, her complexion paling further, her frail shoulders rising and falling like a candle flickering in the wind. To glimpse the secrets of heaven comes with a backlash. The higher one's cultivation, or the more extraordinary one's fate, the greater the backlash. Currently, she was nearly a broken vessel, her life hanging by a thread, hence she rarely employed her foresight except to ensure her daily life remained normal. Witnessing this, Guin realized that this ability must come at a cost. Nonetheless, he was reluctant to engage with Yu Jie, let alone allow her to delve deeper into the royal residence. To completely rid himself of her entanglement, he resolved to play the villain, making her fear to approach. He halted his steps and sneered. Yu Jie, you seem to have forgotten your place. You were bullied by me yesterday, yet you dare to come alone today? Yu Jie, intrigued, turned to Guin. Then how do you plan to bully your sister this time? Guin's fingertips brushed through her silk-like hair. Do you not realize how beautiful you are? His tone turned icy. From now on, let's keep our distance. Should you continue to pester me, do not blame me for committing some excessive acts. That will not do. I am one who seeks vengeance for every slight. I shall not let you off until I am thoroughly appeased. Engaging with Gu meant regaining her senses and escaping her hellish existence. How could she let go? Guin, she was determined to cling to. It seems you have yet to grasp your situation. Guin bent down, his lips brushing against Yu Jie's delicate ear, exhaling a tainted breath. Have you forgotten? The Empress has stated that as long as I wish, I can act against you at any time. Although this flirtation was somewhat despicable, it proved effective. Last night, and Gu was a prime example. A flicker of panic crossed Yu Jie's face as she gripped her skirt tightly. Feigning calmness, you are not that kind of person. I usually am not. But your mouth is infuriating, and I am particularly curious about whether it is foul or fragrant. Gu forcefully grasped Yu Jie's chin, turning her face towards him. Threatening, if you are scared, stay away from me. Feeling a long-lost warmth coursing through her veins, her withered body blossomed anew like a parched flower meeting the rain. Yu Jie suppressed her racing heart. You are squeezing me. It hurts. In that instant, she was utterly convinced that Gu's touch would not invoke the wrath of divine retribution and could aid him in recovering his senses. Gu leaned down closer to Yu Jie's lips, drawing nearer, their breaths mingling. If you do not leave, I shall truly kiss you. Yu Jie held her neck up defiantly. Who are you trying to scare? Do not force me. Gu raised his voice. Heh, cowardly little man. Yu Jie raised her chin provocatively. Clever as she was, she had already discerned Gu's bluster. Did he truly believe she could be intimidated? However, in the next moment, her lips softened and her mouth was sealed. Both Gu and Yu Jie trembled, instinctively holding their breath, their eyes widening slowly. Once Yu Jie realized she had been kissed forcefully and had lost her first kiss, her cheeks flushed, her entire delicate form turning rosy. She bit down hard on Gu's lips. What a scoundrel. I have misjudged you. You are despicable, vile, and filthy. Gu winced, stepping back to touch the bleeding spot where she had bitten him. I never expected that the usually foul-mouthed Yu Jie would have such soft and fragrant lips, making one reluctant to part. Shameless. Yu Jie was both embarrassed and furious, her chest heaving, her jade hands repeatedly wiping her mouth as though trying to scrub off a layer of skin. Gu's finger rested on his lips, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. The kiss was too brief. I did not have time to savor Yu Jie's flavor. If you do not mind, shall we kiss again? Unashamed, utterly disgusting. Yu Jie exclaimed angrily, pushing her wheelchair back, desperate to escape this cursed place for even a second. You are welcome to return next time. Gu watched her retreating figure with a victorious smile, but next time, it will not be just kissing. I shall follow the Empress's decree and carry you to bed to bully you. Yu Jie's delicate body trembled, her hands turning the wheels of her chair even faster. At that moment, she also harbored resentment towards Gu Muxue. Had it not been for the Empress's absurd words to support Gu, she believed that even if he were given 100 more guts, he would not dare to disrespect the master of the Qi Ma Si. Both of them were scoundrels. Sharing a bed could not yield two kinds of characters. Bah, a pair of dogmen and women. After Yu Jie left, Gu exhaled deeply, thinking that she should not dare to approach him again. Recalling the enticing scene from earlier, his ears turned slightly red. Initially, he had only intended to intimidate her. Who would have thought that Yu Jie, unlike in Gu, would not be easily frightened and would even dare to provoke him? Yet Yu Jie had miscalculated. She only understood character but overlooked human nature. That arrogant demeanor and disdainful tone would incite any man of flesh and blood to act on impulse. Gu licked his lips, tasting the metallic tang of blood, and could not help but smile wryly. Every encounter with him left the Empress displaying a disdainful demeanor, treating their interactions as mere formalities devoid of affection. Kissing beforehand was utterly out of the question. Thus, although he had lost his virtue, his first kiss remained intact. Both his initial experiences, above and below, had been bestowed upon a woman he scarcely favored. Fate, it seemed, was indeed a capricious mistress. At the entrance of the Wang residence, the black-clad maid observed Yu Jie's flushed face and labored breathing, her anxiety palpable. Master C, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Yu Jie gritted her teeth, her frustration boiling over. It's nothing. Let's go. She felt profoundly stifled, especially after hearing Gu Muxue's remark that Gu could do as he pleased with her, purely to vex her. The latter was well aware that she was protected by the heavenly decree, impervious to harm. Who would have thought that Gu would be the exception, able to act against her will? If the Empress did not retract this command, that ridiculous Gu, wielding his authority like a feather, would surely torment her to death. Returning to the palace was her intention, seeking Gu Muxue for an explanation, demanding she rescind the order and reprimand Gu. making him think twice before encroaching upon her. Just then, Wang Bo, who was on his way to procure ingredients, bumped into Yu Jie and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Master Yu, are you leaving so soon?" Hearing this, Yu Jie's hair stood on end, her delicate hands clenching her sleeves as she struggled to suppress her emotions, her voice trembling slightly. "Old sir, what is your relation to Master Gu?" "I am but the steward of the Wang residence." Wang Bo felt an inexplicable unease wash over him, as if he had been seen through. The steward's demeanor was intriguing. Gu En's sister seemed to know why he was so eager to dismiss her. A flicker of excitement danced in Yu Jie's heart, her lips curling into a smile. Rather than groveling for Gu Muxue's protection, she had discovered a far superior path. In a small courtyard pavilion, Lu Xingyun constantly shifted her posture, sometimes folding her hands over her abdomen, sometimes resting them on her thighs or propping her chin on the table. Upon encountering Yu Jie, she planned to assert her dominance, showcasing her family status. The voice of Gu En rang out from outside the door. Instantly, Lu Xingyun straightened her back, rolled up her sleeves, and lifted her teacup, casually blowing a breath across the surface. With an air of superiority, she glanced up. "Xiao En, why are you alone? Where is Master Yu?" "She has already returned to the palace." Gu En stepped over the threshold into the courtyard. "What? She has left." In an instant, Lu Xingyun's calm facade crumbled, her earlier composure dissipating. What did Yu Jie mean by entering the Wang residence without paying her respects as a future elder? Was all her preparation for an opening statement in vain? Had she merely played the fool? Fuming, Lu Xingyun's chest heaved as she slammed her teacup onto the table, causing tea to splash everywhere. "This young lady has quite the audacity, dismissing me, an elder, before even entering the Gu household. Should she gain entry, will she not step all over me, treating me with utter disdain? She is ignorant of the proper decorum. You are magnanimous, do not dwell on it." Gu En offered from behind, attempting to massage Lu Xingyun's shoulders. "I cannot allow this dignity to falter," Lu Xingyun declared vehemently. "Without my approval, she shall never enter the Gu household." For a moment, Gu En found himself at a loss for words, merely chuckling awkwardly. With Yu Jie's sharp tongue and playful nature, would Lu Xingyun truly be able to establish her authority? It seemed more likely that she would be the one left in tears. "You and Nkiki are of the same table. Do not provoke Yu Jie's porcelain." Subsequently, Lu Xingyun continued to rant, disparaging Yu Jie until she was reduced to nothingness. Ultimately, it was Gu En's offering of the precious wanling grass, which he had seized from Nkiki, that appeased Lu Xingyun. While the wanling grass was indeed rare, it held little allure for Lu Xingyun. What delighted her was Gu En's filial piety. The child has grown up, becoming more considerate towards his aunt. Once she was calmed, Gu En approached the blood pool. He gazed at the 3 eggs of the blood-sucking mosquitoes in his hand, contemplating, "Master, what should I do?" "Just observe." Shui Wuro floated out from within Gu En, standing beside him, towering a head above him. It must be said, the imposing presence of the 2-meter-tall female ghost master was quite overwhelming, akin to a large vehicle alongside a small pony. The vitality of these eggs was alarmingly low. Without his intervention, they had nearly no chance of hatching. Shui Wuro formed hand seals, her garments fluttering. Under her command, the blood from the pool was entirely absorbed by the eggs, transforming them into 3 glistening blood orbs. Witnessing this, Gu En was left dumbfounded. The wealth he had accumulated over 3 years vanished in mere seconds. This was merely the beginning. It was not enough. Suddenly, Shui Wuro fixed her gaze upon Gu En, her hand piercing through his chest. "Today marks your demise." Gu En's pupils dilated, his body freezing in place, his heart grasped by the icy hand of his master. A chilling fear striking deep into his soul. "Master, if you continue to hold me like this, I truly might perish." The flow of blood within him faltered, his complexion paling and his body growing cold. "It is rather disheartening. Why not exhibit a hint of fear?" Shui Wuro released him, her fingertips grazing his heart, slicing open a small incision to extract a few drops of essence blood. Observing Gu En's pallid countenance, she remarked, "During hatching, your heart's blood is essential. Once it hatches, the creatures will be far less particular about their diet." As the heart's blood merged with the eggs, the 3 blood orbs gained a richer hue. Shui Wuro re-entered Gu En's body, stating in about a week they should emerge. In the days that followed, Gu En had been under the Empress's oppressive thumb, hardly able to cultivate. With some free time today, he entered the training chamber, determined to focus on his practice. His master was right. This was a world governed by the survival of the fittest. The Empress was powerful, and he was merely a male concubine. If he became strong, she would be reduced to a mere slave. With this resolve, Gu felt invigorated. One day, he would cleanse himself of this humiliation, unveiling the true nature of the arrogant Empress, compelling her to kneel before him. In a flash, a basket of fruit appeared on the ground. Gu emptied all the sun fruits gifted by the Empress, arranging them beside him for easy absorption. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. As the fruits exuded golden juice, merging with spiritual energy and flowing into his body. He practiced late into the night before finally opening his eyes. The sun fruits were extraordinarily compatible with his young god physique, and coupled with his practice of the swallowing heaven demonic art. He had completely absorbed all the spiritual fruits within a single day. His body had opened over 20 spiritual orifices, advancing his cultivation to the mid-stage of the third realm. Having absorbed such a vast amount of pure yang energy, Gu was drenched in sweat, feeling as if a volcano resided within him, burning fiercely. His previously exhausted body was not only replenished but surpassed its limits. He felt capable of engaging in 300 rounds of battle without faltering. Should he seek a maid to relieve himself? Or perhaps visit a brothel for some comfort? Shui Wuro's alluring voice chimed in. Master, you are not such a casual person. Suddenly recalling something, a flush crept to his cheeks as he tentatively asked, Was what you said last night true? What did I say? Shui Wuro asked, puzzled. Gu whispered that we could engage in something more intimate. Shui Wuro sighed. Master's charm is insufficient. Did you not reject me? Gu cleared his throat awkwardly. You must not touch and kiki. If you were to propose different terms, I would undoubtedly pursue you. So what now? Shui Wuro rolled her eyes. Regretting now, are we? Wishing to scheme against your master? Gu did not deny it. Do you think I still have a chance? Shui Wu Rao smiled coyly. Your filial piety has turned rather quickly. Do you wish to become a rebellious disciple? Such a pity, for I do not harbor such feelings for you at the moment. I merely spoke of it last night. As long as your resolve wavers, your lips shall not be kissed, but I can assure you, I will strike. Gu thought to himself, damn it, she is toying with my emotions again. Yet, knowing he had been played, he felt a strange sense of relief. Otherwise, the thought of sacrificing the benefits of being a great demon for Nkuku would have felt like winning a lottery of millions, but not claiming the prize. After tidying himself up, Gu prepared to return to his room for some rest, only to discover a meal laid out at the door. A warm current flowing through his heart. This must have been delivered by Aunt Lu while he was engrossed in his cultivation. As the sun set, smoke curled from the kitchen, and under the full moon, someone awaited at home. This was happiness. The next day, as dawn broke and the morning mist lingered, Yandere came to visit again. Reluctantly, Gu crawled out of his cozy bed, still groggy, to entertain her in the hall. Upon seeing her, he was filled with resentment, waking up in such a fiery mood. If you're looking for trouble, don't blame me for being improper. After being forcefully kissed yesterday, she dared to come again today. Did she perhaps develop feelings for him and willingly put herself in his grasp? Nonsense. Yandere retreated in her wheelchair, maintaining a safe distance, and declared angrily, I have come today to discuss something of great importance. Gu yawned lazily, rubbing his eyes. Speak quickly, or I will return to my slumber. Yandere's expression turned serious as she fixed her gaze on him. The blood slaughter hall has been located. I have obtained leads. Gu's heart jolted at her words, though he maintained a calm facade. Really? That's splendid. The task assigned by the Empress can finally be reported. Last night, I paid a hefty price to deduce the hideout of that group. Yandere said solemnly. At this moment, the demon cultivators are at Shui Villa. Before coming here, I informed the people of the GMO division. They should be preparing to launch an assault now. Gu, fully awake now, felt a surge of emotion. The pallor of Yandere's lips indicated the price she had paid. Prepare yourself. Follow me to apprehend the demon thieves. Yandere pushed her wheelchair away, adding, I will wait for you by the door. Gu's expression fluctuated. That group consisted of his father's remaining loyal subordinates, steadfastly devoted. If something were to happen, it would feel like a knife slicing through his flesh. He quickly found Wang Bo, speaking urgently. Where are the shadow guards you manage? Wang Bo replied truthfully, at Shui Villa. The location had already been exposed. You must ensure they evacuate before the Chi Mo division arrives. Guan's face darkened. How could Yu Dai deduce their precise location without any clues? Was she cheating? Half an hour later, at Shuiyu Villa, Yu Dai leisurely spun about, taking in the beauty of the surroundings. The lingering aura here matches that of the group I foresaw. Alas, we are too late. They have all fled. Guan, pushing her wheelchair, nervously suggested, perhaps your Chi Mo division made too much noise and startled them. Or could there be a traitor within the Chi Mo division? In truth, I never informed anyone from the Chi Mo division. Yu Dai chuckled lightly, mocking, it was just the two of us who came. If there were a traitor, who could it be? Do you suspect me? Gu's expression darkened. Yu Dai continued, that night, I sensed something amiss. My perception is quite strong, yet I felt no trace of murderous intent from that group. Perhaps we could consider these demon cultivators to be exceptional. It was not until yesterday that I encountered the steward of the Wang residence. Gu Gongzi may not know this, but for individuals like me, the most direct means of recognizing someone is not through their face or aura, but through their fate, regardless of how one conceals their aura or alters their appearance. Fate remains unchanged unless one possesses something to obscure it. She asserted confidently, Wang Bo's fate is identical to that of the demon leader from that night. They are one and the same. During the time you were in the private room, you were sending messages. You intercepted the insect eggs. And your haste to dismiss the guests yesterday was because you feared I would uncover something, am I right? A cold glimmer flashed in Gu's eyes as he pushed Yu Dai to a secluded spot. Since you had the answer yesterday, why go to such great lengths to orchestrate today's events? Yu Dai smiled. You could easily dismiss the matter of Wang Bo being a demon cultivator, claiming ignorance. But today, if you leak information, you will certainly be implicated. Why would you scheme to this extent? Gu's hands moved to Yu Dai's neck. A flicker of murderous intent in his gaze. You said only the two of us came. Or do you have a backup plan? Yu Dai shrugged. No one knows I've come here. If you kill me, there will be no suspicion. Between us, there is no right or wrong, only differing stances. But that is sufficient for me to see you as an enemy and strike you down. Guan replied gravely, you should understand this. Why then do you dare to come alone? If I were to propose that I could align with your stance, making it more convenient for you, you would surely not believe me, for I am the head of the Chi Mo division, the greatest enemy of demon cultivators. Yu Dai turned to face Guan. Thus, I am willingly placing my life in your hands, hoping you will trust me. Guan narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing. In this world, there is no goodwill without reason. All is a matter of mutual benefit. What is it that you wish to gain from me? Chapter 41. You wish to marry me? Fear not. My sister's request is quite simple and will not put you in a difficult position. Yu Dai raised her hand, the sleeve falling back to reveal her slender arm. Give me your hand. Guan, confused by her intentions, hesitated momentarily, but eventually extended his hand. Their hands clasped. Her delicate touch was cool and tender. The lost senses returned, and Yu Dai felt Guan's hand, broad and warm, bringing her comfort. She inhaled the fresh scent in the air and listened to the distant chirping of birds, opening her beautiful eyes to gaze at Guan. With a face like jade and eyes filled with affection, no wonder Guan is so charming, attracting such good fortune and love. The last time, the dimness had concealed much, but now she saw him clearly, his appearance matching her previous visions, yet imbued with a sense of reality. Yu Dai's dark eyes shone like stars, bright and clear, showing no trace of blindness. Guan, filled with suspicion, asked, such beautiful eyes, can you truly not see? Yu Dai smiled sweetly. It is rare to receive a compliment from you. I am quite flattered. She lifted her exquisite face and gazed directly into Guan's eyes. I could not see before, but since meeting you, my eyes have gained color. This was a truthful statement, yet to Guan's ears, it sounded like flirtation. He retorted, stop with the nonsense. What is it that you truly wish to obtain from me? If your demands are excessive, do not blame me for turning ruthless. Yu Dai raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in her gaze, as she traced 4 characters in Guan's palm. Hold my hand. A tingling sensation coursed through Guan's palm, and he gasped, you wish to marry me? Do not flatter yourself. Do not presume to fill in the blanks. Yu Dai chided him with a playful glare. My request is simply as stated. You went through all this trouble just to hold my hand? Guan exclaimed in disbelief. Yudi nodded slightly. her expression suddenly tinged with sorrow. She produced a delicate white flower from her bosom, saying, "This flower is called Xianhua. It blooms in the evening and withers at dawn. Its entire existence concealed within the darkness, much like myself." At that moment, she gently furrowed her brow, a fragmented sense of desolation emanating from her, evoking sympathy. A stark contrast to her previously cunning and sharp-tongued demeanor. Gu realized that for her, holding hands was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. "Gu, would you care to listen to my story? This is a past even the Empress is unaware of." Yudi's gaze held a hint of melancholy, her expression pensive. Her eyes cast downward as if lost in her own world, exuding an aura of chilly solitude. "I am all ears," Gu's voice unconsciously softened. Yudi murmured, "I was born into an ordinary farming family. From the day of my birth, anyone who touched me would be scorched. My parents regarded me as an ill omen and, when I was merely a few months old, abandoned me in the wilderness. That very night, they were murdered by a band of robbers. Subsequently, I was taken in by a kind-hearted old woman, but due to my peculiar condition, I was soon abandoned again, and she met her demise in her own home. I have been fortunate, always managing to escape peril and being fostered by others, yet I could never evade the fate of abandonment, and they could not escape death. To abandon a young child is akin to committing murder, and for those harboring murderous intent, divine retribution is inevitable, a truth I came to understand only years later." Suddenly, Yudi lifted her gaze and asked, "Are you curious as to why I remember my childhood so vividly?" Under normal circumstances, Gu might have retorted, "Not curious." However, moved by her plight, he silently nodded. Yudi smiled, a beautiful yet sorrowful smile. "It is because I was born with this knowledge. If I did not possess memories of my childhood, perhaps I could still harbor some beautiful expectations of my parents and yearn for their presence." Gu spoke softly. "Having witnessed the darkness of humanity from a young age, your heart is shattered, thus you don a prickly guise. Your sharp tongue is merely a means to distance yourself from others. You do not wish to bring misfortune upon them, nor do you desire to connect with anyone." Yudi glanced at him oddly and replied softly, "Though I've been unfortunate and my life has been tumultuous, there is no need to embellish my character. My disagreeable nature is innate. Perhaps in my previous life, I was simply this way. Even if born into a warm and loving family, I believe I would still remain unchanged, not transforming into a gentle and understanding woman." Gu interjected, "Why not follow the usual script? You've made me feel awkward for overanalyzing." Yudi grasped Gu's hand tightly and continued, "At the age of 10, I was utterly alone, no longer relying on others. I utilized my foresight to tell fortunes and sustain myself. Initially, it was manageable, but over time, my body began to weaken and gradually my senses started to fade. Eventually, I encountered the Empress, whose extraordinary luck significantly slowed the deterioration of my health." Yudi raised her head, earnestly looking at Gu, explaining, "The royal family is different from commoners. They can draw upon the fortune of a nation, but they also bear the backlash of that fortune. They must care for ordinary mortals. I eliminate demonic cultivators and foresee disasters across the land, benefiting the people of Dali, ensuring the nation's peace and prosperity. This is the price I pay for remaining beside the Empress, not out of altruism." At this point, her tone became somewhat agitated. "The Empress can only alleviate my condition, but you are the only one who can connect with me without rejection, even restoring my senses. Before meeting you, every day of my existence was torment, and at times I would ponder that death might be a form of liberation. Now, I seem to glimpse the dawn of a new life." She held Gu's hand tightly, looking at him with anticipation. "Now, you should believe in my sincerity towards our collaboration, right? What must I do for this collaboration?" Gu's perception of Yudi shifted, stirring feelings of compassion within him. Though he too was orphaned, he had Ani Lu and his mentor who cared for him, whereas Yudi had been abandoned multiple times, and her health was pitiable. He had initially thought her inability to see was merely due to the Empress's seal on her senses, but how had she endured all these years as a frail woman? Seeing Gu relent, Yudi breathed a sigh of relief. "If you have time, accompany me to enjoy the scenery, listen to opera, and savor delicious food." "All right, I promise you," Gu replied, feeling an increase in sympathy for the beautiful woman before him. What seemed trivial to others was a luxury for her. Suddenly, he realized something. and his expression turned awkward. Must I hold your hand while doing these things? To outsiders, wouldn't we? Yudi lowered her eyelids and replied softly, haven't our rumors already spread throughout the city? Why concern ourselves with the opinions of others? We are clear of heart and guiltless. After speaking, both of them blushed simultaneously. Were their intentions truly innocent? Just yesterday they had kissed. Chapter 42. An impending Shura field. I apologize for what happened yesterday. I acted impulsively. Gu gazed vacantly at the ceiling. In truth, it was my first kiss as well, so you do not hold the disadvantage. Previously indifferent towards Yudi, he now, having delved deeper in her character, found himself not disliking her. He hesitated for a moment, mumbling softly, if you do not have someone you like, I can take responsibility for you. Get lost. Yudi glared and retorted, I only said I would be your strategist, not your princess. She warned loudly, if you think I am dependent on you, able to manipulate me at will, and intend to take liberties, I would rather die than submit, and we can perish together. Gu quickly waved his hands, Sister Yudi. I was merely joking. If you are unwilling, no one is forcing you. Just as he appeared nervous, the previously irate Yudi, he suddenly burst into laughter. You rascal. You were so mean to others before, downright wicked, and now you seem quite innocent. She formed a circle with her thumb and index finger, the two fingers nearly touching. It seems you have gained a hint of charm. Gu replied with utmost seriousness, that is merely because you are not familiar with me. Those who know me describe me as a naive, charming, handsome, kind, and gentle-hearted young man. A compliment sends you soaring? Yudi rolled her eyes dramatically. Then, a mischievous glint sparked in her eyes. You are, after all, the only one who can touch me without injury. To me, you possess a degree of uniqueness. And for that, Sister can offer you an opportunity to pursue me. Gu raised his hand to interrupt, pouting, you seem to misunderstand. When I mentioned responsibility, it merely signifies my sense of duty, not that I harbor feelings for you. Do not get carried away. Yudi Yi's eyelids twitched, her face reddening, breaking her composure. Haha, Sister merely spoke casually, and you took it to heart? You do not genuinely believe that kissing me makes you special and grants you a chance at winning my heart, do you? Humph, I do not need anyone's affection, nor will I ever love a despicable man. What I said earlier was simply to test your intentions. Gu countered. Why such a strong reaction? I did not say anything else. Yudi seemed somewhat flustered, pushing her wheelchair away. I am quite busy every day. I will come find you when I have time. Gu scratched his face, finding women utterly perplexing. When they spoke of responsibility, they were angry. When they declared their disinterest, they were still incensed. With nothing pressing on this day, he returned to the Wangfu to continue his cultivation. The following morning, as dawn broke, Gu Muxue, clad in a resplendent red gown, gazed vacantly at the horizon. Her expression bore a hint of confusion and melancholy, while the strikingly plump phoenix, perched before her, added a heavy burden to her shoulders. Although she had resolved matters of desire, she discovered that the other 6 desires, when approached with her previous methods, seemed to yield little effect. If her yearning for her mother and her animosity towards the seductive vixen had once been rated a 7, her intensity of desire now reached an 8, while the others remained at 7, a predicament that troubled her greatly. Perhaps Dai had a solution. Gu Muxue arrived at Yu Dai's residence, where she found her dressed in an exquisite azure silk gown, a stark contrast to her usual simple attire. Preparing to venture out. What was the reason for her frequent outings of late? Gu Muxue felt a surge of curiosity. Did not the Empress command that she and Gu Gongzi uncover the identity of the demon cultivator responsible for the demise of the martial Lord's offspring within half a month? Yu Dai, with a calm demeanor and unflustered heart, lied, claiming she was about to consult him on the matter. Observing this, Gu Muxue hesitated, recalling how she had tarnished Yu Dai's reputation in a bid for revenge, pushing her and Gu in together under the guise of the demon cultivator incident, further misguiding public perception. Seeking Yu Dai's counsel on the matter of 7 emotion sky skill would undoubtedly lead to mockery and humiliation. Ultimately, Gu Muxue feigned indifference, casually remarking, very well, you may go. Before long, Yu Dai appeared at the entrance of the Junbei Wangfu, her gaze fixed on the golden characters against the black backdrop of the plaque, her expression laden with complexity. Not long ago, she had contemplated how to escape Gu's grasp and exact her revenge. Now she found herself compelled to draw closer to him, to offer him advice and strategies. Perhaps this proximity might last a lifetime. With Gu's innate talent, he would surely not remain confined to the small realm of Li. When he emerged from the depths of obscurity, should she still be in this world, she would likely accompany him beyond the boundaries of Li. The thought sent a flush of warmth to Yu's cheeks, her long lashes fluttering. Regardless of the reasons, a virtuous maiden lingering near a man inevitably incited a sense of bashfulness, unless their relationship were to change. She raised her hand to touch her lips, memories of being forcefully kissed flooding her mind. Had it been anyone else, she would have dispatched people to dismantle them. Yet with Gu, despite her unwillingness to admit it, she cannot alter the innate fondness she felt for this man, who appeared to be entwined with her destiny. This realization marked her first contemplation of romantic matters, considering that perhaps she might genuinely feel affection for someone. Yet, the man was insufferable. Despite her willingness to grant him the opportunity to pursue her, he remained unappreciative. How ungrateful. It was enough to drive one to madness. Yujie, why are you outside and not coming in? Gu appeared at the door, his smile warm as he waved at her. Were you waiting for the young master to escort you in? Yudai dispelled her chaotic thoughts and smiled gently. Whether it was fate that bound her and Gu or merely a coincidence, there was a predetermined order to their lives. And it was best to let feelings unfold naturally. Who would come to like whom first, or if they would remain friends in the end, was beyond anyone's certainty. Well, as the most trusted advisor of this young master, I am entitled to such treatment. Gu chuckled as he stepped out. Yudai raised her hand, and he understood, taking it in his own. She was drawn from the shadows into the light by the man before her, her clear eyes once again taking in the world. Yesterday, at the cost of my hearing's complete disappearance, I deduced that not only was it you, but also a group from the blood-killing hall. If all goes as anticipated, they are indeed the true culprits. Gu awkwardly replied, in truth, the Wu siblings were indeed our doing. Yudai appeared momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Who determines the true culprit, if not my GMOC? If I say it is the blood-killing hall, then it is the blood-killing hall. This group infiltrated the imperial capital, threatening me and injuring the young master. I have ordered a city-wide search. Leave no stone unturned. Gu blinked, resolutely stating, indeed, they are the ones who stole my bloodthirsty mosquito. At this, Yudai exchanged a knowing smile with him, both complicit in their machinations. As Gu guided Yudai inside, he spoke, Aunt Lu has been misled by rumors. Mistakenly believing your relationship with me is quite profound. She was rather upset when you last visited and did not pay her respects, so she might harbor some grievances against you. Do not worry. My sister possesses a strong mental fortitude. I can handle it. My concern is that you should refrain from being too severe. I fear she may not withstand it. Yudai cleared her throat. Sister knows her own measure. You need not worry about that. Gu felt a twitch in his eyelid, sensing that the meeting between the two women would not go smoothly. He could only hope the flames of conflict would not consume him in the process. As they approached the inner courtyard of the Wangfu, Yudai was in high spirits, akin to a curious child, observing the scenery along the way, occasionally plucking flowers or tearing off leaves. As maidservants carrying pastries approached, she reached out for a few pieces, stuffing her cheeks until they bulged. Is the national master at the estate? Shouldn't my sister pay her a visit first? Gu replied, the master is in seclusion and should not be disturbed. Since the last special training session with the master, he had not seen her. However, this was to be expected. For one as accomplished as her, a meditation could last from 10 days to half a month without seeming long at all. In fact, some great beings could blink, and the world outside would have transformed entirely. Yudai clumsily wiped remnants of food from her lips, her beautifully curved lips moving. When the master emerges from seclusion, please convey my unease. I hope she can check on Changning Palace and reinforce the Great Formation to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Although the Empress had been relatively subdued of late, her intuition told her that this fox demon was quietly scheming something significant. I will do so, Gu nodded. Similar to Aunt Lu, the master has a unique profession. She is a 7th-tier superlative formation master, having crafted the national protective formation of the imperial capital. As they neared Aunt Lu's residence, Gu playfully pushed Yudai into a secluded courtyard, greeting her with a smile. Xiao, Aunt is currently experimenting with new dishes. I assure you, lunch will be to your satisfaction. Lu Xingyun declared enthusiastically, her head bowed. Observing this, Guan couldn't help but chuckle. Aunt Lu possesses extraordinary talent, her cultivation abilities rivaling that of her master, having reached the 6th realm in areas such as cultivation, talismans, and alchemy. It is evident that her learning is diverse, and her focus is not solely on cultivation. Otherwise, her current achievements would be even more remarkable. Lu Jie, it's been a while. Yu Jie greeted politely, a smile adorning her face. At her words, Lu Xingyun abruptly looked up, her expression shifting from warmth to neutrality, finally settling into a stern demeanor. Isn't this the illustrious Yu Sizju? What brings you to my humble abode today? Guan inwardly sighed, marveling at how quickly a woman's demeanor could change. Lu Jie, you yist. 3 years ago, you treated me when I was ill, and I have always been grateful. Yu Jie replied softly. Lu Jie, your manners are quite lacking. Since you are betrothed to Xiaoan, you should address me as Aunt Lu, just as he does. Lu Xingyun raised an eyebrow, asserting her seniority to gain the upper hand. I'm not much younger than you. Calling you aunt makes you sound like an old woman. I believe it's better we maintain our own titles, Yu Jie replied, her smile unwavering, though a chill crept in her heart. She had already shown her respect. Yet it seemed Lu Xingyun had no intention of reciprocating. Lu Xingyun frowned, thinking, she is quite the rebellious one, refusing to be controlled from the outset. Seeking to challenge me? Guan felt a bead of sweat form. Had things escalated to such a tense standoff so quickly? Lu Xingyun glanced at Guan, using him to assert her authority, coldly stating, Xiaoan, we have guests, yet you linger here? Is this how Aunt teaches you? Hurry and serve the tea. Yes, yes. I shall attend to it immediately, Guan obediently replied, hastily retreating to prepare the tea. Lu Xingyun let out a barely audible huff, her expression one of satisfaction. It seemed to convey, the head of the family, Guan, obeys my commands. Do you dare to oppose me? Yu Jie smirked slightly, her fingers lightly tapping the armrest, as if watching a performance. Their pretense of being a couple was merely for convenience. She was not truly Guan's woman and felt no need to heed Lu Xingyun's mood. Seeing Yu Jie remain unfazed, Lu Xingyun sought another topic of contention. Scrutinizing Yu Jie with critical eyes and remarking sarcastically, our Gu family has only Xiaoan as the sole heir, shouldering the responsibility of our lineage. With your health, can you ensure the continuation of the Gu family? Yu Jie remained composed, speaking gently. If I cannot, there are still others. In the future, if Guan wishes to marry several, it's perfectly acceptable. I could even assist him in selecting suitable partners. She sighed, though I may endure some hardships. I cannot allow the Gu family's lineage to falter. Lu Jie, wouldn't you agree? Just as Guan emerged with a pot of freshly brewed tea, he noticed Lu Xingyun's complexion shifting between shades of blue and white, prompting him to set the teapot aside and inquire with concern. Aunt Lu, are you unwell? Lu Xingyun nearly lost her composure, feeling overwhelmed by the presence of 2 women. Was there still room for her in this household? Ignoring Guan's concern, she hastily sought to regain control, pressing Yu Jie down further. My Xiaoan does not intend to slight you. Who told you that your peculiar constitution cannot be touched by outsiders? That remark is misguided, Lu Jie. Do you know why I came to love him? Yu Jie called Guan over with a gesture. Hesitating momentarily, Guan glanced at Lu Xingyun's expression before approaching, their hands naturally intertwining. Yu Jie interlaced her fingers with his, their palms touching, and they felt each other's heartbeats quicken. With a naturally shy expression, Yu Jie whispered, he is my salvation. We are destined to be together. How is that possible? Lu Xingyun's pupils constricted in shock as she rose abruptly. She rushed to Yu Jie's side, reaching out to feel her skin. Your illness has healed? The next instant, the intense heat caused her to retract her hands swiftly. Yu Jie's enchanting eyes sparkled as she dreamily declared, to this day, he is the only one who may touch me. I believe we are fated as a pair. No one can separate us. I belong solely to him. Guan was left speechless, astonished by the woman's acting prowess. Those unaware would genuinely believe they were a couple. Lu Xingyun felt an increasing sense of crisis, fearing that Xiaoan's primary allegiance would soon be shaken. Fate is predetermined. Xiaoan would never believe such nonsense. He listens to me. Without my consent, he cannot marry you. Yu Jie lifted her delicate head, her lips slightly pursed, appearing irresistibly charming. Lu Jie, what do you mean? Are you trying to break us apart? Chapter 44. The mother's last will and engagement to Aunt Lu Xingyun snorted coldly, returning to her seat and sweeping her sleeve dramatically, assuming the role of the matriarch. Since Xiaoan's mother entrusted him to me, I shall take responsibility for his life. Matters such as marriage and procreation are significant affairs, and I must oversee them personally. Only those who satisfy my criteria may enter the Gu residence and become the princess. She concluded, regrettably, you have failed the test. If you truly wish to marry into the Gu family, your temperament requires refinement. Though Yu Jie adhered to her words, there was an unmistakable tension beneath the surface. As a woman who could not see through the veiled challenge, refusing to even call her aunt was evidently a declaration of intent to stand on equal footing. If not admonished now, would she not be trampled upon once she entered the Gu residence? Lu Xingyun had made it clear she was unwelcome, and the assertive Yu Jie was disinclined to maintain any pretense. With one hand resting on the armrest and the other clutching Gu In's hand, she chuckled lightly. I am inherently this way. Unlike other women, I am not gentle or understanding. If one day Gu In grows weary of me, I will leave. However, changing myself is impossible. If I must alter who I am to gain affection, then in essence, he does not love the true me. If no one appreciates the real me, then I need not seek anyone's approval. Gu In felt dazed, his intuition warning him that Yu Jie's words were directed at him, not Aunt Lu. This woman seemed to have become too deeply engrossed in her role, genuinely embodying the identity of a daughter-in-law to the Gu family. Lu Xingyun was on the verge of tears, feeling slighted by this girl who had yet to enter the family, receiving no respect from her. Xiaoan did not even defend her, failing to utter a few words in support of his woman. With this thought, she couldn't help but sniffle. Casting a pitiful look at Gu In, her lips pouting, Gu In felt an overwhelming headache, thinking to himself, Aunt Lu, if you are this inept, then refrain from playing the formidable wolf. She has already shown restraint, refraining from displaying her darker, cunning side. Xiaoan, say something. Lu Xingyun's voice trembled. Yu Jie paused, taken aback by Lu Xingyun's demeanor, which starkly contrasted with her initial assertiveness. Why did she now resemble a woman seeking a man's support when faced with a challenge? Shouldn't Gu In be the one following her lead? Dai, show Aunt Lu some respect. Gu In urged Yu Jie with a meaningful glance. Yu Jie remained unfazed, her cunning nature resurfacing, watching Lu Xingyun with keen interest, thinking, this elder sister must look quite beautiful when she cries. Perhaps if I stoke the flames a bit, she might cry for a long while. Gu In felt a sense of foreboding as he observed a glimmer of mischief cross Yu Jie's face. If Lu Jie does not welcome me, I shall simply visit the Wangfu less often, to avoid being an eyesore to you. As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward Gu In, casting a suggestive glance. Gu In, my dear brother, remember to come to the palace tonight. As for the purpose, you understand, just like the previous occasions. I forbid you to go. Lu Xingyun exclaimed in exasperation. This shameless woman had the audacity to openly invite Xiao and to spend the night. Yu Jie's lips moved, but no sound emerged. Judging by her tone, it was likely a command from the Empress. Caught in the middle, Gu In felt utterly distressed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. Now, with 2 women, how terrifying it was. Gu In wished to weep without tears, feeling as if he were in a scene of carnage. He did not mind Yu Jie as a superficial girlfriend, but the Empress was his superior, and her orders could not be disobeyed. I will be waiting for you in the palace. Yu Jie waved her hand and added a remark that fueled Lu Xingyun's misunderstanding. Xiaoan, you want to go, will you? Lu Xingyun bit her lip, looking pitiful. At this moment, Gu In's mind was in turmoil, desperately seeking a solution that would satisfy both parties. If he went tonight, he would undoubtedly weep uncontrollably, her tears flowing like a river. If he chose not to go, the Empress, that formidable presence, would certainly not show him mercy. He could already envision the Empress glaring at him with disdain and impatience, saying, a mere male favorite dares to defy my will? You think I have given you leniency? Do you? After a brief hesitation, Lu Xingyun was heartbroken. If she truly stood by his side, Xiaoan would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation. You heartless wretch. If you wish to go, then go. You constantly run to her. Perhaps you might as well move in with her and never return home. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Lu Xingyun dashed into her room like a gust of wind. She buried her face in her pillow, her shoulders trembling as she sobbed. What does that woman have? Her figure is not as nice as mine. Her chest is not as ample. And she is not even as beautiful as I am. How can you act as if you have lost your mind over her? Have you forgotten the goodness of your aunt? Oh, after raising you for so many years, you still claim that your aunt is the most important? It is all lies, mere sugar-coated bullets. I never said she could not enter. I was merely testing her, and now she wants to draw boundaries with me. And you're aiding her by wanting to live with her. Louis? 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 Gu called from outside, unable to hear Lu Xingyun's mumblings, anxiously knocking on the door. However, the door was locked with a force he could not overcome. It was not until an hour later that Lu Xingyun took the initiative to emerge. Sitting in the courtyard, Gu, who had not left, immediately stood up in excitement. The sight that met his eyes shocked him. Lu Yi, what are you doing? He saw Lu Xingyun with bloodshot eyes, a red nose, and a travel bag slung over her shoulder. If you like her, then go live with her in the Wangfu, and is returning to Yaowang Valley. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string. After hastily wiping her eyes, she looked elsewhere, saying, Aunt has thought it over. You have grown up and have your own thoughts. I cannot control you as I did before. Lu Xingyun's voice trembled with tears. Aunt will not be here to worry unnecessarily. After saying this, she shook her shoulders and, with her belongings, prepared to leave, resembling a woman wronged by her husband returning to her maternal home. Gu hurriedly stopped her, assuring, Rest assured, I will stay here today and go nowhere. If I do not go once, how could the Empress be furious enough to kill her only male favorite? Lu Xingyun took a deep breath. Aunt is not throwing a tantrum. This decision comes after careful consideration. You will have your own life in the future, and Aunt cannot always stay by your side. This is inevitable. Gu wanted to say more, but at that moment, Wang Bo entered with 2 letters, respectfully presenting them. Young master, this is a letter from your uncle, which I have just received. Gu's body trembled upon seeing it. This was, in fact, his mother's last letter. Wang Bo, you have worked hard. You may leave now. He handed the letter addressed to Lu Xingyun to her. Lu Yi. This letter is from Mother. Lin Jia, upon receiving it, was filled with excitement and quickly opened it. However, her expression soon froze, becoming dazed as she read something embarrassing within. Lu Xingyun's face turned crimson as she stomped her foot, thinking, Sister Lin, how could you make such a rash engagement? What kind of propriety is this? Chapter 45. I am actually Lu Yi's child husband. Louis, what is wrong with you? Lu Xingyun's face burned like the morning sun against the snow, adding a touch of elegance to her beauty. Gu was curious about what his mother had written that made Lu Yi so bashful. He leaned closer, intending to catch a glimpse. This is a letter from your mother, and I will not let you see it. Lu Xingyun pushed Gu away, her demeanor akin to a thief, hurriedly hiding the letter in her sleeve. The more she tried to conceal it, the more curious Gu became. However, judging by Lu Yi's expression, it was clear that without employing some special means, he would not be able to read that letter today. What could my mother have written to me? It is truly intriguing, Gu declared loudly while holding the letter. As expected, this remark piqued Lu Xingyun's interest. Like a little greedy cat, she moved closer to Gu and eagerly urging, Hurry and open it. Gu shot her a glance, putting the letter away. This was left for me by my mother. I wish to read it alone. Lu Xingyun's mouth twitched as she imitated his speech, purposely trying to irritate him. Noticing her changing expression, Gu shifted his tone. I can show you, but you must exchange it for your letter. A fair trade. The contents of her letter were utterly absurd and shameful, something Lu Xingyun would never consider revealing. Yet, she was equally curious about what Sister Lin had written to Shaoan. Thus, she resorted to a rather forceful and unreasonable method, twisting Gu's ear. You have grown bolder, haven't you? You do not even listen to your aunt? I raised you, and your possessions are mine. Gu gasped in surprise, pleading for mercy. I was wrong, Lu. I understand my mistake. Let's read it together. That is more like it. Lu Xingyun released Gu, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Rubbing his ear, Gu reluctantly opened the envelope, extracting the letter's contents. The elegant handwriting visible to both. Shaoan, I regret that I cannot witness your growth. I believe that when you mature, you will resemble your father, tall and handsome, adored by many girls. Alas, I shall not see this moment. In those brief sentences, Lin Xiyu repeated her inability to see him twice, illustrating her deep sense of unwillingness and reluctance as she penned the words. Gu's expression turned somber and mournful, and he could not help but reminisce about his mother's tenderness. During her pregnancy, to ease his solitude, she often caressed her belly, speaking stories to him in a gentle voice that possessed a miraculous charm, bringing him peace. Lu Xingyun's eyes reddened, her nose tingling, in a daze. She seemed to see the warm-hearted elder sister from yesteryears, clad in white, with tender brows and caring demeanor. Such a wonderful person met her demise at the hands of her husband's brother. She must avenge this grievance. Gu took a deep breath, lowering his gaze to continue reading. The remainder of the letter contained tender words of a mother's love and hopes for her child. Until the final few lines, she finally revealed what she deemed significant. Your uncle is an adopted son of the Gu family, not your father's biological brother in the truest sense. Thus, our Gu family has been passed down through 5 generations without branching out. The desire to expand the family tree was a wish shared by your mother and your father. Your father loves only me. Your mother, unfortunately, was not fortunate in this regard, as she bore only you. Therefore, the weight of this family legacy rests entirely upon your shoulders. Shaoan, you must not be like your father, who lacks discernment. Any girl that captures your heart, you should bring home. Our Gu family is large and prosperous, and we are certainly able to support that. However, there is one thing I hope you will remember. Being flirtatious is not a fault, but once you take a woman into your life, you must cherish and protect her for a lifetime. Do not betray them. Upon reading this, Gu instinctively glanced at Lu Xingyun, whose bewildered expression seemed to ask, Aunt Lu, didn't you say that mother despises fickle-hearted playboys? You warned me that loyalty and devotion, a lifelong partnership, are what mother considers a good child. What is happening now? Lu Xingyun blushed deeply, stammering, I did not lie. Sister Lin, how could you be like this? It's too hypocritical. In the face of the letter, she found herself at a loss for words. She distinctly remembered Sister Lin stating that if her husband dared to stray or do anything to wrong her, she would never forgive him and would vanish completely. How could it be that when it comes to her son, it has now become a matter of abundance and acceptance? Gu shifted his gaze, continuing to read the letter to ease Lu Ani's awkwardness. However, what mother wrote next left both of them in shock. Intensifying the awkwardness, your father has arranged a marriage for you, and I have done the same. Upon seeing this, Lu Xingyun felt a tightening in her chest, a wave of ominous premonition washing over her. She held her breath and read on, where it stated, Lu Xingyun, a beautiful girl with a pleasant disposition, has a generous figure, a clear sign of good breeding. Although she is somewhat older than you, this is not a significant issue for cultivators. I believe that by the time you reach adulthood, she will still be as beautiful as ever, with a firm physique that will not hinder her ability to bear children. By the way, she is quite emotional, so you must be patient with her. Otherwise, once she starts crying, it will be difficult to soothe her. I almost forgot. You are not to receive this letter until you come of age. I trust you are already familiar with her character. After all, you are her childhood husband. I am actually Lu Ani's childhood husband? Gu swallowed hard, staring blankly at Lu Xingyun in search of answers. He was astounded. It turned out that the boastful female ghost master had not lied about this matter, and mother indeed had intentions of making Lu Ani her daughter-in-law. The concept of childhood husband was entirely new to him. You must not think wildly. Lu Xingyun's face was flushed, and she quickly waved her hand in denial. At that moment, she felt utterly embarrassed, wishing she could vanish into thin air. For this letter was precisely about that matter. Sister Lin was truly too much. She respected Sister Lin, viewing her as an elder sister, yet who would have thought that while she regarded her as a sister, Sister Lin considered her as a daughter-in-law. During her time with Lin Chuyu, Lu Xingyun concealed her identity, and Lin Chuyu was unaware that she was the heir of Yaowang Valley and the sister of the national master. Thus, upon learning that she was expecting a boy, she harbored ulterior motives. In her letter, she leveraged emotional ties, repeatedly stating that a life-saving grace should be repaid with one's body. Since she was a woman, the two could not be together, and therefore, she promised Lu Xingyun to her son. Furthermore, she claimed that if Lu Xingyun was unwilling to accept Gu and as her childhood husband, she would die with regret. Had Lu Xingyun, who was still naively sweet at the time, received this letter, she likely would have agreed to Lin Chuyu's demands. However, having raised Gu as her nephew for so many years, now being told that he was her childhood husband and future spouse, was something she could hardly accept at once. Not wishing for Gu and to become the brother-in-law of the national master, perhaps Gu Tianxing anticipated Lu Xingyun's current mentality, which is why this letter, long overdue, was delivered 18 years late. Why didn't he, the uncle, simply destroy it? What reason would he provide for the delayed delivery? These questions were no longer important to Guin. At this moment, his mind was consumed with a singular thought. Lu Auntie is the daughter-in-law designated by Mother herself. With his already impure intentions, Guin, freed from the shackles of morality, began to regard Lu Xingyun with an increasingly inappropriate gaze, daringly probing. Aunt Lu, may I marry 3 wives? Chapter 46. Aunt Lu, I adore you. Sister Lin has been so indulgent with you. What more can I say? You wish to marry as many as you desire. Even 300 would be acceptable. It is no concern of mine. Lu Xingyun was in turmoil, her gaze flickering, unable to meet Guin's eyes. Previously, she had used Lin Shuyu's name to admonish Guin, stating that Sister Lin would only accept 2. Now, the additional person Guin referred to was all too clear. No wonder he dared to take advantage of her in the dungeon and attempted to kiss her while intoxicated. It seems this young man had been harboring ulterior motives all along. Lu Auntie, Guin's hand trembled as he tentatively reached for Lu Xingyun. What do you intend to do? Lu Xingyun swatted away his wandering hand, glaring at him. You little rascal. What kind of look is that? I am your aunt. Guin mustered his courage. My mother has rescinded your sisterhood. I need not call you aunt. Calling you sister would be just as fine. Lu Xingyun was flustered, unsure of how to react, and opted to pretend she did not understand the implications. Having called you aunt for over a decade, can it merely be changed at will? I will always be your aunt. She nudged Guin's shoulder. The letter has not yet been fully read. Stop digressing. Lu Xingyun's emotions flared, and Guin understood that she needed time to calmly process this. After all, he was a transmigrator and had never considered Lu Auntie as a true elder, while Lu Xingyun had always regarded herself as such, making it more challenging for her to accept the shift in their relationship. He quelled the restless urges within him and focused on the final portion of the letter. Shaoan, Mother wishes to say sorry. It is entirely my fault for being tainted by the murderous aura of the battlefield, which has rendered you frail and unable to cultivate. The title of a northern king is not only an honor, but also a responsibility. I fear you will not be able to fulfill this role, and I do not wish for you to occupy such a demanding position. Your uncle possesses exceptional talent and strategies and is the most suitable choice for the northern king. Let him manage this position. I hope you can live a carefree life. Mother, I understand that you were coerced into writing these insincere words. Give me some time. I will surely avenge the grievances between you and father. Guin's eyes were as cold as a tranquil lake, brimming with murderous intent. He used his finger as a blade, striking through the final portion of the letter and then carefully stowing it away. After finishing, Guin feigned calmness as he glanced at Lu Xingyun, whose eyes were swollen and red from crying, and the bag slung over her shoulder, asking, Aunt Lu, please stay. Don't return to Yawang Valley, okay? Lu Xingyun then realized she was planning to return to her family. But why should she? She was the rightful daughter-in-law of Sister Lin. Why should she yield to that wheelchair-bound person? Ah, no. She was Guin's aunt, not a daughter-in-law. In any case, after gaining Sister Lin's approval, she regained her confidence and had no intention of returning to Yawang Valley. However, having been so resolute earlier, to now remain would be to contradict herself, which would be quite embarrassing. Thus, she could only remain silent, neither stating she would leave nor that she would stay. Guin grasped Lu Xingyun's hand tightly. Teacher is here too. The place where we are together is home. If you leave, the home will be broken. Lu Xingyun remained silent, seemingly sulking as she shook off Guin's hand, yet failed to break free. Guin lowered his voice, his deep tones conveying sincerity. We have been together for over a decade, never once apart. If Louis intends to leave, I shall go with you. What? Are you abandoning your little wife? Lu Xingyun cleared her throat and replied with a measured tone. I have said before, Lu is the most important person in my life. Between a false wife and a true one bestowed by my mother, I know how to choose. Since you are so reluctant to part, I shall reluctantly stay. Lu Xingyun responded with satisfaction, descending the metaphorical steps. Yet, she soon realized her blush. Retracting her hand from Guin's grasp, how bold. You must not be rude. Lu Xingyun maintained a stern expression, frowning as she coldly admonished. The notion of a child bride is merely your mother's one-sided opinion. She acted unilaterally in this matter. I never consented. So do not indulge in wild imaginings. Rest assured, I shall treat today's events as if they never occurred. Guin feigned agreement, yet his true thoughts remained inscrutable. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyun pursed her lips in displeasure. She had previously hinted at her intentions, but now, how quickly the initiative had vanished. Although she could certainly uphold her convictions and refuse him, the lack of initiative indicated a matter of attitude. Could it be that her allure paled in comparison to that of the one confined to a wheelchair? Lu Yi snorted coldly. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my cultivation. Her words carried an implication. You must also strive diligently and refrain from wasting time with certain individuals. One must know what is of importance. Lu Yi was indeed correct. Guin lowered his head, pouting slightly. For the least diligent individual in their household was none other than her. Time swiftly passed, and night fell as Guin concluded his practice. To prove he would not stay overnight at the palace, he deliberately sought out Lu Yi, only to find her absence throughout the Wang residence. Wang Bo, where's Lu Yi? Guin inquired with great confusion. Given Lu Yi's character, she should be guarding him against any secret escapades to the palace. Miss Lu left long ago and has yet to return, Wang Bo replied. I shall go search for her, Guin declared. In a quaint attic, Lu Xingyun, alongside several captivating noblewomen, was inebriated beyond measure, mumbling incoherently. Lin Jie, you have gone too far. Your letter claimed I am a crybaby. The image I painstakingly restored before Shaoan has now been ruined by you. One matron, plump and clad in a flowing gown, burped. Lu Mei, what brings you such interest to invite us for drinks? Have you encountered some trouble? Lu Xingyun, with glazed eyes, replied, I am inquiring on behalf of a friend. Her nephew's filial piety has been compromised. How should she refuse him? The matter of child brides lingered in her mind, prompting her to seek the counsel of several well-connected noblewomen, gathering together to drown her sorrows in wine, hoping for their wise opinions. A seemingly composed noblewoman smiled foolishly. Is your nephew handsome? Handsome, exceptionally so. Lu Xingyun's expression took on a flirtatious air. If he is handsome, why refuse? The noblewoman chuckled. Why let good fortune slip away? Indulge first and ponder later. Lu Xingyun shivered, gaining clarity for a moment. This cannot be. A wobbling red-clad lady approached Lu Xingyun and patted her shoulder. What is this? Let me tell you. The young master of the Wang family and his aunt. After hearing the private affairs of these ladies, Lu Xingyun was taken aback. Was a noble circle truly so chaotic? Yet, while others may act recklessly, she could not. After consuming a few more cups, Lu Xingyun, now tipsy, spotted Guin approaching in white attire, gently speaking to her. Lu Yi, how have you drunk so much? Carry me home. Under the influence of alcohol. Lu Xingyun wrapped her arms around Guin's neck, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Along the way, she felt drowsy, drifting in and out of sleep until Guin placed her on the couch, preparing to leave. Suddenly, she recalled something and pulled him back. Pouting adorably, you promised to stay with me today, not to go anywhere. In her drunken state, Lu Xingyun, with unabashed boldness, pulled Guin onto the bed. He steadied himself with one hand beside her neck, leaning in to gaze at her. Her refined features, the flush upon her cheeks, added an alluring quality, and her moist lips resembled ripe cherries, tempting him to take a taste. Louis, you are truly beautiful. Before returning home, the group of ravenous noblewomen had already poured him plenty of wine, leaving him half intoxicated. In a daze, Lu Xingyun, inhaling Guin's heated breath, appeared particularly entranced. Those ladies had been overly audacious. A kiss in a dream should not be a significant matter, right? The delicate beauty beneath him closed her eyes, shattering Guin's last semblance of rationality, and he kissed her. Lu Xingyun's eyes widened in shock, realizing this was not a dream. She attempted to push Guin away, but he held her wrists firmly, his gaze burning with intensity. Lu Yi, I like you. I have liked you for a long, long time. Chapter 47. What about sister? Shaoan, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Xingyun's drunkenness dissipated, replaced by shock as her heart raced. The boy she had raised since childhood actually professed his love for her, although she had anticipated this, suspecting Guin's filial piety might have soured. She never expected such an overt declaration of affection. While she could feign ignorance to the hints given during the day, once the veil of modesty was torn away, their relationship could never return to its former state. Had he even considered this? Lu Xingyun's heart thudded violently, her mind going blank as she felt a sudden tightening in her chest, an inconceivable thought surfacing. Perhaps Shaolin was going all in, not envisioning a return to their previous relationship. If unsuccessful, he would face the consequences. Louis, I am serious. Guan gripped Lu Xingyun's wrists tightly, pinning her beneath him, his gaze unwavering. Lu Xingyun's heart raced like a startled deer, her beautiful face flushed with color. Despite her sixth realm cultivation, she seemed to forget her power, resembling a fragile maiden from the mortal realm, struggling to free herself from his grasp. Shaolin, you are drunk. You must think I am saying foolish things. Guan, gazing into Lu Yi's enchanting eyes, felt a ripple of emotion within him. He leaned in for another kiss, using the most direct means to express his intentions. Lu Xingyun shivered at his heated breath, her lips sealed by his, rendering her momentarily powerless, her heart racing, and she forgot to resist. When she regained her senses, she realized that her outer garments had been partially removed, revealing her fair skin. You scoundrel! Lu Xingyun finally regained her clarity, her cultivation surging forth as she pushed Guan away. In a swift motion, she slapped him across the face, the sound echoing in the room. Immediately regretting her action, she realized that striking Guan brought her pain instead. It was her first time laying hands on him. Yet, to prevent him from making further mistakes, she feigned indifference, adopting a stern demeanor reminiscent of her elder sister and chiding him. With such poor tolerance for alcohol, you should refrain from drinking. Do you truly consider me a frivolous woman? This slap is to sober you up. Lu Yiguan, undeterred by the sting on his cheek, fixed his gaze upon Lu Xingyun, softly calling her name. The two characters representing Aunt Lu are sufficient to overturn Lu Xingyun's assertions, indicating that he is aware of his actions and cognizant of the person before him. Lu Xingyun's face turned crimson, her teeth biting into her red lip, fingers tightly gripping the sheets. This fellow seemed oblivious to the virtue of knowing when to retreat, insisting on completely blocking any possible escape for both of them. Witnessing her previous statements being denied by Guan, Lu Xingyun took a deep breath and once again adopted a cold demeanor. Aunt knows that it is because of the childhood husband issue that you have been led to indulge in such wild thoughts. Under the influence of alcohol, you have acted inappropriately. But do not forget what you promised during the day. You said you would continue to regard me as your aunt and forget this matter. How can you be so untrustworthy? Guan, with a serious expression, replied earnestly, What I like is my aunt. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyun found herself at a loss for words. The multitude of responses she had vanished. Indeed, the individual had always regarded her as an aunt, and what she liked was precisely that aunt. Guan, emboldened by this revelation, drew closer, prompting Lu Xingyun to retreat, her delicate foot instinctively moving back. What do you intend to do? Lu Xingyun questioned. Guan climbed onto the bed, cornering her, and softly inquired, Aunt Lu, why did you close your eyes last time? Were you not hoping for a kiss? I was drunk then, my mind was clouded. Lu Xingyun hastily defended herself. Is that so? Yet this time, you clearly drank more. Guan exposed her pretense, delivering a sharp blow. You drugged me and examined my entire body. Is this something an aunt should do to her younger counterpart? Not allowing Lu Xingyun to retort, he continued, Do not use concern for my health as an excuse. If that were the case, you could simply have someone else examine me. There was no need for you to take matters into your own hands. I conclude, Aunt Lu, your intentions are not pure. Lu Xingyun fell silent, her head bowed in embarrassment, unable to meet Guan's gaze. This shameful and unspeakable matter, how could Shaolin possibly know? Was it possible that she had feigned unconsciousness that night, and in Lu Xingyun's moment of distraction, Guan gently embraced her, whispering in her ear, All along, you have been the other half I long for. Bound by our titles, I have kept these feelings buried deep within my heart. Now, it is time for our relationship to change. Lu Xingyun, in a daze, found herself in Guan's embrace, offering no resistance. Memories of that evening's dream surfaced in her mind, wherein Shao and boldly pursued her. In that dream, she had not maintained her boundaries and ultimately succumbed. This dream, whether beautiful or nightmarish, had now materialized. What should she do? To refuse? If she did so, she would inevitably have to leave the Wang residence and distance herself from Shaolin, unable to remain by his side. The thought of such an outcome left her feeling hollow. She did not want that. Those noble women were not above reproach. And her association with Xiao An was not out of the ordinary, was it? Furthermore, this marriage was arranged by Lin Jie, and she was rightfully his fiancée. Under Gu An's bold declaration of affection, the alcohol-dazed Lu Xingyan found buried feelings beginning to resurface, and the scales of reason began to tip. Gu An cradled Lu Xingyan's delicate waist, feeling the warmth of her presence, his heart racing, breaths quickening. He turned to lay the alluring woman back onto the bed, reaching out to caress her face, gazing deeply into her eyes. Aunt Lu, may I? Lu Xingyan tightly closed her eyes, seemingly acquiescing. Her breath came in quick gasps. Her cheeks flushed pink, long lashes trembling, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her forehead from tension, her brows adorned with an enchanting allure, exuding a multitude of charms. Just as Gu An prepared to take the next step, Lu Xingyan suddenly opened her eyes, trembling as if about to cry. Xiao An, what will happen to my sister if we proceed like this? She will surely be furious, and may even expel you from the sect. You know her character. As her disciple, and I as her sister, even if my mother and she are not sisters, she would never permit us to be together. Upon mentioning their master, Gu An felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, awakening him to reality. Aunt Lu was right. Their master was indeed the greatest obstacle to their union. If he dared to declare his intention to marry Aunt Lu, their master would not hesitate to break his legs. And in a fit of rage, he might even ensure that the third leg was not spared. Yet, having reached this juncture, retreat was not an option. If he did not win over Aunt Lu tonight, once she regained her clarity of mind, such an opportunity would be lost. After pondering for a moment, Gu An earnestly declared, "Let us keep our relationship a secret for now, away from her knowledge. Once I surpass our master in cultivation, I shall reveal our relationship to her. By then, even if she wishes to separate us, I shall not fear." Lu Xingyan opened her mouth to protest, but Gu An silenced her with a kiss. After a while, he released her soft lips, seriousness etched on his face. "Aunt Lu, from this day forth, I shall protect you. Just as my mother said, a woman once taken must be cherished for life." He painted a grand vision. With me around, even our master will not dare to bully you. Lu Xingyan's heart fluttered at his words, her face blooming like a peach blossom, radiating allure. And she barely managed a soft Gu An, encouraged by her response, exclaimed with excitement, "Aunt Lu, tonight you are my bride." "Absolutely not. You have yet to marry me." The following day, as dawn's light began to break, Gu An was awakened by soft sobs. He saw Lu Xingyan with a flushed nose and swollen eyes, as if she had been crying for quite some time. "Aunt Lu," Gu An reached out, aiming to take her hand, but Lu Xingyan recoiled, refusing his touch, her head lowered as she wiped away tears. "How could you do such an outrageous thing to me? I can't face anyone. If my sister finds out, she will surely kill me. Forgive me. I drank a little too much yesterday and acted impulsively," Gu An replied. "However, my affection for Aunt Lu is not merely the ramblings of a drunken mind, nor is it solely due to the engagement arranged by my mother." His initial intention had been to slowly win her over, gradually lowering her defenses, allowing her time to acclimate. Yet, the overwhelming influx of yang energy he had absorbed and the intoxication had clouded his judgment, compounded by his long-standing desires for Aunt Lu, ultimately leading to last night's events. "Get out. I do not wish to see you right now." The now sober Lu Xingyan angrily pointed towards the door. She had secretly vowed to uphold her boundaries, yet less than a day had passed, and she had already succumbed. She felt utterly ashamed. It was all the alcohol's fault, leading her into confusion, allowing Xiao An to take advantage. "Please take care of yourself." Gu An had anticipated Lu Xingyan's reaction. If she had not been so inebriated, he would not have succeeded so easily. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred. With Lu Xingyan's cultivation, if her heart were not with him, she would not have succumbed even with a hint of consciousness. As Gu An stepped out, he did not leave immediately, but reminded her, "Aunt Lu, you should limit your interactions with those women from yesterday. You need not concern yourself with my affairs." Lu Xingyan huffed, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Just after having taken her innocence, he began to assume the role of a protector over her. "Humph, just a mere boy. If anyone were to be in charge, it should be her over him. I should not interfere with who you choose as friends, but those women are indeed rather forward," Gu An warned, his heart still racing from the previous day's events. "When I went to fetch you, Those women acted as if they had never seen a man before, and I nearly found myself in dire straits. The noble women possessed varying levels of cultivation. Far from being ordinary women, they were not defenseless. Those shameless harlots dared to lay hands on me. Lu Xingyun had forgotten to cry, her delicate jade fists pounding the bed as she silently vowed to sever ties with this group of people, never to see them again. However, after her anger subsided, she recalled her own misfortunes and began to weep once more. Lu Xingyun rummaged for a pair of scissors, sobbing as she cut the crimson stains from the bedsheet. That little in daring to bully Ani like that. Just wait until sister finds out. Let us see how you handle it. Although she voiced her grievances deep down, she lacked the courage to discuss this matter with Yi Hanyan. If sister were to learn of it, she would be the one to suffer the most. As a 6th-tier cultivator, how could a mere 3rd-tier cultivator succeed unless she had actively seduced him? Surely, sister would think the same of her. At the Wangfu, on a tranquil path, Guan stood frozen on the stone pavement, feeling as though he had just awakened from a dream, still struggling to believe that Lu Auntie was now his woman. After serving as the tool for the Empress on numerous occasions, he had finally regained his manhood with Lu Auntie. The mere thought of the Empress sent a shiver down his spine. Having not visited the palace last night, he wondered how that unreasonable woman would react. If he were to enter the tiger's den of the palace now, would he ever come out again? Master, are you asleep? Guan suddenly inquired. After such a spectacular scene last night, how could I possibly sleep? Mura replied, her excitement palpable. I never imagined you would be so bold. Within a day of learning she was your fiancée, you managed to take her down. Guan's lips twitched, completely devoid of any sense of luck, realizing that his ghostly master had indeed been watching. After the Empress ascended to the 7th tier, Mura became wary and refrained from peering into his affairs while he acted as her tool. Thus he was the first to be broadcasted. Come on, don't be shy, Xiao Anan, Mura teased. What do you think I haven tea scene while you bathe? There is no need to hide anything from me. Guan thought that such matters would be implicitly understood, only to discover today that the great succubus was even more shameless than he had imagined. Enough of this. I've stayed up all night. I need to catch up on my beauty sleep, Mura said, falling silent. By noon, after much inner turmoil, Lu Xingyun finally emerged. She feigned nonchalance, as usual, to seek Guan, only to find he was not there. After inquiring with Wang Bo, she learned he had gone to the palace. You infuriate me. You wanted me, yet you go seeking someone in a wheelchair? What did she possibly offer? Lu Xingyun bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Feeling utterly wronged, she sniffled, returned to her bedroom, and began rummaging through her belongings. First, she pulled out a figure-hugging dress that accentuated her perfect figure. Then, she retrieved a pair of ice silk stockings she had bought at auction, which she had never worn before, and slipped them on her legs. Just wait until he returns home. Let us see if I don't enchant him. Chapter 49. Guan is her destined counterpart. In the western garden of the palace. Before facing the Empress's wrath, Guan sought out Yu Jie to gather intel. Sister Yu, I was so engrossed in my cultivation last night that I lost track of time and missed my appointment at the palace. Is the Empress very angry? He felt that saying dual cultivation was also a form of cultivation was reasonable. Yu Jie smiled playfully. Oh yes, the thunderous wrath is upon you. You're doomed. The Empress decreed that unless 3 days pass, you may not get out of bed. Guan's lips twitched, and his eyelids twitched as he envisioned himself limping out. Utterly drained. Enjoying affection with Lu Ani was delightful, but being favored by the Empress would surely be torment for someone who had experienced the 3rd-tier ceiling. Thus, Guan's expression turned to one of despair. He longed to return home and embrace the fragrant and soft Lu Auntie. Just kidding. Look at how scared you are. Yu Jie teased. Sister covered for you. The Empress 1T hold it against you. Hearing this, Guan sighed in relief. Thank you, Sister Yu. As your strategist, I naturally look out for you, Yu Jie said, taking Guan's hand and gazing up at him with sincerity. In truth, the Empress's summons had been a fabrication of Lu Xingyun to exert her influence. Unexpectedly, it bore delightful results. The more trust she gained from her benefactor, the stronger her own fortune became. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, remember to tell sister. I will do my utmost to assist you. After a brief moment of guilt for having deceived Guan, Yu Jie pledged her loyalty. I will. Guan smiled faintly before posing a troubling question. You mentioned that for someone like you, who can discern the secrets of fate, others cannot conceal their identities. In the absence of any protective spiritual artifact, how might I disguise my identity? Rest assured, you are a person of great fortune, and your fate is ever-changing, Yu Jie replied. If you were the leader that night, I wouldn't have recognized you the next day. She elaborated, ordinary lives are predictable, with birth, aging, illness, and death already determined. Yet you possess countless possibilities. Should you act under two different identities, they would appear as two entirely distinct fates to me, and I would be unable to ascertain your connection. As she spoke, she cast a playful glance at Gu and, lamenting, did you think that the mischief you pulled on me, bullying me, was merely a stroke of bad luck that befell you? Were your fortune any weaker, you would have met an untimely demise. Guin chuckled awkwardly. That was then. We were not familiar with each other, and anyone would find your sharp tongue irksome. Yu Jie glared at him. You have a foul mouth. It is fragrant. Guin quickly corrected himself. At that moment, both recalled something simultaneously, their faces turning crimson. Yu Jie bit her lip, her gaze evasive, as she shifted the topic. Why did you kill the Wu siblings? If it's inconvenient to discuss, you need not disclose it. They had attempted to kill her at the behest of her cousin. And since she was already aware of her father's demonic cultivation, Guin had nothing to conceal and shared his grievances against his uncle. After hearing his account, Yu Jie was taken aback, whispering, such an important matter. Why did you tell me? Guin's expression turned serious as he replied, I believe that in trusting someone, there should be no secrets. Sister Yu, this is my first attempt at trusting an outsider, and I have shared all my secrets with you. I hope you won't let me down. Though he didn't fully trust Yu Jie, keeping his master's injuries concealed, he felt it necessary to win her loyalty. Yu Jie clenched her clothing, feeling that compared to Guin's openness, her earlier little schemes seemed rather petty. Moved, she felt guilty for 3 seconds. While one sought to utilize the other, and the other yearned to be valued, they both harbored their own thoughts. Yet, in a certain sense, they were both striving toward the same goal. There was another reason. Guin held Yu Jie's hand with one of his own while placing the other gently on her shoulder. Last time, you wagered your life that I would cooperate with you. Just that alone is enough for me to trust you. Yu Jie's eyes sparkled as she replied lightly. I do not act recklessly. You only kill those who deserve it. I judge that you are not a wanton killer, which is why I dare to approach you alone. She shifted her tone. Of course you, who enjoy teasing others, aren't exactly a good person either. Yu Jie tilted her head, her bright eyes locking onto Guin's. Neither good nor bad means, Guin, you are not human. Guin chuckled and shook his head, saying, it seems that I no longer harbor any disdain for your occasionally sharp tongue. I wonder if I've simply grown accustomed to your words, or perhaps. He leaned closer, whispering, you intentionally portrayed yourself as a pitiful figure last time, hoping I would soften? The warm breath of the man brushed against her ear, igniting a fluttering sensation within Yu Jie, who instinctively held her breath and replied coyly, believe it or not, regardless, I have revealed everything to you, and I owe you my trust. If that's the case, I shall share another secret with you. Guin gently murmured in her ear, do you know how I discovered my uncle's true nature? Pausing for a moment, his voice turned deep and magnetic. Like you, I was born with the knowledge. Yu Jie's delicate body trembled, her beautiful eyes widening involuntarily as a peculiar feeling coursed through her heart. They were both enlightened beings sharing a kinship, and Guin was the sole individual who could touch her and bring light into her life. All these reasons combined led her to think of the phrase destined to be. Gu Muxue firmly believed that her fate was determined by her own actions rather than by the heavens, but Yu Jie, as a person with foresight, placed her utmost faith in destiny. At that moment, her already fragile defenses wavered once more. Perhaps Gu was indeed the missing half of her fate, sent by the heavens to rescue her. Yu Jie's breath quickened, and she instinctively turned her face away, saying, you don't want the national teacher to take action for your revenge, which means you don't want her to witness your dark methods. You remain hidden within the mountains and rivers, acting low-key to avoid arousing Gu Tianxing's suspicion, preventing him from taking reckless actions. Am I right? Guin smiled. You are indeed very clever. Yu Jie took a deep breath. Sister has an even better method for avenging you. Will you trust me? Guin raised an eyebrow. What strategy do you have? Please enlighten me. Chapter 50. The one who acts first loses. Gu Tianxing temporarily took over the position of the Northern King, controlling the martial affairs of an entire continent. He does not leave his domain, and as long as the 7 realms remain intact, no one can rival him. Yujie said, "What if you showcase your talents in the imperial capital, demonstrating your capability and intention to succeed the throne? What do you think he would do? Once he leaves his territory, the GMO division could take action midway to capture him and bring him back for you to deal with as you wish." A subtle smile graced her exquisite, fair face, with you as his nephew accusing him of being a demonic cultivator, and with me as the division leader supporting you. Even if he isn't a demonic cultivator, he will be treated as one. Brilliant, sister, you are truly cunning. Guin felt a rush of emotions, realizing that to navigate the world, one must have connections. With the GMO division backing him, he could turn from passive to active. He used to fear his uncle's approach, and now he feared he might not come at all. If Gu Tianxing knew how shamelessly they were plotting against him, he would surely exclaim, "You two wretched lovers, can you give compliments?" Yujie huffed, feeling a bit vain. Indeed, Sister Yu is both beautiful and intelligent. Truly a wise strategist for this young master. Guin's mood brightened. "Let us proceed as you suggest." Yujie continued, "Next, you need only to make a name for yourself in the imperial capital, creating an opportunity for him to leave his territory. I can then use this to deduce the heavenly mechanism and predict when he will depart." Upon hearing this, Guin hesitated for a moment, gazing at her pale lips and frail figure, ultimately shaking his head. "You need only keep an eye on him. There is no need for you to deduce the heavenly mechanism." "Why?" Yujie asked in surprise. "Your uncle, a mid-stage 6 realms cultivator, has already weakened you this much. Your uncle's peak 6 realms cultivation will only bring greater backlash upon you," Guin explained. Yujie smiled slyly. "Can I take this to mean that you are concerned for me?" "Don't worry, I won't die." Guin still shook his head, earnestly saying, "This is my personal vendetta. Your willingness to assist is already a great favor. I cannot let you bear the burden as well." "Do you really think so?" Yujie's heart tightened as she clenched her delicate fist. "Isn't our collaboration based on your appreciation for my foresight?" Guin chuckled lightly, teasing, "You think too highly of yourself. Even if sister you were utterly useless, simply being this beautiful is enough to be a delight to have by my side." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yujie's face flushed with embarrassment. "If you continue to babble like this, I will truly be angry." Guin found it strange how sensitive Yujie was to teasing today, wondering about her unusually strong reaction. Suppressing his curiosity, he earnestly advised, "Sister Yu, your health is so fragile. Do not use your foresight ability anymore. I do not wish to see you harmed. You are quite skilled at charming girls. No wonder fate is so capricious, and your romantic luck never wanes." Yujie's eyelashes fluttered, her heart stirring with ripples. To possess such a powerful ability, yet choose not to utilize it solely to prevent her from harm. Such words had never been spoken to her before. It made her feel cherished and valued, leading her to experience a flicker of joy. Suddenly, her pupils trembled as an inexplicable connection with Guin deepened. She found herself able to sense the future fortune and misfortune for him. What was happening? Yujie's expression went blank, as the divine punishment energy within her diminished for the first time, allowing her to glimpse the possibility of her body returning to normal. An astonishing guess surged in her heart. Could it be that they were fated as one, their destinies intertwined? It was precisely because she had developed a genuine affection for Gu and that their fates began to intersect. "Sister Yu, what are you thinking?" Seeing Yujie lost in thought, Guin called out to her. "Guin, you have won," Yujie said with a self-deprecating smile, realizing that she, who had never entertained romantic notions, had ultimately begun to feel something. It turned out that her previous indifference was merely due to never encountering the right person. Upon meeting this destined individual, her years of steadfastness crumbled effortlessly. Just a caring gesture or a warm word from him could leave her entranced. Guin was utterly bewildered, feeling perplexed by the situation. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted. "What are you two doing here?" Looking up, they saw Gu Muxue, dressed in a flowing red gown, adorned with a phoenix headdress, approaching with a frown. Yujie quickly concealed her complex emotions and smiled. "Your Majesty, we have completed the task you assigned. All the ruthless criminals from the blood-killing hall have been apprehended." Gu Muxue's brow remained furrowed. She did not seem overly concerned with what Yujie had said. Her displeasure stemmed from having seen Guin and Yujie together, and a sudden voice in her mind exclaimed, "This fellow, clearly my beloved servant." is ignoring me and laughing with another woman. He truly is ungrateful. The rising tide of anger, jealousy, and possessiveness surged within her all at once. Could it be that she had taken a wrong turn previously? Was the key to the 7 emotions heavenly art truly, as Yu had said, a matter of emotional tribulation? Otherwise, how could she explain the significant impact of her emotional fluctuations regarding men on the 7 emotions heavenly art? If she concentrated her desires on Gu and deliberately enhancing her experiences, would she not be able to swiftly achieve perfection? With this thought, Gu Muxue commanded, "Ye, you may go. I wish to speak with him privately." Guin swallowed hard, cautiously probing, "Your Majesty, do you need something from me?" Gu Muxue tossed him a book, saying, "This palace is clear in rewards and punishments. Since you have completed the task on time, this long sword technique is your reward, perfectly complementing the spiritual sword I previously gifted you. Although this technique only contains the first half, mastering it will grant you sufficient power to reach the 7th tier, making it more than adequate for your current needs. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Majesty." Guin sincerely expressed his gratitude. This woman may be fierce, but she was indeed quite magnanimous. Gu Muxue's eyes were slightly upturned at the corners, exuding a blend of heroism and enchanting charm. She cast a fleeting glance at Guin before gazing towards the horizon and inquired, "What kind of person do you perceive me to be? Am I merely a voluptuous yet brainless woman, self-righteous and unreasonable, a tyrannical force, akin to a fierce tigress, or perhaps a majestic white tiger?" Internally, Guin was frantically mocking her, while outwardly he showered her with compliments. "Your Majesty, your beauty is unparalleled, your grace unmatched. You are truly devoted to the nation and the people, deserving of the title of mother to the realm." Gu Muxue discerned that his words were far from the truth. Sensing the deep resentment he harbored towards her, she replied coolly, "Previously you trespassed into my chamber. Even if you were manipulated, it remains an affront to the imperial dignity, and thus you would deserve death. Furthermore, had you not been the disciple of the national master, had you not been of use to me, the mere act of offending me would have warranted your demise 1,000 times over. This world is indeed harsh. The strong do not bother to reason with the weak." "I understand, Your Majesty, and I am grateful for your mercy," Guin responded. From a modern perspective, Gu Muxue's actions seemed incomprehensible. Yet when viewed through the lens of ancient imperial authority, the reasoning became apparent. Offending a sovereign, regardless of circumstances, was a capital offense. Gu Muxue subtly nodded. Given her temperament, she was disinclined to explain her actions. However, since Gu was her destined romantic interest, it was necessary to bridge their divide for future developments. "If Your Majesty has no other matters to attend to, I shall take my leave," Guin said, stealing a glance at the Empress before hastily lowering his gaze. Gu Muxue cleared her throat and, parting her red lips, declared, "Since you are here, let us proceed." Chapter 51. "Guin, you are mine." Those 4 words, "since you are here," escaped the Empress's lips like a haunting nightmare. Guin felt overwhelmed. His mind was clouded with dread at the prospect of the Empress orchestrating such a scene. The fear he felt was akin to that of Sun Wukong facing the tightening spell of Tang Sung. He glanced at the glaring sun above, pondering if it was appropriate to do so in broad daylight. Noticing Gu's reluctance, Gu Muxue's expression darkened, and she scoffed. "What difference do day and night make to you? After all, you are blind." Upon finishing her words, Guin felt an overwhelming force engulf his senses, plunging him into darkness. The following day, at the dressing table, Gu Muxue donned a delicate gauzy garment, sitting before the mirror, tilting her head as she groomed her silky tresses. Reflected in the glass, her skin was as pale as soft jade, her brows exuding a fierce elegance, radiating an aura of authority. The straight bridge of her nose and full crimson lips enhanced her striking features, adding a touch of sensual allure. Nevertheless, despite her breathtaking beauty, her enchanting figure slightly eclipsed her face, with the deep valley of her bosom being particularly captivating, igniting a fervent pulse in those who beheld her. Gu Muxue closed her eyes, immersing herself in her mental realm. On the sea of consciousness, a goddess of unparalleled grace floated, her eyes shut, long legs suspended in the air. Gazing at this divine figure, strikingly similar to herself, Gu Muxue murmured, "Shun Wu Shuang, what is it that you truly desire?" This was her primordial spirit, generally one could only condense their primordial spirit upon reaching the 8th realm, and such a mature manifestation required pinnacle mastery of that realm. Yet, she possessed it innately. Ancient texts assert that those with innate primordial spirits are reincarnations of supreme beings. You wish for me to endure a romantic tribulation, do you not? Gu Muxue had scant memories of her past life, knowing only the name Shen Wushuang and the inheritance of the 7 emotions heavenly art. Initially, she had no intention of cultivating this method, which demanded the absorption of 7 desires to gain strength. However, after countless trials, she realized there was no other path available to her for enhancing her abilities. It became evident that her counterpart, or rather, her former self, was compelling her current self to undergo a romantic tribulation, with Guan being the designated object of this unknown trial orchestrated by Yandere. If that is the case, I shall comply with your wishes, Gu Muxue resolved firmly, believing that her orchestration of these events held profound significance. Upon returning to reality and reopening her eyes, a hint of malice flickered within them. She deliberately intensified her possessiveness towards Guan, along with the accompanying jealousy and anger. At that moment, a pale Guan, appearing quite feeble, slowly opened his eyes. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Gu Muxue swiftly appeared beside him, seizing his collar and pulling him close. Issuing a fierce warning, Guan, remember this. You are mine, your majesty? Guan was utterly bewildered, questioning this domineering proclamation. Gu Muxue's ire dissipated as she released him and spoke coolly. What I mean is, with me protecting you, no one in Li dares to harm you. As my male consort, you should feel honored. In truth, she intended to convey that Gu should not associate with other women, but her possessiveness faltered, allowing her to regain her composure. Guan retorted, you are insane. This is utterly absurd. Starting tomorrow, you must go to the Jilu Academy. Gu Muxue replied, even if it's merely for appearances, you must attend. This is my command. I understand, Guan acknowledged. Without needing to be told, he had already planned to go, as making a name for himself into Li required showcasing his abilities in a place filled with talent. Seeing that Guan did not inquire further, Gu Muxue regarded him with an approving glance, recognizing his perceptiveness. Her intention for Gu and to attend the academy was straightforward. It was to facilitate their contact under a different identity. Despite her previous efforts to lower herself and explain her conduct, he remained resistant, making their interactions stilted and devoid of deeper connection. Possessiveness, jealousy, and anger allowed her to view Gu as her possession, unwilling to let others near him, thus intensifying her desires. However, to comprehend love, sorrow, and longing, she needed to feign affection towards him effectively. This time, she would immerse herself in the tribulation, and once her cultivation reached fruition, she would return to her true self. A mere romantic trial could not ensnare her so deeply that she would be unable to extricate herself. As she had stated before, once her objectives were achieved, she would cast Guan aside. Gu Muxue gently motioned, and a basket of sun fruits appeared out of thin air. You may leave now. Take these home to replenish your strength. After dressing, Guan collected the spiritual fruits, and, upon reaching the door, Gu Muxue reminded him with concern. Remember to go to the academy tomorrow. By the lotus pond, Yandere had changed out of her usual blue robe into a long, dark green dress, waiting along the path that led away from the Empress's quarters. Soon, a pale-faced man, appearing utterly drained, entered her line of sight, laboring with each step, pausing every few paces to catch his breath. Yandere pushed a wheelchair closer, a mix of concern and guilt in her voice. Guan, are you all right? Guan leaned against the wall, slightly bending forward, gasping. Fortunately, I had recuperated before, otherwise I would truly meet the king of hell. After a restless night and half a day, he found it challenging to endure. Lifting his gaze, he noticed Yandere's unusual attire and inquired with curiosity, Sister Yu, why have you changed your clothes? Yandere gazed at him and softly replied, I've suddenly developed a fondness for green. Within the Empress's lexicon, the term regret was foreign to her, yet she was certain she was feeling it now. Everything appeared green, and her mood was exceedingly vexed. Had she known that Gu was her destined partner, she would never have schemed against him, forcing him into the role of the queen's male concubine. What difference would that make to her own honor? Although she was aware of Gu's flourishing romantic prospects and realized that he would not be solely devoted to her, she believed that, had the queen not seized the opportunity first, she would have been his first woman. After all, aside from the fiancée she had never met, there had been no other ambiguous relationships surrounding Guin, leaving her temporarily without rivals. Yujie picked up the blood storage bag resting on her thigh and handed it to Guin. The blood-sucking mosquitoes require a substantial amount of fresh blood. This is what my sister prepared for you. Guin took it, sensing the quality, and his eyes widened in surprise. So much? And the quality is excellent. Where did you procure this? With a slight smile, Yujie replied, Sister has been scouring the city for remnants of the blood-killing hall. To track them down, I ordered the Demon Inspection Department to collect blood samples from all practitioners for verification. What you have is merely the first batch. Once the subsequent samples arrive, they should suffice for a long time. Guin couldn't help but twitch his lips at the convenience of public authority for private gain. While he toiled to find targets and eliminate evildoers, Yujie was effortlessly amassing resources under a legitimate pretext. In the context of launching, she would undoubtedly be labeled a grand corrupt official. Suddenly, Yujie grasped Guin's hand tightly, her enchanting eyes shimmering with emotion, her gaze somewhat flirtatious. Sister has considered everything so thoroughly. Do you not feel as though you have gained a capable partner? Chapter 52. Yihanyan, what are you two doing? Guin thought Yujie was joking with him, so he teased back. It's all my fault for carelessly ruining a chance to pursue you last time. Had I known you were so capable, I would have gone to great lengths to marry you. Observing Yujie's silly grin, she remained silent, embodying the true reflection of her heart. I shall be your strategist, and you shall be my husband. Yet, being a proud person, even though she had developed feelings, she was reluctant to express her affection openly, fearing it would come back to haunt her, especially since she had recently declared her intention to only serve as a strategist and not a consort. Such heartfelt sentiments, expressed in jest, were perfectly suited for someone who valued face. After a prolonged flirtation, what began as a false couple could very well evolve into a genuine marriage. Sister has announced to the world that from this day forth, you shall be my deputy. Yujie produced a dark iron token inscribed with the character for rain. With this, you can command any member of the Demon Inspection Department. At first, Guin's attention was not on the token, but rather instinctively drawn to the alluring curves of Yujie's figure. Today, the neckline of her dress was modest. But when she lifted the token, it inadvertently slipped, revealing a considerable expanse of flawless skin. Guin was secretly astonished, until now. Yujie had always dressed conservatively in a blue robe, and he had never imagined that not only was her face beautiful, but her figure was equally striking. Although she could not rival the voluptuous foam, she was certainly no one to be dismissed lightly. Guin, what are you staring at? Yujie tilted her head, her beautiful eyes concealing a hint of mischief. She thought, little lecher, you have indeed fallen for my charms. Guin, maintaining a serious facade, accepted the token, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I was wondering if, in commanding the Demon Inspection Department, I could also include Sister Yu in that. Having been teased daily by the Grand Demon, he was unfazed by such trivial matters. Yujie smiled sweetly, her words laden with insinuation. Sister has long been yours. Has she not? Guin was taken aback. What had changed? Just yesterday, he had assumed Yujie was not one to be trifled with, yet today, her strength seemed to have escalated dramatically, subtly shifting the balance of power. Unbeknownst to him, while he was preoccupied with winning hearts, someone else had already set their sights on his. After several rounds of banter, Guin found himself at a loss for the first time, realizing that the color green seemed to amplify Yujie's prowess, making it unwise to continue their playful skirmish. Thus, he concocted an excuse to retreat. I must return to the manor. Having spent a night in the palace, Aunt Lu will surely admonish you for tempting me once more. Just as he was about to leave, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, his fingers had entwined with Yujie's. He raised his gaze in confusion, looking at her. What is it? Is there something else? Yujie's expression was calm, betraying no hint of abnormality. I was merely captivated by how beautiful Sister is and found myself gazing a bit longer, Guin remarked as he withdrew his hand, complimenting her. You shall be unable to escape from me in this lifetime. With a deep sigh, Yujie lamented, I only hope that Guin does not tire of me and cast me aside for someone new. I am not that kind of person, Guin exclaimed as he hastily departed, realizing that the color green truly was Yujie's lucky hue, and he could only retreat from her brilliance. As he felt the lingering warmth of her touch, A smile graced Yu Die's exquisite face. Their fingers intertwined had been her deliberate action. With a few more encounters, Gun would grow accustomed to it. Falling for him was indeed a stroke of fortune, and even if they were apart, she could still briefly savor their connection, entwining their fates ever deeper. In the Wangfu, Lu Xingyun sat in a moonlight blue bodycon dress, her long, icy silk-clad legs crossed as she glared indignantly towards the palace. That wheelchair-bound vixen, even in such frail condition, she keeps Xiao and around for so long. Can she endure it? Is she able to? After venting her frustration, she turned her gaze back to the lavish spread she had prepared, reiterating a statement she had voiced countless times. If he doesn't return within another incense stick's worth of time, I'll toss it all to the dogs. Just then, Guan returned, overhearing her frustrated remarks and immediately feeling guilty. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyun scrunched her nose and retorted with a hint of acidity. So you're willing to come home? The queen has tasked me to collaborate with Sister Yu in investigating the blood-killing hall's perpetrators. After several days, we finally have results. Guan sat down, letting out a long sigh. I'm utterly exhausted. His implication was that his prolonged absence was not solely due to matters of the bed, but also pertinent business. Attempting to alleviate his guilt. Sister Yu? How intimate you sound. Lu Xingyun, serving as judge, keenly caught on to the underlying tension. Guan, with a stiff demeanor, tried to change the subject. This food smells incredible. I am famished. He had begun to realize that not only was Lu Ant a little crybaby, but she was also a jealous one. She harbored deep resentment towards him for seeking out other women right after having claimed him for herself. Glaring at Gu and in silence, feeling uneasy under her scrutinizing gaze, Guan downed a cup of wine and asked, Lu Ant, this wine isn't strong enough. Do you have any of that medicinal wine from last time? The kind that knocks you out with just one cup. You little rascal. Are you teasing me on purpose? Lu Xingyun blushed furiously, glaring at Guan, as the roles of discomfort had now reversed. Guan gazed at her with his soulful peach blossom eyes, saying earnestly, You misunderstand. I merely wish to get drunk quickly so that I can boldly express my affection for Lu Ant. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Xingyun's heart raced, her gaze evasive. That matter must not be mentioned again. Seeing that Lu Ant was distracted and no longer envious, Guan breathed a sigh of relief, pretending to be heartbroken as he continued to eat. Observing this, Lu Xingyun's heart softened. Even if she couldn't let Guan touch her, she could at least let him admire her beauty. Summoning her courage, she stood up and cleared her throat, attempting to capture Gu An's attention. When he looked up, his eyes lit up. Previously, while Lu Ant had been seated opposite him, he could only see her upper half, but now that she stood, he was treated to a feast for his eyes. The form-fitting pencil skirt accentuated Lu's delicate waist to perfection, while her pert peach-shaped posterior exuded an irresistible allure. It is no wonder that both the female ghost master and her mother praised her fertility. As my gaze shifted downward, a tempest of emotions surged within Guan. For Lu was clad in sheer ice silk. It enveloped her thighs down to the roots, slightly indenting into her flesh, presenting an overwhelming sense of voluptuousness. Lu, your attire is truly exquisite, Guan remarked, his eyes filled solely with admiration, devoid of desire, mirroring his previous glance at Yu Dai's bosom. At this moment, he embodied a sage, his heart as tranquil as still water. Lu Xingyun frowned slightly, pondering Gu An's rather unusual demeanor. Given her revealing and seductive attire, one would expect him to gaze with fervor and act accordingly. However, should he have done so, she would have firmly rejected him. She was not that kind of flirtatious aunt. Her intent was merely to cultivate Gu An's fortitude against the temptations of beauty, lest he be enchanted by the seductive charms of the outside world, leading to sleepless nights. Seeing Gu An unimpressed by her allure, Lu Xingyun gritted her teeth and approached him. Suddenly, she twisted her ankle, gasped, and fell into his embrace. The temptresses outside surely offered more than mere looks. To further nurture Gu An's resolve, she felt compelled to advance her trial, insisting it was not seduction. Lu, what has happened? Gu An instinctively wrapped his arms around Lu Xingyun's back, causing her to sit upon his lap. Just then, Ehanyan's cold and stern voice echoed from behind. What you two doing? Chapter 53. Master, who are you dressing up for? The ethereal and melodious voice of the master struck terror into the hearts of Gu An and Lu Xingyun, akin to a malevolent spirit emerging from the shadows. Particularly for Lu Xingyun, her body trembled in panic, the seductive aura evaporating, leaving her too frightened to continue her flirtations. "Sister, what brings you here?" Lu Xingyun shot up, instantly distancing herself from Guan, her head bowed in guilt, unable to meet Yi Hanyun's gaze. "Am I not allowed to come?" Yi Hanyun's voice was as frigid as frost, her expression unyielding. Lu Xingyun's delicate fingers twisted together anxiously, her silence betraying her fear, her countenance suggesting she was on the verge of tears. In that moment, her apprehension towards her elder sister reached its zenith. The last time, when she had spoken of her sister wearing a veil, it had been overheard. Now, her attempt to train Xiao An's resolve was again caught, making her feel as if her sister was omnipresent, instilling a deep sense of dread. Guan sat in the chair, his back to Yi Hanyun, a sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Moments ago, he had intended to take advantage of the situation and enjoy Yi Lu's company, but thankfully he refrained, for the master had appeared. Otherwise, even with 10 mouths, he could not have explained himself. Guan swallowed hard, rising to face Yi Hanyun, respectfully inquiring, "Master, have you emerged from your seclusion?" Yi Hanyun nodded slightly, then turned her gaze back to the nearly fainting Lu Xingyun, her voice icy as she demanded, "You have yet to answer my question. What were you doing just now?" Lu Xingyun trembled, her lips pressed together, before bursting into tears, kneeling on the ground. "Sister, I'm sorry, I was with Shaoan." She attempted to explain, but her voice was lost in sobs. If her sister knew she had shared a bed with Shaoan, she would undoubtedly be furious, and they would never see each other again. The thought of such a consequence filled her with dread. "Master, Lu drank too much and was a bit disoriented. She accidentally fell, and I just caught her." Guan quickly interjected on Lu Xingyun's behalf. As he held Lu, he detected not only her alluring scent, but also a hint of alcohol on her breath, confirming she had indeed been drinking, which was not a lie. "I see." Yi Hanyun was unaware that their relationship had shifted, hence she did not suspect any impropriety. After all, the aunt and niece were typically very close, and a little physical contact was not unusual, so she did not think much of it. Upon hearing Gu An's explanation, both he and Lu Xingyun breathed a sigh of relief. Guan glanced at Lu Xingyun, his heart still racing, internally chastising. "Lu, your mental fortitude is rather lacking. You nearly revealed everything without the master even asking. Thankfully, you were prone to tears, or else we would be doomed." Initially, he too had panicked, but then reason prevailed. If the master truly harbored ill thoughts, her tone would not have been so calm. It seemed she was merely perplexed and inquiring out of concern. As for her icy demeanor, that was simply her usual manner. Those unfamiliar with her might indeed find it intimidating. "Stand and speak." Yi Hanyun frowned in displeasure. "Crying like that is unbecoming." Lu Xingyun, having narrowly escaped disaster, shakily rose, wiping her tears, and explained, "I had quite a bit to drink last night, fearing you would be angry." Guan reveled in pleasure while indulging in the company of other women, while she stood alone in the courtyard, exposed to the cold night breeze. This scene stirred a wave of sorrow within her, and she had consumed more alcohol than intended while waiting. "Knowing I would be angry, yet you still drank so much?" Yi Hanyun, observing her sister's tear-streaked face, felt a mix of anger and amusement. Her sister had a poor tolerance for alcohol. Even a little could intoxicate her. Indeed, she had advised her to drink less, but did it warrant such fear? She was not a monstrous figure. Thank heavens, Lu Xingyun's reputation as a weeping darling was well established. Otherwise, Yi Hanyun would not have believed that her sister, who merely misbehaved and drank too much, could be so frightened. Lu Xingyun dried her tears and chuckled awkwardly. "I just had a little, just a taste." "No wonder you reek of alcohol." Yi Hanyun huffed in discontent. She reprimanded her sister, while Guan observed silently. To his astonishment, today, the master was not wearing her veil. He had only had the privilege of glimpsing her unparalleled beauty on rare occasions during his childhood. The last time she treated him, his attention had been diverted below the neck, so he had not fully appreciated her appearance. Yi Hanyun, clad in her usual loose sword robe, concealed her voluptuous form, appearing as a celestial being in white, cold as frost, only to be admired from a distance, not to be trifled with. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, a masterpiece of creation. Her icy eyes sparkled with autumn hues, her skin as pure as jade, glowing as if illuminated by moonlight, her flowing hair danced lightly. Each aspect emanating an aura of ethereal grace. Gazing at this slender figure, familiar in grace yet somewhat unfamiliar in visage, Gu found himself momentarily lost in thought. Unable to resist asking, "Master, where is your veil?" Before Yin could respond, Lu Xingyun shot him an annoyed glare. "That is for your master to wear as she pleases. Does she owe you an explanation? Lu Ai, do you realize how much your sycophantic demeanor resembles that of a bootlicker?" Gu retorted. Yin's piercing gaze scrutinized Lu Xingyun's attire, her tone turning stern. "Xingyun, do you not think you ought to explain your intentions behind dressing so provocatively?" Lu Xingyun was taken aback. "I was merely supporting you. Why have you turned the scrutiny upon me? Is this fair? I am addressing you." Yin's voice was icy, radiating an air of severity. She was inherently conservative, raised in a strict household. Witnessing her sister's ample rear, so provocatively displayed by a skirt that barely reached the roots of her thighs, and her long legs clad in cherished ice silk, naturally made her uncomfortable. To the untrained eye, one might think Lu Xingyun was a seductress, luring men with her charms. "Sister, I merely dressed casually without any ulterior motive." Lu Xingyun trembled slightly, casting a pleading glance at Gu for assistance. Feeling betrayed by Aunt Lu, Gu initially intended to enjoy the spectacle, yet he feared that the little crybaby might buckle under pressure and utter something inappropriate. He promptly clarified, "Master, everyone possesses a desire for beauty. It is perfectly acceptable for Aunt Lu to occasionally dress up attractively, is it not?" Lu Xingyun, with a pitiful expression, nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. Little speaks the truth. Dressed like this, who am I trying to impress?" Yin furrowed her brows, not letting her off easily this time. "There is only one man at home. Are you really dressing for him?" Upon hearing this, both women immediately tensed up. Lu Xingyun, feeling cornered, stammered, What nonsense are you talking about? I am Little Anne's aunt. How could I possibly dress up for him? That would be utterly improper." Noticing her sister's anxiety, Yin, who had merely made an offhand comment, now wore a suspicious expression. "Xingyun, are you hiding something from me?" Chapter 54, Master, come to my room for a moment. I couldn't possibly have anything to hide from my sister. Lu Xingyun dared not breathe too deeply. She regretted her choice to wear that alluring body-hugging skirt and the seductive ice silk. Logically, as Little Anne's aunt, her intention was to help him strengthen his resolve, and she should not have acted so recklessly. However, upon learning that Little Anne had sought out other women, she impulsively succumbed to a strange urge to showcase her own charm, wishing to make Little Anne realize that his aunt was the best, far surpassing any other woman. "Speak honestly, do you have someone you like?" The more nervous Lu Xingyun became, the more Yin sensed something was amiss. She knew her sister well, and this was clearly a guilty expression. When her sister suddenly raised her voice and posed such a piercing question, Lu Xingyun's heart raced, and she instinctively glanced at Gu. "What are you babbling about? How could I possibly like someone? I spend every day with Little Anne. If you don't believe me, just ask him." Seeing this, Gu felt a headache coming on. Aunt Lu's acting skills were admittedly lacking, making her unworthy of sitting at the same table as Kiki. Yet, she still wished to suppress others while presenting herself as the main wife, dressing enticingly at home, being caught by the master while sitting on his lap, and now allegedly having someone she fancied. If the master wasn't foolish, he would surely notice the inconsistencies. However, he could not expose their relationship to the master. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face separation, making it difficult to meet again. Gu's mind raced as he steadied himself, inhaling deeply. As expected of the master, "Your intuition is spot on. Aunt Lu indeed has someone she likes." "What are you saying?" Lu Xingyun, terrified that their relationship would be revealed, shouted, "Little Anne, are you trying to get yourself killed?" "Be quiet." Yin's expression turned frosty. "You've grown quite bold, haven't you? Not only do you refuse to speak the truth, but you also dare to threaten Little Anne in my presence." Lu Xingyun widened her eyes, filled with terror, desperately attempting to prevent Gu from revealing the truth. Yet her mouth felt sealed by an invisible force, rendering her voiceless. A sense of despair enveloped her, leaving her pale and dim-eyed, as if life had lost all hope and she would soon be left alone. Gu cast an apologetic glance at Lu Xingyun. "I promised not to speak of this matter, but since the master has inquired, I can no longer conceal it." He then turned to the icy-faced Yin. "During your 3 years of seclusion, Aunt Lu met a certain gentleman, and they frequently rendezvous. It seems they may have even made private vows. With matters reaching this point, he had no choice but to fabricate a non-existent person as a cover. Otherwise, the master, who had never suspected their relationship, might jump to the worst conclusions. Once the seed of doubt was sown, their behaviors would appear suspicious. And exposure was merely a matter of time. Lu Xingyun blinked in confusion, finally grasping Gu In's intention and letting out a sigh of relief. "So, you dressed this way to meet your lover?" Yi Hanyin inquired of Lu Xingyun. Lu Xingyun's cheeks flushed with shyness as she lowered her gaze, shyly murmuring an acknowledgement. "Why hide such matters?" Yi Hanyin remarked with displeasure. "If you have someone you like, I will be delighted. What is there to fear?" Lu Xingyun's voice was barely audible. "I just haven't prepared myself mentally." Yi Hanyin's icy demeanor softened, revealing a rare smile. "All right, sister understands that you are shy and find it hard to speak, but since you are already together, bring him over sometime for me to meet. I am quite curious to know who possesses the charm to capture my dear Xingyun's heart." Lu Xingyun, mustering her courage, declined. "He is quite busy and may not have time." "Is he so busy that he cannot spare time for his elders?" Yi Hanyin's expression turned cold. "Is he toying with your feelings? Is he truly sincere?" Gu En quickly interjected to provide cover. "I have met this gentleman. He genuinely cares for Aunt Lu. However, he is a killer and often has missions, which is why he may not be in the capital now." Understanding dawned on Yi Hanyin, her expression becoming more favorable, yet she soon queried, "If he is not in the capital, Xingyun, why are you dressed this way?" Gu En answered for the somewhat dim-witted Lu Xingyun. "Aunt Lu might be hoping to see if the gentleman has returned." Lu Xingyun possessed remarkable talent in cultivation, adept in both alchemy and talismans, yet she was not particularly astute in other matters, even appearing adorably foolish at times. Having been deceived out of her money during her early adventures and mistakenly offending the wrong people, leading to a relentless pursuit, it was evident that Aunt Lu was a quintessential simpleton, a crying, foolish beauty. Upon understanding, Yi Hanyin sighed. "A married sister is like spilled water. You truly seem bewitched." Dressing beautifully without knowing if he has returned. Lu Xingyun's cheeks reddened, offering a sheepish smile without a word. Yi Hanyin gracefully moved toward the stone table, her robes fluttering like drifting snow. She sat with a straight back, her posture dignified, her hair cascading down, a few strands resting on her shoulder, resembling an ethereal fairy depicted in ancient paintings. "With this array of dishes, can you too finish it? Xingyun, given your interest in culinary studies, you would do better to devote more effort to your cultivation." Gu En chimed in. "Master, Aunt Lu simply enjoys this hobby. Please do not make things difficult for her." Yi Hanyin shot a sharp glance at her disciple, retorting, "When adults are speaking, children should refrain from interrupting." Gu En, realizing that a single word from Yi Hanyin silenced him, dared not speak further, while Lu Xingyun cast a mournful look in his direction. Doubts began to creep into her mind regarding the assurance that even the master could not bully her in the future. Despite their bond, her words seemed to lack credibility. Had Gu En known of Aunt Lu's impure thoughts, he would have vehemently protested, asserting that the future he referred to was not the same as what Aunt Lu envisioned. "Sister, I am full now. I will go cultivate." Dressed in such attire, Lu Xingyun felt utterly uncomfortable in front of her sister, swiftly making her exit. At the dining table, only the two remained, the atmosphere growing oddly silent, punctuated solely by Gu En's chewing. Yi Hanyin occasionally glanced at Gu En, hesitating to speak. Having emerged from seclusion to regain her status in the seventh realm, her eagerness had caused the fire and cold poison within her to become unbalanced again, prompting her to seek Gu En's healing. However, not long ago, she had fiercely reprimanded her rebellious disciple regarding this matter. How could she now bring herself to seek help? Taking a deep breath, Yi Hanyin forced a stern expression, rising to mask her embarrassment with ferocity. "Have you eaten? If you have, come to my room. I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 55. The Master's Fury. The Disciple's Demise. The sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds gathering ominously. A light drizzle began to fall, gently hitting faces with a refreshing chill. In the Wangfu, along a secluded path, Gu En followed closely behind Yi Hanyin, a look of obedient trepidation on his face. He felt that his aloof master was still brooding over the offense from their previous encounter, her lingering wrath seeking an excuse to reprimand him again. It was no wonder he thought so. At this moment, Yi Hanyin, was about to confront a matter that was difficult to articulate. Her expression was tense, exuding an air of chilling severity that would make anyone who beheld her tremble with fear. As the rain intensified, they drew closer to their abode. Yet Ihanyen's steps grew ever slower. She needed time to contemplate how to broach the subject with her disciple, maintaining her authority while preserving her credibility. After all, she had previously scolded him in a fit of anger. Would he dare hope for a second chance regarding his healing? A seemingly invisible barrier surrounded Ihanyen, repelling the torrential rain that sought to drench her. Like an ethereal goddess in white, untainted and pure, she shone like a radiant pearl in a dim world. No matter when one beheld her, the high and aloof master exuded an air of nobility, her beauty transcending the ordinary. Yet this beauty belonged solely to her, while the most handsome man of Delhi trailed behind her like a drenched fowl. As the rain poured down, the master walked at a leisurely pace, not even bothering to shield herself from the elements. Guin, who had once merely speculated, was now completely certain that she was targeting him. He resolved that he must not utter a word amiss in her presence, wholly forgetting the matter of healing. At last, with a heavy heart, Ihanyen arrived at her chambers. The inner sanctum was vast and dimly lit, yet starkly simple, devoid of unnecessary clutter. "Come in," she called, seeing her disciple standing outside the door. "I fear I made dirty the master's abode," Guin replied, having prepared himself to the utmost, leaving no excuse for her to find fault. Ihanyen paused, momentarily forgetting that her disciple was being drenched in the rain behind her. She waved her hand dismissively, wiping the rainwater from his clothes and hair. "You truly are something. You've gotten soaked, yet didn't think to inform me." Guin smiled gently. "It matters not. As cultivators, we face the dangers of altering fate and defying yin and yang. What is a little rain?" At his words, Ihanyen suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. "Cease your chatter and come inside. I am not yet at the realm you speak of, so do not let your imagination run wild." After a moment's thought, Guin recalled that the master had entered with her left foot first, so he followed suit. Once inside, he stood respectfully to the side. "Master, what do you need from me?" Ihanyen bit her lip, hesitating. She ultimately could not bring herself to mention the healing matter, feigning indifference as she said, "It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to see how your cultivation has progressed these past few days." "I have reached the mid-stage of the third realm," Guin replied, straightening his posture. At his age, such cultivation was indeed noteworthy, especially considering he had only truly practiced for 3 short years. "Quite commendable," Ihanyen nodded. "However, the cultivation of that woman's disciple is surely beyond your reach in just a few years. You should focus on combat strength at your level. Now, let me see if your thunder technique has improved." With a slight smile, Guin transformed into a blur, appearing a meter away in an instant. To those with lesser vision, it appeared as if he had teleported. Ihanyen was momentarily taken aback, offering a rare compliment. "You have actually grasped this step. Well done. You have entered the basics." This skill, known as Thunder Flash, when perfected, could cover 1,000 miles in an instant. Even she could only manage 1,000 meters at present. "Today, you may cultivate here at ease. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to voice them," Ihanyen said calmly. "Understood." Guin then produced a handful of sun fruits, beginning to absorb their solar energy to replenish his strength. Aunt Lu was the type who, even when she made a mistake and went unnoticed, would always be on edge. After the scare from the master today, she would undoubtedly resolve to end their clandestine relationship. Therefore, he needed to break his sage-like demeanor and guide Aunt Lu later tonight. As time slowly passed, Ihanyen found herself watching Guin cultivate from morning until afternoon, her mind in turmoil. As night approached, she began to grow anxious. If this continued, it would soon be time for bed. Clearing her throat, Ihanyen delicately covered her lips and coughed a few times. Guin emerged from his meditative state, opening his eyes to see the white-clad goddess sitting on the bed. "Master, what is the matter?" he asked with concern. Ihanyen furrowed her brow, her fingers massaging her temples as she sighed. "I do not know why, but I suddenly feel a headache and fatigue." She cast a sidelong glance at her disciple before quickly averting her gaze. "Shaoan, you have some understanding of medicine. Why not examine me?" Guin rose and approached, and Ihanyen cooperatively extended her arm. He bent down to check her pulse. Gradually, his expression grew serious as he spoke in a low voice. The alternating hot and cold indicates a disturbance caused by the fire and cold poison. Ihanyen remained silent, waiting for him to continue. However, Guan fell silent, leaving the atmosphere between them eerily quiet. Seeing this, Yan inwardly cursed. Damn rebellious disciple. Do you have no perception? The fire and cold poison is flaring up, and you have no reaction? She coughed heavily again, her complexion pale, trying to exhibit her weakness. Regarding cultivation, one should balance tension with relaxation. The master should not rush to regain her strength. Rest is paramount. Guan's face displayed concern, yet he refrained from mentioning the 13 needles of reversal, which could heal her. Yan's vision darkened, nearly succumbing to her disciple's foolishness. She had made her condition so evident. Could he not grasp her intent? How could one be so dense? Guan was not foolish. Rather, it was his cleverness that led him to feign ignorance. In truth, he had discerned his master's desires and her embarrassment at expressing them. However, having learned from previous lessons, he was determined not to speak first, lest she become enraged and seek retribution later. He wanted her to articulate her needs explicitly. This way, even if any mishaps occurred during the healing process, she could not hold it against him, as it was her own request. With this thought in mind, Guan decided to stoke the flames a bit further. The 13 needles of reversal can effectively alleviate the master's ailments. But you mentioned before that there would be no next time. I imagine you must have a better method to suppress the fire and cold poison. I shall take my leave, so as not to disturb your recuperation. With that, he turned to depart, leaving no trace of hesitation in Yan's astonished gaze. Watching her disciple's resolute back, Yan found herself momentarily at a loss, unable to discern whether he truly thought this way or was merely pretending. There's one more thing I forgot to mention. Yan gritted her teeth and rose. Guan halted, turning back in confusion. What does the master wish to convey? With a stiff smile, Yan lied. I just remembered something interesting. Many years ago, when I traveled the world, I once used the surname Gu. How coincidental that it matches yours. She had previously made a harsh remark. If her disciple dared to bring up old matters again, if she could rise from her bed within half a month, she would take his surname. Now, she subtly implied that she had compromised and would not take any action against the rebellious disciple. If he was worried about her punishment and hesitated to act, he could now feel at ease. Guan's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated that his master had such experiences. Regardless of his surname, Yan's name was melodious. He resolved to remain blissfully ignorant. What good was insinuation? He needed to speak plainly. If he understood her hints, would that not imply he had been feigning ignorance? A deliberate act of revenge? Surely afterward, his master would find a reason to reprimand him. However, one must admit, to tease his master in such a manner was rather gratifying. Perhaps it was a sign of his rebellious phase. The colder his master appeared, the more he wished to see her flustered and annoyed. Of course, this was all under the premise of ensuring personal safety. Due to Gu's exceptional acting skills, Yan genuinely believed that the rebellious disciple simply did not comprehend her hints, thinking she truly possessed the ability to suppress the poison of Huan. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, her expression as impassive as ever, complemented by her ethereal demeanor, embodying the essence of an ascetic goddess. She lightly spoke. It is nothing. You may leave. Before her words had fully settled, her body suddenly swayed a few times, and she collapsed to the ground, lying motionless on the stone slab, as if she had fainted. Master, Guan rushed over in a panic, concerned for his master's safety. He set aside his previous thoughts and hurriedly assisted her onto the bed, utilizing the reverse life 13 needles to bring her back to consciousness. Yan felt a warm current flow into her body, and after a brief moment, she opened her eyes, weakly stating, after your treatment last time, I believed I had found a method to suppress the Huan poison, but unexpectedly, it still does not work. Do not worry, master. I will treat you right away. Guan spoke urgently, fearing his master was truly in dire straits. Who could have imagined that the ethereal and aloof master would resort to such tactics? It was utterly disarming. Shaoan, I am counting on you. Yan's unparalleled beauty flushed with embarrassment, a mix of awkwardness at the thought of undressing and the shame of deceiving her disciple. Her once pristine life had now been stained. Afterward, she would have to make amends to the rebellious disciple. Master, I'm about to begin, Guan declared solemnly. Yan understood and, discreetly turning her back to Guan, removed her outer garments. This time, she had prepared well, wearing a very large bandeau to cover her front, ensuring nothing was exposed. Gazing at his master's smooth, flawless back, Gu exhaled deeply, concentrating his mind to avoid inappropriate thoughts. Master, be advised. I am about to begin extracting the poison. As the last needle was inserted, Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a surge of spiritual energy propelled Gu away. Stay back. This gentle force pushed him through the air, and as he neared the doorway, he landed safely. Suddenly, Yan's expression changed drastically. Rebellious disciple, what have you done? Why is it that the poison drawn out this time is not the cold poison? As she finished speaking, the surrounding formation activated, and the temperature in the room soared. Positioned at the center of the formation, Yan felt as if she were being scorched by the sun at close range. She attempted to halt the formation, but the external heat combined with the internal fire poison caused her to faint from the heat. This time, she truly lost consciousness. Her clothing had been burned away, leaving her body bare, revealing her form in all its glory, much to Gu An's astonishment. Yan had prepared sufficiently this time, having set up the ice and fire duality formation in advance, and her garments were crafted from exquisite spiritual materials, woven to withstand the fire poison onslaught. According to her plan, once the rebellious disciple completed his needlework, her spiritual energy would leak out, activating the fire formation to counteract the cold poison. Who would have thought that this time, the disciple would draw out the fire poison first? The fire poison, combined with the fire formation, created an inferno, incinerating her clothing and causing her to faint from the extreme heat. Yan was a 7th-tier master of formations, fully capable of creating formations that could autonomously sense attributes. Drawing out fire poison would trigger the ice formation, while cold poison would activate the fire formation. However, this particular formation had been hastily arranged that morning without meticulous care. Master, are you all right? Gu, alarmed, rushed over as soon as the formation ceased. Ignoring the differences between men and women, he embraced his naked master, examining her body. After confirming there were no significant issues, he breathed a sigh of relief. If anything were to happen to her because of him, he would be forever culpable. After the initial tension, a wave of panic washed over him. How could he face his master after such an incident? Yan's alabaster form was incredibly soft and fragrant. Reluctantly, Gu laid the unconscious master down onto the iron bed frame. He then clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and silently prayed. Master, you must believe me. I truly did not intend for this to happen. Upon reopening his eyes, he was greeted by a sight that was both enchanting and provocative, stirring desires deep within. There lay his master, her flawless form displayed before him, her voluptuous figure entirely exposed, a vision of seduction. Gu's throat tightened, and his heart raced. He tried to avert his gaze, but found himself drawn to her beauty once more. Half an hour later, Yan stirred back to consciousness. The bed had been prepared, and as fleeting confusion passed, the unbearable memories began to resurface clearly. Her rage surged, and thoughts of violence filled her mind. Remembering something, Yan hastily pulled away the blanket covering her, discovering that her burned clothing had been replaced with a new set. Who would change her? Could it be the rebellious disciple? If so, had he seen her in her entirety and even touched her flawless body? She was well aware of her own beauty and the allure of her figure, and the thought of the rebellious disciple losing control over himself while she was unconscious filled her with dread. As teacher and disciple, for him to gaze upon her form was already a grave transgression. Any further action would be utterly intolerable. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Yan felt a whirlwind of emotions, gritting her teeth and declaring, Gu, get out here. Gu, hiding at the door, trembled in fear, his back chilled with sweat. Upon entering, he did not wait for his master's wrath, but quickly knelt, wide-eyed and pleading. Master, I truly had no idea this would happen. In the hall, Yan's lips were devoid of color, her complexion pale as paper. A few damp strands clung to her forehead, remnants of sweat. The once aloof and ethereal fairy had descended into the dust, now exuding a fragile, broken charm. She sat sideways on the couch, her elegantly curved legs dangling in the air, her flawless feet pointing downward, toes resembling glistening pearls. Gu knelt a meter away, his head bowed, filled with trepidation. Observing the rapid approach of the rebellious disciple, Yan remained silent for a long time. pondering how this fellow had become so adept at navigating her psyche. The atmosphere grew oppressive and heavy. Gu dared not breathe, his shirt soaked with sweat. He harbored a deep-seated fear of Yandere, who had always maintained a stern and humorless visage throughout his life. If one were to disregard her celestial beauty, she gave the impression of a fearsome and exacting instructor, akin to a ruthless teacher from middle school. After a lengthy pause, Yandere finally spoke, her cold, beautiful face betraying no emotion, her gaze as deep and still as a frozen pond. Rebellious disciple, are you feeling quite pleased with yourself? The master proclaimed. If you kneel quickly, I shall not punish you. Gu swallowed hard, exclaiming in protest, disciple harbors no such luck-driven thoughts. Whenever you were angry, the first thing you commanded was for me to kneel and speak. I was merely adhering to tradition. Yandere remarked, so, this is how the skillfulness of a rebellious disciple is cultivated? You deserve to kneel. With a cold snort, she demanded, tell me, who changed my garments? A flicker of guilt crossed Gu's face. It was the maidservants. Lift your head and speak to me. Yandere commanded frostily. Gu raised his head, wary of revealing any flaws, and dared not meet his master's imposing gaze, focusing instead on her nose to ease his tension. Yandere scrutinized him for a moment, detecting no anomalies, and her furrowed brow relaxed as she let out a quiet sigh of relief. As long as the rebellious disciple had not laid hands on her, she would not lose her dignity as a teacher, nor her standing in the world. Regarding the previous incident of being exposed, she had already endured it once, so this time it was not as difficult to accept. Gu too felt a sense of relief. He had narrowly escaped detection. In truth, it was he who had changed the master's attire, and during the process, he had inevitably taken a little advantage. It was not an act of rebellion or ill intent, but rather, he had acted hastily, wanting to cover his master's flawless celestial form as quickly as possible. Summoning a maid would have taken too long. If she had awoken in a state of complete nudity, she would certainly not have remained as composed as she was now. Yandere descended from the bed, her toes lightly tapping on the stone floor as she gracefully approached Gu, looking down at him from her elevated position. Why did you choose to draw out the fire poison first this time, rather than the cold poison? Gu explained. Fire poison is scorching and can easily burn the meridians when drawn out. I first drew out the fire poison and then the cold poison to cool it down, effectively minimizing the harm to the body. He gazed earnestly at his master, his eyes brimming with sincerity as he added, after my last treatment, I diligently studied medical texts on the knowledge of fire and cold poisons, hoping to better assist you. He did not wish to act recklessly as he did the first time, causing harm to his master without even realizing it. According to the rebellious disciple's reasoning, the alteration of order this time was merely due to his enhanced understanding of medical principles. At first glance, this statement seemed flawless and quite reasonable. However, Yandere remained somewhat uneasy, concerned that the rebellious disciple harbored ulterior motives. Based on the circumstances of the last encounter, drawing out the fire poison first could have incinerated her garments. Now that the rebellious disciple's cultivation had advanced, when executing the 13 needles of reversal, he would no longer need to pause. If he were to follow up immediately to extract the cold poison, what scene would unfold? In a state of frozen confusion, she would instinctively seek warmth, drawing him close, just as she had done before. The difference was that last time, she had been clothed, but this time, she would be utterly bare, nestled against him. Pondering this, Yandere's brow furrowed, her expression grave and serious as she questioned, do you truly have no other intentions in your actions? Although Gu was her disciple, he was still a man. She worried that faced with her now unmasked celestial beauty, combined with the previous incident of him having seen her voluptuous form, he might develop inappropriate thoughts. Gu declared loudly, my heartfelt loyalty to you, Master, is as evident as the heavens, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. The Master's suspicions, akin to his previous dream, lingered in his mind. When he had chosen to draw out the fire poison first, it was impossible to claim he had not considered the scenes from his dreams. Yet, he would never admit to such thoughts, for he had not yet fully lived his life and had no desire to perish. To prevent any distortion of the rebellious disciple's filial piety, Yandere earnestly warned, we are teacher and student. There are certain matters that should not be spoken of, much less acted upon. This is a transgression of a natural order, a taboo against ethics. Do you understand? Gu's pupils constricted, and he knelt, Attempting to mask his panic, disciple does not comprehend what master means. Observing this, Yin sighed in relief. This is for the best. If the disciple understands my meaning, then I must remain vigilant. If he does not, it indicates a pure heart, free from wicked thoughts, which is a relief. Rise, Yin said coolly. As the fire and cold poisons were drawn out, the alteration in order was for her benefit. The garments were changed by the maidservants, and her pure and pristine form had not been touched by the rebellious disciple. Thus, she had no reason to reprimand him further. Gu stood, expressing concern. The fire poison has been drawn out, but the cold poison has already suppressed it. If balance is not restored swiftly, the harm to your body may exceed that before treatment. Yin's expression remained cold as she nodded slightly. Continue. Gu kindly reminded, Master, do remember to adjust the formation lest the cold intensifies and leads to further complications. At this, Yin's cheeks flushed slightly. This formation is a new research of mine, still not perfected. I happen to use it today for your treatment. She had withheld this information about the formation out of pride, fearing the rebellious disciple would discern that her initial intent was to have him heal her. Realizing this, Gu dared not provoke his master's displeasure, feigning a foolish acceptance of her story. The process of drawing out the cold poison proceeded smoothly, with no further disturbances. By the time Gu departed, the skies had darkened, a crescent moon hanging from the branches. Under the night sky, he silently spoke to Shui Wuro. It is all your fault. You have led my filial intentions to become somewhat distorted. He had previously mentioned this to his ghostly master, and now the distinction was clear. He had merely begun to stray from the path. Shui Wuro remained in her deep slumber, unresponsive to Gu's words. He rubbed his flushed cheeks, casting a guilty glance at Yin's quarters. In such a situation, if it were any other woman, regardless of her beauty, he would never take advantage of her vulnerability. However, the master, being an exalted being whom he had long admired from afar, suddenly descending into the mortal realm and losing her defenses was an entirely different matter. He believed that aside from saints, few men could remain unaffected in such circumstances. Reflecting on his past treatments of his master, he recalled that in the first instance, he had seen her naked, and in the second, he had not only seen her, but had also crossed boundaries. Following this trajectory, if he were to advance further in their next encounter, he could only imagine the implications. Gu, what are you thinking? He pinched his own cheek vigorously to regain clarity, hastily shifting the blame. It's all the fault of my ghostly master. He felt that if she had not been so frivolous, even suggesting that teacher-student relationships could evolve into romantic ones, he would never have lost his mind and committed unforgivable acts today. Taking a deep breath, Gu resolved not to dwell on such unworthy thoughts. His master was not Aunt Lu, and even if his filial intentions had begun to distort, a relationship between them was utterly impossible. Remembering Aunt Lu brought a soft smile to his face. I must go and counsel her. Meanwhile, Yin sought out the steward managing the Wang residence, stating coolly, Wang Bo, please gather the maidservants and bring them to my quarters. I have matters to discuss with them. She specifically instructed, ensure not one is missing. Understood, Wang Bo replied. A short while later, at the entrance of the chamber, Yin calmly inquired, has anyone visited me this evening? All the maidservants shook their heads in confusion, claiming no one had come. Yin continued, not long ago, the young master brought someone to attend to me. I found this individual quite suitable and wished to take her as my personal maid. Still, no one responded. You may leave. Yin thought she had already arrived at an answer, her countenance darkening significantly, her tumultuous aura causing the surroundings to tremble and scatter. The audacity of the treacherous disciple to deceive her, to be chosen as her personal maidservant, is an immense fortune. There is no reason for anyone to deny the existence of a maid who assists her in changing clothes. What does this imply? It indicates that this person does not exist at all. The one who undertook the task of changing clothes was the treacherous disciple herself. Yin felt her mind spiral into chaos, her head spinning as she stumbled backward, nearly losing her balance. She was a woman of strict moral integrity and strong principles. Such a disgraceful affair with a disciple was utterly contrary to her values. This turmoil even unsettled her resolve. Gu, you truly seek your own demise, daring to treat your master with such disrespect. Anger surged within Yin as she contemplated confronting the disciple. Yet after a few steps, she exhaled deeply. What purpose would an inquiry serve at this stage? It would only render both parties awkward and uncomfortable. Han Yin pressed her forehead and sighed deeply, lamenting the misfortune. In the boudoir, Lu Xingyin leaned against the edge of the bed, sitting on the floor alone, indulging in a drunken stupor. Memories of the day flooded her mind, recalling the moment she wore a form-fitting skirt and alluring silk, while Guan remained unmoved. Devoid of any lewd thoughts, she mumbled to herself in despair. Does little and truly think I am less enchanting than Yujie? A wave of grievance washed over her, and the tearful Lu Xingyin began shedding pearls of sorrow. All those sweet nothings about liking me were mere fabrications. That night, he was simply intoxicated and acted recklessly, leading to our entanglement. If he truly liked me, upon seeing me in such seductive attire, he would have acted upon it immediately. Lu Xingyin curled her legs close, resting her delicate head upon her knees, her fragrant shoulders trembling as she softly sobbed. This is for the best. I am not a shameless woman, nor have I ever contemplated a clandestine affair with a junior. That incident was merely a result of intoxication, allowing him to take advantage of me. The notion of a child bride or fiancée was solely Lin Jie's unilateral decision. It holds no weight. That night was a grave mistake, and I must resolutely restore our relationship to its proper state, severing any inappropriate thoughts he may harbor. At that moment, the door creaked open. Guan, clad in white, entered with familiarity, expressing concern. Aunt Lu, why are you drinking again? Lu Xingyin raised her tear-filled eyes to glance at him. Why do you care? I am your aunt. It is I who should be concerned for you. Guan approached her, bending down to grasp the half-finished bottle of wine from her hands. You have had too much to drink. Lu Xingyin instinctively withdrew her hand, coldly retorting, how disrespectful. Do not touch me. She had resolved to reclaim her authority as an aunt and decisively draw a line between them. The impetus for her choice had little to do with Yujie, but stemmed from the fear of being caught by her sister earlier that day, which left her in a state of apprehension. If she continued to be soft-hearted, making repeated mistakes, and maintaining an ambiguous relationship with little Lin, it was only a matter of time before her sister uncovered the truth. By then, it would be too late for regrets. It was still possible to amend her ways. At the very least, she need not worry about their relationship being exposed, leading to her sister forcibly separating them, leaving them to never meet again. They could comfortably reside together as aunt and nephew, engaging in casual conversation, laughter, and merriment, just as before. Guan, unfazed by Lu Xingyun's unusual distance, had anticipated this reaction. Prior to his arrival, he had foreseen that Lu Xingyun would be intimidated by their master and resolved to sever their intimate relationship. Thus, he had come. He intended to dismantle her resolve before it solidified, even seeking to lower her barriers further. Guan presented a pitiful visage, feigning heartbreak. Aunt Lu, must it truly be this way? I genuinely admire you. Even without a formal engagement, I believe that one day I will confess my feelings to you. Lu Xingyin felt a pang of compassion but steeled her resolve, maintaining a stern expression. Do not speak foolishness. We are not meant to be. Guan sighed deeply, murmuring, if you have made up your mind to conclude this clandestine affair, I shall respect your wishes. He then shifted his tone, grasping Lu Xingyun's delicate hand, pulling her into his embrace, his charming eyes gazing deeply into hers. But before we part ways, may I implore you for one more kiss? Lu Xingyun, crouched on the floor, was suddenly yanked upward, colliding with his broad chest, momentarily rendered speechless, like a timid bird, offering no resistance. Meanwhile, Han Yin was hastening towards Lu Xingyun's chamber. As Lu Xingyun's sister, despite being troubled by her treacherous disciple, she still felt compelled to attend to her sister's lifelong matters. Having suppressed the poison from the earlier confrontation, she had refrained from probing into her companion's affairs. But now that time permitted, she intended to have a serious discussion with her sister about it. Arriving at the door, Han Yin lightly knocked before entering. Xingyun, in the boudoir, upon the soft couch, the two were already disheveled. A mere kiss was merely Gu's pretext to unlock Lu Xingyun's heart. However, just as passion enveloped them, the sound of Han Yin's voice pierced the air, and though her tone was not loud, it struck the two like thunder. Their faces paled, and their bodies stiffened as if carved from stone, their blood seemingly frozen. Gu's spirit was nearly shattered. How could their master arrive? Shouldn't she have retreated to her cave after treating the cold poison, isolating herself to recover from the embarrassment? He had been reckless this time. Gu envisioned himself being punished by their master, kneeling in repentance, while Lu Xingyan wept, pleading with her sister not to send her away. Feeling guilty, he instinctively hid beneath the covers. Xingyan? No response came. Yihanyan furrowed her brow and stepped further inside. Sister, what brings you here? Lu Xingyan hastily blocked Yihanyan, attempting to prevent her from advancing. Yihanyan regarded her with suspicion. You always wear this expression when you lie. Avoiding eye contact, she pushed past her weak-kneed sister, striding toward the bed. I am determined to see what you are concealing that makes you so anxious. Your eyes glued to this spot. Sister, please do not lift it. Lu Xingyan quickly stepped forward, grasping Yihanyan's hand, her throat trembling. Her eyes misty with impending tears, pleading, let's discuss this outside, shall we? The more her sister panicked, the more Yihanyan was driven to uncover the truth. With a forceful twist of her wrist, she shook off Lu Xingyan's grasp. What is there to discuss outside? As sisters, is it not better to sit here on the couch and talk through the night? In moments of extreme fear, one's body weakens, rendering them powerless. Under Yihanyan's strength, Lu Xingyan's fragile form faltered, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. As she witnessed her sister reach for the curtain, her face turned ashen, feeling as if the heavens were collapsing. The end of the world had arrived. In a dramatic twist, the anticipated interruption did not occur, as Yihanyan ruthlessly pulled back the covers. Upon seeing this, Lu Xingyan felt an icy chill envelop her, as if she had plunged into a freezing abyss. Though she was alive, she felt devoid of warmth. Lying on the floor with her knees bent, her delicate frame quivered incessantly, appearing pitiful and vulnerable, internally lamenting. Little Lin, this time we are doomed. Yihanyan's pupils dilated. No wonder her sister was so anxious. There was indeed a man hidden beneath the covers. The pure and innocent Yihanyan, who had never experienced the intimacies of love, felt her cheeks flush crimson, hastily closing the curtain. Xingyun, how could you? If your beloved has come, why not simply inform your sister? Hiding it only leads to this awkward situation. The restless Lu Xingyun blinked in confusion. What does my sister's reaction mean? Could there be a twist in the situation? On the bed, Gu lay bare beneath the covers, his face obscured by a pitch-black mask that concealed his features entirely. Upon realizing he had successfully evaded suspicion, he let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, as a practitioner of demonic arts, he always carried a mask to disguise his true identity. The fictitious persona he had fabricated during the day to dispel his master's doubts had indeed saved his life. A few minutes later, the two stood before Yihanyan, fully dressed and respectfully poised. Yihanyan, her expression cold and distant, sat in an imposing chair, scrutinizing Gu with a casual yet piercing gaze. You are the one that Xingyan favors? Gu stood tall, channeling the swallowing heaven demon technique, though he concealed his demonic aura. Instead, he exuded an air of chilling severity, befitting a killer's persona. I have long admired the esteemed national master. My name is Su Changqing. In a bid to distance himself from Gu, he even altered his surname. Remove your mask, Yihanyan commanded, her tone brooking no dissent. Having shared a bed with the other party, how could she remain ignorant of her brother-in-law's appearance? Panic surged within Lu Xingyan. Yet she witnessed Gu's calm demeanor as he replied, while on a mission, I inadvertently marred my appearance. I did not wish to leave a poor impression on the national master. After Xingyan helped me refine my elixir and restore my visage, I shall certainly remove the mask. He intentionally altered his voice, attempting to convey an aloof demeanor, giving the impression of a cold and distant male deity. Gu's explanation was reasonable, and Yihanyan did not dwell on it further. She turned her gaze to her sister, who had narrowly escaped disaster, and admonished, Is this how I have raised you? You have yet to formalize a betrothal, yet you have already given away your chastity. Have you no sense of modesty as a woman? If you and he do not end up together, how will you face the one you truly desire in the future? Are you worthy of him? Do you deserve him? Yihanyan, frustrated, gritted her teeth and admonished, Such a significant matter. How could you be so reckless? Gu immediately wrapped his arms around Lu Xingyan's slender waist. Affirming his intentions, rest assured, National Master, my name Su Changqing signifies my commitment to a lifetime of affection for her. I vow that in this life, I shall love only Xingyan and never betray her. Should I waver or abandon her, may I be struck by lightning and suffer a wretched fate. To be at your mercy, National Master. How audacious of Xiao and to embrace her in front of her sister. Yi Hanyan's expression grew solemn, carrying a subtle authority as she scrutinized Guan, her silence imposing. Behind the mask, Guan felt emboldened, maintaining eye contact with Yi Hanyan, resolute. After a long pause, Yi Hanyan spoke. As long as you two are mutually affectionate, I shall not be the villain who separates you. However, she shifted her tone. Xingyun is the sole daughter of her line, and there is no one to carry on the lineage. Thus, your first child must bear the surname Liu. Yi Hanyan's eyes narrowed slightly. Su Changqing, do you have any objections? Chapter 58. After tonight, we shall be unblemished. Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? I have no intention of bearing children. Before Guan could respond, Lu Xingyun stomped her feet in embarrassment, vehemently opposing the notion. The thought of having children with Xiao and was utterly mortifying. Silence. Yi Hanyan glared at her. Guan's lips curled into a slight smile as he graciously declared, as long as Xingyun is willing and wishes to bear several for the Liu family, then let it be so. Lu Xingyun shot him a reproachful glance, employing her feminine charm to twist her waist. You scoundrel. Xiao dared to tease her in front of her sister. Did he truly think her easy to bully? Ouch. Lu Xingyun, ease up. Guan grimaced as her grip was unyielding. The strength of a sixth realm practitioner was truly formidable. To Yi Hanyan, this scene resembled playful banter. After enduring a mouthful of dog food, she coughed heavily, reminding them to be mindful of their displays of affection. Lu Xingyun awkwardly withdrew her hand. Lowering her gaze in silence, her ears flushed. Yi Hanyan rested her hand on the armrest. Her celestial visage devoid of warmth as she fixed her gaze on those familiar peach blossom eyes, akin to those of her rebellious disciple. Su Changqing, regardless of your previous identity, from now on, you shall be the son-in-law of the Liu family. Find a time to formalize the union. Guan bowed respectfully. As you command, National Master. During this time, you shall remain comfortably here. I will seek an auspicious date for your wedding. Yi Hanyan rose and walked toward the door. It is late. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. We can discuss the specifics tomorrow morning. Upon reaching the door, she appeared somewhat uneasy but still kindly added, if you did not rest well tonight, it is perfectly acceptable to sleep in tomorrow. Once Yi Hanyan had confirmed her departure, Lu Xingyun anxiously inquired, what should we do now? If you remain here as Su Changqing, who will assume your identity as Guan? Guan smiled gently, taking Lu Xingyun's hand. Is Lu Yi truly considering marrying me? At his words, Lu Xingyun's face turned crimson, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Stop thinking too much. I'm just worried about what will happen if this is exposed. Guan ceased his teasing, his brow furrowed in serious contemplation. The identity of Su Changqing could deceive for a time, but not for eternity. After a moment, he stated, this identity, I will ensure it vanishes completely. Tomorrow, tell your master this. Upon hearing Guan's plan, Lu Xingyun felt a wave of emptiness wash over her. If only Xiaoan could remain Su Changqing forever. Then she could freely indulge in their flirtation as she had moments ago before her sister. Andy, what is wrong? Guan noticed Lu Xingyun's low spirits and expressed his concern. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xingyun forced a smile and pushed him playfully. I am worried you will make rash vows and face retribution. You profess to love only me for eternity, yet I see you often lingering affectionately everywhere. Just wait to be struck by lightning. Guan shamelessly replied with utmost sincerity. The vows made by Su Changqing are of no concern to Guan. You liar. Lu Xingyun's face darkened, inexplicably growing angry. Guan, undeterred, leaned closer, embracing Lu Xingyun and mischievously said, the continuation of my family's lineage relies on you. The first child must be named Liu. You must at least bear me too. Do not get ahead of yourself. Lu Xingyun retorted, after tonight, we will be unblemished. Having narrowly avoided having their secret exposed by her sister, she vowed to remain resolute and not yield. However, circumstances had shifted, with her sister now aware of their situation. There would be no turning back. She resolved to honor the agreement for their final night. The next day, in the tranquil courtyard of the Wang residence, Yi Hanyan noticed only her sister had arrived and inquired, where is Su Changqing? Has he overslept from last night's exertions? Yesterday, she had sensed his aura and realized he was merely a third realm practitioner, while her sister was a sixth realm master. It was understandable that he would be outmatched. Speaking of which, Su Changqing should be quite young. Her sister was indeed a case of an old cow eating tender grass. Changqing is an orphan, raised to be an assassin. He mentioned he had one last mission to complete to repay his upbringing before retiring and marrying me. Lu Xingyun recounted as Gu and had instructed. According to the plan, she would inform her sister soon that Su Changqing had perished in his mission, and he would no longer exist in this world. What a loyal and affectionate individual. Yihanyin smiled appreciatively, pleased with her sister's choice. She does not place importance on family background or ability. All she desires is for her younger sister to be fond of someone who genuinely cares for her. Surely, their parents in the afterlife would wish for her to live a carefree and joyful life. At that moment, Master Lu Yi appeared, and Guan, clad in white, approached with a smile. Yihanyin's smile instantly faded, a cold aura radiating from her, as she coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" Although she had swallowed her indignation over her rebellious disciple's disrespectful behavior, it did not mean she was indifferent to it. She believed that the unexpected incidents during the 2 treatments had caused her disciple to lose respect for her and develop some unwarranted, sordid thoughts. Nonetheless, this infatuation with beauty, which led to such moral transgressions, could still be corrected. As a mentor, it was her duty to guide her disciple back to the right path. Recognizing one's mistakes and amending them meant that he was still her good disciple. Thus, she resolved to adopt a more aloof and stringent demeanor than before, aiming to restore the image of a strict teacher so that her disciple would respect and even fear her and no longer dare to indulge in such fantasies. Guan explained, the disciple has decided to leave the Wangfu and pursue cultivation at the Zhu Lu Academy from today onwards. I have come to bid you farewell. Lu Xingyun was taken aback, rising in agitation. Shaoan, are you trying to avoid me? You said you want to maintain a clear conscience, but you never mentioned parting. Wouldn't it be better to interact as before? Why must you leave? Why must you go? Chapter 59. Lu Yi has unexpectedly become my mentor. Lu Yi, you misunderstand. How could I possibly be avoiding you? Guan reassured the flustered Lu Xingyun. The Zhu Lu Academy is the esteemed institution of Li, a sanctuary for all outstanding talents. I entered the academy 3 years ago, but have only visited a few times. Many have privately ridiculed me for entering through connections, which is in fact true. With fervor, he proclaimed, though I could not cultivate before, that is bygone. Now that I have restored my innate powers and embarked on the path of enlightenment, I cannot allow my master to be shamed. I must prove to the world that the disciple of the national teacher is not a fool. This journey is not just for myself. It is also to vindicate my master and make a name for myself. His passionate speech moved even him. He discreetly observed his master's expression, hoping to see her filled with pride and joy. However, Yihanyin remained expressionless, her cold demeanor strikingly intimidating, as if the promising disciple before her was a stranger. This left Guan, who yearned for her praise, feeling desolate. Why was she so indifferent? Could it be that her anger from yesterday had yet to dissipate? Feigning indifference, Yihanyin closely monitored her rebellious disciple's reactions, secretly pleased to see a hint of dejection in him, believing her strictness was beginning to bear fruit. Lu Xingyun, still anxious, looked at Guan with a pitiful expression. If you have any uncertainties regarding your cultivation, even if I am busy, I can teach you at home. Must you go to the academy? Moreover, didn't you say you? She hesitated, recalling that Gu and had mentioned the need to act discreetly to avoid arousing her uncle's suspicions. Yet, she felt uncomfortable probing further about his change of heart in front of her sister. Shaoan going to the mountains is a good thing. Why are you so anxious? Yihanyin furrowed her brow slightly. The Zhu Lu Academy is established on the highest peak in the imperial capital. Thus those who go to cultivate are referred to as going up the mountain. Yeah, you don't understand. Lu Xingyun was on the verge of tears, unable to explain to her sister. She believed that her harshness the previous night had hurt Guan, prompting him to resolve to leave home and avoid her. Otherwise, why would he suddenly want to part ways? They had been inseparable for over a decade. Yihanyin huffed in dissatisfaction. Shaoan has grown up. You should not try to control him like before. I know you are close and reluctant to part, but the academy is in the imperial capital. If you miss him, you can visit any time. It's not as if you'll never see him again. Is your anxiety truly necessary? Guan smiled gently. Master is right. Louis, if you miss me, you can come to the mountain to see me. Naturally, if I miss you, I will come down to visit. After saying this, he turned to Yihanyin. She raised her hand and coolly replied, less chatter, If you must go, hurry along. Your master will be waiting for you on the mountain. Gu nearly forgot that his master, unlike the gentle Lu Yi, was the head of the Zhu Lu Academy, where she resided most of the time. Taking a deep breath, he cast a final reluctant glance at Lu Yi, knowing that this emotional person would likely cry for a long time after he departed. Yet, he steeled his heart and resolutely turned away. Going to the mountain for cultivation was not only due to the Empress's orders, but also to cooperate with Yu Jie in executing a plan to ensnare his uncle. Furthermore, the road to enlightenment is long. He could not remain stagnant, clinging to Lu Yi's tenderness. This temporary separation was meant for a longer-lasting union. He needed to rapidly enhance his strength, surpass his master, and gain the power to dictate his relationship with Lu Yi. The self-important and domineering Empress was also waiting for him to take action. As Gu departed, Lu Xingyan hurriedly chased after him. Sister, I still have some words to convey to Xiao and Gu, and had not gone far, pausing near a rockery. Xiao, Lu Xingyan called out, her voice trembling as she dashed to his side, gripping his arm tightly. Are you really leaving? Are you angry with your aunt? Gu hardened his heart, feigning indifference. Lu Yi, let go of my hand. If someone sees, it could lead to misunderstandings. He had initially intended to take advantage of the moment before parting to lower his guard, but seeing Lu Yi's anxious expression made him reconsider. Pursuing Lu Yi with boldness had its effects, but the progress was too slow. He planned to feign distance, creating a sense of urgency in her. After a period of tension, he would find a suitable moment to reveal his true feelings, confessing that his previous coldness was merely an act and that he had always harbored affection for her. This way, he could breach her psychological defenses, allowing her to feel justified in being with him, unbound by moral constraints. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gu gently removed Lu Xingyun's hand from his arm, stating, there are distinctions between genders. Please conduct yourself with decorum. We have already drawn the line last night. Lu Xingyun's lips quivered as tears streamed down her face. Gu's departure was indeed a result of her words from the previous day. The world before her blurred, his figure becoming indistinct through her tears. She felt helpless, unsure of what to do. She wished to end their relationship and restore normalcy, but this was not the outcome she desired. At this moment, all she could do was cry. She felt utterly powerless. Her sister was right. She was just a crybaby, a useless person, foolishly incapable of handling anything. Gazing at Lu Yi, whose eyes were red and tear-streaked, Gu's heart ached, making it difficult to breathe. She had treated him with such kindness. Was it truly right for him to manipulate her feelings so? I am sorry, Lu Yi. I was wrong. Suddenly, Gu embraced Lu Xingyun tightly, filled with remorse. I truly apologize. I was too harsh just now. Inhaling the familiar fragrance of her hair, he felt a sense of relief. His affection for Lu Yi and his desire to swiftly define their relationship were not misguided. However, if this led to hurting someone so crucial to him in this lifetime, it was utterly unforgivable. He would no longer be impatient to achieve success, nor would he wish to cause Aunt Lu any sorrow or tears. The emotional knot in Aunt Lu's heart could be unraveled slowly. The naive and endearing Aunt Lu deserved to be happy every day. Xiao, and what is wrong? Why are you apologizing? With tears glistening in her eyes, Lu Xingyan looked bewildered, as if it were her who had hurt Gu's heart. And if anyone ought to apologize, it should be she. Gu took a deep breath, gently holding her delicate, icy hand, and smiled. Even if we are not destined partners, we are still the closest of companions. My previous words were excessive. Let us continue as we did in the past, shall we? Abandoning the scheme of feigned indifference, he resolved to cling tenaciously to the soft-hearted Aunt Lu. Gu could discern that Aunt Lu's earlier sultry attire was a subtle invitation for him to shamelessly take advantage of her. He had satiated his desires and lowered Aunt Lu's defenses. She reveled in the experience, and it was indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. With tear-stained eyes, Lu Xingyun broke into a smile, nodding enthusiastically, and then hopefully asked, will you still leave? I ascended the mountain because Gu revealed his entire plan regarding Yu Jie. So, Yu Jie is also aware of your cultivation of demonic arts? Lu Xingyun pouted unhappily, with their shared secret now known to another woman. She felt a twinge of discomfort. Gu informed Lu Xingyun about Yu Jie's condition and his role concerning her, ultimately concluding, she is someone we can trust. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyin gazed at him with a hint of envy and a sour tone remarked, "How wonderful. Now you have an additional strategist to assist you. Unlike me, who cannot be of any help." She sniffled and wiped her tears away, adding, "Now, Yude's influence over you has grown. If she bullies me in the future, you certainly want to speak up for me." Guan replied, "To outsiders, you are my elder. Who would dare provoke you? You complain about not receiving enough respect, but when you assume the role of the head of the household, and the other party responds with indifference, it only leads to your own distress. Clearly, you are both naive and playful. How can you claim to be bullied?" Lu Xingyun seemed to sense Guan's thoughts, and in a fluster of indignation, she playfully punched his chest, exclaiming, "I don't care. You were raised by me, so you should stand by my side." Did you hear that? Everyone must listen to Aunt Lu. The world is vast, but Aunt Lu is the greatest. Guan smiled indulgently, almost reaching out to pat Lu Xingyun's head. "Such a cheeky kid. What kind of look is that?" Lu Xingyun twisted Guan's ear playfully, saying fiercely, "I am your aunt, not your little girlfriend." Guan inhaled sharply, quickly bending down to lessen the impact. "Aunt Lu, please be gentle." Although her verbal skills were not as sharp as Yude's, in terms of physical prowess, the situation was quite the opposite. He could not out-argue Yude. But Lu Xingyin could resort to physical playfulness as well. Regaining her adult dignity, Lu Xingyin placed her hands on her hips and declared, "Now you understand Aunt Lu's prowess, don't you? Let us see if you dare to act recklessly again." However, a moment later, a hint of anxiety crossed her face as she asked, "Do you find me bothersome? Always nagging in front of you?" Guan understood that Lu Xingyun was referring to her frequent jealousy. After a moment's thought, he sighed, "With Aunt Lu's lack of skills, who could she compete with? If she doesn't vent her frustrations in front of me, holding in her grievances, wouldn't she end up crying alone in her room every day?" After hearing Gu's assessment of her, Lu Xingyun pouted. "How can you say such things about your aunt? I'm not a crybaby. That is an unfair accusation." After a pause, she added, "Your mother is also an unfair accuser." Guan chuckled awkwardly. "What I mean is, Aunt Lu is quite lovable and wouldn't be bothersome to anyone. Your concern stems from your care for me, which is why you act this way. I assent it." He did not wish to undermine the pride that Aunt Lu held dear. After all, she was the type who would hide her tears under the covers, believing that if no one noticed, she was not a crybaby. "You are the one who is adorable." Lu Xingyun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, realizing that being called cute by a younger person diminished her intimidating presence. Guan remained silent with a smile. In dramas, certain women's jealousy can be quite annoying. But Aunt Lu never gave him that impression. While it was true that she enjoyed being jealous, she merely grumbled about it verbally and was easily placated. She was not the type to escalate her demands the more compliant one was. From the time the queen sent Yude's dowry, after Aunt Lu complained, she intended to return to Yaowang Valley to prepare a betrothal gift, demonstrating that while she might be jealous, she would not truly make things difficult for him. As Lu Xingyun contemplated how to regain her authority as an aunt and teach Guan a lesson, her luscious lips were suddenly captured. She wanted to resist, but Guan said, "I'm going up the mountain to cultivate. I just wanted to kiss Aunt Lu one last time." Only a kiss, no other mischief allowed. Lu Xingyun, her ears tinged with pink, hurriedly agreed to the request, thinking, it must be because Shaoan is leaving home, and she would grant him this reward. Afterward, everything would return to innocence. Before departing, Guan handed 3 bloodthirsty mosquito eggs and nourishment to Wang Bo, saying, "There is no need to seek out villains for blood. Go directly to Yude at the GMOC and ask her for it. She is now one of us." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo was astonished. The #1 enemy of demonic cultivators in Dali was actually one of their own. His admiration for Gu soared to new heights. The young master was indeed a reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse, able to capture the heart of the astute and ethereal UC master within such a brief time. Additionally, take this 6th-tier superior Ling Yuan Dan, Guan said, as a gleaming pill appeared in his hand. This was the coming-of-age gift from his fiancée. Nearly consumed by Nkeikai, Wang Bo was taken aback and hurriedly waved his hands. "How could an old servant like me deserve such favor from the young master? Your best reward for me would be to break through to the late 6th realm. I need a strong protector by my side." Guan insisted, forcing the Ling Yuan Dan into Wang Bo's hands with earnestness. A family with a late 6th realm cultivator would be considered a top-tier force in the imperial capital. In addition, apart from the royal family, the only super first-class forces in Dali were the GMOC, the supervisory office, and the two noble houses of Ping Wang and Zhenbei Wang. I will not disappoint your expectations, young master. Wang Bo grasped the pill tightly, his expression resolute. After finalizing the arrangements, Guan returned to his room to pack his belongings and then strode out of the Wang residence, heading toward the renowned Ji Lu Academy. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyun sought out Yi Hanyan, saying earnestly, "Sister, I've heard that Ji Lu Academy has a plethora of alchemical recipes, which are also quite suitable for cultivation." Yi Hanyan set aside her ancient texts, looking up at her sister with a discerning gaze. "Speak plainly. Don't beat around the bush." Lu Xingyun's cheeks flushed. Appearing somewhat shy, "I have decided that from today onwards, I will dedicate myself to cultivation. I request that the esteemed dean allow me to stay at Ji Lu Academy as an instructor." Yi Hanyan's lips twitched slightly. "I see you're just eager to find Shaoan." Lu Xingyun wrapped her arms around her sister's, shaking them playfully and pouting. "Is that so wrong? This time, I am truly determined to work hard in my cultivation. Seeing Shaoan is merely a bonus." "Enough, you're driving me mad." Yi Hanyan, somewhat exasperated, remarked. "Have I not promised you already?" "Thank you, sister." Lu Xingyun's expression brightened with joy. Yi Hanyan, helplessly rubbing her forehead and caught between laughter and tears, mused. "Not long ago, Shaoan was bidding you a fond farewell, believing she would not see you often. Upon arriving at the academy, she discovered you had become a mentor. I wonder what she must be feeling." Chapter 60. Entering the academy, cohabiting with the Empress in the eastern district of the imperial capital, the architecture was sparse, with mountains abundant, occasionally echoing with the roars of monstrous beasts that sent shivers through the soul. Strictly speaking, within the eastern city, all the primal mountains fell under the jurisdiction of Zhu Yuan, though it did not prohibit outsiders from entering to seek spiritual herbs or hunt beasts. A flying vessel soared through the skies, with Guan standing at the bow, clad in flowing white garments, gazing downwards. Below, the peaks rose majestically, and his destination was the highest and grandest of them all. The vessel's speed rivaled that of a sixth-tier cultivator. Yet even so, it took an hour to approach the central region, highlighting the vastness of the forested mountains. The peak housing Zhu Yuan was known as Zhulu Peak. From a considerable distance, Guan could vaguely discern a colossal wall cutting across the misty world ahead. The vessel ascended rapidly, and, at last, a corner of Zhu Yuan came into view. The summit of Zhulu Peak had been leveled by powerful cultivators to establish a grand academy, uniting the most talented individuals of the Dali Dynasty, stretching endlessly before the eye. Its architectural scale rivaled that of a medium-sized city beyond the imperial capital. The vessel descended gently at the cliff's edge, and Guan leaped down, landing on solid ground, inhaling deeply and feeling a refreshing clarity wash over him. Zhu Yuan was, apart from the imperial palace, the most spiritually vibrant locale in Dali. Surveying his surroundings, Guan noted that apart from individuals like himself, affluent enough to rent small private flying vessels, there were 3 massive airships resembling moving fortresses capable of transporting thousands in a single trip. Some sought to ascend the mountain for cultivation, while others descended to fulfill tasks. The area was bustling with life. Before reaching adulthood, any who broke into the second tier could ascend for cultivation. In the vastness of Dali, such prodigies numbered in the tens of thousands, gathering in one place, leading to a considerable population. It was worth noting that the successful arrival of these talents at Zhu Yuan, without being intercepted by local sects, was largely thanks to the Empress. In other nations, royal families and local powers often held divergent interests, each eager to claim geniuses for themselves. However, the Empress dedicated substantial resources to establish the academy, nurturing talent, and allowing these individuals the autonomy to choose their allegiances upon graduation. It was uncommon for one to permit their carefully cultivated geniuses to fall into the hands of others. Thanks to the Empress's magnanimity, other factions willingly sent their talents to the academy, even dispatching heirs. Utilizing the royal resources to cultivate their own was a mutually beneficial arrangement. The Empress was confident, showing no concern that local powers might rise to surpass the royal family. While other royal families viewed themselves as leaders of alliances, she regarded these powers as her possessions, believing that wherever talent resided, it belonged to her. As he traversed the path, Guan took in the sights of the place where he would reside for an extended period. Suddenly, he halted, captivated by a group of youths preparing to leap from a cliff. These were outstanding graduates who had just entered the 5th tier, capable of momentarily floating in the air. Their leap marked the final trial of their training at the academy. This test evaluated courage and willpower. As long as they steadied their minds, they could safely land and graduate successfully. Nearby, a group of subpar graduates, those who had not broken into the 5th tier by the age of 30, awaited their descent from the mountain. Entering the 2nd tier before adulthood was the academy's threshold. Those who broke through close to maturity were considered geniuses by ordinary standards, but not by the great powers. It was quite normal for them not to graduate. Yet, Zhulu Shuyuan aimed to enhance the overall national strength, not merely to cultivate top-tier geniuses. The academy provided opportunities for heirs of smaller families to access top resources. Consequently, after decades of development, the middle and upper echelons of Da Li had made significant strides. Today, Da Li stood among the foremost powers in the eastern wilderness. After observing for a short while, Guan grew bored and left the scene. The mentor of the graduating students continued to chatter incessantly, indicating that the leap would not occur anytime soon. Who is that? He is quite handsome. I have never seen him in the academy before. Is he new? But it is not the enrollment season yet, is it? He looks impressive, but I wonder about his abilities. In this academy, looks hold little value. Strength speaks volumes. Upon entering the academy gates, Guan, dressed in white, with a strikingly handsome appearance, immediately drew the attention of numerous young women and the envy of men. Alas, being handsome and possessing a distinguished demeanor made it impossible for him to remain low-key. As the most beautiful man in Da Li and the sole heir of the Northern King, he might be somewhat known among the progeny of great powers. Yet most remained unaware of his identity, merely appreciating his looks. A girl gasped in surprise, excitedly pointing at Guan's upright figure and calling out to her friends, "Quick! Look, he seems to be heading to the inner courtyard." Such young talent in the inner courtyard was scarce since the academy's inception. Why had she never heard of him? Upon hearing this, Guan felt a flush of embarrassment. To train in the inner courtyard required a cultivation of the 4th tier, which he evidently did not possess. However, it did not hinder him from studying and practicing knowledge in the outer courtyard while residing in the inner courtyard. Moreover, the area he inhabited was reserved for the most talented individuals ranked highly within the inner courtyard. As the adage goes, connections are paramount in this world. Useless Guan, what are you doing here? A girl's voice rang out sharply. Guan felt a surge of annoyance. The only one bold enough to openly disparage him was none other than An Kaka. Turning to face her, he was met by a petite girl with waist-length golden hair and a doll-like face exquisitely crafted by fate, glaring at him with fury while holding on her large white dog. Following her were a dozen or so academy prodigies, exuding an air of authority. And Kai, with her hands on her hips, pointed at him indignantly. "You, a worthless individual, have already entered the academy through backdoor means. Residing in the inner courtyard is an utter disgrace to the institution. If you have any sense, leave this place at once." Guan rolled his eyes in disbelief. "You speak with such righteous indignation as if you did not gain early entry into the inner courtyard through connections." Whispers began to circulate among those nearby. He is the son of the Northern King, unable to cultivate, yet having gained entrance to the academy through connections. So it is him. I thought the academy had produced another unparalleled genius. I wonder how the headmaster could have favored him. Surely, taking me as a disciple would be a far better choice. Hearing the derogatory remarks surrounding her, An Kaka became even more incensed. Looking down her nose at Guan with disdain, "I am a true genius, not in the same league as you. So what if I have some privileges?" Previously, when she returned home to complain to her father about Guan bullying her and stealing her precious spiritual stones, her father not only refused to avenge her, but also asserted that she was the one causing trouble, and Guan merely taught her a lesson. This infuriated her, as her father seemed to side with an outsider over his own daughter. Her father was unaware that if not for his daughter's cleverness, she would have been thoroughly bullied by the wicked Guan. Now, this villain who had made her cry was appearing on her turf, and she was naturally determined to exact a severe revenge. It was time for Guan to realize that An Kaka was not a soft target. Guan let out a cold laugh, asserting that the 7-tiered gathering spirit array of the academy was constructed by his master, granting him certain privileges. He questioned why it was wrong for him to reside in the inner courtyard, with numerous cultivators on the mountain. Even with abundant spiritual energy, the concentration varies, and the inner courtyard undoubtedly lies closest to the array's core, making it the most coveted place for cultivation. You're being unreasonable. And Gu, accustomed to having others cater to her whims, found herself at a loss when faced with a few retorts, revealing her lack of combat prowess akin to that of Aunt Lu. Gu narrowed his eyes with ill intent, remarking that the lesson he previously imparted had evidently not been profound enough, as she dared to provoke him again. The fear from that night, dominated by the villain, flooded back, causing Gu's face to pale as she hurriedly hid behind a group of attendants, peeking out with a small head. This is the academy. I do not believe you would dare to do anything to me. Upon hearing this, countless eyes turned towards Gu in disbelief. Was it truly possible that this haughty young lady was afraid of Gu? Could it be that there was an untold story between them? And Gu felt utterly humiliated and, in a fit of anger, declared that after being deceived by his underhanded means last time, she was now surrounded by many and would not be intimidated by him. That night, she had indeed been frightened by Gu and acknowledged her fear, vowing never to encounter him again. However, once safe, her anger swelled, leading to the scene unfolding today. And Gu knew she was in the wrong, but did not intend to amend her ways. She bore her humiliation, softly pleading for mercy, only to rise again and reclaim her dignity. Summoning all her followers, she commanded them to capture this waste and bring him before her, demanding he bow his head in apology and plead for forgiveness. And Gu, still hidden behind her entourage, boasted with audacity, "Should you dare to bully me so egregiously? Even if you agree to annul your engagement with my sister, I shall not let you off lightly." At her command, her followers surged forward with fervor, fearing they might lag behind their companions. Their master was wealthy and generous, the first to capture Gu and would surely receive a grand reward. And none wished to miss this opportunity. Gu exhaled a breath of murky air, a flash of inspiration illuminating his mind as a long sword manifested in his hand. And he smiled, declaring, "You have come at just the right time. Allow me to make my mark by using you as my first target." As he spoke, a fierce wind erupted, accompanied by the thunderous roar of dragons. With a sweeping motion of his sword, he unleashed an invisible dragon that sent more than a dozen individuals flying. Witnessing this, many gasped in astonishment. The frail young master, renowned for his weakness, had not only reached the mid-stage of the third realm, but had also dispatched multiple talented individuals with a single move. It should be noted that Gu's followers were not mere novices, but had at least mid-stage third realm cultivation, with one even at the pinnacle of the third realm. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. The Academy's only direct disciple could hardly be a failure. Was it not expected that he could cultivate and surpass boundaries? In that moment, all sensed that a new star was about to rise within the Academy. Meanwhile, Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Gu not a waste? How could he possess such strength? Gu executed a lightning technique derived from his mastery of thunder, appearing before Gu in an instant, the cold blade resting against her delicate neck. Remarkable. The last time I saw you, you were still at mid-stage of the third realm, and now you have advanced to the later stage. No wonder your audacity has grown. And Gu's cultivation talent was indeed among the strongest in the Academy. Despite being a few months younger than Gu, she had surpassed him by a small realm, although this was partly due to Gu and shorter cultivation time. Yet, while her speed was commendable, her combat skills were abysmal, as a reincarnated elixir. Her true talents lay in alchemy. "Sister-in-law, we are family. Let us speak amicably." As Gu approached swiftly, the strong winds he generated tousled Gu's golden hair, her petite face paling in fear. She swallowed hard, gripping the sword's blade with caution as she attempted to back away. "Please, do not be angry. I was merely jesting with you." Gu chuckled lightly. "Ah, your ability to change your demeanor remains as swift as ever, even referring to me as brother-in-law." And Gu's face flushed crimson. She had thought herself assertive, only to find herself faltering again. Her eyes darted nervously, and she admitted, "In the past, I was blind to your merits. Had I known you were this formidable, I would have wholeheartedly supported your union with my sister." After flattering him, she revealed her true intentions. "Brother-in-law, you would not bully your own sister, would you?" Gu leaned in closer to whisper in her ear. She, assuming he intended to kiss her, shut her eyes tightly, afraid to breathe, her delicate body trembling slightly. The warm breath against her ear dispelled her misconceptions. With so many watching, brother-in-law will not bully you this time, but you have already exhausted your chances. Be wise henceforth. After intimidating the young lady, Gu strode away. As he approached the entrance of the inner courtyard, he glanced back to find Nkuku distributing healing elixirs to her attendants, eliciting a chuckle from him. This girl, so arrogant to outsiders, yet so generous to her own, does she truly require third-tier elixirs for a mere scratch? What a spendthrift. Only the wealth of Uncle N's family could afford to indulge her. With a dismissive remark, Gu made his way to his residence in the inner courtyard, soon arriving at a 3-compound home. This was both a place of rest and a haven for cultivation, though he had scarcely spent more than a few days there over the past 3 years. Pushing open the door, he entered the courtyard. At the center, a tall figure was elegantly savoring fragrant tea. Who are you, and how did you come to be here? Gu stood stunned, though this was his 3-compound home. Only he and his good friend Chun Jiannan, who had defended him at the last trial, resided there. However, Chun Jiannan, known for his unrefined demeanor, bore no resemblance to this refined man in white. Even without seeing his face, Gu knew this man could not be Chun Jiannan. The white-clad gentleman turned, revealing an exceptionally handsome face, seemingly a paragon of beauty that could captivate both genders. Gu's sense of crisis intensified. This person's appearance posed a threat to his status as the most attractive young man in Li. Disguised as a man, Gu Muxue smiled gently, exuding an elegant demeanor. My name is Shun Wu Shuang, a newcomer who has just moved in. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Shun Wu Shuang? A gentleman as exquisite as jade, unparalleled in the world. Gu began to flatter. Were it anyone else, I would certainly be envious. But your looks entirely match your name. After a moment of silence, the girl disguised as a boy, using her former name, replied softly, It is Shuang from Wu Shuang. Ah, Gu instinctively remarked. Shun Wu Shuang? That sounds rather feminine. Realizing his error, he hastily retracted. Truly, the most beautiful is someone like you, who possesses an ambiguous allure. The name Wu Shuang suits you perfectly. He spoke the truth. Shen Wu Shuang's beauty was striking yet androgynous, unlike Gu's overt masculinity. Were he to let his long hair down, cascading to his waist, and don a woman's gown, who would suspect he was a man, even knowing he was a man? What of it? Such beauty rendered gender irrelevant. Many would willingly rise to the challenge. Of course, he did not include himself in that number. Brother Gu, you are undoubtedly Li's foremost handsome man and need not be modest. Gu Muxue endeavored to bring a smile to her face, adopting a gentler demeanor. Her current persona was that of an amiable and refined gentleman. Only by allowing Gu to lower his defenses and reveal his true self could she comprehend his character, thus further honing her emotional mastery and transcending her romantic tribulations. After exchanging compliments, the estrangement between them diminished considerably. Gu voiced his curiosity. How is it that someone as outstanding as Brother Wu Shuang has not been mentioned before? Gu Muxue, composed and unhurried, clarified, I am a specially recruited student by the Vice Dean, having only entered the academy today. Gu experienced a flicker of surprise. The Vice Dean was an esteemed elder of the royal family, possessing formidable cultivation, and anyone he valued must surely be exceptionally gifted. After their introductions, Gu proceeded to his quarters. There is another resident here named Chun Jiannan. You'll meet him once he returns for his training later. Prior to moving in, I had already familiarized myself with the situation. Gu Muxue subtly explained how she was aware of Gu's identity. Upon returning to his room, Gu busied himself for a while, finally arranging the space to his satisfaction. Subsequently, he opened the door, glanced at the room of his new roommate, and departed the small courtyard. Gu Muxue, residing across from Gu, concealed herself in the shadows, peering at his every move with an air of voyeurism. When she observed him leaving, she felt a slight urge to follow. However, she quickly reconsidered. Given their recent acquaintance, it would be unwise to rush into familiarity, as Gu might suspect her intentions. Gu Muxue steadied herself, reminding herself that transcending emotional trials is not an endeavor to be rushed. With this thought, she returned indoors, stood before the mirror, extended her fingers, grasped her face, and removed a mask. In an instant, the elegant figure in white transformed into a captivating woman clad in red. the heavy phoenix ornament on her chest weighing down her shoulders. This mask, named Qianhuan, was a rare treasure she had acquired in ancient lands of considerable rank, allowing her to alter her appearance and form at will. In stark contrast to Gu En's meager mask, Qianhuan was truly magnificent. As the sun set, casting a glow across the sky, Gu Muxue waited from morning until afternoon, yet Gu En remained absent. For the first time in her life, she realized the torment of waiting for someone. Time stretched agonizingly. In the courtyard, Gu Muxue, feeling restless, shifted her position repeatedly, alternating between sitting, standing, and pacing. Her transformation into a man was merely to indulge in unrequited affection. Her aim was to understand the admirable qualities of Gu En, to amplify her emotions. And feign affection. This was sufficient. She did not require his reciprocation. At last, the courtyard door stirred. Gu Muxue rose joyfully, peering outside to see a well-built young man in brocade attire, adorned with a long sword, who appeared quite presentable. Upon seeing him, her expression darkened. Leave at once. Gu Muxue was not usually so irritable, but the unfortunate timing of this encounter provoked her ire. Full of hope, she was met not with the person she longed to see, and her mood soured. Chen Jianan, bewildered, responded, "Who are you?" "This is my residence." Gu Muxue's anger simmered slightly, yet her demeanor remained frosty. "Is mine now. This place is sufficient for just her and Gu En. This individual was unnecessary." After a short while, a drenched Gu En returned, his white attire soaked through. Upon entering, he found Chen Jianan, covered in dust, pitiably moving his belongings. "What are you doing?" Gu En inquired, puzzled. Upon seeing his good friend, Chen Jianan leaned closer, whispering urgently, "You must leave. This place has been claimed by a tyrant." He had been bested by a mere twig, his once proud swordsmanship rendered futile. The mastery of spiritual energy displayed by this individual was overwhelming, far surpassing even the strongest in the inner academy. He accepted defeat, realizing that losing to such a person was not disgraceful. Worst case, he could find another place to stay. This was a rule of the academy, where victorious challengers could claim the residences of others. Just then, Gu Muxue emerged from her room in white robes, her gaze warm. "Gu Xiong, you have returned." Gu En chuckled softly. "The tyrant that Brother Jianan mentioned. It wouldn't be you, would it?" Chen Jianan blinked in confusion, utterly lost. What is happening? This fierce and overbearing individual cannot possibly be the same person. Gu En turned to Chen Jianan and said, "His name is Shun Wushuang. He is quite amiable. When I moved in this morning, he did not have the chance to meet me. He is not a tyrant. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding between you two." In an effort to maintain her facade, Gu Muxue feigned an apologetic smile. "Brother Chen, are you all right?" "I truly apologize. You bear a striking resemblance to an enemy of mine, which is why I acted out." Understanding dawned on Chen Jianan, and growing familiar, he approached Gu Muxue with the intention of placing an arm around her shoulders. "I acknowledge your strength. This space is perfectly suited for three, so we shall henceforth be brothers." Faced with this man's presumptuousness, Gu Muxue narrowed her eyes, a chilling aura flashing through them. Then, with a swift motion, she struck towards Chen Jianan's head, imbued with a deadly intent. Gu En was startled, reaching out to intervene. "Brother Wushuang, please show mercy. This is simply his nature. He lacks a sense of boundaries." Chen Jianan had a penchant for calling everyone brother, and according to him, the more friends, the merrier. True brothers could be chosen gradually. Gu Muxue's strike did not connect with Chen Jianan, but hovered ominously before his face. His throat tightened, cold sweat cascading down as if he had encountered a ghost. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy, and under the threat of death, he broke through to the fifth realm. Gu Muxue withdrew her hand, a gentle smile gracing her features. "You were on the brink of the fifth realm. I merely gave you a push as an apology for my earlier rudeness." Since Chen Jianan was a brother of Gu En, she refrained from forcibly expelling him and opted for another approach, helping him break through to the fifth realm, thus facilitating his graduation from the academy. "Thank you, Brother Wushuang, for your assistance." Chen Jianan expressed his gratitude, though he was still somewhat apprehensive of Gu Muxue. The earlier coldness in her eyes was reminiscent of a superior's disdain for mere ants, a stark contrast to her current demeanor. His instincts as a swordsman warned him that had he placed a hand on her shoulder, he would have met his demise, akin to touching an emperor's body. Simply forbidden. Even after breaking through, he felt incapable of enduring a single strike from her. Avoiding eye contact with the unpredictable Gu Muxue, Chun Jiannan turned to Guan, draping an arm around his neck. On the way back, I heard of your remarkable name. They say you ascended to the top of the Outer Academy's genius rankings in just one day. I knew you were extraordinary, pretending to be a simpleton all along, weren't you? Guan smiled modestly. One must remain humble, indeed, to challenge the genius rankings. One must achieve consecutive victories in 100 arena battles to qualify for a challenge against those ranked 51 to 100. Only by ascending to 51 can one challenge the top 50 geniuses, and the top 10 must be confronted individually. His strength was formidable. Yet ascending to the first place in a single day was truly exhausting. Notably, the individuals on the genius list were indeed impressive, without utilizing magical techniques. He had nearly lost to the third-rank contender. Fortunately, breaking through to the late stage of the third realm allowed him to turn the tide and ultimately seize the first position. Chun Jiannan lamented, "What a pity. If only I hadn't graduated early. Otherwise, once my swordsmanship reaches its zenith, I would ascend to the pinnacle of the Inner Academy. This Zhulu Shuyuan would belong to us brothers. Every beauty would be compelled to seek our affection. Wouldn't you agree?" As he spoke, a chill ran down his spine, and he cast a fearful glance at Gu Muxue. However, she appeared as gentle as jade, her smile harmonious, showing not a hint of discomfort. Was it merely an illusion? Was the coldness not emanating from her? Suppressing his doubts, Chun Jiannan winked at Guan. "Tonight, we shall descend the mountain and gather for a fine feast. I shall take you to a brothel for a delightful meal." At this, Gu Muxue inhaled sharply, stifling the urge to eliminate this man who sought to corrupt her beloved. "Gu Xiong, I had thought you a virtuous gentleman. Little did I expect you would indulge in such frivolous establishments." Guan quickly defended himself. "I went just once, merely to listen to music and broaden my horizons. Unlike this fellow," Gu Muxue found his words credible. After all, no one understood the innocence of her beloved better than she. Guan disdainfully pushed Chun Jiannan away. "If my aunt discovers you took me to brothel, I dare say she would end you." Chun Jiannan scoffed. "If you had no intentions in that regard, would I be able to drag you there against your will?" Guan retorted, "You speak nothing but the blatant truth." Shrugging, Chun Jiannan replied, "Very well, if we are not going to the brothel for dinner tonight. It matters little since you, my friend, are incapable of enjoying the pleasures of beauty." Gu's expression darkened. "Cease your nonsensical chatter. Last time, I overlooked your reckless words out of concern for your eagerness to save a life. But dare to spread rumors again, and I shall ensure you face the consequences." Chun Jiannan opened his mouth to respond, but caught sight of Gu Muxue and swallowed his words, deciding to spare his good friend some dignity in front of their new roommate. During the incident at the execution ground, his belief that Gu was impotent was not an attempt to exonerate him. He genuinely held that conviction. That time at the brothel, he had intoxicated Guan and delivered him to a woman's chamber, intending to assist him in maturing from a boy into a man. However, the courtesan later revealed that Guan lacked the ability. At that time, Ihan Yin had placed a seal on Guan, which Gu Muxue had not forcibly broken, confirming that Chun Jiannan's words were not unfounded. Indeed, he had been incapable of fulfilling his duties. Guan turned to Gu Muxue, awkwardly stating, "This fellow often spouts nonsense. His words cannot be trusted." Gu Muxue averted her gaze, turning slightly to hide her flushed cheeks, a hint of alluring charm gracing her brow. "I naturally trust Gu Xiong." Her beloved was indeed a young god body, and she was satisfied with his capabilities. It was merely his cultivation that lagged behind. This unconditional trust from a stranger moved Guan profoundly. "Wu Shuang Xiong, from now on, you shall be my true brother. As long as I have a morsel of meat, you shall not lack for broth." Gu Muxue embraced her new identity and quipped, "I, too, wish to partake in the feast." Guan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "Very well. Tonight, I shall ensure you eat your fill of meat, leaving your mouth stuffed to the brim." He turned to Chun Jiannan, proposing, "Brother Jiannan, why not hold your practice session here? We met 3 years ago in this very place, and now, 3 years later, we shall part ways here. Hey, I'm descending the mountain, not being buried." Chun Jiannan retorted, his tone suggesting that they would never meet again. Guan laughed heartily. "No more of that. Let us gather ingredients first. Later, we shall each prepare a few dishes to compare our culinary skills, followed by a little drinking. Gu Muxue stared at him, struck by how charming he looked when he smiled. Had she not entered this new identity, she might never have discovered this side of him. In front of the Empress, Gu was always reluctant and timid, forever wearing a pained expression, provoking annoyance rather than admiration. How could he be so radiant, magnanimous, and carefree? As night fell and the silver moon hung high, the three gathered around a stone table in the courtyard. The aroma of exquisite dishes and fine wine wafting through the air. After tasting a piece of meat, Chun Jianan shook his head with a sigh. Alas, Shaolin, your culinary skills have made no progress. It is barely edible. As I prepare to leave, can't you make an effort? Gu In's eyelids twitched. Was he looking for trouble? He picked up a dish, tasted it, and grimaced. This chicken stew with mushrooms is truly unpalatable. Not even a fraction as good as my aunt's cooking. Gu Muxue slammed her chopsticks on the table. Irate, if it is so terrible, do not eat it. As the sovereign of a nation, she had already lowered herself to cook. How dare a mere male consort criticize her? Guan was taken aback. This was made by Shen Wushuang? Embarrassed, he turned to Chun Jianan's other specialty dish. Yours is slightly inferior to my aunt's, but it is quite good, unlike this one that makes one want to vomit. Upon hearing this, Gu Muxue's expression darkened further, struggling to suppress the urge to reprimand Guan. He gulped nervously. Is this also your creation? Chun Jianan burst into laughter. I knew you would intentionally make things difficult for me. I specifically exchanged ingredients with Wushuang Xiong. He took a bite and promptly spat it out. My brother, you were not lying. Gu Muxue's face turned completely black. These two clueless fellows were truly oblivious to their good fortune. She picked up a piece of her own dish and, upon tasting it, froze, the fierce demeanor vanishing as she quietly redirected her chopsticks elsewhere. It had been a long time since she had cooked. Such a lapse could be forgiven. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, both Guan and Chun Jianan began to feel intoxicated, while only Gu Muxue retained her composure. Chun Jianan raised his glass with a cold smile. You, my friend, are quite secretive, even hiding things from your brothers. Another cup for you. This was a fourth-tier spirit brew. He intended to ensure Gu and was thoroughly intoxicated. As Guan downed a cup, his cheeks grew increasingly flushed. After the execution ground incident, you never came to find me. You must drink as well. Chun Jianan explained. You know, my Chun family aligns with the new emperor. After your conflict with the Empress, my family has ordered me not to associate with you. Guan, tipsy, replied. Rest assured, my grudge with the Empress is merely a misunderstanding. It has been resolved. She now cannot do without me. Gu Muxue, fearing Guan would reveal too much in his drunken state, quickly interjected, You two have had enough to drink. It's time to sleep or depart. With glazed eyes, Guan suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender neck, leaning against her shoulder and offering his cup to her lips. You should drink too, as brothers. Do me this favor. The bond between men is simple. A cup of wine, a shared story, and thus, friends are made. Witnessing this scene, Chun Jianan's inebriation vanished. His mind sharp. Should Shen Wushuang harbor any ill intent towards Guan, he would risk everything to prevent it. To his surprise, Gu Muxue, having been forced to drink, did not retaliate, but merely pushed Guan away with a look of distaste. Stay away from me. You reek. Chun Jianan felt deeply wounded. What did this mean? Was there a difference in treatment? When he attempted to embrace her, he nearly faced death, yet Guan could do so without consequence. Why was that? Aside from being slightly more handsome and coming from a better background, what advantages did he possess over Chun Jianan? At that moment, Chun Jianan felt a profound sense of exclusion and neglect from his brother. Rising to leave, he stated, Inform Shao that I have descended the mountain. Should anything arise, have someone notify me. From now on, this place would be their world. He would no longer intrude upon them. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener felt a pang of guilt as Gu Muxue bit her lip, feeling a subtle unease. Guan inhaled the lingering fragrance on his shoulder and gazed curiously at Gu Muxue, saying, Brother, you smell delightful. After a brief hesitation, he continued, Wushuang, you wouldn't happen to be a woman, would you? Chapter 62. The Queen's Emotional Trial. Aunt Lu becomes a trusted sister. Guan, with his mind half clear and half dazed, squinted at the gradually reddening face of Shen Wushuang, increasingly finding her enchanting and exuding femininity. Her delicate beauty, flawless skin, crescent-shaped brows, and bashful phoenix-like eyes were undeniably beguiling. What are you talking about? Why do you sound like your brother, spouting nonsense? Gu Muxue, flustered, hurriedly distanced herself, resembling a frightened little rabbit, utterly embarrassed. Was her acting truly that poor? Disguised as a man and approaching Gu and under the guise of Shen Wuxuan. She had barely spent a day before her true identity was exposed. Gu eyed her suspiciously, speaking without a filter. The fragrance on you is just as pleasant as my aunt's. It is distinctly feminine. At that moment, Gu Muxue felt a wave of anxiety, failing to comprehend why Gu would make such an inappropriate comparison. To prove her identity, she seized Gu by the collar, pulling him closer and stretching her neck. Smell again. What feminine fragrance. You must be drunk and out of your mind. Gu leaned in closer to her swan-like neck and sniffed. Ah, odd. I distinctly smelled a fragrance just now. The heat emanating from his breath against her neck made Gu Muxue feel a sense of weakness. She forcibly pushed Gu away, retorting, "Now, do you believe me? In my opinion, you with that pretty face look more like a woman." Although she had utilized a mask of Qianhuan to alter her appearance and form, she overlooked the innate fragrance she possessed. Having been pointed out by Gu, she had already subdued this scent. Gu, intoxicated and speaking without thought, stroked his chin, his suspicion unwavering. "My instincts tell me you are indeed a woman. You are merely being lecherous." Gu Muxue replied irritably. "When drunk, you think you can act all handsy with beautiful people." With that, she rose, leaning toward Gu, one knee resting between his legs on the chair, one hand gripping the backrest, and the other cradling his chin. "Saying I resemble a woman merely indicates you find me appealing, right? Coincidentally, I find you somewhat interesting too. How about a kiss?" As she leaned in to press her lips against his, Gu was taken aback, feeling a sudden tension, and hastily pushed Shen Wuxuan away. "Brother, are you serious?" Shen Wuxuan, brushing off her chest where Gu had pushed her, suppressed her anger and embarrassment, coldly remarking, "Having already referred to each other as brothers with my looks, I'd rather please my own brother than let another woman have the privilege." "Wouldn't you agree, Gu?" Realizing that his previous actions were exceedingly inappropriate for a man, and even insulting, Gu sincerely apologized. "Wuxuan, please don't be angry. I spoke without thinking and judged by appearances, to avoid any awkwardness or potential enmity." He further explained, "Actually, I was just joking. I didn't truly think you resembled a woman. It's normal for brothers to share a bit of humor. I often engage in banter with Jiannan." Gu Muxue smirked, revealing a playful smile. "If that's the case, why are you sitting so far away?" Gu laughed awkwardly. "Haha, after sitting for a while, I just wanted to stretch a bit." As he spoke, he retreated a few steps, subconsciously maintaining a safe distance. Even the top genius of the inner courtyard, Chen Jiannan, was no match for Shen Wuxuan. Should the latter harbor ill intentions, Gu, as an outer courtyard disciple, would surely suffer humiliation. Gu Muxue regained her elegant demeanor, lightly laughing. "Rest assured, Brother Gu, I was merely teasing you. I have no interest in men. Not my type at all." Gu quietly sighed with relief, finally able to straighten his back. The spatial ring flashed, gathering the dishes and utensils from a stone table. "It's getting late. Wuxuan, you should rest early. I'll return to my room first." Seeing that her suspicions had been allayed, Gu Muxue exhaled deeply, reflecting. Such a strategy of inflicting harm while harming oneself can sometimes yield surprisingly effective results. However, to be fair, she genuinely worried when pretending to kiss him, fearing that Gu might not dodge, thinking he was a rogue who would take advantage of beauty regardless of gender. Fortunately, his romantic inclinations were normal. Otherwise, she would have been thoroughly disgusted. The next day, as the morning light began to brighten, Gu opened the door, gazing at the rising sun while stretching comfortably. Yesterday, besides aiming for the genius list, he had also enrolled in the Pill Academy, needing to attend 2 theory classes on alchemy in the morning. Aspiring to become an instructor at the academy, the minimum requirement for special professions was the 6th level, and the lessons from the instructors would undoubtedly be beneficial to him. Awake? Gu Muxue, clad in white, graceful and poised, elegantly raised a glass. "Would you like a cup of tea to sober up?" Her considerate demeanor seemed poised to open his heart. Gu, moved by the moment, gazed wistfully, beginning to miss home and Aunt Lu. In the past, upon waking, Aunt Lu would prepare a sumptuous feast for him, taking care of everything in his life. It seemed that such a life of ease would be out of reach for a long time. Noticing the disappointment in Guan's eyes, Gu Muxue's cheerful mood waned. And she retorted, "What do you mean by that look? I admit my cooking skills are a bit lacking, but you have no right to complain about my tea." Guan, regaining his focus, apologized. "Wu Shuang, you misunderstood. I was merely feeling a bit homesick." "Ah, so that is the case." Gu Muxue took a sip of tea, masking her embarrassment. "I heard you haven't been to the academy in a long time, and now that you've left your cozy abode, it's only natural to feel unaccustomed and miss the outside world." She transformed into a life mentor, hoping to earn Guan's trust, and lamented, "Like you, I have ventured far from home, yearning for my family. Last night, I truly tossed and turned, unable to sleep. But I understand that as cultivators, we must not become overly attached to the pleasures of the mundane. The path of enlightenment has no endpoint, and we must move forward relentlessly." As she spoke, Gu Muxue became lost in her thoughts, extending her fingers and gazing dreamily at the horizon, as if trying to grasp something, murmuring, "I wish to witness the vastness of the world, even if it means perishing on the journey. There would be no regrets in this life." Unbeknownst to her, Guan had approached, resting a hand on her shoulder, speaking earnestly. "I too wish to witness the vastness of the world, but I do not wish to die. Once a person dies, everything is lost: family, loved ones, friends, never to be seen again. The sights yet to be seen, the paths not yet traveled, the unknown yet to be revealed. How could one perish on the way? How could one resign to such a fate?" Guan's voice was resolute. "My sole goal is longevity, to remain with those I cherish for eternity." Upon hearing this, Gu Muxue was momentarily taken aback, realizing her attempt to guide him had resulted in her being enlightened instead. Yet, gazing into Guan's determined eyes and his extraordinarily handsome face, her heart stirred with an unquenchable wave of emotions. This fellow indeed valued loyalty and affection, but the aspiration to achieve eternal life with cherished ones was an elusive dream, ultimately mere illusion. Guan, seeming to perceive Gu Muxue's thoughts, smiled. "How would you know unless you try?" Gu Muxue remained silent, unable to fathom Guan's state of mind. Apart from Yandere, who could be considered a half-friend, she found herself utterly alone in this world, with no one to care for her. Yandere was destined for a short life. She was a solitary wanderer, and dying on the journey was a fitting end. Observing Shun Wushuang's desolate expression, Guan assumed that his family were mere mortals who could not accompany him for long. He placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, saying, "The road is long and lonely without companionship. Henceforth, we shall be fellow travelers." After offering some words of consolation, Guan waved goodbye, stating he had class to attend and would see him later. As she watched his graceful departure, a novel sensation spread through Gu Muxue's heart, causing her pulse to quicken and her entire being to warm. She murmured to herself, "Fellow travelers? Having a confidant to walk hand in hand seems rather delightful." As she spoke, her eyes flickered, her breath surged, and her cultivation unexpectedly advanced from the initial stage of the seventh realm to the mid-stage. Staring in disbelief at her own hands, she whispered, "Am I beginning to enter the tribulation?" After a long pause, Gu Muxue took a deep breath and resolutely declared, "A mere trifling ant of the third realm has no right to walk alongside me." My heart stirred only because I intentionally heightened my emotions, suggesting to myself to take a liking to him. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she confidently asserted, "My heart is directed towards the Tao, steadfast as a rock. This mere emotional tribulation is inconsequential, and I can regain my clarity and withdraw from this tribulation at any moment." At the Dan Academy, Class 1 was a gathering of the most talented alchemy students from the Outer Academy, and Nkiki was among them. The instructor for Class 1 was the head of the Outer Academy, an elderly man named Zhao, with a stern expression and a cane in hand. He stood at the podium, instantly silencing the room. Even the notoriously arrogant princess, Nkiki, behaved herself. "Today, I shall introduce a new student," old Zhao announced matter-of-factly. Immediately, the students began to murmur among themselves. The previous few students who advanced were assigned to Classes 2 and 3. It has been a while since we had a newcomer. I wonder if it's Kai Kuan from Class 10 or Wang Gang from Class 15. The identity of the newcomer was of little consequence to them. They merely hoped for a stunning beauty to grace their class. Even if they couldn't pursue her, at least it would be a delight for the eyes. Amidst the chatter, Nkiki remained indifferent, her head lowered as her delicate hands, skillfully carved, wood into the shape of a large white rabbit. She piled books high in front of her to obscure Zhao's view, secretly engaging in mischief below. In other classes, attendance for theory lessons was optional as long as one could secure passing grades. But Zhao was exceptionally strict. No one was permitted to skip his classes. Given Enkique's status and prowess, she should have occupied the front row's central position. However, to facilitate her daydreaming and occasional distractions, she deliberately changed her seat to the back row. Silence. Zhao's cane struck the ground heavily. Guin, step up and introduce yourself. Hearing that dreaded name, Enkique suddenly looked up, nearly cutting her delicate hand with the carving knife. In walked a handsome young man clad in white, his smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. Upon seeing his visage, Enkique hastily lowered her head, resting her face on her desk and covering her head with a thick alchemy manual to avoid Guin's gaze. What a scoundrel! Why is he here? She thought. He must have learned about me being bullied yesterday and has come to conspire with the Inner Academy's experts to settle the score with me. Yesterday, when confronted by Guin, she had felt fear, yet once he left, she believed herself capable of handling matters. As the cherished daughter of the Prince of Anping, she had always been indulged and protected by others. How could she willingly submit to a scoundrel? She refused to admit her mistake and was determined to reclaim her dignity by confronting Guin and releasing her pent-up frustration. Thus, she leveraged her background and financial resources to enlist a few experts from the Inner Academy, planning to ambush Guin, stuffing him into a sack and scaring him into begging for mercy. However, she soon learned that Guin had ascended to the top of the Outer Academy's genius rankings in just one day. The most alarming aspect was that he was only in the late stage of the third realm, not at the pinnacle. Such terrifying talent, with time, would surely challenge the top of the Inner Academy. In that moment, not only did her accomplices falter, but she herself was also thoroughly intimidated. The Northern King's mansion was currently weakened, yet it remained a first-rate force. As the heir apparent, Guin, with his exceptional talent, would undoubtedly gather numerous followers. In summary, Guin's rise was already unstoppable. While she could seek help to deal with Guin, he could also find ways to retaliate against her. Moreover, with her father unwilling to intervene on her behalf, any continued trouble she stirred would ultimately harm only her, a mere girl. Therefore, she was genuinely frightened now, wanting to hide far away and no longer daring to provoke Guin. Yet unexpectedly, this calamity had appeared in her class today. Hello everyone, my name is Guin. His introduction was succinct. Someone whispered, "He is a guy and looks so handsome." The competition just got tougher. The girls gazed at him with sparkling eyes, their minds already envisioning countless alluring poses for this handsome young man. The Zhulu Academy was vast, and the Dan Academy did not focus on combat prowess. Few paid special attention to the changes in the genius rankings. So the news of Guin's rise to the top of the Outer Academy was still unknown to the class, and they were unaware of his true identity. Seeing that Guin had nothing more to say, old Zhao instructed, "Please find a seat." And Kiki curled up, trembling all over, silently praying, "Please don't see me. Please don't see me." There were 5 rows of seats, with 3 in the middle and 2 on each side. With 35 students in total, only the last row in the center had 2 seats remaining. Guin, holding books, walked toward the back and soon noticed a golden-haired girl curled up on the desk. Trembling, "And Kiki?" he questioned, genuinely surprised to find this young lady in his class. The Dan Academy boasted numerous talents. Classes 1, 2, and 3 were all on the same level of alchemical genius. Anyone who could produce a third-grade superlative elixir would randomly be promoted to one of the top 3 classes. Realizing she had been discovered, and Kiki tilted her delicate face upward, her rosy lips pressed together, appearing on the verge of tears. "I truly know I was wrong. Please don't bully me, brother-in-law." Guin took a seat next to her. "If you don't provoke me, I have no interest in causing you trouble." And Keek's large, watery eyes blinked rapidly in confusion. "You're not going to bully me? Then why are you here?" Guin rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Is it strange that I, an alchemist who has spent so many years in Yaowang Valley, am here?" "Oh, I see." And Keek's enticing mouth opened wide in delight. Secretly pleased that Guin was unaware of her previous schemes, Guin cast a puzzled glance at the golden-haired beauty beside him. "I say, are you addicted to being bullied? Do you want me to do something to you to feel at ease?" And Kiki glared at him defiantly, her delicate finger tracing the desk as she coldly huffed, Let us keep our distance. You're not allowed to cross the line or talk to me. Let us pretend we don't exist to each other. Whoever violates this will be a little dog. Childish, Gu muttered. Silence, silence. Old Zhao's expression grew serious. There's one more thing I must inform you all. I am retiring today, and a new instructor will take my place to teach you. Instructor Zhao, are you leaving? That's wonderful. Oh, we'll miss you dearly. You are the North Star of the alchemy world. Zhao Daosher, I am utterly heartbroken. Please, do tell us who our new instructor is. Just then, a refined beauty clad in a moon-white long dress, cradling books, entered the room. Her visage was stunning. With an alluring figure, a slim waist, and gentle curves, her delicate brows resembling a crescent moon adorned with a tender smile, exuding the aura of a caring elder sister. Greetings, everyone. I am Lu Xingyun, the heir of Yaowang Valley, and your new instructor. You may call me Lu Daosher or Lu Jie. She introduced herself. Chapter 63. The Empress. I have been betrayed by my good sister. It was unexpected to discover that our new instructor would be such a breathtaking beauty as Lu Jie. We are indeed fortunate. Previously, I struggled academically due to Zhao Daosher's intimidating presence, which made it difficult for me to look him in the eye. Now that we have a gentle elder sister as our instructor, I will undoubtedly be captivated during class and my grades will soar. A girl furrowed her brows and exclaimed, Zhao Daosher, why are you still standing on the stage? Give Lu Jie a seat. Another chimed in, yes, hurry up. With Lu Jie standing there like a painting. Your presence is quite a distraction. Zhao Lao too, infuriated, huffed, you unruly bunch. You drive me to madness. He was aware of his strict reputation and the students' reluctance to express their disdain, but now that he was retired, he could no longer control them, and they were no longer pretending. He had spent an entire night crafting a heartfelt speech, intending to express his sincere intentions and bid an emotional farewell to the students. The caring elder sister Lu Xingyun, with a gentle smile, said, Thank you all for your warm welcome. However, I am merely a 6th-tier intermediate alchemist and a newcomer. In terms of teaching, I'm certainly not on par with Director Zhao, so I hope you will be forgiving. Previously, she had been a 6th-tier low-grade alchemist, but her sister had informed her that with her current ability, she could become a tutor at the Dan Institute, albeit not for the genius class unless she advanced one more tier, which would require some connections. To become Xiao An's mentor, they frequently spent time together, and thus she pushed her potential, dedicating an entire night to enhance her alchemical skills. Zhao Laodu rarely smiled. Xingyun, you are too modest. At such a young age, you have already achieved so much. Your future is limitless. Given time, you will certainly surpass Lu Xiong and become the first 7th-tier alchemist of Dali. The Lu Xiong he referred to was Lu Xingyun's uncle, the master of Yaowang Valley, the only 6th-tier superlative alchemist in Dali besides the director of the Dan Institute. A figure of immense prestige whom all alchemists looked up to. Indeed, Lu Jie, you are young yet proficient at the 6th-tier intermediate level, unlike Zhao Daosher, despite his age, is still at the 6th-tier upper grade. You will have no trouble teaching us. Zhao Laotu's lips quivered, struck by the remark. He stormed off, admonishing, You must not indulge these disrespectful youngsters. Originally, he had planned to retire in a few years, but after being summoned by the guardian of Dali, the national master, he had no choice but to step down early. Meanwhile, Guan sat in the last row, bewildered, thinking he was hallucinating. He had mentally prepared himself for a long period without seeing Lu Yi, yet here she was, alive and well, appearing the very next day after ascending the mountain. Moreover, she had become his instructor, continuing to oversee him. Guan could hardly believe it and rub his eyes vigorously. Upon reopening them, the graceful figure in the long dress was indeed the face he knew all too well. Lu Xingyun's lips curved slightly, although she did not greet Guan directly. She had immediately spotted his position upon entering. Noting his dazed expression, she felt secretly pleased. Did you ever expect your aunt to appear in such a manner, and in this capacity? Don't think you can escape my watchful eye just because you are on the mountain. I promised Sister Lin to take good care of you, so wherever you go, I must keep an eye on you to prevent you from going astray. Guan, now a bit excited, stood up and exclaimed, Lu Yi, what are you doing here? Lu Xingyun coldly retorted, Aunt? What aunt? Everyone else calls me sister. You make me sound old. At that moment, Guan was met with a chorus of voices. Hey, new guy, what kind of eyes do you have? How can you call such a beautiful sister aunt? Be careful, or I'll deal with you. Silence. Lu Xingyun snapped, angered by the students targeting Guan. while she could refer to him as Xiao, and it was not permissible for others. She immediately adopted a stern expression. He is the son of the prince of Northern Town and my nephew. There is nothing wrong with him calling me aunt. A stunned silence followed, and everyone awkwardly closed their mouths. Some even worried about retribution from Gu previously. They had no idea who the son of the prince of Northern Town was, but the reputation of the prince was well known throughout Dali. Who among those with a background did not know him? Lu Xingyun cleared her throat and addressed Gu earnestly. If there is anything to discuss, we shall do so after class. In the classroom, one must respect titles and not engage in nepotism. Even if you are my nephew, I will still critique you if you do not perform well. Yes, Lu Daosher. Gu sighed with a bitter smile as he sat down. It appeared that Lu Yi intended to set a clear boundary right from the first class to establish her authority, ensuring the students did not take her kindness for granted and remained disciplined. This tactic proved effective as the students quickly sobered and focused. Just as Lu Xingyun was about to speak, a striking young man in white, equally handsome as Gu but with his own unique charm, appeared at the door. He scanned the room and, upon spotting Gu approached and handed Lu Xingyun a letter. I am Shen Wushuang, a new student in this class. After delivering the message, he walked straight to Gu and sat beside him. Lu Xingyun was taken aback. The letter was signed by the vice president of the main academy, a royal elder of the seventh realm. Wushuang, why are you not in the inner academy? What brings you here? Gu leaned towards Shen Wushuang and whispered, despite my high cultivation, my alchemical skills are not exceptional, so I must start learning from the outer academy. Shen Wushuang smiled slightly. What a coincidence, Gu Xiong. It seems we meet again. I look forward to your guidance. It felt serendipitous to Gu sharing a residence and now being in the same class with Shen Wushuang. He had the impression that wherever he turned, Wushuang's presence was inescapable. Lu Xingyun rapped her knuckles on the table. Everyone, listen up. In 1 month, the Dan Institute will host an alchemical competition. The first prize will not only come with reward from the academy, but also a spirit herb, Wanli Xiang, sponsored by Lady Qiu. Wanli Xiang is a 6th-tier spirit herb, which, given your current cultivation levels, you may not be able to withstand completely. However, consuming its leaves brewed as tea will greatly enhance your mental strength. Upon hearing this, Gu An's pupils constricted. Wanli Xiang was an 8th-tier spirit herb, and refining the entire plant could amplify one's soul power. This particular specimen, however, was likely just a young seedling freshly unearthed. Nevertheless, he was thrilled, as it was precisely the item his ghostly master needed. This was the first glimmer of hope. Even if the grade were too low to restore much power, having it was certainly better than nothing. He was determined to obtain this spirit herb. The students eagerly raised their hands to sign up. Lady Qiu is so generous. Everything she sponsors is so rare and precious. While Dali had only 4 super first-class powers, the Qiu family's wealth was comparable to theirs. If I can graduate and join the Qiu family, I would no longer have to worry about cultivation resources. Students at Zhulu Academy can choose their own allegiances, and Lady Qiu often sponsors various competitions to attract talents, showcasing the Qiu family's substantial wealth to entice aspiring individuals from humble backgrounds to join them. Moreover, on each occasion, Madame Qiu would personally attend and observe the sponsored contests. Her beauty, coupled with her status as a widow, presents an irresistible allure for the top geniuses. Some prodigies have even forsaken the opportunity to join elite factions in favor of the embrace of the Qiu family. Without exception, these individuals are drawn towards Madame Qiu, seeking a shortcut to become her devoted followers, desiring to hold the beauty close and bring the Qiu family under their influence. Madame Qiu appears enchanting and full of charm. Yet to this day, no scandal has emerged regarding her, which only drives those who consider themselves exceptionally gifted and attractive into a frenzy. As a mere mortal, she is unable to cultivate tranquility and has now reached the age of 40, which raises the prospect that if she were to succumb to temptation, those ambitious souls might find themselves in a favorable position, significantly increasing their chances of becoming her confidants. Master Lu, I wish to register for the contest, Gun exclaimed, struggling to contain his excitement. I want to participate too, and Ko hurriedly raised her hand upon witnessing this. Then, as if she had found an outlet for her emotions, she smugly taunted Gu in such contests, I have always secured the first place. You are destined to be my defeated opponent. Although she could not best Gu in combat, She possessed absolute confidence in her alchemical skills and felt that the notorious villain had finally walked into the line of fire, allowing her to finally revel in triumph. Gu turned his gaze, calmly regarding Enku. She shivered slightly and timidly shifted to the side, distancing herself from him. What do you want? I haven't sought trouble with you. In a fair contest, you wouldn't bully me, would you? If you dare to act maliciously, I will inform my father of your misdeeds, and my sister will stand up for me. Observing Enku, who resembled a startled bird, Gu found himself both amused and exasperated, noting her similarities to Aunt Lu, both inexperienced and playful. I recall someone once mentioned that we should act as if we do not exist to one another. Whoever violates this will be the little dog. Gu remarked with a teasing glint in his eyes. A little dog, should you bark a couple of times for me to hear? Hearing this, Enku's charming face flushed a light crimson, and she began to act petulantly. I may have said such a thing, but you never agreed, so it doesn't count. Gu, no whispering during class. Master Lu interjected, frowning in discontent. It hasn't been long, and Little has already struck up a friendship with a blonde girl. Upon realizing the identity of the blonde girl, she relaxed. It turned out to be Little and S' future sister-in-law, so there was no cause for concern. Nevertheless, it must be said that Master Lu's status was indeed commendable. Seeing Little sitting upright, she had finally regained her authority as an aunt. Little would surely think twice before acting disrespectfully toward her again. Gu sat straight, his attention fixated on the striking figure of Master Lu. She held a book with a serious expression, embodying the image of a teacher. As she moved gracefully on the podium, her melodic voice flowed effortlessly. At that moment, Gu felt an unprecedented urge to tease Aunt Lu. Little did she realize that her role as a mentor served as a double-edged sword. After enduring the long morning, class finally ended. Master Lu gathered her belongings and coldly beckoned. Gu, come with me. You weren't paying attention in class. I will deal with you. Exiting the classroom, Gu obediently followed behind Master Lu, head lowered in silence. In a secluded area, Master Lu turned, her alluring red lips curving into a gentle smile. Little, how do you find my performance? Before she could finish, a fiery Gu abruptly pinned her against the wall, indulging in the sweetness of her lips. Master Lu, initially resistant, soon let her hands fall limply, surrendering to his advances. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, granting her the opportunity to speak. Breathless, her cheeks flushed, she gazed at Gu with a playful glare. Have you lost your mind? What if someone sees us? Does Aunt Lu still have a reputation to uphold? Quickly realizing her words implied acceptance of Gu and S' boldness, she feigned anger. We agreed not to act this way anymore. How can you go back on your word? Gu pressed her against the wall, whispering in her ear, is it not permissible for Aunt Lu to target me in class, while I am forbidden from retaliating outside of it? Master Lu, in a delicate tone, pleaded, don't be mischievous. Aunt knows her mistakes. Gu smiled softly and pressed a kiss to her rosy cheek, stirring emotions within him. Aunt Lu's innate allure, particularly when she is shy, is simply irresistible. His teasing remarks caused Master Lu to blush deeply, and she retorted, as your mentor, what is wrong with me reprimanding you in class? Your sister often scolds you more harshly. Why haven't I seen you retaliate against her? Do you think Aunt Lu is easy to bully? I assure you, if you continue to be disrespectful, I will genuinely become upset. Recognizing the continued provocation would only backfire, Gu decided to relent, gazing at Aunt Lu with a pitiful expression. Retaliating against Aunt Lu is merely an excuse. I simply miss you too much. I pondered about you all night long, and when I finally fell asleep, you were still on my mind in my dreams. The thought of not being able to see Aunt Lu for an extended period left me restless and troubled, even contemplating descending the mountain. Suddenly encountering you today filled me with indescribable excitement, and in a moment of weakness, I acted impulsively against our agreement. Gu spoke from the heart. Aunt Lu's appearance truly brought him immense joy, akin to rediscovering a lost love, which led him to kiss her impulsively. This blend of firmness and gentleness was highly effective on Master Lu. She pushed Gu away, biting her lips slightly. This will be the last time. No future occurrences. From now on, we must maintain a clean slate. You are not allowed to kiss me again. With that, she hurriedly fled, stating, I have matters to discuss with my sister. I cannot chat with you. This situation was indeed related to Gu as she intended to leverage her sister's connections to relocate Gu into the mentor's residence, allowing them to live together and continue caring for little N's daily needs. However, after the recent awkwardness, she felt too embarrassed to directly inform Guan, opting instead to surprise him once everything was settled. Meanwhile, Gu Muxue had been waiting in the courtyard for quite a while without seeing Guan return. Worried that she might have to wait all day like yesterday, she decided to take the initiative and go find him. Shortly after, at a lakeside pavilion, she spotted Guan. After parting ways with Master Lu, Guan encountered Yujie, who was searching for him. Together, they made their way to this tranquil spot. As always, Yujie beamed with joy, naturally intertwining her fingers with Guan's, their banter resembling that of a young couple in love. Witnessing this scene, Gu Muxue turned green with envy. Her male companion was truly becoming involved with her best friend. When had this happened? How had she been unaware? The jealousy and possessiveness within Gu Muxue erupted simultaneously. Unable to contain herself, she approached with a dark expression. At that moment, both Gu and Yujie noticed her. Guan waved his empty hand enthusiastically. Wuxuang, what brings you here? While Yujie narrowed her delicate brows, her gaze fixed intently on Shen Wuxuang, as if sensing something amiss. I have realized that switching chapters after completing one disrupts my flow, so now I write an entire chapter before adding more. Each chapter will exceed 6,000 words. Additionally, to express gratitude to readers who frequently support the author, I will hold an update event. Accumulating 100 contributions will prompt the author to add another chapter, with no time constraints on this accumulation. Each day, as readers finish their readings, they can casually contribute, and over time, once the gifts accumulate sufficiently, the author will release an additional chapter. Chapter 64, Fool, I have long since lost. An overwhelming sense of displeasure filled Gu Muxue's chest, her fury nearly tangible, bursting forth from her eyes. With an air of chilling ferocity, she approached the two individuals, akin to a wife confronting her husband and his mistress. Along the way, Gu's cheerful voice echoed, mentioning Shen Wuxuang, dousing her in cold water and forcing her to regain her composure. Gu Muxue, still trembling with trepidation and panting heavily, felt a close call. She had almost succumbed to the influences of the seven emotions' heavenly art, losing her reason and acting impulsively. Should her identity as the Empress be exposed, she would truly face social death, unable to show her face to the world. Previously, she had been so assertive and domineering, silencing Guan completely. If he were to discover that the haughty and untouchable Empress had been masquerading as a man and living secretly with him, even harboring feelings for him, it would be an unbearable humiliation. At a critical moment, Gu Muxue exhibited a woman's innate ability to change expression swiftly. Her gloomy visage transformed into a smile. What a coincidence! I came here to unwind and did not expect to encounter Brother Gu again. We truly are fated to meet. I only lament that our encounter is so late. Shen Wuxuang's words of fate, while seemingly benign, set off alarms in Guan's mind, which had been relaxed moments before. Once, twice could be dismissed as coincidence, but such frequent encounters in such a short span compelled him to reconsider, suspecting he might be under surveillance. If Shen Wuxuang indeed approached him with ulterior motives, what could they be? Was she perhaps a pawn of his uncle? Or was it possible that her teasing the previous night held a kernel of truth, indicating she desired something more? The thought of this made Guan uneasy. He decided he must find a new place to stay. He could not afford to be caught off guard should Shen Wuxuang's true nature emerge. Yujie, this is Shen Wuxuang, a new friend of mine who resides in the same courtyard, Guan introduced with a smile. Regarding Shen Wuxuang's identity and motives, he only harbored suspicions. Until he could ascertain the truth, he felt it necessary to maintain a cordial facade. What if it truly was just a matter of fate, and he was overthinking it? Upon reaching the pavilion, Gu Muxue gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, "This Miss Yu is truly beautiful. Is she Brother Gu's beloved?" This query subtly sought to confirm the nature of their relationship. Just as Guan prepared to clarify the misunderstanding, Yudi took the initiative, her exquisite features slightly flushed, her lips parting delicately. "Hello, I am Yujie. Since you're a friend of Guan, you may call me Yujie as well." Pausing momentarily, a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes. "Of course, you may also call me sister-in-law." Guan nearly choked on his own saliva at this. "Yujie, you continue to have such a penchant for jokes." In response, Yujie tilted her head toward Guan, her crescent-shaped brows slightly furrowed, biting her lip and gazing at him with a mournful expression without uttering a word. The way she portrayed a forsaken young bride was so vivid that it left Gu and feeling self-conscious, as though he had indeed wronged her. Had he truly? Before they had developed a deeper connection, in a moment of impulse to expel her from the royal palace, he had taken her first kiss. Yu Jie inhaled deeply, her alluring collarbone rising and falling, lifting their interlocked hands and shaking them slightly. Now that we are like this, are you still unwilling to acknowledge our relationship? Guan was taken aback. He had merely held her hand in a normal manner, allowing her to regain her senses. When had they become entangled in such an ambiguous manner? To outsiders, such hand-holding between a man and a woman could only be interpreted as either romantic or familial. Guan was at a loss for words, softly pleading, Yu Jie, you win, just spare me. Today, Yu Jie had not donned her usual azure attire, but wore the same dark green gown as before, her formidable allure undeniably potent. Yu Jie's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she lowered her gaze, masking her disappointment. Internally, she mused, fool, I have long since lost. Though she enjoyed toying with others, she had never before joked about her own reputation until meeting Gu, and was this not her sincere confession wrapped in jest? Yet, her inherent pride compelled her to maintain an appearance of victory, hoping Gu would be the one to voice his feelings first. Yu Jie tightened her grip on her skirt, then relaxed it, her face regaining its smile. In light of your submission, I shall refrain from teasing you further. She turned her gaze to Shun Wushuang, explaining, I have suffered divine retribution, losing my senses. Contact with Gu allows me to regain them, which is why I held his hand. Her condition was no secret in the imperial capital. Many were aware of it, and there was no need to conceal it from Guan's friends. After speaking, Yu Jie shot Gu a displeased glance. Are you satisfied now? Is your haste to distance yourself from me because you believe I am unworthy of you? She caressed her delicate cheek and narcissistically added, with my beauty, your reluctance cannot possibly be due to my appearance. Yu Jie lowered her head, glancing at her well-shaped bosom. And my figure is not lacking either. With a sudden sigh, she lamented, in that case, you must be rejecting me due to my disability. How could a mere mortal in a wheelchair be worthy of the esteemed heir to the Northern King? Guan retorted, Yu Jie, do not slander me. It was you who dismissed me. When I offered to take responsibility, it was your own reluctance that turned me away. Yu Jie laughed heartily, showing no signs of embarrassment at having her deception exposed. Instead, she remarked, silly boy, how can you take a woman's words seriously? Just say it once more, that you are willing to take responsibility and that you are fond of me. I shall immediately move in with you. Guan gave her an exaggerated eye roll. Do you think me a fool? Do you believe I would give you an opportunity for mockery? If I did, what awaited me would be nothing but the folly of a toad aspiring to eat a swan's flesh. Yu Jie mused. Had she woven herself into a web of her own making? After so many playful jests, her genuine words were met with disbelief. Could you too cease your flirtatious banter and find another place to do so? As if I do not exist. Gu Muxue, filled with indignation, finally feigned dissatisfaction, asserting her presence. After observing, she concluded that Guan had not yet developed feelings for Yu Jie, but the latter's sentiments were uncertain. Surely not. It had to be her overthinking. How could Jie possibly harbor feelings for this boy? She had declared that she did not need anyone's affection. Yu Jie's closeness to Gu was merely a means to restore her senses. The sweetness of her laughter was not because she was with Gu but rather because she was experiencing the beauty of the world. Gu Muxue refused to dwell on the negative. The thought that Yu Jie could feel affection for Guan, knowing he was her male pet, was akin to being betrayed in the most blatant manner. Her previous efforts to tarnish Yu Jie's reputation and push them together were solely acts of revenge for Yu Jie's schemes against her, done purely to vex her opponent. She had never genuinely considered that they might come together, even before she fell into the throes of love, when she simply regarded Gu as her pet. She would never have wished to witness such a scene, like a man with obsessive cleanliness who seeks a pristine companion to satiate his desires. He may not harbor affection for this woman, yet he regards her as his possession, unwilling to share her with any other man. Chapter 65. A public kiss reveals the queen's identity. Yu Jie's attention turned to Shun Wushuang, scrutinizing him closely. When did such a figure appear in the academy? The moment Shun Wushuang revealed himself, She realized he was no ordinary person, but rather one graced with immense fortune. I am a specially recruited student by the vice dean, having just entered the academy yesterday. In the face of Yu Jie's scrutiny, Gu Muxue appeared unfazed after years of acquaintance. She was well aware of the other's capabilities and felt no concern about her disguise being uncovered. Guin's eyes flickered. Yu Jie's close relationship with the queen wielded considerable power, making it advantageous for her to investigate Shen Wushuang's background. After casually inquiring about Shen Wushuang, Yu Jie redirected her focus to Guin, saying, "Dear brother Guin, I have already sent word to your uncle about your remarkable achievement of ranking first on the talents list. I am certain he will be thrilled to visit you upon hearing the news." With others present, she refrained from being overtly explicit, instead conveying the message in a manner comprehensible to Guin. Her uncle, a busy man, might not have the time. Indeed, it had been several years since she last saw him, and she genuinely missed him. Guin discreetly observed Shen Wushuang's expressions, finding nothing amiss. He thought, could it be that I am overthinking? Shen Wushuang has no connection to my uncle and is not deliberately approaching me to monitor my actions? Yu Jie's delicate lips moved slightly as she softly remarked, "The Jima division possesses influence within the academy. I shall take you to meet them. It will facilitate your endeavors here." Guin nodded in agreement. Gu Muxue felt a sense of discomfort. These two shared an unspoken understanding, leaving her feeling like an outsider. Unable to interject, merely watching in silence. "May I accompany you to observe?" Gu Muxue sought to ascertain the depth of their relationship. Guin looked towards Yu Jie, who responded calmly, "As a friend of Guin, you are naturally welcome." Though aware that this matter was not confidential, Yu Jie's graciousness still touched him. "Let's proceed." Guin skillfully maneuvered to Yu Jie's side, one hand pushing her wheelchair, while the other rested on her exposed shoulder, his palm making contact with her skin. Yu Jie glanced at Guin's hand with a subtle smile, radiant and enchanting. In truth, as her affection for Guin deepened, their fates intertwined more profoundly. Now, as long as Guin stood within a meter of her, she could regain her senses without physical contact. Yet, she chose not to divulge this, considering it her little secret, for if she were to reveal it, she would have no reason to hold Guin's hand. Other factions would wait until students graduated to select candidates, whereas the Jima division, being a premier force, had the privilege to establish a branch within the academy and reserve prodigies in advance. Aspiring geniuses wishing to join the Jima division typically first became members of the Demon Exorcism Society within the academy, acclimating themselves to the perils of dealing with demon cultivators. Yu Jie had given prior notice, and all members of the Demon Exorcism Society who were not out on missions had gathered. Guin surveyed the scene, noting several hundred exceptionally gifted individuals, among whom he recognized the stoic face of the one who had escorted him to the execution ground. Yu Jie succinctly addressed the assembly. "All of you are preparatory members of the Jima division. Henceforth, Guin's words are my words, and you shall heed him." As she spoke, she seamlessly took hold of a nearby man's hand and intertwined their fingers with practiced ease. Guin had grown accustomed to this, and did not even register that their hands had become entwined. As an outsider, Gu Muxue glared at their tightly clasped hands. Her teeth clenched in frustration, suppressing the urge to separate them. "I refuse to comply. Why should we listen to him?" The students raised no objections. Yet the stoic-faced member of the Jima division was seething with rage. Yu Jie's brow furrowed slightly. "This is an order, not a negotiation. Master Yu, I am aware that the rumors circulating outside are false. You do not harbor any feelings for Guin. There is no need for you to go to such lengths to placate the national master." The stoic-faced individual gritted his teeth, glaring at Guin. "Release Master Yu." He cared little about who held authority. What he found intolerable was that this brat had dared to hold the delicate hand of Master Yu, an unforgivable offense. Could a woman as astute and stunning as Master Yu ever be touched by him? Yu Jie's eyes sparkled with a bold notion inspired by the intense reaction of the stoic-faced man, and she coldly declared, "I know that many among you are geniuses from the inner academy. It is understandable that you are unwilling to accept Gu and an outer academy disciple as your leader. However, he is my man, and by virtue of that alone, you must comply." Guin stood by, torn between speaking up and remaining silent, in the eyes of outsiders. They had already become a couple. There was no need for further clarification, as long as they understood their relationship was pure. The stoic-faced man felt as though the sky had fallen, unable to accept that the goddess he had long admired would utter such words. Impossible. How could you possibly like him? That is absolutely inconceivable. He was a formal member of the Jima division and also served as a steward within the academy, facilitating the management of the Demon Exorcism Society. Last time he had descended the mountain to report on the society's situation to the Jima division headquarters. He had fortuitously received orders to escort Gu into the execution ground, where Master Yu was clearly beside the queen. How could it be, as the queen later claimed, that Master Yu had been secretly meeting with Guin, only to be caught by her, causing a series of misunderstandings? Guin, Yu Jie suddenly called out. Guin instinctively turned to her, only to be unexpectedly seized by his collar and pulled toward her as she forcefully drew him in. Yu Jie captured his lips, wrapping her arms around the back of his neck, and in front of everyone, they shared a passionate kiss. The stoic-faced man staggered back a few steps, collapsing to the ground, unable to believe the two were involved. Yet Master Yu had just proven their connection through her actions. In that moment, he harbored intense hatred for Guin, for among the Jima division, his talent was unparalleled, with prospects of becoming the youngest sixth-stage grand cultivator since the division's establishment. He believed he was destined to be the Jima division's future successor, and in due time, Master Yu would surely come alike him. Yet now, the goddess he longed for was being brazenly kissed by a brat. Thus, the matter was settled. Yu Jie's chest rose and fell, her cheeks flushed, her cherry lips slightly parted. Guin, we should leave. No one noticed that in addition to the stoic-faced man, a man in white was equally infuriated. Gu Muxue was ablaze with anger. She had previously managed to deceive herself, but now that the two were openly involved, she felt utterly betrayed by her close friend. Consumed by possessiveness, she could hardly tolerate this. Guin was her exclusive companion, and no one else was permitted to touch him. How could an emperor's consort be so easily claimed by another? After leaving the Demon Exorcism Society, Guin remained in a daze, while Yu Jie, blushing, remarked, "Last time you kissed me forcefully. This time I kissed you, so we are even." She had no interest in proving anything to her subordinates. She simply sought an excuse to kiss Guin once more, as a form of seduction. Yu Jie feigned disgust, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. "Your lips are as foul as last time. It disgusts me." Guin's lips twitched as he defiantly replied, "Sister Yu's lips are as sweet and soft as ever," making one yearn for more. After some contemplation, he added, "I would never have imagined that while Yu Jie is usually sharp-tongued and formidable when it comes to serious matters, her verbal prowess is not as formidable as I anticipated." She nearly bit her tongue in the process. Just as Yu Jie was about to retort, a crimson light descended from the heavens, and a powerful gust of wind swept through, causing the garments of both individuals to flutter wildly. As the dust settled, Gu Muxue, clad in a striking red outfit, appeared before them, her demeanor enchanting yet chilling. With a cold smirk, she addressed Yu Jie, "Sister Jie, you truly are remarkable." Yu Jie's pupils contracted slightly. Gu Muxue had evidently shed her disguise and appeared before her in an instant, without even a moment for her fate to shift. This revelation made her realize that Gu's new acquaintance, Shun Wushuang, was indeed the Empress. Chapter 66. The Mutual Green of Good Sisters. Empress, you have summoned your servant. What is your command? In the face of this unexpected visitor, Yu Jie, after her initial shock, quickly regained her composure, showing no fear of the Empress's potential reprimand. This humble servant has met the Empress, Guin thought to himself, feeling a headache coming on. He had barely enjoyed a few peaceful days, and now this woman was once again at his doorstep. Though he was exceedingly reluctant to confront this domineering and unreasonable woman, he and Yu Jie had formed a bond of trust. A true man should never allow a vulnerable woman to face a fierce adversary alone. Thus, while speaking, he took a small step forward, subtly shielding Yu Jie behind him. Guin believed that during the standoff between the two women, no one would pay attention to him as an outsider. Little did he know that his small gesture was the very spark igniting this tense standoff. This action did not go unnoticed by either woman. Yu Jie's lips curled into a subtle smile, secretly pleased. The flirtation of recent days had proven effective. He was beginning to instinctively care for her. In stark contrast, Gu Muxue's fury ignited even more fiercely, as if she were ready to devour anyone in her path. She was already displeased with their intimacy behind her back, and this insolent boy's blatant protection of another only added fuel to the fire. Gu Muxue's frosty gaze turned toward Guin, her expression filled with menace. Sensing a wave of hostility directed at him, Gu shivered. What was happening? He hadn't done anything wrong. Why was the focus suddenly on him? Could it be that the Empress had discovered his furtive glances at her body, which possessed a beauty worthy of a Korean manhwa? It was not surprising that he felt conflicted. It is a man's natural inclination to admire beauty. The Empress's voluptuous form and the long legs of his ghostly master would invariably draw one's gaze. Gu, you should return to your quarters. I have matters to discuss with Gu Muxue, said in a calm tone, dismissing him. Perhaps she was unaware that in front of Gu, she had begun to care about her image. In the past, under such immense anger, her tone would have been anything but gentle, likely urging him to scurry away from her sight. Upon hearing her words, Gu, now drenched in cold sweat, secretly sighed in relief. It seemed he had passed through this encounter unscathed. The Empress had not perceived his inappropriate gaze. From now on, he would have to exercise greater restraint and be more cautious. Bowing respectfully to Gu Muxue, he turned to leave, considering that Yandere had previously schemed against the Empress, resulting in the two sharing a bed without any repercussions. He believed this situation would also pass without incident, leaving him with no need for concern. Once Gu departed, Gu Muxue felt no further trepidation. She looked at the composed Yandere and, with a tone laced with sarcasm, remarked, "Do you require this palace to address you as sister-in-law?" Her words inadvertently revealed her true feelings. Even if Yandere had not noticed anything amiss, she would now be aware of her identity. Yandere expressed surprise. I had thought the Empress would keep Shen Wuxuan's identity concealed. The entanglement of emotions was your suggestion. There is nothing I need to hide from you, Gu Muxue replied, her beautiful face devoid of excess expression. If she could keep Shen Wuxuan's identity hidden from Yandere, that would be ideal. If not, it was of little consequence. As long as Gu remained unaware of Shen Wuxuan's true identity, she had no cause for alarm. Then, Empress, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Yandere gently inquired. You are feigning ignorance. Gu Muxue's voice was laced with bitterness as she squeezed the words out between clenched teeth. Gu is my male pet. Your ambiguous relationship with him, and the fact that your lips have touched, what does that imply? You must understand that I detest others touching what belongs to me. I truly do not comprehend why the Empress is so aggrieved, Yandere replied with an innocent gaze. Was it not you who insisted on giving Gu to me in the first place? Is this not what you desired? Should you not be pleased? Her words struck home, leaving Gu Muxue momentarily speechless. She had never anticipated that the two would actually become involved. Yandere continued her verbal onslaught. If you're so upset over a mere kiss, imagine how you would feel if I were to marry him one day and invite you to be my maid of honor, eavesdropping on our vows. You would surely be infuriated. With a sudden shift in tone, she added, if the Empress wishes to express regret, recalling your promise to personally oversee our wedding, I can conveniently pretend I never heard it. Despite having developed feelings for Gu, Yandere should have felt guilty in the face of Gu Muxue's accusations. After all, she had personally delivered Gu into the Empress's bed. How could she then turn around and pursue the Empress's male pet? Fortunately, Gu Muxue had unwittingly aided her cause by placing Gu at her side, allowing her to hold hands with the man she admired without any sense of guilt. Regret? I have stated before that the concept of regret does not exist in my vocabulary, Gu Muxue declared. The seed she had sown had borne bitter fruit. She would have to swallow her own bitterness. She forcefully defended herself, attempting to salvage her dignity. My earlier emotional outburst was merely a result of the 7 emotions' heavenly skill. It does not reflect my true sentiments. Yandere suddenly understood, her smile tinged with irony. I thought as much. For one who speaks truthfully, the Empress would not feel jealousy nor regret after having bestowed Gu upon me. Having known each other for years, they were well aware of one another's personalities. One was cunning and sharp-tongued, while the other was domineering and assertive. Yet, at their core, they both shared a fierce determination. This mutual understanding was why Yandere felt unfazed when Gu Muxue discovered their affair, confident in her ability to navigate the situation. In truth, the Empress had no reason to harbor such resentment. However, excessive mockery could provoke Gu Muxue's ire, leading Yandere to pacify her by sighing, if you feel betrayed. How do you think I feel? With a bittersweet smile, she gestured to her deep green dress. You see, this green is quite profound, is it not? Perhaps the Empress should also consider donning green robes as a form of self-reflection. Upon hearing this, Gu Muxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. While she might not be completely content, knowing her good sister shared a similar plight brought her solace. Both had unwittingly delivered their beloveds into the arms of other women. Was this not a form of mutual betrayal? Only upon reflection did they realize that the large green hats they wore were self-imposed. However, Gu Muxue would never admit to the truth of her betrayal, maintaining her usual pride. Humph, just a mere male pet. Considering your many years of loyalty, what harm is there in granting him to you? Chapter 67. Accompanying him to the end of time, Yu Jie smiled faintly, choosing not to shatter Gu Muxue's self-deceiving pride, and instead inquired, why did the Empress choose to disguise herself as a man and follow Guan? Wouldn't it be more convenient to engage with him as a woman? Gu Muxue clasped her hands behind her back, her alluring red lips parting. Guan is merely a tool in my hands. Once my tribulations conclude, I shall dismiss him without a second thought. Should I transform into a woman and capture his heart? Would that not merely devolve into a game of emotional manipulation on my part? I fear he may become persistently entangled, and I wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, I shall assume a male form and discreetly learn about him. That will suffice. Udi suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. To put it plainly, does the Empress not play the role of someone secretly in love? Gu Muxue's striking visage flushed slightly, taking on an air of seduction as she turned her back, concealing her embarrassment. And you? Did you not claim to require no one as affection? How did you end up with Guan? Udi gazed at the cerulean sky, her eyes shimmering with wistful light. Who knows what the future holds? Time will sculpt us into different beings. Perhaps one day, the Empress will encounter her own beloved, just as I have. Upon uttering this, she beamed with radiant joy. Muxue, do you know? It was only upon meeting Gu and that I realized how blissful it is to love someone. I'm no longer the composed strategist who could foresee everything. At night, I find myself restless, pondering what he might be doing at that very moment. Does he think of me too? When we part, I worry for his safety and wish to ensure his well-being, eliminating all threats. I long for the moon to set early, eagerly anticipating the dawn when I may meet him once more. It is this deep yearning that makes me feel truly alive. Suddenly, Udi acted in a manner inconsistent with her typically composed nature, theatrically shouting into the distance. I wish to live for a long, long time, to walk hand in hand with my destined beloved to the very ends of the earth. Gu Muxue turned to look at Udi, whose vibrant smile left her momentarily dazed. In her memories, this sister of hers always exuded a faint sense of detachment, as if she thought life and death were equally acceptable. Had she ever been so exuberantly optimistic? Can love truly transform a person so profoundly? A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over Gu Muxue. Some matters cannot be dictated by one's desires. Even if the heavenly forces cease to further erode Udi's mortal form, how long can a mere mortal accompany the one they cherish? For Udi, the end of time seems a distant horizon. To attain a century of existence would be a remarkable fortune. Udi stretched lazily, lamenting, alas, love is a reciprocal affair. You in a male form are destined to remain oblivious to the emotions I experience. Gu Muxue's expression remained impassive as she replied coolly, the path of destiny is devoid of sentiment. My ambitions lie far beyond this trifling matter, and I shan't squander time on such frivolities. Is that so? Udi's lips curled into a teasing smile. Then next time I kiss him, do not be jealous. Gu Muxue's lips twitched slightly before she retorted coldly. Remember to stick out your tongue next time. Udi, having spent much time with her, had picked up some of the Empress's sharp wit. With a playful grin, she replied, as it is the Empress's command, I shall certainly comply. She rested her delicate fingers on her lips, seemingly savoring a thought. Kissing between a man and a woman is a delightful experience. Unfortunately, as you are in a male guise, he cannot kiss you. Next time, I shall fully relish that intoxicating sensation and report back to you in detail. Gu Muxue's eyelids flickered, and she huffed. Your audacity grows ever thicker. Udi, seated in her wheelchair, chuckled mischievously. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. Gu Muxue inhaled deeply, restraining the urge to strike. Your affections are your own affair, but I expect you to guard my identity closely. To betray a friendship for the sake of love is unforgivable. Fear not, Your Highness, I am well aware of my limits. Yudi's eyelashes fluttered downwards, her bangs obscuring her sly smile. Gu Muxue remained silent. She would not reveal Gu's true identity as Shun Wushuang, for she had devised an even grander scheme. Should Shun Wushuang's female form be exposed and face the risk of losing her virtue once more, the Empress's reaction would surely be spectacular. What would she do then? Would she seal Gu's perception as before, thus revealing Shun Wushuang's identity directly linked to the Empress? If she refrained from sealing, then she would have to engage in normal relations, allowing Gu to indulge in the alluring and seductive form at will. As long as you are aware of your own intentions, that suffices. With that parting thought, Gu Muxue vanished from sight. Yudi lightly tapped the armrest, her plan to defend Gu gradually crystallizing in her mind as she murmured, I just need an opportunity. Is the Empress not the epitome of self-righteousness? Having already crossed that line, she still wishes to maintain a facade of purity. I shall tear away that hypocritical veil, exposing the Empress's body nakedly before Gu's gaze, permitting him to desecrate her. Gu Muxue would remain unaware of how terrifying a woman with a changed heart can be. She would not know that Yudi, still unmarried, had already begun to protect her beloved, plotting revenge for the Empress's incessant sealing of Gu's perception. Returning to her senses, Yudi glanced down at her dark green attire. Alas, I've already firmly donned a green hat. A deeper shade matters little now. Meanwhile, Gu had just arrived at the sauna courtyard. Upon entering, he discovered an enchanting woman waiting for him in the courtyard. Seeing this, his heart raced. The Empress, after conversing with Sister Yudi, had teleported to stand before him, awaiting his return. What could her intentions be? Gu, I have a question for you. Gu Muxue raised her gaze, her eyes sharp. Gu swallowed hard, bracing for her inquiry. Gu Muxue met his gaze directly, enunciating clearly. Speak honestly. Do you have someone you fancy? Gu lowered his head. Not at present. His relationship with Auntie Lu remained a secret, until he surpassed his master. They could only maintain a clandestine affair. Upon hearing this, Gu Muxue relaxed her demeanor, revealing a satisfied smile. That is for the best. I do not appreciate sharing my belongings with others. She cast a warning glance at Gu. Please remember, before I revoke your status as my favorite companion, you must not engage in any intimate behavior with other women that exceeds the bounds of normal relations. Gu frowned slightly. Although his relationship with Auntie Lu was indeed a secret, and he had no other romantic interests, he found Gu Muxue's possessiveness rather overbearing. This woman was far too controlling. However, given the vast power disparity between them, the only course of action was to endure, biding his time for revenge. I endure, I am the Ninja Turtle. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Gu's mind as he bowed and said, Your Highness once mentioned that I could engage with Sister Yudi whenever I wished. Does your current statement contradict that? Gu Muxue's smile froze. She should not have acted impulsively in a moment of anger. This stone she had lifted and dropped on her own foot was indeed painful. Chapter 68. The Empress initiates a kiss. Gu Muxue's heart surged with tumultuous feelings. Yet her expression remained unchanged as she replied coolly, Excluding Dai, my previous words still stand. However, she shifted her tone. I must caution you. Dai delights in toying with people. Do not be deceived by her outward appearance. You may find yourself ensnared in a whirlpool of emotions. Only be mocked by her later. Here, she employed a subtle tactic. As long as Gu remained vigilant, it would not be so easy for Yudi to win him over. Gu Muxue understood her sister's methods well. Gu's downfall was merely a matter of time. Her actions are solely aimed at prolonging the timeline. Once the emotional tribulation concludes, she remains indifferent to their flirtation as long as she is not angered. It is evident that they share a profound understanding, scheming against each other from a distance. And now it remains to be seen who possesses the superior skills. Gu expressed his gratitude to the Empress for her reminder. His feelings towards Yudi are intricate. Was her public kiss merely an attempt to level the playing field? It appears that he has once again gained an advantage. If not, what could be her motive? Does she harbor feelings for him? Recent ambiguous words and actions suggest as much. However, Yudi is cunning and may be acting out of a desire for revenge for his past deeds, thereby deceiving his affections as a form of retribution. Furthermore, the Empress seems to lack any reason to deceive him. Both have been ensnared by Yudi's machinations. and her well-intentioned warning aligns logically with her motives. One is the mature and noble beauty of Dong Wang, a figure that seems too proud to engage in deceit. The other is a cunning woman with a strong desire for revenge, making it clear whom to trust. Guan is not foolish. He has simply fallen victim to a disparity of information. Unaware of the Empress's own emotional tribulations and having spent little time with Yu Jie, he remains ignorant of her boundaries. Nevertheless, he has made a choice most advantageous for himself. If Yu Jie wishes to flirt, he will indulge her, as he is a man and stands to gain from the situation. He is also curious about the lengths Yu Jie will go to redeem herself for past grievances. As Guan grows more confident in himself, Gu Muxue feels a mix of satisfaction and unease, as she typically looks down upon deceitful behavior. Yet, her identity as Shen Wushuang is the greatest lie of all, making it easier for her to accept a minor falsehood. Human boundaries are gradually lowered step by step. The Empress remains silent, causing Gu to feel anxious, fearing she might reiterate her earlier sentiments. His visit to the palace signifies arrival for the Empress, just as her presence at his residence does. Gu's unease and distress betray his emotions, and had it been in the past, Gu Muxue would have been furious. In the absence of passionate desires, she is certainly not a woman unsatisfied. Why the concern? Yet now, her thoughts lean more towards amusement. She clears her throat and deliberately states, "Since you are here." Gu's legs weaken. Could it be she truly has arrived? This phrase has become a source of great trepidation for him. Gu Muxue lets out a triumphant hum, and soon after, Guan is engulfed in darkness. His senses sealed away, leaving him devoid of even the sense of touch. What is the Empress truly planning? In his current state, can he even react? Gu Muxue rises, her red attire flowing gracefully as she approaches Guan. She stands before him, silently gazing at his handsome visage. After a moment, she bites her lip and declares, "What is so remarkable about kissing? You need no excuse. If I wish to kiss, I shall." Impulsively, she presses her fiery red lips against his. After a brief, unfamiliar embrace, she wipes her mouth disdainfully, stating, "The taste is nothing special. What is there to boast about?" When Guan regains his senses, awakening from the endless darkness, Gu Muxue has already vanished. He instinctively touches his waist. It does not hurt. The Empress must have left upon realizing he did not respond. The following day, as he gazes at Shen Wushuang's abode, Guan suddenly recalls something. His troublesome brother seems to have fallen into the hands of the Demon Extermination Society. Oh well, he is a grown man. Surely he can survive at the academy. At that moment, Yu Jie arrives, pushing her wheelchair, tardy as ever. Observing the situation, Guan expresses his displeasure. The Empress is truly excessive, leaving someone with mobility issues to fend for themselves. Yu Jie raises an eyebrow, agreeing. Yes, she is indeed excessive. Sister Yu, I have a matter to entrust to you, Guan says as he approaches her and whispers. I suspect Shen Wushuang's origins are questionable. Yu Jie extends her hand, and Guan instinctively takes it. She then speaks. I've already investigated. There is no issue with her identity. This time, Guan attentively observes Yu Jie's movements, noticing how, at the moment their hands connect, she skillfully slips her fingers through his. How adept she is. It is no wonder he feels little sensation whenever their fingers intertwine. The fact that her identity is secure is what troubles him the most. As he expresses his concern regarding Shen Wushuang's possible inclinations and her persistent tracking of him, he sighs heavily. I would rather my brother betray me than stab me in the back. With a chuckle, Yu Jie cannot help but laugh. Although Guan's conjectures are absurd, his conclusion is correct. Shen Wushuang is indeed watching him with ulterior motives. What are you laughing at? Guan retorts sharply. Yu Jie clears her throat and says with a serious demeanor, Rest assured, sister has calculated it for you. Shen Wushuang is attracted to the opposite sex, not to others of her kind. The reason she feels drawn to you is that she, too, possesses great fortune, and thus, a natural attraction exists between you. Upon hearing this, Guan feels a pang of guilt. How could he harbor such base thoughts towards a fated friend? It is simply unacceptable. What about the kiss mark on your lips? Yu Jie suddenly inquires. Guan shoots her a glance. Who else could it be but you? Yu Jie appears puzzled. Her memory serves her well, as she distinctly recalls that the kiss mark was not this deep previously. Could it be she has misremembered? Gu's mind races, formulating a plan to test Yu Jie. Your kissing skills are poor. Next time, do not move, allow me to kiss you. Yu glares at him. You are hardly any better. Shall we compare? After that forceful kiss, he admits he lacked experience, but he has since honed his skills. Yu's face flushes, seemingly enraged. Let us do it then. We shall each kiss once, and see who is superior. This cunning sister intends to use her charm to ensnare his heart as a means of revenge. Guan recognizes her intentions and leans closer, threatening. Then I shall not hold back. Yu tilts her exquisite head, her deep, autumn-like eyes carrying a hint of defiance and shyness. Come on. The one who backs down is a little pig, staring at her fluttering nostrils and inhaling the fragrance of her rosy lips. Guan feels uncertain. Yu's features are exquisite. She is undeniably beautiful and captivating. In this game of flirtation, he is unsure of his ability to maintain composure. Regardless, he decides to kiss her and see what unfolds. His heart races as he leans in. Even if it is merely a game, there is bound to be genuine emotion invested. He is eager to discover whether it is Yu who succumbs first or if he will find himself falling for her. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from the entrance, and Shen Wuxuang stands there, her face paling as she witnesses the scene. It seems her previous warning was in vain. They have turned back to kiss again. The time of her departure was a mere 5 minutes, was it not? Are you both so ravenous for affection? How many times must you kiss in a single day? Shen Wuxuang, feeling a pang of envy, pondered bitterly that she had witnessed only 2 kisses between them. Yet who knows how many more they shared in secret. The young man she had taken under her wing had only been kissed by her once. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Guan glanced up to see Shen Wuxuang returning, and was startled, instinctively rising to his feet. Little did he expect. Yu clung tightly to his neck, her arms wrapped around him, her eyes glazed with desire, as she passionately captured his lips once more. Their previous kisses had been fleeting, barely lasting more than a mere touch, but this prolonged encounter awakened a flicker of sensation in her legs, which had been numb for years. Seeing the glimmer of hope to stand again, Yu was determined to cherish Guan, wishing to kiss him until the end of time. Yu Shen Wuxuang has returned. Yu, despite her frail physique, exerted all her strength. But Guan simply shrugged off her embrace with ease. Pouting her delicate lips, she gazed at him with a look of lingering desire, as if to say, if you return, then we shall continue our kisses. If you do not wish to see, then retreat to your room. Why concern yourself with my feelings? In her eyes, he was merely a favored pet, a gift she had bestowed upon her, a possession of hers, not Shen Wuxuang's. Yu remained unfazed, while Guan still held onto his dignity. He clenched his fist before his lips, clearing his throat awkwardly. Wuxuang, you have returned. Shen Wuxuang, with a smile that barely concealed her irritation, responded, Gu Xiong, did you not claim that you and Yu Gunyang were not lovers? Yu raised her hand to smooth her tousled hair, tucking it behind her ear, before turning her wheelchair to face Shen Wuxuang. Not before, but now it is. She cast a sidelong glance at Guan, smiling sweetly. Guan, do you not agree with your sister? Guan chuckled awkwardly, tacitly affirming her words. In the context of their kiss during the exorcism meeting, he could still feign innocence, but in this secluded moment, their lips had met again. To deny their affection would be to treat Shen Wuxuang as a fool. At the very least, that is how she would perceive it. Shen Wuxuang's expression hardened. Her smile strained. Congratulations, Guan. You have acquired a fine partner. Her words were nearly spat out through gritted teeth. This insufferable pet of hers displayed no self-restraint. Despite her warnings, he succumbed to her charms, utterly bewitched. No matter how beautiful a woman may be, she is but a hollow shell. If he could not pass the test of beauty, what right did he have to accompany her? Shen Wuxuang felt a surge of frustration, yet was powerless to speak her mind, forced to feign a smile and offer her blessings. Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she giggled. Guan, could you push me around for a bit? It has been so long since I've been here. The queen, like a jealous specter, stood awkwardly by, intruding upon their moment. If she wouldn't leave, they would simply move on. Of course. Guan pushed the stunning lady in the green dress past Shen Wuxuang, who shot a defiant glance at the queen. Shen Wuxuang's forehead tightened with frustration, her fists clenched as she silently vowed, I will endure. As they left the courtyard, Yu spoke, Today, I do not wish to sit in the wheelchair. Would you carry me? Guan paused, turning to face her, then knelt down, presenting his back to her. Yu smiled softly, leaning forward to rest on his broad, sturdy back, pointing ahead. Let us set off towards the sun. The towering Zhulu peak loomed high, a vibrant red sun hanging before them, as if they were walking in tandem with it. Their silhouettes stretched long beneath the sunlight. Yujie rested her fair chin on Gu On's shoulder, tilting her head to admire the handsome curve of his profile. Suddenly asking, "Do you wish for your sister to walk again?" Gu On, his eyes fixed ahead, replied softly, "Naturally, I hope for your recovery. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Yujie leaned closer, whispering into his ear, "I have just discovered that kissing you has restored a semblance of feeling in my legs." "Is that truly so?" Gu On expressed skepticism, suspecting Yujie was merely seeking an excuse to entice him further. Yujie playfully punched his back. "Do you think I would deceive you?" After a moment of silence, Gu On confessed, "Before you arrived, I spoke with the queen. She mentioned that you intended to use your beauty to seduce me, only to cast me aside later." In terms of cunning, he believed he could not match the queen. If she were more adept than Yujie, then he would need a strategist to contend with her. He was uncertain of Yujie's true intentions and did not wish to speculate. Instead, he opted for straightforwardness, bringing the matter to light. Yujie replied, "Ah, so you have learned to play the game of intrigue, Gu Muxue? You wish to make Gu On wary of me, thereby complicating my pursuit of him. How clever indeed. To say one thing to my face and another behind my back. You claim that loving whom I choose is my freedom, yet you secretly plot against me. Very well, since you have chosen to betray me, I shall devise my own plans against you, justifiably." "Do you believe her words?" Yujie inquired. Gu On replied, "She should have no reason to deceive me, would she? So that means you do not trust me?" Yujie pouted, displaying her displeasure. Gu On chuckled silently. Did she possess any credibility? During the auction, she had promised reconciliation, only to turn around and set a trap for him. Fortunately, at that time, she was unaware of his identity as a demon cultivator, allowing him to triumph. Yujie playfully nibbled on Gu On's earlobe, her voice soft. "If the queen's words are true, will you not help sister heal her legs?" Yujie's gentle bite was skillful, her lips soft and warm. The pressure just right, causing Gu On to shiver with pleasure. He suppressed the stirrings within him, resolutely declaring, "If kissing proves effective, I shall not shy away from the responsibility. However, your beauty tricks will not work on me. You will only end up the loser. So I advise you not to waste your efforts. Are you that confident?" Yujie smiled sweetly. "Then let us see if you can resist the allure of your sister's beauty." Gu On, stiffening his neck, retorted coldly, "Let's test it then, Yujie. You are as beautiful as a flower, captivating and enchanting. As a man, I have nothing to lose. It would be foolish not to seize an opportunity when it presents itself." This flirtatious game, once unspoken, had now laid itself bare for all to see. Chapter 70, I Am the Sky, I Am the Law. Yujie was overjoyed, thinking, "Sister Muxue, you have truly aided me greatly." In the past, despite her numerous flirtations, Gu On had remained oblivious, believing her to be jesting. However, thanks to the queen's reminder, his thick-headedness had finally cracked, though they were not yet true lovers. This marked significant progress. At least Gu On was now aware of her ulterior motives. Now, she could indulge in her flirtations with Gu On, boldly enticing him without fear. And with Gu On accepting her challenge, he would undoubtedly respond in kind. Their lips would intertwine, breaths would mingle, and the sparks of their heartbeats would inevitably ignite a fire within him, awakening him to the depths of his feelings. As for herself, she had long since fallen, losing the battle before it even began, and there was no chance of retreating further. She believed that, years down the line, when they would reminisce about this flirtatious game, they would share a knowing smile, cherishing the beautiful memory it had become. With their own thoughts in mind, the two travelers walked in silence, indifferent to the scenic beauty surrounding them. Guin, carrying Yujie, advanced against the gentle breeze, his hair dancing in the air, intertwining like two hearts drawing ever closer. Lost in thought, Guin recalled his mother's words. A woman who has been marked must be cherished for a lifetime. What exactly did this marking entail? Was it merely a night spent together, or did a kiss count as well? He was uncertain, though his inherent machismo would not allow him to accept the idea of a woman he had kissed numerous times turning to another man. Thus, upon his decision to cultivate an ambiguous relationship with Yujie, he left her no avenue of retreat. In this contest, regardless of the outcome, she could not escape. Her only fate was to become his princess. To achieve this, he needed her to confess her affections. Otherwise, with Yu Jiejia's cunning and sharp tongue, she would undoubtedly tease him about it in the future. She would say, "It was you who first stirred feelings, and I reluctantly accepted your pursuit, or perhaps, at that time, I had no feelings for you. It was you who insisted on marrying me." Both had already acknowledged each other, and now what they sought was merely a verbal acknowledgement of victory or defeat concerning their future familial standings. As the sun set, the two parted ways. Guan intended to escort Yandere, but she expressed a desire to wander the academy alone. With no choice, he acquiesced. "Your Highness, he has already left." Yandere murmured while gazing at the sunset. Gu Muxue revealed herself, stepping out from behind her, her expression devoid of emotion. "What a coincidence. I happened to pass by." Yandere smiled gently. "I trust your Highness is not the type to lurk in the shadows and spy." Gu Muxue's lips twitched slightly. She was utterly speechless. Her initial intention was to sow discord between the two, yet it ironically deepened their relationship, allowing them to kiss at any moment without pretext. Yandere shook her head, expressing regret. "Your Highness, did you come here to hear about my experience of kissing? I apologize for forgetting to stick out my tongue this time. I promise to do so next time." Gu Muxue's gaze turned as cold as a frigid pool, warning her, "Do not overstep your bounds. You are well aware of the uncontrollability of the 7 emotions celestial technique. I have only just begun to approach tribulation, and I cannot guarantee that I won't act impulsively and harm you." Yandere remained calm, unperturbed, and replied with a tranquil smile, "Rest assured, your Highness. If I sense you losing control and posing a threat to me, I will certainly temper my actions and words beforehand." Gu Muxue chuckled coldly. Do you truly believe you are so clever?" Yandere nodded. "Within the Great Li realm, there should be no one more formidable than I." "Oh, is that so?" Gu Muxue replied with a smile devoid of warmth. "Then have you foreseen that for the next month, you will not see Guan?" Yandere trembled slightly, comprehending the implication, and gritted her teeth. "Gu Muxue, are you incapable of playing fair? Are you planning to overturn the table?" "Overturn the table?" Such harsh words. Gu Muxue laughed. "I merely assigned you a task." Her smile vanished, and her demeanor turned grave. "Yandere, I command you to swiftly investigate why the Blood-Kill Palace infiltrated the Imperial City and what their intentions are, to ensure your focus on this task without external distractions. You are forbidden from ascending the mountain to meet Guan for the next month." Yandere protested indignantly. "You are utterly unreasonable. How much time could a single meeting with Guan possibly waste?" The last time she employed the heavenly mechanism to deduce information about Guan's subordinates, she unexpectedly discovered that individuals from the Blood-Kill Palace were indeed present in the Imperial City. This revelation was startling. There was not just one or two, but a multitude. The captured demonic cultivators had been tortured for several days, yet she gleaned no useful information. All she learned was that they had been lurking in the Imperial City for a year, with strict orders from above to refrain from violence, to avoid exposing their identities and attracting the attention of the Demon Control Division. When strange occurrences arise, there are often hidden motives. These individuals, so compliant in the Imperial City, must surely be plotting something significant. Reason? In this Great Li, I am the law. I embody reason. Gu Muxue emanated imperial authority, her phoenix eyes surveying the world. She could not contend with Yandere in arguments or calculations, yet she could certainly seize control of her. Previously, when Yandere displayed a half-dead demeanor, Gu Muxue felt helpless, but now with a weakness in her grasp. It was a matter of easily manipulating Yandere. Continue to be arrogant, continue to provoke. For the sake of being with Guan, Yandere was willing to bend and smiled. "Your Highness, you misunderstand. My actions are not to provoke you, but for your own good." Gu Muxue scoffed twice. Utterly shameless. Her temper was nearly at its breaking point. Yet Yandere claimed it was for her benefit. "You cultivate the 7 emotions celestial technique and must experience the 7 desires," Yandere explained. "Your emotional fluctuations today are a clear indication that I have successfully provoked you." Haven Ti? Cunning words. Gu Muxue snorted coldly. The desires of jealousy and possessiveness are intertwined with love. At present, her feelings for Guan were still shallow. Yet Yandere's provocations had long surpassed the threshold for emotional stimulation, leaving her with a surging anger. Seeing that the Empress remained unmoved, Yu Dai, he had no choice but to humbly plead for mercy. Your Highness, I was wrong. I will never dare to be intimate with him in your presence again. If you had been so obedient earlier, wouldn't that have been better? Gu Muxue raised her chin proudly. After a day of vexation, she finally felt a sense of relief. A tiger does not show its might and is not taken for a sickly cat. What about the matter of ascending the mountain? Yudi inquired cautiously. Considering their years of sisterly friendship, I shall grant you a discount, Gu Muxue generously offered. Half a month later, Yu Dai calculated the timing of the Empress's emotional outburst, lowering her head to conceal the cunning in her eyes. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. I shall allow you to bask in your triumph for another half-month. After that, I will ensure that Shen Wuxuang's identity is exposed. And you will also lose Guan. Let us see how you cope. In the serene courtyard, under the sparse moonlight, silence enveloped the surroundings, occasionally interrupted by the faint sounds of insects. Guan's room glimmered with the flicker of candlelight. Shen Wuxuang, feeling bored, leaned against the window, gazing towards the opposite direction, lost in thought. What is that fellow doing now? As this question arose, her fair cheeks involuntarily flushed. Why did she feel akin to a lovesick maiden? During the day, Yu Dai had mentioned that in the quiet of night, she would ponder what Guan was doing and whether he might also be thinking of her. Shen Wuxuang felt an emptiness in her heart, believing that no matter whom Guan thought about, it certainly would not be her. After all, she was his brother, at this late hour. How could he possibly think of her, unless he were to change his orientation? How vexing. Shen Wuxuang lightly patted her fair face, suppressing the intensified desires and thoughts. Today's experience of emotional tribulation has come to an end. It is time for sleep. Although her resolve was firm, and she could exit the tribulation state at any moment, she still found herself daydreaming late into the night. This state of restlessness, while bothersome, also possessed an irresistible allure. This was a novel sensation she had never experienced before while cultivating the 7 emotions celestial technique through other means. Meanwhile, Guan was engrossed in his studies, perusing the alchemical texts from Yaowang Valley. With the upcoming alchemical competition in a month, he felt immense pressure to secure the top position and when the spiritual herbs needed to restore the ghostly master's soul power. Ankuka, that willful and capricious young lady, may be inept and playful in other areas, but in the realm of alchemy, she was undeniably the unparalleled leader among her peers. To speak candidly, under the premise of fair competition without resorting to deceit, he possesses no certainty of victory whatsoever. His opponent is a reincarnated celestial elixir, endowed with a natural advantage in this domain. According to his understanding, Ku's success rate in concocting third-tier superior elixirs approaches an almost terrifying 100%. One must recognize that even fourth-tier alchemists do not dare to claim such assurance. A moderately skilled third-tier superior alchemist achieves a success rate of less than 1 in 10 when crafting superior elixirs. As he focused intently, a sultry and languorous voice suddenly echoed in Guan's ears, sending shivers down his spine. Little Nin, where is this place? It seems you are not in the royal mansion. A mesmerizing figure, a woman with white hair and a black dress, appeared by the desk, curiously surveying her surroundings. Master, you have finally awakened. Guan grinned widely. These few days of your slumber felt like an eternity. I truly missed you dearly. Shui Wu Nao's crimson lips curled slightly, releasing a melodious laugh. Little Nz, you truly lack ambition. Guan retorted, I can barely tolerate being called Little Nin, but Little Nz? What nonsense is that? It sounds akin to a eunuch. Shui Wu now elegantly stepped forward, her alabaster legs gliding past the desk to stand beside Guan, making him appear somewhat petite in comparison to her striking height. However, master, I too am lacking, she bent her slender waist, her ample bosom pressing against Guan's shoulder as she gazed at the alchemical tome in his hands, her voice sultry. I missed you too. I dreamt of you even in my sleep. The great demoness is an ethereal being, yet her corporeal presence is indistinguishable from that of a living person, even possessing the unique fragrance of a beauty. Inhaling the captivating aroma, Guan discreetly glanced at the alluring cleavage revealed by Shui Wu Nao's low neckline. Seizing the moment before she noticed, he hastily redirected his gaze to the book, feigning seriousness as he remarked, Oh, what kind of dream was it? Shui Wu Nao tilted her head, her fair face brushing against Gu En's cheek, her breath fragrant. In the dream, you were rather unruly, taking advantage of my slumber. You desecrated my pure and pristine body. Truly, you are a most ungrateful disciple. Master, Gu En, feeling guilty, retorted in indignation. Could you be more serious? Is it amusing to tease your disciple every day? His eyes flickered, feeling a twinge of discomfort. The events of the dream may have been mere fabrications of the great demoness, yet he had indeed acted inappropriately towards another master, Ihan Yan. At that time, Ihan Yan had fainted from heat, and in a moment of folly, he had succumbed to temptation, believing no one would ever know. Thus, driven by an overwhelming desire to conquer, he had sullied the image of his unattainable ice-cold master. Had the great demoness not been asleep and supervising him, he certainly would not have lost his composure. Yes, it is all the fault of the female ghost master. It is she who teases him daily, sowing the seeds of rebellion within him, turning him into a most ungrateful person. Previously, he had been a certified model youth of Blue Star. Upon their first meeting, she cried, "You only shout for your master." Shuewu now feigned deep sorrow. Once one acquires an aunt, they forget the goodness of their master. Ultimately, your master's long legs cannot compare to her nurturing capabilities. Stop, stop, stop. Gu En's lips twitched slightly. What on earth are you rambling about? Wiping away non-existent tears, Shuewu now sniffled, her voice trembling. Then tell me, master, between your master and your aunt, whom do you prefer more? Gu En pondered for a moment, then earnestly replied, I like both. I want them both. You scoundrel. Shuewu now shot him a glare, instantly radiating a myriad of charms. Enough of this nonsense. I need to focus on my studies. Gu En fixed his gaze on the alchemical tome, unwavering. Shuewu now plopped herself down on the desk, snatching his book, her pouting lips appearing both enchanting and sensual. She raised her delicate arm, poised as if to toss it to the ground. I will give you one more chance to make your master happy. Which is more appealing, the book or me? With a sigh, Gu En replied, enough of your antics. In a month, I must participate in the alchemical competition against Nkuko. If I do not exert myself during this time, I will truly have no chance of victory. Upon hearing this, Shuewu now raised an elegant eyebrow, securing the top position. Is it not a simple matter? Gu En's eyes brightened. Do you have a plan? Before the competition, you secretly invite her out, and let me deal with her. That way, you will have no rival. Shuewu now beamed with pride, proposing a devious scheme. Gu En was utterly speechless. It is evident that you truly wish to devour her. Your intentions are transparent. Shuewu now snorted, her tone irritable. She is a reincarnated celestial elixir. If I do not eliminate your opponent, how do you expect to win? The likelihood of losing is 100%. Gu En regarded her with clear articulation. The reward for first place is a seedling of Wanli Xiang, which can restore your master's spiritual power. Wanli Xiang? Shuewu now paused for a moment, suddenly realizing, you mean Wanli Xiang? Gu En smiled. Now what do you think my chances of winning are? 100%. This time you must win. Shuewu now instantly became invigorated, her demeanor transforming. She resembled a parched traveler in the desert, thrilled to encounter an oasis. Though she once dismissed the seedling of Wanli Xiang, now that she was on the brink of despair, even a single drop of water would suffice. Chapter 72. The first kiss of the Ghost Master. I will undoubtedly win. Gu En's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, a flicker of determination crossing his features. If fairness does not yield victory, I shall resort to external means. Shuewu now exuded confidence, as if possessing a winning strategy. Rest assured, with me by your side, you cannot possibly lose. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her joy dissipated, replaced by concern as her brow furrowed. Participating in the competition will inevitably expose your cultivation secret, arousing your uncle's suspicion. Perhaps it's best to reconsider? The seedling of Wanli Xiang is not indispensable to me. She desired the seedling, yet was more anxious about Gu En's safety, with my current weakened soul power. Should Gu Tianxing take action personally, I fear I will be unable to protect you. Gu En's expression was resolute, his tone earnest. I have stated before, as long as it can restore my master, even if it is just a fraction, I will risk everything, even at the peril of being killed by my uncle. The great demoness was unaware that he had already formed an alliance with Yu Dai Yi, deciding to reveal his talents. turning passivity into initiative to draw out the snake from its hole. With that thought, he couldn't help but break into a wicked smile. The ghost master had played with him daily, and now it was his turn to turn the tables and toy with her for a change. Gu adopted a fearless demeanor, prepared for sacrifice, and continued, "To leave no room for retreat, I have already made a name for myself. Within a day, I ascended to the top of the Outer Academy's genius rankings. Soon, my uncle will learn of this news." As he spoke, he began to outline arrangements for the future. "Should anything untoward happen to me as a result, Master, do not seek vengeance for me. You should find a new host and focus on recuperating. Dying for my master would be a noble death. Why speak so dramatically? Your words are nearly moving me to tears." Shui Wu now bit her lip, although she had always known Gu and was capable of such sacrifice. Witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly touching. Gu covertly glanced at the enticing curves of the great demoness beneath her thigh-high, slit dress and mischievously suggested, "If before my demise, I could once more touch my master's long legs, I would die without regret." Shui Wu now chuckled. "You rascal, if you were a bit more serious, perhaps I would even come to like you." Gu was utterly disheartened, lamenting his fate with clenched fists. "Is there still a chance for me?" Suddenly, Shui Wu, her body radiating warmth, leaned forward, her rose-colored lips gently brushing against Gu An's, a fleeting contact followed by a teasing smile. "This has been my cherished first kiss, and in recognition of your filial piety, I bestow it upon you." Gu slowly widened his eyes, dazedly touching the spot where he had been kissed. His master had kissed him. In that moment, his heart raced like a drum, unable to calm down. He feigned composure. "How can a first kiss be a reward for a disciple's filial piety? Are you implying my devotion is too slow to mature?" Touched by the moment, Shui Wu, rarely shy, felt a brief flush on her cheeks, which transformed into a glimmering light that entered Gu's body. "You cheeky boy, having gained a favor. Do not push your luck. Be wary of me retracting my reward." Gu, curious, asked, "How can a kiss be retracted? Does it mean I must receive another?" No response came as the great enchantress ignored him. That night, Gu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He had intended to tease Shui Wu, but the situation had escalated beyond his expectations, leaving him too embarrassed to reveal the truth. Despite her playful demeanor and absence of boundaries, she remained his master. How could they engage in such intimate actions? On this ethically dubious path of unorthodox mentorship, he felt himself straying further, his once pure filial affection now tainted. As anticipated, Gu dreamt again that night. Previously, he had dreamt of Heroines, and this time, it was Shui Wu. In the dream, the great enchantress held him close as they slept, entirely disregarding the distinctions of their roles. In the morning, Gu awoke to find himself enveloped in the embrace of the great enchantress, her long leg draped over him in an unladylike fashion. This was no dream. He had truly been used as a pillow throughout the night. "Master, what is this?" Gu asked, his cold demeanor masking his embarrassment and racing heart. "Awake?" Shui Wu shifted slightly, creating some distance, and gazed at her petite disciple. "Having kissed you, is it so inappropriate for me to hold you while we sleep?" In her mind, she reminisced about how she had once envied his aunt for treating him like a small pillow, and now, with her spirit solidified, she could genuinely experience his warmth and fragrance. The impulsive exchange of their first kiss seemed to have liberated Shui Wu's true nature, eradicating even the slightest sense of distance. She wrapped her arms around Gu's neck, nuzzling against him, their skin brushing together, igniting a delightful sensation. "Ah, this is so comfortable, my dear Nin, my beloved human-shaped pillow. How delightful this is for me." Gu mused. Has the ghostly master awakened some sort of obsession? After enjoying the comforts of being a pillow for several minutes, Shui Wu finally relented, casting a flirtatious glance before her soul entered his body. "Nin, I only regard you as a pillow. Do not misconstrue my intentions. If you wish to capture my heart, you must strive harder. Only when I truly fall for you can you inhabit my body." At her words, Gu's imagination ran wild, his heart in turmoil. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Xingyun sought out Yi Hanyan, hoping to persuade her to allow Gu to stay with her for convenience. In truth, she had intended to discuss this matter the previous day, but after Gu's forceful kiss, she felt that moving him closer under such circumstances would only lead to misunderstandings and embolden his rebellious spirit. Thus, she had waited until the next day, determined to teach that boy a lesson. Upon hearing her sister's request, Yihan frowned slightly. You wish to live together? Is this your desire, or Gu An's? It is my desire, Lu Xingyun declared proudly. It is also Gu An's wish. Even if he neglects his training and speaks ill of his sister, as long as it is framed as a mutual decision, it would surely lessen her displeasure and gain her consent. She believed herself to be exceedingly clever. No, Yihan replied without hesitation, her voice cold. He is here to cultivate, not to indulge. He should learn to live independently. Lu Xingyun was taken aback. How could this be? The clever girl had not considered that Yihan's dissatisfaction with the rebellious disciple far surpassed her own. To Yihan, the notion of a mutual agreement would not diminish her displeasure, but amplify it. What had once seemed a glimmer of hope was now utterly extinguished. Seeing her sister about to argue further, Yihan smirked. No need for more words. The matter is settled. You both shall not be together. The audacious disciple who dared to be so forward with her would not be indulged. She must be firmly guided back to the right path. The scene shifted as Lu Xingyun arrived at Gu An's residence. With her sister's refusal to bend the rules, she would take a step back and reside with Gu An instead. On that morning, as Shen Wushuang pushed open the door, she found the stone table in the courtyard laden with a sumptuous feast. Gu An greeted her with a radiant smile. Wushuang, come and taste Aunt Lu's delicious cooking. Shen Wushuang smiled faintly, nodding slightly. 2 weeks had swiftly passed. Compared to when Lu Xingyun first arrived, the gentle smile on Shen Wushuang's face had become noticeably strained, filled with bitterness. Initially, she thought, let it be. She is just an aunt and cannot hinder my understanding of Gu An. Now, she was resigned. How can aunt possess such overwhelming possessiveness? She was more clingy than a newlywed bride. Ever since Lu Xingyun's arrival, she had not had a single moment alone with Gu An. This aunt was truly relentless in her attachment. Shen Wushuang gritted her teeth in frustration, contemplating how to rid herself of this clingy aunt. Yet, upon realizing that Yandere would be ascending the mountain today, she chose to endure a little longer. She was determined to see whether Lu Xingyun would continue to monopolize Gu An, or if Yandere would seize him away. With whom would he ultimately find himself? Chapter 73. The Distressed Empress and the Clingy Aunt. The morning sun, full of vigor, breathed life into the world. Yet, Shen Wushuang appeared listless, pushing open the door to find that the couple across the courtyard was once again enjoying a meal together. Although it was a shared space for three, she felt like a transparent figure, utterly ignored. Her daily interactions with Gu An were reduced to, Wushuang, if you haven't eaten, come join us. Gazing at the cheerful, beckoning figure in white, Shen Wushuang's lips curled into a bitter smile. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner were the only moments she could share a few words with him. Thankfully, Gu An's aunt loved to cook, ensuring he never missed a meal. Otherwise, she would have no opportunity for even this minimal interaction. Sitting down, Shen Wushuang maintained a straight back, her posture elegant and poised. The enticing aromas wafting from the table were undeniable, and she had to concede that this clingy aunt was indeed a talented cook, someone who knew how to enjoy life. Whoever married her would be truly fortunate. Lu Xingyun rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate arms, and presented a plate of grilled fish with a radiant smile. How many times must I say it? Gu An, you all should eat first. There's no need to wait for me. Approaching the table, she set down the plate and pulled up a chair, her ample form pressing against Gu An as she settled beside him. After we finish eating, Aunt will continue to guide you in alchemy, ensuring your victory in the upcoming competition. Upon hearing this, Shen Wushuang's expression darkened momentarily. Refining pills, it's always about refining pills. In preparation for the upcoming Danyuan competition, Lu Xingyun had declared that there would be no theoretical classes for the next month, allowing everyone to train in the pill refining chamber at their discretion. Moreover, Lu Xingyun seized this opportunity to spend every day with Gu An, locking the door behind them, leaving the two of them confined within their room. If Yu Jie failed to deal with Lu Xingyun today and remove him from the premises, Shen Wushuang resolved, in her capacity as Empress, to advance the competition to tomorrow, without the excuse of pill refining. She was eager to see how Lu Xingyun would continue to cling to Gu An like a stubborn adhesive. It seemed that Aunt Lu would have to work hard. In recent days, Gu An had been diligently training, so much so that he had even forgotten to take advantage of Aunt Lu's kindness, refraining from any inappropriate advances. He possessed a remarkable talent for pill refining, boasting a 70% success rate for crafting superior-grade pills. Yet, to triumph over Enkiki, this was far from sufficient. For she was an exceptional competitor. The celestial energy contained within Enkiki could transform high-quality pills, infusing them with danxia and elevating them to superior-grade status, achieving a 100% success rate. Winning against her through conventional means was exceedingly difficult. However, Guan had already put forth considerable effort. If he were to resort to underhanded methods later on, he could at least find solace in that. Wushuang, have you been sleeping well at night? Lu Xingyun feigned concern for Shen Wushuang, yet his intentions were far from innocent. I moved the pill refining furnace here to facilitate Gu Yan's training. Sometimes he works late into the night, and the noise is quite loud. I hope it hasn't disturbed you. Shen Wushuang smiled faintly. It's fine. Fine? That implies it has indeed caused some disturbance. Lu Xingyun expressed faux concern. If you like, I can arrange a more suitable residence for you to rest. He believed that Shen Wushuang's presence was somewhat superfluous, hindering the world he envisioned for himself and Guan. For days, he had been subtly hinting for Shen Wushuang to leave, but she seemed impervious to his insinuations, refusing to budge. With subtlety failing him, he resorted to being overt. No need, I have grown accustomed to living here. Shen Wushuang lowered her lashes, concealing the wrath in her eyes. She had not even contemplated expelling anyone. Yet he was already scheming to send her away. Had she known it would come to this, she would never have driven Chen Jianan away. With him around, the place would have been full, and Lu Xingyun would not have been able to intrude. Unperturbed, Lu Xingyun pressed on, leveraging his authority as a mentor. I see you have some free time, and your pill refining skills are commendable. A few students in our class have been struggling with their success rates in crafting superior-grade pills. Would you be willing to assist them? With a sudden burst of anger, Shen Wushuang rose abruptly, slamming her palm onto the table. Gu Yan's aunt had gone too far, taking advantage of her patience, and she could endure no longer. Ever since she had transformed into Shen Wushuang, she had tolerated Yu Ji openly flirting with her beloved, and now Lu Xingyun was attempting to oust her. She had endured and endured until she felt as if she might explode. As the Empress of Li, she had always been dominant and unyielding. She needed not adhere to any rationale, for she could have whatever she desired and erase anything she despised by the next day. Yet, due to her identity as Shen Wushuang, she had been constrained to conceal her true self, unable to speak or act as she wished, merely a spectator, suffering in silence. In these few days, the bitterness she had swallowed was greater than that of the past several decades combined. The once domineering Empress had become a powerless woman, and she was fed up with this pitiable existence. She would no longer indulge Lu Xingyun. I shall make you leave this very moment and reclaim Guan. Suddenly unleashing her fury, Shen Wushuang stood, startling Lu Xingyun, who trembled involuntarily and instinctively pressed his lips together. Feeling a touch aggrieved, he thought, why the hostility? I was merely discussing matters with you. Witnessing this, Guan was equally astonished and glanced at Shen Wushuang. He had long been aware of Aunt Lu's intention to transfer Shen Wushuang, but he had not perceived any issue with it. After all, his pill refining did indeed disturb her rest, and Aunt Lu's suggestion to find a better residence for Shen Wushuang was well-intentioned. Furthermore, he had always regarded Shen Wushuang as a gentle and refined gentleman. He believed that Aunt Lu's proposition to assist her classmates should not have provoked anger. Standing awkwardly, Shen Wushuang regretted her impulsive action of slamming the table. She had maintained a cordial facade for so long, and with one outburst, it was all in jeopardy. In her fury, she had forgotten to devise an excuse to depart and reclaim her identity as the Empress. At that moment, a figure in dark green appeared at the open gate. Shen Wushuang, seizing the opportunity, slammed the table once more and pointed behind them. Her voice tinged with excitement. Gu Xiong, look, Yu Gunyang has arrived. In order to preserve her false identity, she chose once again to endure, earning her the title of the Mistress of Resilience. After enduring a month-long emotional ordeal, her cultivation had not significantly improved, yet her once fiery temperament had been tempered considerably. Even the proud Shen Wushuang had been softened by the trials of life. Yu Jie, seated in a wheelchair at the entrance, waved cheerfully. Guan, dear brother, it has been half a month since we last met. Have you missed your sister? Yeah, Guan exclaimed with delight, hastily swallowing the food in his mouth and rushing over. Previously, Lu Xingyun had casually occupied a seat, but now she discreetly shifted to the central position, facing the entrance, suppressing her smile and adopting the demeanor of a family matriarch. During their initial confrontation, she had slightly faltered. This time, she was determined to defeat Yu Jie and assert her authority in the household. Once they entered, they would have to heed her commands. Yu Jie, what brings you here today? Guan asked, one hand resting on the back of the wheelchair, while the other reached out to hold Yu Jie's hand. Is it not because I missed you? Yu Jie's exquisite face was adorned with a hint of sorrow. If I do not come to visit you, would you not come down the mountain to see me? She pouted her lips, brows furrowing slightly, her beautiful eyes glistening with a pitiful allure as she playfully swatted Guan's hand. You wicked fellow, making a frail lady like me climb such a high mountain to see you. Do you have any conscience? Guan's heart fluttered. He was well aware that Yu Jie was feigning vulnerability, yet her delicate display of sorrow paired with her playful tone ignited his protective instincts. He longed to embrace this fragile beauty and shower her with affection. For making you so excited that you forgot to chew your food properly. I shall forgive you this time, she said, tilting her exquisite face and gently wiping the remnants of rice from the corner of Guan's mouth before placing it in her own mouth and chewing it down with a soft smile. Wasting food is not a good habit. This ambiguous act caused Guan's heart to race. Previously, Yu Jie had merely employed seduction. Now, she had begun to play on his emotions, and he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. At that moment, Lu Xingyun cleared his throat twice, declaring his presence. This woman had arrived and immediately engaged in flirtation with Guan. It seemed that this second confrontation would be as challenging as the first, and she could not afford to be careless. Last time, her lack of caution had led to a slight defeat. Yu Jie, I implore you to show some mercy. Guan whispered as he pushed the wheelchair. In the past, Aunt Lu, the little crybaby, had been unable to contend with Yu Jie, retreating to her room to weep for half the day. Subsequently, she had packed her belongings, preparing to leave home and return to her mother's house. Had it not been for the timely appearance of her mother's letter, granting Aunt Lu the emotional reprieve she needed, their family might have been torn apart. Yu Jie bestowed upon him a reassuring glance. As the wheelchair was maneuvered beside the stone table, Yu Jie spoke softly, greeting Aunt Lu. Previously, Lu Xingyun had instructed her to address her as such, but she had been reluctant, not wishing to belittle herself by calling someone of her generation aunt. At that time, she harbored no affection for Guan, merely pretending to be his partner. However, now, despite their relationship not being fully defined, her heart had been given away. She had tacitly accepted her role as Guan's strategist and, in essence, his princess. Guan's elders were her elders, and thus, this time, she called her willingly. Upon hearing the address, Lu Xingyun raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. You, who are only a few years younger than me, dare to call anyone aunt? Are you implying that I appear old, thus making you seem youthful? Yu Jie retorted, what do you mean by sister? Last time I called you sister, you were unhappy. Now that I call you aunt, you're still not pleased? Are you simply trying to provoke me? Shen Wushuang, with keen eyes, watched the exchange, eagerly urging, let it escalate, come on. Two insufferable women, ideally, would end up mutually wounded, allowing her to reap the benefits. However, the usually sharp-tongued Yu Jie chose to temper her words this time. Lowering her head in submission, it was my folly calling you sister. You appear to be in your early 20s, beautiful as a flower, evoking envy in others. Lu Xingyun, being Guan's aunt and someone significant in his life, had raised him, providing him with joy in his youth. As Guan's future wife, she felt it was only right to show some deference to her husband's elder. Shen Wushuang, disappointed, stared at Yu Jie in confusion, as if questioning, what are you doing? Where has your biting sarcasm gone? Unleash it. Flattered by the compliment, Lu Xingyun proudly puffed her chest. You do have an eye for beauty. The little crybaby, prone to drowning in her own sorrow, would weep incessantly, unable to heed advice, but when she wasn't crying, she was easily appeased, almost adorably naive. A few flattering words would leave her dazed. Guan, come here and massage Aunt's shoulders. Lu Xingyun commanded in a serious tone that brooked no refusal. She desired not a mere moment of submission, but aimed to instill her authority into Yu Jie's heart, ensuring her complete submission. Guan, upon hearing her words, without hesitation, abandoned Yu Jie and moved to Lu Xingyun's side. Yu Jie, with her resilient mentality, regarded Lu Xingyun's self-importance as inconsequential, seeing it merely as a form of flattery for Guan's sake. If he did not comply with Lu Xingyun's playful demands, she might end up in tears, which would be difficult to soothe. His mother had advised him to indulge the little crybaby a bit more. Guan obediently stood behind Lu Xingyun, gently kneading her delicate shoulders. "How's this pressure?" "Not bad," Lu Xingyun replied, her demeanor unflinching, appearing as a master who remained unfazed by circumstances. This facade concealed her inner satisfaction. Seeing Guan so obedient and decisively choosing her over his previous hesitations filled her with pride. After developing a bond with Xiao, and the results are evident. Now you realize that no other woman can compare to Aunt's beauty or figure, right? Having Aunt by your side is enough. Why seek out others? Lu Xingyun glanced at Yudi and remarked coolly, "Yudi Zhu, why have you come to seek out my Xiaoan?" Yudi tucked her hair behind her ear, her smile gentle. "To report to Sister Lu, I simply wish to see Guan." The once headstrong girl now spoke with such deference, which pleased Lu Xingyun immensely. "Xiaoan is currently preparing for the alchemy competition and likely has no time to accompany you." Yudi replied softly, "That's all right. I can just watch from the side." Witnessing this interaction, Shen Wushuang was left speechless, shocked that her good friend had become so agreeable. She had waited so long to see them in a fierce battle, not a peaceful coexistence. Would she have to take matters in her own hands to drive away Guan's clingy aunt? Until dusk, Yudi remained uncompetitive, simply watching Gu and refine his elixirs, delighting in the thought. A serious man is undeniably charming. After a while, the alchemical process concluded, yielding 9 third-tier superlative elixirs with a 90% success rate. Seizing the moment while Lu Xingyun went to prepare dinner, Yudi wheeled herself closer to Guan and, with a hint of grievance, said, "Could you accompany me for a stroll? It's rare for me to come up the mountain. If you don't spend some time with me, I'll just wait outside." With that, she huffed away. Having endured Lu Xingyun's demeanor all day without a moment alone with Guan, it would be a lie to say she felt no frustration. If she knew that Lu Xingyun was not only Guan's elder, but also her rival, she would surely be infuriated by her own submission in front of her competitor. After leaving, Yudi did not stray far, instead pausing not far from the courtyard to watch the sunset. There was something she needed to convey to Guan. If he followed her instructions, Shen Wushuang would undoubtedly surrender to him the next day. Reflecting on this, Yudi felt a surge of happiness. She was eager to see what choice Gu Muxue would make. Would she reveal her identity as the Empress? Or would she continue to stay by Guan's side as Shen Wushuang, experiencing emotional tribulations? Back at the alchemy room, Lu Xingyun returned to see Guan, who seemed poised to speak, and chuckled. "If you wish to go, then go. Do you think Anne is so unreasonable? After Yudi comes up the mountain, I won't hinder your time together." She was not a wicked aunt who would disrupt familial harmony, having already made Guan feel torn throughout the day. Yudi had given her due respect, acknowledging her status, leaving Lu Xingyun without reason to continue opposing her. In Guan's heart, she was paramount, while his sister and Yudi occupied secondary positions. Chapter 75, she would stubbornly cherish Guan. "Am I truly going?" Guan probed. Women often speak insincerely. They may agree on the surface, but the moment one believes it, their demeanor can shift dramatically. One could easily find themselves weeping and accusing him. "You went without a moment's hesitation, didn't you? You were eager all along. Your heart truly lies with her, and you only put on an act before me." Thus, he would indeed go, but he still needed to feign hesitation, inquiring about Aunt's feelings to demonstrate his care for her. Lu Xingyun's beautiful eyes widened, reproaching. "If you want to go, then go. Why all the unnecessary chatter? How could you think so little of Aunt?" What she desired was for Guan to hold her in the highest regard, not to be his sole focus. How could she ever maliciously tear them apart? In the past, she had used Lin Jie as leverage, asserting that Lin Jie would surely disapprove of Guan's indecisiveness, wielding her influence to dictate who Guan could like. Now, with his mother's last while stating that having more daughters-in-law would be beneficial for the Gu family. What could she say? Even if Guan brought home 2 more beautiful women with shallow feelings for him, she would have no grounds for complaint. Ultimately, Guan was following his mother's wishes. Her role as an aunt would merely allow her to express her discontent in a light-hearted manner, maintaining her status as the primary figure in the family. In moments of utter helplessness, one might seek refuge beneath the covers, shedding tears for hours, only to intentionally draw Gu In's attention, beckoning him to comfort her. After all, her identity as a little crybaby has been firmly established by her elder sister and Lin Jie, and the somewhat biased Gu In has completely accepted their view, firmly believing her to be a weeper. In such circumstances, any attempt at concealment becomes utterly futile. It is far better to let him know when she feels wronged and requires solace. Otherwise, her tears would be shed in vain, for she is certainly not foolish. Gu In, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, probed further. Next time, when Yu Jie ascends the mountain, may I spend the entire day with her? Naturally. Lu Xingyun responded generously. However, upon realizing the implications, her smile faltered, and she stamped her foot in protest. No, a whole day is far too long. Your time cannot be consumed solely by matters of the heart. Auntie must also guide you in your cultivation. You may only spend half a day with her, no more. Initially intending to suggest a mere half day, she reconsidered. If Yu Jie spent half a day, and she spent half a day, wouldn't that level the playing field? She must have a bit more of Gu In's time to uphold her position as the primary one. Upon hearing this, Gu In was not surprised, his expression reflecting an understanding of the situation. Lu Ani was not just a little crybaby. She was also a touch possessive. While she might graciously accept Yu Jie's presence, she would undoubtedly harbor jealousy if Gu In spent too long with her. In the presence of Yu Jie, she might feign magnanimity, but once turned away, she would surely express her displeasure, subtly revealing her discontent. Gu In had come to know Lu Auntie's temperament over their years together. He understood her well and felt he had her completely figured out. Realizing his earlier remarks might have seemed a bit petty, he quickly adopted a more generous stance. Go ahead, don't keep Miss Yu waiting. As the sun descended, casting a golden hue across the evening sky, Yu Jie, clad in a flowing emerald gown, sat alone in her wheelchair, her silhouette tinged with melancholy as she gazed into the distance, lost in thought. The grand golden sun enveloped her, as if attempting to consume her entirely. Gu In quietly approached from behind, resting his hand lightly on her shoulder, and chuckled softly. If Lu Auntie hadn't allowed me out, would you truly have waited indefinitely? His presence shattered the tranquil ambience, drawing Yu Jie back from the abyss of contemplation. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Who can say? She replied, turning to face him. Her deep-set eyes sparkled with light, and her delicate lips curved into a smile. Time does not reverse. There are no what-ifs in this world. You have appeared, standing beside me. Does the unknown still hold significance? In that moment, the rays of twilight seemed to dance around her, illuminating her figure, casting poetic shadows upon her graceful form. Gu In found himself entranced by this exquisite woman. Yu Jie was truly beautiful. Her features were elegant, her nose delicately shaped, and her lips glistening. Even the curve of her jawline was remarkably lovely, as if she embodied every conceivable beauty. She appeared as a radiant 18-year-old maiden, untouched by the ravages of time, despite being an ordinary mortal. To fall in love with someone may take a lifetime, or perhaps just a heartbeat. Gu In's initial acquaintance with Yu Jie was not particularly pleasant, marked by some degree of discord. Their time together was brief, devoid of any grand adventures. Yet he felt he might have already developed feelings for her. Since Yu Jie entered his life, the burdens he carried had dissipated. As a demonic cultivator, she provided him with the necessary cover, alleviating his fears of exposure. The bloodline required for his cultivation was no longer a concern, and even his formidable uncle posed no threat under her careful orchestration. Why did he find himself drawn to Yu Jie? Perhaps it was the allure of effortless companionship, or perhaps it was merely a simple desire for her beauty. This fragile woman had done much for him, sharing his burdens, while he, aside from their physical closeness, had little else to offer in return. What can I do for you? He could not help but inquire. Yu Jie merely smiled faintly. Just standing here beside me, as you are now, is sufficient. Gu In gazed at her, speaking softly. Even if I were not by your side, you would still perceive my presence, wouldn't you? Upon her arrival that day, he had realized that while his sight could not influence her actions, the distinction between being seen and unseen was profound. Ah, you caught me, Yu Jie exclaimed with a playful glint in her eye, her hair swaying in the breeze. 2 weeks prior, her senses had fully returned, rendering Gu In unnecessary for her. She pondered why this was so. Previously, Her affection for Gu had been one-sided, but now it seemed he reciprocated her feelings. Their destinies began to intertwine, merging deeply. She belonged to Gu, and he to her. Thus his fortune became hers. Under the scrutiny of the heavens, Yujie bore the weight of divine retribution, requiring a person of great fortune to help mitigate this force. Gu held immense significance for her, perhaps because of the latent power of Shui Wuro that resided within him. Their fates intertwined, allowing her to evade the heavens' gaze. Alternatively, it could be that Gu, as an anomaly not belonging to this world, disrupted the heavenly order, rendering Yujie beyond their control. Regardless of which possibility was true, it was no longer of consequence to her. As she had articulated, there were no what-ifs in this world. She had already fallen for Gu. Even if his significance to her diminished in the future, her affection would remain steadfast, just as Gu would continue to desire her presence. Despite her lack of prophetic power, in the future, no matter how Gu changed, she would stubbornly love him. This was a certainty she had embraced, unchangeable by anyone. "Will you leave?" Gu asked softly, sensing his diminishing worth in Yujie's eyes, a wave of emptiness flooding his heart as he feared she might depart. Chapter 76. Carry me down. I wish to sit with you. Yujie, with a thoughtful expression, declared earnestly, "I haven't yet succeeded in seducing you. Why would I leave?" Pointing at Guan's heart, she smiled playfully. "Guan, dear brother, I await the day you declare your love for me." Guan stared at her in stunned silence before bursting into relieved laughter, both understanding one another's feelings. "I won't back down," he retorted. "How coincidental. Await your confession of love." Determined not to let the cunning Yujie have the upper hand in this matter, he resolved to remain obstinate. At this moment, Guan's thoughts were clear. The two, having exchanged their sentiments, had transitioned from feigned lovers to genuine partners, waiting to see who would be the first to express their affections aloud. Yujie skillfully held Guan's hand, their fingers entwined, casting him a challenging look. The reason she had not concealed her restored senses was that holding Guan's hand required no further pretext. From now on, she would hold his hand openly, without hesitation. "Yujie, wait for me. I can't simply wish to hold your hand while watching the sunset, can I?" Guan chuckled. "But is there something you wish to convey?" "I'm all ears." Yujie shot him a sidelong glance, playfully huffing. "Is that so wrong?" "Absolutely not," Guan replied, squatting down to sit on the ground, gazing at the beautiful evening glow. "After refining pills for half a month, I have longed for this moment of relaxation. Carry me down? I wish to sit with you." He suddenly exclaimed. Guan paused momentarily, then responded affirmatively. "As you command, Yandere." The two of them settled side by side on a small earthen slope, nestled among the lush grass. Yujie leaned against his shoulder, her laughter light and airy. "I often wondered why the sunsets of old pale in comparison to today's beauty. It turns out that watching the sunset together is what makes it truly exquisite." A gentle breeze caressed them, carrying the fragrance of her hair, while her tresses brushed against Guan's face, stirring his heart. "Sister, are you attempting to seduce me again?" Yujie closed her eyes, her breath soft and gentle. "Indeed, if you cannot restrain yourself, then do not force it. Just confess your feelings." Upon saying this, she opened her eyes, half-lidded, and seductively added, "If you admit your affection, I shall reward you with something far more delightful than a kiss." Catching a glimpse of her alluring figure, Guan swallowed hard, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. "That cannot be. I, as a gentleman, cherish flowers and jade. Such matters should await until you can rise to your feet." "You lecherous rogue, were your thoughts wandering?" Yujie blushed, playfully striking Guan's thigh. "You are indeed harboring ulterior motives." Guan retorted, "Is it I who possesses impure thoughts? No. It is certainly your cunning nature that is enticing me to think otherwise, seeking to take advantage of the situation." Yujie nestled her cheek against his shoulder, a contented expression gracing her face as she shifted to more serious matters. "The news of your ranking first on the outer court genius list has reached your uncle's ears. Yet he seems disinclined to approach you, perhaps out of respect for your master. He indeed possesses a cautious disposition. However, fret not, dear brother. I shall continue to devise strategies for you. Focus on your cultivation at the academy, and I shall handle the rest." Gu's voice softened, infused with tenderness. "You have taken on much for me. We are family. There are no formalities between us," Yujie stated. "Your enemies are mine as well. Though she never explicitly stated her affection, her every word and action conveyed a deep-seated fondness, as she had already envisioned herself as a member of the Gu family. Guin fell silent, a wave of guilt washing over him. As a man, it was not right for him to allow a frail and ailing woman to strategize on his behalf. It was his duty to care for and protect her. He resolved to grow stronger, to surpass all others, so that he could safeguard those dear to him. Yet he understood that strength could not be acquired overnight. He needed time to mature. At this moment, what could he possibly do for Sister Yu? After a moment of contemplation, Gu hesitantly proposed, "Sister Yu, shall we share another kiss?" Yu Jie sat up in astonishment, believing she had misheard. Had this fellow succumbed to her enchanting allure? In her surprise, joy bubbled within her. People often exhibit double standards. If it had been someone she did not care for, such words would have appeared vulgar and repugnant, but if spoken by her beloved, it was a testament to her charm. Gu, feeling uncomfortable, averted his gaze, attempting to clarify, "Did you not say that kissing could restore sensation to your legs?" "I merely wish to assist you." Yu Jie burst into laughter, covering her mouth. "You are adorably foolish." Gu's lips twitched. "So, you were deceiving me last time?" "Not quite," she said, her voice trailing off as she wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her delicate form into his embrace and offering her luscious lips willingly. At that moment, a certain unfortunate soul happened upon this scene, her face paling in disbelief. Shun Wushuang had just discovered that Yu Jie had left, intending to discuss matters with her, but fate had led her to witness the two sharing a kiss. Did she not feel like a victim in this scenario? After all, she was Gu's first woman, yet the beloved and her maid were lost in their own world, oblivious to her presence as the mistress. As their lips parted, Yu Jie rested against Gu's chest, a playful smile gracing her lips. Sister feels that her legs have improved. It seems the treatment is indeed effective. The notion that kissing could heal her legs was but a jest. What truly benefited her was Gu's affection. When Guin had kissed her last time, genuine feelings had arisen within him, igniting a possessiveness that granted her legs a newfound sensitivity after years of paralysis. The most primal form of intimacy between lovers undoubtedly expedited the warming of their bond. In a certain sense, kissing was indeed beneficial. "Shall we kiss again?" Guin inquired, still yearning for more. "Perhaps next time. Sister has matters to attend to down the mountain," Yu Jie thought, but she feared that an unseen party might become enraged and refuse to reason later. If their encounters shifted from once every half-month to once a month, it would be quite unfortunate. She was acutely aware of the energy dynamics. When Shun Wushuang had approached earlier, she had not concealed her presence, indicating that she was aware of when the other arrived. However, having already kissed, she could only let Shun Wushuang observe for now. Before departing, Yu Jie added, "I have one last matter to discuss with you." She disentangled herself from Gu's embrace, arranging her disheveled hair. Shun Wushuang's arrival was timely. She intended not only to inform Gu of her next scheme, but also to involve Shun Wushuang in her plans. She aimed to entice Shun Wushuang into willingly delivering herself to Guin, thus exposing her femininity and clearing any suspicion of betrayal. Her strategy was overt, waiting for Shun Wushuang to step into her trap. Chapter 77, Love Flower, a Bond for Life. "Whatever you need, Sister Yu, just command me." Guin's handsome visage reflected a resolute determination, willing to brave any challenge for her sake. Shun Wushuang, green with jealousy, lurked in the shadows, her gaze fixated on the affectionate pair. Her pale ears perked up, eager not to miss a single word. Yu Jie's gaze inadvertently flicked toward Shun Wushuang's direction, and with a coy smile, she said, "No need to be so anxious. It's nothing of great importance." After a brief pause, she continued, "Beneath the deer-stalking peak lies a quaint little lake, at the center of which rests a small island adorned with exquisite white flowers. It is said that if one plucks this flower and presents it to their beloved, it opens the door to love, allowing even the most reserved lovers to bond for life. Hence, it is called the love flower." Yu Jie softly stated, "Sister desires you to pluck one and gift it to me." Guin blinked in confusion, pondering Yandere's intentions. Was she implying her feelings for him, wishing to become his partner? No, it must be the sly Yandere, employing her clever tactics to entice him into confessing his affections. Noticing Gu's bewilderment, Yu Jie bit her lip, her expression filled with longing. "What is it?" Are you unwilling? I have taken the time to visit you, yet you have neglected me all day. Is it too much to ask for you to pick a flower as a means of recompense? No problem. Leave this to me. Gu vowed emphatically, thumping his chest in assurance. He then chuckled awkwardly, attempting to defend Lu Xingyun. Aunt Lu did not intend to target you. When you first visited the Wangfu, you neglected to pay your respects, which upset her. She thought you were disregarding her as an elder, hence her attempt to assert authority. Yu Jie shook her head. The previous incident was indeed my fault. She has every right to harbor resentment. I should show her the respect she deserves. With that, she flashed a sweet smile at Gu. Rest assured, dear brother, your elders are my elders as well. I shall not hold any grudges against her, and will strive to please her in the future. Upon hearing this, Gu awkwardly rubbed his nose, his gaze evasive. He initially believed that Sister Yu would eventually become his wife and would inevitably learn of his true relationship with Aunt Lu. Thus, revealing his affair to her beforehand should not pose a significant issue. In the present circumstances, he believed it best to keep it concealed for the time being. With the support of an elder, Yu Jie could still afford a modicum of respect towards Aunt Lu, allowing her to bask in her vanity for a while longer. Should the veil be lifted from Aunt Lu, revealing the truth to Sister Yu, today's forbearance might lead to a retaliatory onslaught from her acerbic tongue. The inept Aunt Lu would stand no chance against Sister Yu. She would be left in tears, utterly humiliated. Yet, given her lack of skill and penchant for play, she might not shy away from confrontation, ultimately finding herself in a pitiful state and seeking his assistance. The mere thought of such a future scenario caused Gu considerable distress. Thus far, the encounters had been mere trifles, but when the day of reckoning arrived, it would be a veritable battleground. Alas, he hoped for a prolonged period of tranquility. A sigh escaped Gu's lips. If only his master would support his union with Aunt Lu. With this aloof ice queen to maintain order, neither of them would create stir. The emotional flower was not easily plucked. It was safeguarded by a fierce beast at the pinnacle of the fourth realm. Yu Jie deftly redirected the conversation back to the emotional flower. Gu replied with a calm smile, declaring that even if it were a sixth realm demon, he would retrieve it for her. In uttering this declaration, he felt a surge of charm and romance. Yu Jie's fingertips brushed against Gu's chest. Sensing the rapid beating of his heart as she spoke softly, girls do not cherish what comes too easily. Sister hopes you will venture forth as a valiant hero, battling through obstacles rather than relying on others to pave the way. Gu acknowledged that he had not been handsome for more than 3 seconds. A fourth realm pinnacle beast could undoubtedly dispatch him in an instant. His earlier confidence stemmed from being the heir of the Northern King and his ability to rally support. Leaning closer, Yu Jie whispered in his ear, Sister wishes for you to go alone and handpick the flower of eternal love, bringing it back to me. This would hold profound significance for me, something I would cherish for a lifetime. Absolutely, Gu replied, steeling himself to maintain his dignity. While he might not outrun a lightning-fast beast, he could certainly flee. Suddenly, Yu Jie covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her voice as gentle as a cloud. Rest assured, its guardian beast is gentle and never harms humans. If discovered, it will merely expel you from the island. She gazed affectionately at Gu. Sister could never bear to place your life in jeopardy. In her eyes, there was a depth of affection that enveloped her youthful companion. Gu dared not meet her gaze. Her relentless advances came in waves, each more intense than the last, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Let us agree on this. You shall venture alone to pluck the flower that binds us for eternity and deliver it to Sister. Before departing, Yu Jie pressed a kiss to Gu's cheek. Tomorrow is the 15th. It blooms most splendidly on the night of the full moon. If you arrive before midnight tomorrow, I shall concede this game and pledge myself to you. After a moment of silence, Gu could not restrain his curiosity. Why the delay? Yu Jie fixed her gaze upon his eyes. Will you break your promise? I shall certainly arrive, Gu declared emphatically. Yu Jie took his hand, placing it over her heart. If you fail to keep your word, Sister will be heartbroken. This heart will ache terribly. Gu felt no pulse. As Yu Jie turned her wheelchair and waved goodbye, no need to see me off. I will have someone from the Demon Extermination Association deliver the location of the emotional flower to you. In truth, the map lay hidden within her embrace. Her words served merely to convey that her desire for the flower was a spur-of-the-moment decision rather than a premeditated one. Afterwards, Shen Wushuang felt cleverly manipulated, yet found no legitimate grounds to hold her accountable. Yu Ji made a brief visit to the Demon Extermination Association, and as she prepared to descend the mountain, Shen Wushuang abruptly appeared, blocking her path. Upon noticing, Yu Ji dismissed her subordinates and greeted her with a bright smile. "Your Majesty, do you require my assistance?" She appeared remarkably composed, unperturbed by the possibility of the queen's reproach. Previously, she had asserted that she would never kiss in the presence of the other, but she had not claimed she would refrain from kissing altogether. If the queen chose to eavesdrop, what fault lay with her? Shen Wushuang's expression was dark, her curiosity piqued. She deeply desired to question whether the act of extending one's tongue was pleasurable. Yet, she held her tongue. She had deliberately waited until this moment to emerge, wishing to prevent Yu Jie from realizing that she had been publicly humiliated. Suppressing her fury, Shen Wushuang coldly stated, "Aunt Lu of Guan, do you have a way to remove her? She clings to him daily and is quite bothersome." Previously, she had believed that without the excuse of alchemy, Lu Xingyun would cease her attachment to Guan. However, the events of today altered her perspective. Even with Gu and S lover present, Lu Xingyun showed no willingness to yield, revealing an overt possessiveness. Without the justification of alchemy, she suspected the same relentless pursuit would persist. In such a situation, what use was her power? She could not prohibit their meetings. After all, they were aunt and nephew, and she had no legitimate reason to obstruct them. "I can assist you, but I implore your Majesty to retract the order of only allowing meetings every half-month." Yu Jie had not anticipated such a delightful turn of events and seized the opportunity to make her request. Shen Wushuang's brows furrowed. She had dismissed Lu Xingyun to gain more time with Guan, to delve deeper into understanding him. If one left only to have another arrive, her efforts would be in vain. Yu Jie observed her silently, choosing not to speak. After a long pause, Shen Wushuang nodded. "Very well." Compared to Lu Xingyun, Yu Jie was not nearly as clingy. Moreover, should Yu Jie continue her frequent visits, Shen Wushuang could easily dismiss her without justification. Without Guan's aunt, the situation would be far more manageable. Furthermore, Yu Jie was an astute individual, likely aware of her standing. "I also wish for your Majesty to escort me to the National Master. I have matters to discuss with him." Yu Jie sighed almost imperceptibly, mirroring the Queen's concerns. Finding a valid reason to prevent Lu Xingyun from incessantly pursuing Gu and was challenging. Currently, her only recourse was to express dissatisfaction with Lu Xingyun as a lover, requesting the National Master to separate them. This would also serve to ease her strained relationship with Guan's aunt. However, this course of action would surely offend her once more. Yet for the sake of being able to see Gu and at any moment, she chose this path. Additionally, there was another motive, once again outmaneuvering the Queen. Though she felt a twinge of guilt, this act of assistance would serve as atonement, allowing her some solace. Fortunately, Guan's foolish aunt was easily appeased. With a little effort, she believed their relationship could be mended. Since developing feelings for Gu, and she had invested considerable thought into understanding Lu Xingyun, hoping to mend the rift caused during their last encounter at the palace. From the information she gleaned, she discovered that Lu Xingyun was endearingly naive. The affluent women Lu Xingyun met often invited her to auctions. Under their persuasion, she frequently spent exorbitant sums to acquire items. Little did she realize that the auctioned items were provided by those same affluent women, and her competitors were merely hired bidders. The image of Lu Xingyun as a naive and wealthy target had long circulated among the noble women of the capital, yet she remained blissfully unaware, believing herself to be quite the socialite, receiving numerous invitations. "I must find a moment to inform Gu and of this situation so that he can caution his aunt against being foolishly deceived and handing over her money." At this point, Yu Jie, not yet married into the Gu family, began to lament the impending financial losses. However, she suspected that Guan would not be surprised by Lu Xingyun's antics. Indeed, Aunt Lu has never been particularly astute. In her past endeavors, she often fell prey to deceit, losing all her wealth and subsequently misidentifying her enemies, which led to perilous situations where she was pursued. However now, with the identity of the National Master's sister, she need not fear for her life. Meanwhile, Guan gazed in the direction from which Yu Jie had departed, lost in thought. Although Yu Jie had never explicitly declared her affection for him, her actions spoke volumes, reminiscent of a devoted wife. revealing her love in every gesture and smile, igniting a longing within him. The web of emotions she had woven ensnared him tightly. Give him more time. He would likely confess his feelings, eager to solidify their relationship and conclude this playful game. Unexpectedly, the proud Yu Jie had conceded early, stating that if he were to pluck the love flower by tomorrow, she would yield, confessing her feelings and pledging herself to him. The suddenness and simplicity of this victory left Gu in feeling somewhat incredulous, as he could not reconcile this with his perception of Yu Jie as someone who would easily capitulate. Was it truly that difficult to obtain the love flower alone? Or would Yu Jie resort to trickery, denying her commitment? Given past experiences, he felt the likelihood of such deceit was quite high. The Shi Yin flower symbolized Yu Jie's frail health, hinting at her potential demise. She cherished the Shi Yin flower, believing it mirrored her own tragic fate. Both the love flower and the Shi Yin flower were white in hue. Perhaps she would smugly declare, "Guan, do you truly think I would so willingly pledge myself to you? Until you confess your feelings first, I shall never reciprocate." Yu Jie merely desired the love flower for its aesthetic resemblance to the Shi Yin flower, not for its deeper significance. Guan exhaled a sigh of resignation. Why ponder so deeply? The answer would unveil itself tomorrow evening. He possessed absolute confidence that he could procure the love flower before midnight and present it to Yu Jie. After all, he had never been one to adhere to rigid principles, and his boundaries were always subject to change. He would attempt to acquire the love flower alone. Should it prove too challenging, he would not hesitate to seek assistance. What Yu Jie sought was a genuine intention. Whether he plucked the flower by himself was inconsequential. As long as the sentiment was sincere, the flower would be a token from him, and how he acquired it was ultimately his prerogative. With this thought, Guan felt the weight lift from his shoulders as he turned to return to his courtyard. Suddenly, he was confronted by the icy visage of Xue Wunyao, her face etched with resentment. Startled, he shivered. "Master, you look like a ghost. You nearly scared me to death." Xue Wunyao replied, her expression impassive. "There are no ghosts in this world." Guan had learned this truth years prior. The great demon once revealed that ghost cultivators existed long ago. Back then, even mortals who died with unyielding obsessions might escape reincarnation and become ghosts. However, one day, a female ghost comprehended the essence of reincarnation and governed the path of rebirth. She transformed from ghost to human, wielding unparalleled power to forge a reincarnation path beyond the heavens, guiding souls to their rest, thus eradicating ghost cultivators from the world. In contemporary times, what people perceive as ghosts like Xue Wunyao are merely fragments of the souls of practitioners of the eighth realm or higher, essentially still alive, not truly deceased. What did Yu Jie mean when she said she would find a way to summon your uncle? Xue Wunyao's silvery hair danced as she towered over Guan, enveloping him in her shadow. Her striking black and white eyes resembled a snowy mountain against the night sky, exuding a chilling aura. Upon hearing her words, Guan felt a wave of trepidation. The last lie he had told had evidently been uncovered by his ghostly master. "You little rascal, you dared to deceive me." Xue Wunyao grasped his neck with her slender fingers, shaking him vigorously. "You, my rebellious disciple, had the audacity to steal my first kiss. Return it at once." Guan, dizzy from the shaking, protested. "It was just a jest, a retort to your earlier teasing. I had no idea you would suddenly kiss me. I don't care. You must return my first kiss." Xue Wunyao continued her assault. Guan's face flushed crimson as he rolled his eyes. "Master, please be gentle. If you keep this up, your beloved pillow will be gone. Perhaps I should just strangle you. Keeping you around is a mistake." Despite her words, Xue Wunyao's heart softened, and she released her grip, allowing him to breathe. Guan coughed a few times, wanting to retort that the notion of being a rebellious disciple was entirely her doing, but seeing Xue Wunyao in a wrathful state, cold as ice, he refrained from banter and humbly apologized. "I'm sorry, master. I was wrong to lie and deceive you." "What good is an apology? You have betrayed my feelings and sullied my lips. I shall never forgive you." Xue Wunyao huffed, transforming into a wisp of spiritual light that entered Guan's body. Dazed, Guan had anticipated some displeasure from his ghostly master, but he was unprepared for the depth of her anger. This was not in line with her character. Regardless of how he pleaded or attempted to appease her, Xue Wunyao ignored him, as though she had fallen into a deep slumber. Guan felt utterly lost, increasingly convinced of his wrongdoing, engulfed in profound guilt. How could he have deceived his master regarding her first kiss? That was utterly unacceptable. This scene, viewed through Shui Wunyao's eyes, caused her lips to curl slightly in amusement. A disciple raised from childhood. How delightful it was to tease him. When she learned of his deception, she felt more annoyance than anger. It was rather disconcerting that the little disciple she had often toyed with had managed to outsmart her this time. Thus, she decided to leverage this opportunity to teach him a lesson, ensuring he understood that deceiving his master bore serious consequences. Now you know to be cautious? She thought, satisfied. Shui Wunyao stretched languidly, her voluptuous figure swaying, and decided to let him stew for a while, allowing him to believe she was genuinely upset. This would prompt Gu and to go to great lengths to please her. In the future, she could frequently reference this incident, using it to keep him in check. With a scheming girlfriend and a seductive ghost master, poor Guin found himself at the mercy of women, reduced to a mere plaything. Had Guin known the truth, he would likely have grinned with glee, as he was the one benefiting from the situation and suffering no loss. As night fell, the trio convened around the stone table in the courtyard. Tonight's dinner was particularly lavish. Lu Xingyun, determined to suppress Yu Die's haughty demeanor, raised her wine cup triumphantly. Guin, let us toast to this day, when this aunt becomes the foremost person in the household. She reveled in her newfound status, envisioning that Gu An's fiancé, whom she had yet to meet, would one day treat her with the same deference as Yu Die. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from above. The foremost person in the household? Whose household are we speaking of? The Gu family S or the Lu family S? Guin looked up in shock to behold a celestial figure in white descending from the heavens. It was his master. Yihan Yin, clad in white, floated gracefully down, her skirt billowing like waves. She possessed ethereal beauty and an otherworldly presence, akin to melting snow upon a mountain or a gentle moonlight from the heavens. The first time she unveiled her veil, even Gu Muxue, hailed as the most beautiful woman in Dongwang, could not help but be struck by her beauty, perceiving her as a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. I fear that soon, there will be two contenders for the title of the most beautiful woman in Dongwang. As a woman, it is only natural to harbor a sense of rivalry, and Gu Muxue is no exception. She quietly assessed the situation and deemed herself to be the superior one. Their appearances each had their own merits, making it difficult to declare a victor. However, the chest of the national master was not as ample as her own. Master, what brings you here? Guin and Lu Xingyun instinctively stood up. The hierarchy within the family was glaringly evident. What's the matter, not welcome? Yihan Yin cast a cold glance at him. Not at all, Guin replied, lowering his head and murmuring, I simply feel that master has been avoiding me lately. Truth be told, he felt quite aggrieved. He had treated the master with good intentions, yet she blamed him for every mishap, which seemed quite unreasonable. Aside from the previous incident where the master fainted, when he inadvertently took advantage of the situation, in all other matters, he had acted with integrity and sincerity, genuinely considering the master's well-being, and he was undoubtedly a dutiful disciple. You possess quite a sense of self-awareness. Yihanyan remarqued sarjastijat. After discovering this rebellious disciple's treachery, having defiled her flawless celestial form during her fainting spell, she had never again favored him with a kind expression. Thankfully, she had promptly recognized the transformation of his supposedly filial heart. Had she remained oblivious and continued to show him warmth and affection as she did upon first learning of his talents, it would have only intensified his covetous desires for her beauty, leading him further down the wrong path. Thus, she resolved to maintain her aloof demeanor, adopting the guise of a stern teacher to deter him from harboring any improper thoughts and to correct his missteps in a timely manner. Yihan Yin then turned her attention to Lu Xingyun, offering a chilling smile. My dear sister, in your household, you hold the highest position. Where do I rank? Lu Xingyun responded with a subservient smile. Naturally, you hold the top position, dear sister. What I meant previously was that I am second only to you. Though she feigned humility, her thoughts ran deeper. Humph, for now, I may concede the title of first in the family to you, but in my heart, I reign supreme. Even you, master, cannot compare. She had promised that once she surpassed a master in cultivation, she would not allow her to bully her, and she would take charge, ensuring that she remained the one in control. The day she offered her first night, Lu Xingyun had eagerly accepted the grand promise made by Gu and, believing it wholeheartedly. Unconsciously, She overlooked the fact that her esteemed sister's imposing presence caused her man to tremble in fear nearby. As Yihan shifted to discuss matters of importance, she remarked blandly, "As a mentor, residing in the student quarters is utterly inappropriate. Pack your belongings and leave with me at once." Lu Xingyin refused. "There were originally only 2 residents here, and now that I occupy the spare room, what difference does it make? My presence not only allows me to care for Xiao, but also to guide him in his cultivation. If you don't believe me, ask Xiaoan. His alchemy skills have improved tremendously." Guan chimed in, "Thanks to Aunt Lu's guidance." Yihan frowned, her voice low and serious. "Xiaoan has grown up. He is no longer a child. Why do you insist on treating him as such? What are you thinking?" "Exactly." Shen Wushuang nodded silently, in complete agreement. "What business does an aunt have constantly hovering over a nephew? If I weren't aware of your relationship, I might misunderstand. What does it matter?" Lu Xingyin looked at Guan Xiaoan. "You have no objections, right? You enjoy my oversight, don't you?" Before Guan could respond, Yihan interjected coldly. "Even if he has no objections, his woman certainly does. The Rain Master stated that you monopolize her man, leaving no time for them to spend together, which I find utterly excessive." Chapter 80. Lu Xingyin. "I have been betrayed. She claims I monopolize Xiao and prevent them from being together." Lu Xingyun's delicate lips moved, as if in a daze, repeating Yihan's words. Yihan nodded calmly, her voice slightly frigid. "There are distinctions between men and women, even for Xiao, and you must be mindful and not cling to him like a needy person, lest you invite gossip." As she spoke, she shot a fierce glare at her rebellious disciple, clearly still unsettled by the earlier impropriety. Had Guan not been her disciple, any other man would have faced dire consequences for such behavior. Lu Xingyin, lost in her thoughts, snapped back to reality, an indescribable sense of grievance enveloping her heart, causing her to feel a cold shiver throughout her body. Gritting her silver teeth, she spat. "Very well, so this is how it is? You dare to betray me. Just wait. If I allow you to step through the gates of the Gu family so easily, I shall take your surname." You was far too skilled at pretending. Even someone as clever as her had been deceived. It was likely that Xiao had also fallen for the tricks of this duplicitous woman, which explained his affection for her. Yihan snorted in irritation. "You think you have a right to keep them apart, and you still have a case to argue?" Overwhelmed with anger, Lu Xingyin disregarded her sister's authority and retorted, "I am merely testing her. Given her obedient demeanor, I've already accepted her. Yet she shamelessly went to report me to you. This two-faced woman is undoubtedly wicked. Sister, you must not fall for her deceit. She is the master of manipulation. How could Yi treat her this way? She had graciously offered to share a third of Gu's time with Yi. If Yi found that insufficient, she could have negotiated. The remaining 2/3 were not entirely for her greedy consumption. Xiaoan had a fiancé, and she was merely preserving his time for someone else. This lesson had been etched into her heart, and she vowed never to trust Yi again. She had always despised those who reported on others. Meanwhile, Yi, located in the GMOC, sneezed. Rubbing her delicate nose, she smiled wryly. "I suspect that Lu Jie is already cursing and holding a grudge against me. When a monarch demands the death of a subject, the subject has no choice but to comply. As a servant, I am merely carrying out orders for others. If you wish to assign blame, direct it towards the Empress." The cunning Yi deftly deflected blame, willfully ignoring the benefit she had gained in the process, allowing herself a sense of peace. Lu Xingyin clenched her sleeves tightly, secretly vowing, "Once I get past my sister's scrutiny, I will settle the score with you. The next time, I will ensure that you never see Xiaoan again." Lost in thought, Yihan's ethereal form suddenly appeared beside her, her expression devoid of emotion. "I will say this once more. Pack your belongings and come with me." "I will not go. I want to stay here." Lu Xingyin pouted. Yihan's brow furrowed, causing Lu Xingyin to shiver with unease. Her heartbeat faltered momentarily. Immediately, she switched to a more endearing tone. "Sister, I have already said it was a test. She is merely being petty and pretending to be the good girl." At this, she puffed out her chest, speaking with righteous indignation. "Now that I know she is a wicked woman, I must be even stricter in my testing of her. I need to stay by Xiao and side to keep watch." Yihan raised her hand and swiftly tugged at her sister's ear, twisting it firmly. "Those two are deeply in love and need your interference? You're leaving with me this instant." Lu Xingyun cried out in pain, nearly in tears. Sister, I have students in my class. Please show me some consideration. Shen Wushuang secretly reveled in the spectacle, enjoying the sight of the elder sister scolding the younger. Yi Hanyan, considering your assistance in driving away the clingy one, I shall let go of the grudge from last time when you publicly humiliated me. I am full now. I will take my leave. Shen Wushuang departed, providing the national master the opportunity to discipline her sister thoroughly. Lu Xingyun grasped Yi Hanyan's pale wrist with both hands, using all her strength in a tug of war while firmly planting her feet on the ground, refusing to budge, her temper flaring. I will stay wherever I please. Who are you to dictate my actions? Upon hearing these words, Yi Hanyan let out a laugh tinged with exasperation. Are you planning to descend to the underground again to report me to our parents? Lu Xingyun's courage faltered within moments, and he quickly backtracked. Sister, that's not what I meant. She was seized by her sister, her ear pinched, bending over and tilting her body to ease the discomfort, her gaze inadvertently falling towards Gu Muxue's direction, where she looked at him with a pitiful plea in her eyes. Trembling with apprehension, Gu Muxue mustered his resolve to speak. Master, in half a month, it will be the alchemy grand competition. I require Aunt Lu's guidance in refining my alchemical skills. As for Sister Yu, I trust that, for your sake, Master, Aunt Lu will not make things difficult for her in the future. He glanced at Lu Xingyun, whose brows were drawn tightly. Right, Aunt Lu? In response, Lu Xingyun reluctantly squeezed out a reply. Next time, I will grant them a bit of time to interact, that's all. In the past, Yi Hanyan might have agreed, but upon realizing that her disciple's filial intentions had soured, she was determined to counteract them. If the disciple wished to keep his sister with him, she would resolutely prevent it. Yet, being a reasonable person, she contemplated and presented a rationale. Regarding the art of alchemy, Xingyun can come over at any time to teach you. However, cohabitation is entirely unnecessary. Your Aunt Lu already has a man in her life, and living together would ultimately create negative repercussions. Yi Hanyan posed a question to Gu Muxue. Imagine if you Jie were to live with an adult nephew. Would you feel comfortable? Gu Muxue was at a loss for words. The last time he had masqueraded as Su Chongqing, he had narrowly escaped a crisis. Yet the arrows he had shot had struck true at this very moment. With Yi Hanyan's attention diverted, Lu Xingyun seized the opportunity to free herself from her sister's grasp, asserting, rest assured, sister, Su Chongqing would never concern himself with this matter. Yi Hanyan shot her a sidelong glance. You are not him. How do you know he doesn't take care? I just know. A sense of anguish welled within Lu Xingyun, knowing the truth yet unable to voice it. Su Chongqing was merely Shaoan. How could he possibly disapprove of such a situation? Shaoan had always coveted her, and if she were to live with him, he would undoubtedly welcome it with open arms. Frantically, Lu Xingyun regretted not having allowed Su Chongqing's identity to perish sooner, for then her sister would not have used him as leverage. Speaking of Su Chongqing, Yi Hanyan couldn't help but scrutinize her disciple. She suddenly realized how strikingly similar the two were. Both possessed enchanting peach blossom eyes and similar physiques. If they were to don masks, they would resemble one another even more. Fortunately, she did not entertain the notion that they were the same person, for their dispositions were entirely different. Her disciple exuded a warm and masculine aura, while Su Chongqing, a killer, radiated a chilling intensity with an undertone of ruthlessness. They were two entirely distinct individuals, unaware of his master's thoughts. Gu Muxue felt a twinge of guilt as he caught her scrutinizing him, instinctively lowering his head. Disciple has recently been perfecting the alchemical formula, and it is nearing completion. I humbly request Master to allow Aunt Lu to stay here for one last night to guide me in my alchemical endeavors. Chapter 81. This truly is the last time. Yi Hanyan's gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on her disciple. After a prolonged silence, she finally uttered a single word. Fine. Having spoken, she turned to leave. Diligent study of alchemy is commendable, but do not neglect the art of lightning. Should you lose in the upcoming competition and tarnish your master's reputation, do not blame me for being unkind. I shall not disappoint Master's expectations. Gu Muxue replied with utmost respect. As she reached the door, Yi Hanyan paused. Xingyun, if you wish to care for Gu Muxue, that is acceptable. However, once you elevate your cultivation to the pinnacle of the sixth realm and can look after yourself, I shall no longer intervene. The pinnacle of the sixth realm? That is exceedingly difficult. Lu Xingyan pouted, bargaining. What about the mid-stage of the sixth realm? I can strive for that. A few days of effort should suffice. Her talent for cultivation was quite commendable, but during the 3 years her sister had been in seclusion, she had not practiced diligently. Yihanyan, ripliet kuli. This is a notification, not a negotiation. If you continue your prattle, both your talisman crafting and alchemy must reach an exceptional level of 6th stage. Lu Xingyun felt a wave of trepidation wash over her and fell silent. If we're not living together, then so be it. I have plenty of free time during the day to visit Shaoan. After Yi Hanyan departed, Lu Xingyun shot a cold huff towards Guan and stormed back to her room. Inside, she sat in a chair, awaiting Guan's arrival. She had been so upset earlier that Shaoan would surely come to console her. As anticipated, a knock soon echoed at the door. Aunt Lu. Lu Xingyun pretended not to hear, her heart heavy with sadness and anger. She had already been betrayed by Shaoan's woman, and now, her useless Shao and had only managed to keep her for a single night in front of her sister. After hesitating, Guan pushed the door open. At the table sat a woman in a moon-white gown, as beautiful as a painting, her brows shaped like crescent moons, her eyes sparkling with autumnal waves, and her lips, carved from jade, resembled dewdrop-laden cherries. Her figure was graceful, her curves enticing. Her full hips rested on the chair, and her delicate legs emerged from beneath her skirt. A perfect blend of sensuality and elegance. Aunt Lu belonged to the type of mature woman who possessed both the charm of a woman and the innocence of a girl. Lu Xingyun cast a resentful glance at Guan, struggling to catch her breath as her anger intensified, leading her to tears. Look at what this Yu Jie has done. I only tested her for a day, and who would have thought she would spill everything to my sister? What does she mean by this? Does she think that by currying favor with my sister, I would no longer be able to manage her? Guan nodded in agreement. This time, Sister Yu truly overstepped. I shall certainly reprimand her when we meet again. Yet, he was perplexed, unable to comprehend why Yu Jie had acted in such a manner. Given that he was unaware of Aunt Lu's relationship with him and only perceived her as an elder, Yu Jie's action seemed utterly counterproductive. Upon hearing Guan stand by her side, Lu Xingyun instantly perked up, forgetting her tears. Next time we meet, Shaoan, you must support me. Whatever I say is right, and do not pay any heed to her pathetic act. This wicked woman is the best at feigning innocence. You witnessed today's incident. Even someone as clever as me was deceived by her. When you are with her in the future, you must remain vigilant. Lu Xingyun's assertion that she was clever was something Gu and couldn't quite accept. Next time she comes, if Aunt Lu is not by your side, let Shen Wushuang inform Aunt Lu. Before Aunt Lu arrives, do not meet her on your own. Lu Xingyun, her spirits lifted, began to plot her revenge against Yu Jie, unaware that Gu and had already stealthily approached her from behind. Aunt Lu, rest assured, I will definitely stand by your side. Guan placed his hands on her shoulders. However, tonight, let's not discuss such unpleasant matters. The oblivious Lu Xingyun asked, does Shaoan wish to refine alchemy? Not alchemy. Guan leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Lu Xingyun's cheek. A flush crept across Lu Xingyun's fair and delicate face. Shaoan, what are you doing? Did we not agree on this last time? We cannot continue like this. Guan did not press further, but instead enticed her. Aunt Lu, this is your final night here. I promise that after this, I will not harbor any improper thoughts. Lu Xingyun bit her lip. You said the same last time. This is already the second last time. She sighed gently, Shaoan. Do you think Aunt Lu is foolish and easily deceived? Guan replied. Lu Xingyun's tone was resolute. This matter cannot occur more than thrice. Absolutely not. Should you dare to act disrespectfully again, do not blame me for being unkind. As her words lingered in the air, she felt a pang of regret for being overly harsh, fearing that she might hurt Guan's feelings. In an instant, her heart softened, and she moderated her tone, saying, we cannot continue to make the same mistakes. That would be wrong. Guan sighed. Sister Yu is truly kind. Even with her physical limitations, she allows me to be close to her. She is cursed by the heavens, and I alone am permitted to touch her. In her eyes, I am her entire world. Upon reflection, if I were to assist Aunt Lu in dealing with her, it would be too pitiful for her to be all alone. Lu Xingyun felt a tightening in her chest, warning her, she is merely feigning pity. Do not be deceived. Guan withdrew her hands from Lu Xingyun's shoulders, seemingly resolute, whether she is feigning or sincere. Sister Yu is still my woman. Her complaints to master are merely a means to spend more time with me. Since she cares for me so deeply, how could I possibly help someone else hurt her? I am your aunt, not just anyone. Lu Xingyun exclaimed urgently, her fist clenched tightly around her skirt. Guan softly replied, but you are merely my aunt, while Sister Yu is the one with whom I wish to spend my life. An aunt cannot accompany me forever. Lu Xingyun felt a lump in her throat, her breathing becoming labored. As she saw Guan preparing to leave, she instinctively grasped his hand, pleading, don't go. Her face burned with embarrassment, radiating an alluring charm. Tonight is truly the last time. You cannot break your promise again. Meanwhile, Shen Wushuang tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep from excitement. After tonight, Guan's clingy aunt would be gone. Lying flat on her back, she curved her arms behind her head, gazing at the slightly green ceiling, pondering. Guan and his aunt must be starting their alchemical endeavors by now. The next day, while Guan was still asleep, Lu Xingyun was already busy making her escape. Embarrassment flooded her. She had foolishly agreed to such a ridiculous arrangement last night, but she vowed never to be soft-hearted again. Chapter 82. Calm down, I am a man. Early in the morning, Shen Wushuang could hardly contain her eagerness to find Guan. She pushed open the door, turned left into the bedroom, only to find it empty. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Oh right, today Guan is supposed to gather the love flowers for Yujie. He wouldn't have left already, would he? With that thought in mind, she hurried outside in pursuit. However, upon stepping out, she spotted Guan yawning as he emerged from Lu Xingyun's room. Seeing this, Shen Wushuang initially assumed that Guan had stayed up late concocting elixirs. Yet, his weary demeanor seemed different from usual, evoking a sense of familiarity. Morning, Wushuang, Guan greeted, as per his routine. The alchemical furnace was in Aunt Lu's room, and he had no concerns about Shen Wushuang misinterpreting the situation. After all, there had been a couple of all-nighters spent in alchemical pursuits before, dressed in flowing white. Shen Wushuang appeared gentle and refined. Where's Master Lu? Why is there no feast laid out today? Guan chuckled. Aunt Lu has left. It seems you shall no longer have such culinary delights. The corners of Shen Wushuang's mouth twitched, feigning regret. That is indeed unfortunate. Without further ado, Guan strode towards the courtyard gate, saying, Wushuang, I have matters to attend to outside the mountain today. I want tea return until tomorrow. Shen Wushuang, having overheard his conversation with Yujie, was well aware of what was afoot. Having not interacted with Guan for a fortnight, she could not bear to wait another day and stealthily followed him. At the foot of the Zhu Lu Peak, dangers lurked, and Guan was her beloved. Any misfortune would be disastrous. Hence, her following him was not mere stalking, but rather a covert form of protection. Wealthy Guan rented a small flying vessel, holding the map provided by Sister Yu, instructing the captain to navigate directly to their destination. The middle-aged man at the helm, with a square face, expressed surprise. Young friend, you are heading to Love Island? Guan nodded with a smile. Indeed, I'm going to gather a love flower to present to my beloved, thereby sealing our bond for eternity. Upon hearing this, the captain's expression flickered with something strange, hesitating before finally chuckling awkwardly. Love flowers are delightful. The experienced captain quickly located the spot, lowering a rope from the air. The descent of the vessel can attract the ire of powerful beasts. You will need to navigate the last stretch on foot. As agreed, I will wait here until midnight. If you're not back by then, I shall depart. Guan nodded in understanding, then proceeded down the rope, swiftly disappearing into the lush woods. The trees here were exceedingly dense, with sunlight barely penetrating. Yet the forest was not dark, as luminous vines entwined the trunks, illuminating the surroundings like a dream. Before long, Guan arrived at the lake depicted on the map. In the center of the lake lay a small island, home to an ancient tree whose branches stretched for hundreds of meters, casting a shadow over the island and the lake itself. Guan noted a peculiar phenomenon. Ordinarily, such a place would resemble a tourist hotspot, bustling with visitors. Yet, he saw not a soul gathering love flowers. The fourth-tier guardian beast would be formidable for outer court disciples. But surely it posed no significant challenge for the inner court elites? Was there perhaps a restriction imposed by the academy against harvesting? That made sense if picking was allowed. The love flowers would have long been stripped bare. Realizing there might be limitations, Guan felt undaunted, for the headmaster was his master. Moreover, he had the royal favor protecting him. Estimating the distance to the island, approximately 200 meters from shore, he inhaled deeply and surged forth. lightly touching the water's surface with his toes. His agile form glided about 5 meters before plunging into the depths, commencing his swim. Such mastery of water was a feat achievable only by those possessing exceptional control over their spiritual energy after reaching the fourth realm. As he neared the shore, Gu suppressed his presence, cautiously surfacing to observe the guardian beast that resided in Yu Jie's eyes. Finding nothing amiss, it seemed there was no danger. Beneath the vast tree, branches hung with palm-sized white flowers, exuding a gentle glow and presenting an exquisite sight. Gu dried himself of the water, activating his lightning flash to swiftly snatch 2 blooms, one for Sister Yu and one for Aunt Lu. The croaking of frogs echoed in his ears. Following the sound, Gu was taken aback. Such beautiful love flowers had an ugly guardian beast, a toad. Croak, croak, croak. Soon, a chorus of croaks erupted as frogs, camouflaged among the grass, opened their eyes. It was not a single toad, but a multitude. Gu turned to flee, muttering, "Sister Yu, your information is terribly outdated. Do you not know that a single toad can spawn thousands? This place must have birthed countless generations. No wonder no one came to this forsaken spot. So many third-tier and even fourth-tier frog beasts could easily overwhelm inner court experts. A frog king, half the height of a person and resembling a small mound, exuded an aura that hinted at reaching the 5th realm. Seeing Gu absconding with its food, it opened its gaping mouth, unleashing a long, scarlet tongue that swiftly ensnared Gu bound by the tongue. Gu felt his entire body become sticky, the rancid taste nearly causing him to swoon. Even worse, the Toad King's tongue brushed against his handsome face, making him feel sullied. At that moment, a flash of sword light sliced through the tongue, causing the Toad King to leap in pain. A man in white, holding Gu by the waist, gently descended from the air, expressing concern. "Brother Gu, are you unharmed?" As he caught Gu, he also deftly seized a love flower from Gu's grasp. The situation unfolded as one of opportunistic chance, entirely unrelated to the eternal bond spoken of by Yandere. "Shen Wushuang, what brings you here?" Gu's face flushed crimson as he hastily distanced himself from Shen Wushuang, the earlier position having been exceedingly embarrassing. Shen Wushuang explained, "I noticed your lack of vitality, and upon hearing you plan to descend the mountain, I feared for your safety and followed you." The wrathful king of toads croaked angrily, its cheeks swelling to a size surpassing that of a human head. With its croaking, the love flowers in the trees began to exude a mist. Initially, Shen Wushuang paid it no mind until the mist permeated her skin and infiltrated her body, stirring the dormant desires within her. Her countenance shifted dramatically as she drew her sword, unleashing formidable power to obliterate all the beasts. Yet, the love flowers continued to emit their mist, and a sense of foreboding washed over Shen Wushuang. She needed to escape swiftly. Under usual circumstances, she would dismiss the aphrodisiac released by the flowers, but having refrained from summoning Gu into the palace for half a month, her own desires were nearing a boiling point. The potency of these aphrodisiacs could very well trigger a release of her pent-up yearnings. She glanced at Gu, intending to urge him to leave at once, only to find him seated in a meditative posture, employing his profound yang energy to dispel the white mist. Shen Wushuang was taken aback, her teeth clenched in anger. "Damn it, do not draw upon the yang energy." It was this very energy that had caused her to lose her senses the first time she had succumbed. The culmination of desire, combined with the aphrodisiac and the yang energy, plunged Shen Wushuang into despair for a fleeting moment before she was overtaken by lust. Though her rationality lingered, she could not resist the urge to leap into Gu's embrace, yearning to consume him. "Wushuang, what is the matter?" Gu felt a tightening behind him. "Calm yourself. I'm a man." Shen Wushuang, with seductive eyes, began to peel away his garments while nibbling at his neck. A fragment of her remaining rationality cautioned her against such actions, warning that she could jeopardize their brotherhood. Yet, desire vastly outweighed reason, leading her into a state of conscious surrender to her own depravity. Gu, however, found himself even more helpless, pinned beneath her slender yet powerful arms, rendered immobile. The very nightmare he had dreaded had come to pass. He was to be defiled by his brother. "Rain sister, you deceiver. Did you not say that Shen Wushuang's orientation was normal? Why does he not spare even men? I possess no alluring aura." Gu struggled helplessly. "Wushuang, hold on. I shall find you a woman to relieve your urges. I have no interest in women." Those words shattered Gu In's last vestige of hope. In the depths of despair, the declaration, "I am a woman," echoed in Gu In's mind like a haunting nightmare. His voice trembled with a mix of anger and profound fear, the defensive walls he had built now on the verge of collapse. Shen Wushuang, you have indeed harbored ulterior motives towards me from the very first day we met. If I had been less aware that night, you would have taken advantage of me. Before he could finish, his mouth was silenced by Shen Wushuang's soft lips, smooth and delicate, rivaling the sweet softness of Yujia's cherry lips and Aunt Lu's plump red ones. The initial coolness soon transformed into a heat that enveloped them both. The fragrance that emanated from her lips was akin to a gentle floral scent, pleasant and far from repulsive. Yet Gu In the throes of this assault, found no joy in the experience. Crushed beneath her, his eyes were hollow, embodying the spirit of a once pure woman now stripped of her innocence. Some souls had perished, while he felt as if he had already died. Memories flooded back, his thoughts drifting to the grotesque toad, which upon reflection appeared almost charming in its own right. He wished he had been swallowed whole by it instead. This was a fate worse than death. In that moment of anguish, Guin closed his eyes, haunted by a lyric from a song he had once heard. I dare not open my eyes, hoping this is but a figment of my imagination. He had never been one to passively accept fate, and the despair he had just feigned was merely a ruse to elicit relaxation from his captor. Seizing the moment Shen Wushuang let her guard down, Guin gathered his strength, channeling his magical prowess to surge to the pinnacle of his abilities, pushing Shen Wushuang away and darting like lightning towards the lakeside. In this critical moment, he had no time to ponder whether his identity as a mage would be exposed. Survival was paramount. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed in a torrent of demonic flames, racing toward the lake. However, Shen Wushuang merely raised her hand, and a powerful force yanked him back, pinning him once more to the ground. Observing the helpless struggle of her male companion, she felt a pang of resignation. Her remaining rationality prompted her to hesitate for a moment, hoping Guin might escape, but soon her carnal desires took control, leaving her powerless. This time, Guin faced true despair. In unleashing his magical abilities, he had matched the strength of a practitioner at the early stage of the fourth realm. And with the addition of lightning techniques, he should have been unbeatable below the fifth realm. Yet, he soon realized that Shen Wushuang was far beyond the level of an academy disciple. She had likely surpassed the sixth realm entirely. He was but a lamb awaiting slaughter, powerless to call for help. The sensation of being ruthlessly exploited was reminiscent of the torments inflicted by the Empress. Shen Wushuang grasped Gu In's shoulders tightly, her breath coming in quick bursts as she fought against her own desires. She understood that Gu In would not escape her grasp today. Now she pondered whether to seal his senses as she had in the past, or to leave them unsealed. Sealing them would risk revealing her identity as the Empress, shattering the powerful image she had cultivated, while leaving them unsealed would expose her feminine form, transforming her from a mere tool into a man's true possession. In his desperation, Gu In suddenly recalled something, a glimmer of hope igniting within him as he fervently called out in his mind, Master, Master, I was wrong. Please come assist me. If I survive this ordeal, I shall serve you in any way you desire. Although the great demoness was but a remnant of her former self, her power surpassed his, and Gu In believed that if Shen Wushuang were merely at the initial stage of the sixth realm, the great demoness could still overcome her. Unfortunately, his final hope was in vain. Shui Wunyao had succumbed to slumber and could not hear his cries for help. Realizing this, Gu In was left with no alternative but to resort to verbal tactics. Wushuang, regain your composure. With your cultivation, this mere aphrodisiac should not drive you to madness. To avoid defilement, I must resort to a delaying tactic, saying, I know you harbor feelings for me, which is why you choose to succumb to the aphrodisiac. However, this forced attraction is not sweet. In truth, I harbor no aversion to men. If you cease your advances now, we may still explore that avenue in the future. Observing this spectacle, Shen Wushuang was both amused and exasperated. This man, in his desperation to preserve his purity, was willing to utter anything. She did not desire this either. What was the significance of a love poison? What truly mattered was that the pent-up desire within her had been ignited, as the love poison coursed through her veins. Gu In gradually lost his rationality, his gaze becoming dreamy. The nauseating sensation vanished, and he suddenly found Shen Wushuang far more beautiful than any woman. The delicate feathers of her raven-black hair, her skin reminiscent of fine jade, and her lips, so tender they seemed to quiver at a touch, combined with the rosy hue gracing her cheeks, added an alluring charm. Even the breath escaping her lips was sweet and fragrant. He longed to bite her soft, delicate lips. When this thought crossed his mind, Gu jolted awake, reflecting inwardly. I must have been poisoned too deeply to feel attraction toward a man. Just as he questioned his existence, Shen Wushuang could no longer restrain her desires, and, having made a certain resolve, bit her silver teeth and declared, Gu, I am a woman. Chapter 84. I am truly a self-green woman. A woman? You are Wushuang Jia? Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Shen Wushuang's breath was labored. Her face flushed. Had he known from the start that Shen Wushuang was a woman, he would have hesitated to engage in such circumstances. Now, however, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if he had survived a calamity. It turned out that Yu Jia had not lied. Shen Wushuang's lack of interest in women stemmed from her normal sexual orientation. Meanwhile, in the GMOC, Yu Jia donned a dark green gown, cradling a green hat in her arms, murmuring towards the direction of the Love Island. At this moment, I should wear the green hat. With that, she placed the hat upon her head, self-deprecatingly stating, I am truly a self-green woman. Previously, she had schemed against the Empress, sacrificing the body of her future husband. This time, she was prepared to offer her heart. From Gu's take on the matter, having stolen her first kiss and expressed his willingness to marry her, she understood that he was a man of great responsibility and would surely take responsibility for taking Shen Wushuang's purity. Shen Wushuang was no longer merely a one-sided infatuation. Gu's response would ensnare her deeper. Whether it be love or calamity, it would eventually matter not to her. She would come to genuinely love Gu, and Yu Jie held absolute confidence in this notion. After all, he was her other half. How could he not be exceptional? Moreover, in his romantic fortunes, the trend of strong women and weak men had always prevailed. This suggested that Gu, a person of great destiny, drew much of his fortune from women, a man who thrived on the support of others. In the grand scheme of Li, the soft support of a woman was the most comforting. Yu Jie pressed her hand against her slightly aching chest, sighing deeply. The feeling of willingly pushing away the one you love is truly unbearable. She had long known that Gu's romantic prospects were abundant, and he would undoubtedly have more than just her by his side in the future. Yet, acceptance did not equate to a lack of jealousy. She was merely a young woman awakening to love, yearning for eternal vows and a lifelong partnership. However, even if her body were to recover, her inability to cultivate meant that, as an ordinary person, she could not accompany Gu for long. 100 years of companionship was already a luxury. To walk hand in hand to the end of time was ultimately her own unrequited desire. There are myriad ways to love someone. Some seek possession, while others wish for the other as happiness. Yu Jie belonged to the latter group. She wished to pave the way for Gu's future during her lifetime. If the Empress willingly protected Gu's path, his journey would undoubtedly be smoother, significantly reducing the obstacles in his cultivation. Facilitating Gu's release from his burdens was merely secondary. Her true intention was to foster mutual feelings and intertwine their fates. Gu's life was carefree. That was her desire and her solace. The night was silent, the wind biting, and the moonlight dimmed. When Gu awakened, it was already the following afternoon. Shen Wushuang, who had awoken before him, was nowhere to be found. Gu chuckled wryly. Why are all women the same? After every encounter, they vanish without a trace. Perhaps it was for the best. A brother suddenly transformed into a woman, and now his woman at that. Such a swift transformation was indeed difficult for him to accept, and he was uncertain how to confront Shen Wushuang or what to say. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed love flowers scattered and withered on the ground, the remains of toads shattered into pieces. It appeared that Shen Wushuang had vented her anger upon awakening. Gu rubbed his temples, feeling guilty. Not only had I failed to deliver the love flowers before noon, but I also had an unexpected encounter with another woman, keeping Yu Jie waiting all this time. From Yu Jie's perspective, he felt utterly unreasonable and selfish. Alas, one must face the inevitable. Gu stood up, taking one last glance around. Shreds of white fabric lay strewn about, some belonging to him, others to Shen Wushuang. His chest and back bore faint crimson scratches, hinting at the fierce battle of the previous night. Wu Shuangjie was indeed breathtaking, her waist slender and her hips alluring. The only flaw being a certain lack of curves. No wonder she could convincingly play the role of a man without revealing any faults. If Gu Muxue were to discover that someone held such a low opinion of her physique, she would undoubtedly crush him under her ample form. A few hours later, donned in fresh attire, Gu arrived at the Gu Muxue. He hesitated for a moment, biting his lip before stepping inside. Armed with the command token Yu Jie had previously given him, he was soon guided to her location. Before a window, Yu Jie sat in a wheelchair, clad once more in her former azure attire, her silhouette graceful and her back straight. Upon casting a glance at Guan, she lowered her head, her dark hair veiling her face, her voice trembling with unshed tears. "Do you know that your sister has waited for you for an entire day and night?" Aware of his guilt, Guan apologized. "I encountered some unforeseen circumstances. The guardian beasts were not as you described, but rather a multitude." "Are you blaming me for the inaccuracy of my information?" Yu Jie retorted sharply. She had long known there were many guardian beasts. Had he not mentioned just one? With Gu An's shameless nature, he would have certainly summoned others from the outset. This way, he would have had no opportunity to be alone with Gu Muxue. "That is not what I meant to imply." Guan found himself a loss for words. Primarily, Yu Jie's reputation for meticulous planning had deeply ingrained itself in his mind, leading him to neglect seeking information from others regarding the love flowers. Yu Jie's expression was impassive as she extended her hand. "Where are the flowers I requested?" Once the love flowers fell, they would wither within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, without spiritual energy to sustain them. Last night, lost in a haze of emotions, he had no thought to nurture the love flowers. Moreover, the flowers on the tree had been scattered by Shen Wushuang, leaving him with none. Upon seeing this, Yu Jie was infuriated. "How dare you? Not only are you late, but you also failed to bring the flowers. Making me wait all this time for nothing." "Yu Jie, while the flowers may be absent, my heart is filled with guilt," Guan was prepared to concede. Just as he was about to voice his acquiescence, he keenly observed Yu Jie's impatient demeanor, causing his heart to tighten. Could it be that Yu Jie was deliberately setting a trap for him, waiting for him here? As he recalled the peculiarities before entering the Love Island, his unease grew. "What is wrong with your heart?" Yu Jie urged, her usual calm demeanor faltering as victory was within her grasp. She had not only schemed against the Empress, but also against Guan yesterday. He had broken his promise and gone to adorn her with a green hat. Today, he must be feeling exceedingly guilty. Admitting defeat and expressing his affection for her would be the quickest way to appease her. "Yu Jie," a chilling voice echoed from behind them. Turning to look, they beheld Gu Muxue clad in a form-fitting red dress, her voluptuous figure accentuated to perfection, her long legs tantalizingly visible as she moved. She glared fiercely at Yu Jie, her plump head adorned with a crown, as if to interrogate her. Ever since the return of clarity, an unsettling feeling had enveloped her, reminiscent of the familiar sting of betrayal. Identical to the last time she had been ensnared by Yu Jie. "Your Majesty, I have seen the Empress," both spoke in unison. "Guan, you may leave. I have matters to discuss with her," commanded Gu Muxue. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she instinctively averted her gaze from Guan. The scandalous scene from the previous night resurfaced in her mind, igniting a profound sense of shame. Chapter 85. Sisters in Conflict. The guilt-ridden Empress Gu and "I said to leave. Do you not hear me?" Gu Muxue's phoenix eyes glared, revealing her vexation. How audacious for a mere male concubine to repeatedly kiss other women behind her back, and now, even in her presence, to refuse to heed her command. Daring to stare at her, she already felt somewhat embarrassed. What a menacing fellow. "Your command is my duty," Guan replied, averting his gaze and bowing respectfully. The Empress's inexplicable blush had momentarily distracted him. The typically aloof and formidable Empress revealed a shy side, her cheeks flushed like the dawn's glow, pleasing to behold. Yet, her nature was somewhat unpleasant. As he passed by Gu Muxue, he internally scoffed, "You plump-headed phoenix, blushing like a teapot." Upon leaving the chamber, Guan did not linger outside, but exited the GMOC and departed straight away. The Chen family was nearby. In Shenzhen, Nan had spent considerable time at the Zhulu Academy. He should possess some knowledge regarding Qingdao. Guan intended to inquire about relevant information. If, as you die, he claimed, He would confess his feelings, should there be any concealment. The scheming sister you must be dealt with appropriately to ensure she learned her lesson and refrained from plotting against him again. After Gu En's departure, Gu Muxue shed her embarrassment, her fierce demeanor returning. With a slight lift of her jade hand, an invisible sword chi shot toward Yu Daiyi's face. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce Yu Daiyi's forehead, it suddenly exploded, sending a gust that tousled Yu Daiyi's flowing hair, revealing her enchanting beauty in full bloom, unmasked. It was akin to a gentle breeze dispersing dark clouds, unveiling the bright moon. Gu Muxue had no interest in admiring the beauty of this traitor. In a flash, she appeared before Yu Dai, her gaze piercing cold. You have schemed against me repeatedly, truly believing that after following me for over a decade, you can act with impunity, thinking I would hesitate to end your life. Your Majesty, what are you saying? I do not understand. Yu Dai blinked her beautiful eyes innocently. Gu Muxue seethed with anger, yet remained unfazed. Sooner or later, she would perish, her beauty turning to dust, but not today. The heavens foretold her safety. Yu Dai denied any involvement in the machinations behind the scenes, prompting Gu Muxue to laugh in anger. Your eyes are so loathsome. It would be better if you were blind, as before. Yu Dai closed her eyes and obediently replied, if your Majesty dislikes it, I can continue to feign blindness before you. Gu Muxue's lips twitched, though it was a compliant statement from this fellow's lips. It always sparked an inexplicable fury within her. She inhaled deeply, steadying her emotions. Do you dare claim that the exposure of my identity as Shun Wushuang, revealing my femininity, is not a result of your scheming? Yu Dai involuntarily widened her eyes, her delicate hand covering her surprised, parted lips. Your Majesty, have you lost yourself again? Gu Muxue retorted. That again is quite unpleasant to hear. She lightly slapped her thigh, sighing, without the facade of Shun Wushuang. How is this Empress to navigate her emotional tribulations? What shall I do? A smirk curled her lips as she coldly huffed. You feigned so convincingly. Had I not known your duplicitous nature, I might have believed you. Yu Dai appeared pitiful, clutching her garment, her lips pursed. In the past, I was alone. A worthless life, unafraid of offending you. Now, with attachments, you can utilize Gu to control me, just as last time, forbidding me from seeing him for half a month. How dare I act recklessly? This character excelled at acting, and Gu Muxue held no belief in her words. Unlike Guan, she would not be misled to the point of confusion. Coldly, she declared, you calculated the degree of my suppressed emotions. The emotional poison contained in the love flowers that would incite my desires, and Gu En's pure yang power that would cause me to lose my rationality. She concluded, you claim that the love flowers are most exquisite on the night of the full moon, merely fearing that after the 15th, I will be unable to suppress my desires and summon Gu En into the palace, thwarting your calculations. Upon hearing this, Yu Daiyi's brows furrowed. Your Majesty, did you eavesdrop on my conversation with Gu En? Gu Muxue turned her head away, defiantly stating, I merely passed by and happened to overhear. Does this not suit your intentions? Yu Daiyi's expression turned icy. Since you have eavesdropped, then you know that the so-called love flowers are merely a temporary method of revenge, because I felt neglected. I deliberately concealed the true situation of the guardian beast, instructing him to go alone to collect them, intending to create difficulties and ensure he broke his promise, thereby seizing control of him. She lifted her gaze. Her elegant face turned upward, glaring at Gu Muxue with displeasure. According to your Majesty's reasoning, I foresaw your eavesdropping and your tracking of him. Is this not entirely your own intention? You acted without permission, leading to the exposure of your femininity, and now you blame it all on me? As she spoke, Yu Daiyi's chest heaved in anger, her delicate form trembling. Gu Muxue, you are adept at shifting blame and utterly shameless. My schemes against Gu En were to elicit his confession of affection for me out of guilt for breaking his promise. What benefit do I gain from plotting against you? She shook her head in disappointment, gazing at Gu Muxue with forlorn eyes. After years of sisterhood, do you truly view me as one who delights in betraying a dear sister? I admit, scheming against your loss of innocence was wrong, even if it was to aid your cultivation. But this time, what reason do I have to plot against you? Shun Wushuang is a woman. I could easily tell him how many times you, Gu Muxue, have shared a bed with him. You are no longer a maiden. Why should I go through the trouble of causing your loss of innocence again? Tears streamed down Yu Dai's cheeks, her heartbroken expression utterly captivating. Do you think I plotted against you just to hope for my beloved to betray me during lonely nights? To have him kiss your lips, embrace your waist, lost in passion, while I foolishly await his return. Gu Muxue found herself at a loss for words, guilt washing over her. Indeed, scheming against her, Yu Dai gained nothing. Moreover, she had no evidence to prove she had been deceived. Relying solely on a woman's intuition and a cultivator's instinct to draw such conclusions. Yu Dai's delicate nose reddened from crying. Yet she stubbornly wiped away her tears. Sister Muxue, given the circumstances, I bear you no ill will. It seems I was right. You and Guan are a match made in heaven, and fate intends for you to be together, something I cannot prevent. Gu Muxue hesitated, ultimately apologizing. I am sorry. Yu Dai sniffed, her tear-streaked beauty enchanting. Forget it. This is not the first time my good intentions have been met with your reproach. I have grown accustomed to it. Now, let's discuss how to proceed. This emotional tribulation is one you must ultimately overcome. Chapter 86. Guan belongs to the two of us. I find myself at a loss as I ponder the turmoil within Gu Muxue's heart. Initially, she intended to approach Guan as a devoted brother, aiming to deepen her emotions and secretly develop an affection for him. Once her cultivation reached fruition, she planned to withdraw, later bestowing upon Gu and the title of Wang Yi as the Empress, thereby sending him far from the imperial capital to his fief, severing all ties thereafter. Yu Dai offered her perspective, saying, I believe that this current situation would be more conducive to your tribulation. The experience of unrequited love is entirely different from that of mutual affection. This is based on my own experiences. Your interactions with him as a woman will undoubtedly intensify your feelings, far beyond what existed previously, thus enhancing the efficiency of your tribulation. Gu Muxue fell into silence for a moment before inquiring, if he develops feelings for me, will you not feel jealous? Yu Dai sighed. It would certainly pain my heart. Yet both men and sisters hold significance. You two are the dearest individuals to me in this world, and I wish for your mutual happiness. For this reason, I can endure the pain of accepting that he harbors feelings for both of us. She then countered, I am willing to embrace you. But would you accept me in return, Muxue Jie? Gu Muxue blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Yu Dai softly replied, I do not wish for him to suffer emotionally. So I hope, Muxue Jie, that you do not perceive this emotional tribulation as merely a trial. He is a person of deep feelings and loyalty. Should you leave him afterward, it would undoubtedly cause him great sorrow. Gu Muxue remained silent. Yu Dai continued, if you merely seek to indulge your desires without choosing to enter this tribulation, I would never say such a thing. However, since you have chosen to engage in this tribulation, the outcome is already predetermined. Even if you withdraw later, it is inevitable that you will return to him. My desire is simply to spare you both the heartache of separation. Am I to be unable to live without him? Nonsense, Gu Muxue exclaimed, her brows furrowing in indignation. My point is that Muxue Jie will not allow him to leave. Yu Dai asserted with conviction. Oh, what do you mean by that? Gu Muxue asked. Yu Dai smiled slightly. Do you not recall that you once said you despise others touching your belongings? Guan is your first man, and now, having developed feelings for him through this tribulation, even if you consider those feelings to be false or intentionally cultivated, the truth remains that you have liked him for a time. Would you truly be willing to let him go? In a place unseen by you, surrounded by beauty and affection from others, could you accept such a scenario? Yu Dai's gentle voice took on a more enticing tone. You are the Empress, and all that you behold is your territory. How can it be acceptable for another woman to lay claim to what is rightfully yours? Guan should belong solely to you, or rather, to both of us. The allure of Guan's charm, particularly regarding romantic endeavors, is not something easily contained by two women. Yu Dai spoke thus with the intention of securing Guan's affections for the Empress first. What would happen in the future if Guan were to find a new romantic companion? That would be a concern for another time. A man with a fickle heart deserves some punishment. I would revel in it. She thought to herself. How could he expect to reap all the benefits without paying a price? As Gu Muxue continued to follow Yu Dai's line of thought, she felt her resolve hardening. Guan was handsome, talented, and came from a prestigious background, surely attracting many women's attention. The thought of Gu being frivolously toyed with by others ignited a surge of jealousy within her, almost leading her to violence. Indeed, she could not allow Gu to leave her side. The outside world was too perilous. She should bring him home, keeping him close within the palace, where she could protect him at all times. As for Yandere, she too did not wish for Gu to be touched by her. She desired him solely for herself. However, Yandere was her dear sister, and Gu was a man she generously allowed to share. Out of both sentiment and reason, she felt it only fair to occasionally let Yandere enjoy some time with him. When they were together, she would close her eyes to the sight. Yet if they dared to kiss before her, she would certainly take action. Unbeknownst to her, under Yandere's subtle persuasion, Gu Muxue had already begun to envision Gu in the role of her imperial consort. Muxue Munweye. Yandere called several times before Gu Muxue snapped back to reality. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she stated, "I am well aware of my limits regarding what you suggested. There is no need for your further input." In her heart, Gu Muxue had already begun to lean in a different direction, though she did not openly admit it. She had previously declared her intention to cast Gu aside afterward, yet now she contemplated binding him to her side. Was she not merely slapping her own face? The force of it would surely leave a mark. Yandere's eyes sparkled as she realized her words had taken effect. If the Empress truly held no such intentions, she would have decisively rejected the notion. Now, she simply needed to preserve her dignity, taking gradual steps down from this high ledge. "Indeed, Your Majesty's thoughts are beyond my comprehension." Yandere smiled in agreement. "We may refer to each other as sisters. The formalities of ruler and subject seem overly distant." Gu Muxue replied with a hint of indifference. Yandere chuckled softly. Then, "Muxue, may I ask you one thing?" "Speak," Gu Muxue replied. "Last night, when you two were kissing on Qingdao, did you extend your tongue?" Yandere teased mischievously. Had it been before, Gu Muxue might have suppressed her sharp tongue, but now, feeling a sense of guilt towards Yandere, she found herself emboldened. "I do not recall. If I had retained my sanity at that moment, such a thing would never have occurred," she retorted, hastily departing, her retreating figure suggesting a sense of panic. Yandere stroked her chin, pondering aloud. She must have extended her tongue. Without the restraint of her cultivation, Gu Muxue, with acute hearing, stumbled slightly at Yandere's words, nearly losing her balance. Regaining her composure, her complexion flushed crimson. Her cheeks radiated warmth that could produce steam in the winter chill. In hindsight, Gu Muxue realized she had come to confront Yandere, yet now she felt guilty for having inadvertently involved herself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu was being treated to fine wine and exquisite dishes by Chun Jianan. "Shaoan, what brings you to my humble abode today?" Gu chuckled. "Is it not because I miss you, Brother Jianan? A day apart feels like an eternity." "Good brother." Chun Jianan laughed heartily, giving Gu a hearty pat on the shoulder. Then, his expression shifted to one of subtle urgency as he quietly said, "I find myself in a bit of a financial bind. Could you lend me some spirit stones?" Gu replied. He nudged Gu playfully. "Just 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Would I dare to default on you? Once my father sends the funds next month, you'll be the first to be repaid." Gu regarded him seriously. "Are you truly my good brother?" Chun Jianan nodded vigorously. "Absolutely." Gu continued, "I have always believed that those who borrow money from me are not true brothers." Chun Jianan grinned. "Just kidding. I can lend you the spirit stones. But I must know what you intend to use them for. Given your status, how could you have fallen to the level of borrowing money?" His expression turned grave. "You're not going to gamble, are you?" "I have no interest in such affairs." Chun Jianan glanced around conspiratorially and said, "To be honest, you're about to gain a sister-in-law." Gu's jaw dropped in disbelief. Could it be that this frequent visitor to brothels had finally turned over a new leaf? He had often claimed to have no interest in women, believing that a clear mind leads to mastery of the sword. Yet he could not resist the temptation to visit a brothel for release, as the saying goes. Chun Jianan smiled dreamily. "She is the purest girl I have ever encountered. Though her family has fallen on hard times, she remains resilient, like a tenacious blade of grass, fighting to survive. Her family was burdened with substantial debt, and her father intended to marry her off to a prominent family in their locality as a means of repayment. Reluctant to accept this fate, her kind-hearted nature prevented her from turning a blind eye to the misfortunes that might befall her family. Thus, she made a pact with her father. In 3 months, she would venture into the capital, and if she failed to gather the necessary funds, she would resign herself to her fate. Chun Jiannan felt a surge of excitement. Tell me, how could I not assist her? If it weren't for my pursuit of her, I wouldn't have spent so much money this month. Gu, perplexed, inquired, didn't you say she was quite innocent? She shouldn't be materialistic. So why have you spent so much? Chun Jiannan replied, she helps a shop sell items and earns a commission. To support her, I purchased a considerable amount from her. I'll borrow 3,000 from you, and for the sake of our brotherhood, I won't charge you interest. Gu, holding the 10,000 high-grade spirit stones he acquired from Nkiki, generously offered his assistance. Then, he broached a serious matter. What do you know about Qingdao and Qinghua? Chun Jiannan paused momentarily. Qingdao? You mean the Lust Island? That is where the demon beasts mate. And Qinghua releases aphrodisiac that significantly enhances their libido and increases the chances of reproduction. When Gu encountered Yandere again, she bore a look of deep sorrow. Where have you been? It was one thing to break your promise last night, but to keep me waiting outside today, how could you just vanish? With a slight huff, she turned her face away, pouting. Sister is not so easy to coax this time. You must show sincerity. Gu, with a smile that masked his true feelings, replied, rest assured, dear sister, my sincerity is boundless. A flicker of joy crossed Yandere's face. Did Gu finally intend to confess? Chapter 87. Sister You are the other woman. Gu's gaze was fixed intently on Yandere, silent yet bearing a sardonic expression. Yandere felt a sense of foreboding as she lowered her eyes. Why are you staring at me like that? Finally, Gu spoke, his words laced with mockery. Were you anticipating? At his words, Yandere's heart trembled, realizing he may have uncovered the truth about Lust Island. The matter of Lust Island was not a secret. Gu was astute and would soon discern the reality. Gu, while tending to his ailing wife late at night, had sought solace in the company of another woman. Guilt would inevitably follow, and even if he sensed something awry, he would promptly seek her out to apologize. With a mere hint of guidance, she could easily win this game, thereby gaining the upper hand over Gu. It was all the fault of Gu Muxue, that buxom woman. She chose to interfere at this critical moment, restoring Gu's composure and providing him the opportunity to uncover the truth about Lust Island. Gu, your tone is rather peculiar. It makes me quite uncomfortable, Yandere remarked, her eyelashes fluttering. Is there something I have done wrong that has led you to despise me? Gu regarded her performance with a calm demeanor, stating, before I sincerely apologize, I have some doubts I wish to clarify with Sister You. As long as it is within my knowledge, I shall disclose everything, she replied softly. Gu continued, I inquired about Lust Island from others,